Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 8 of the series. Chapter 299, 296, GST, Decided. The world above, that layer of sky that acted as a platform, and the world beyond, the numerous continents and planets observing the situation, went into an uproarious clamor. The events below were first interesting to them as Zuhai and Wei Wuyin came to a clash, but it ended abruptly and then left many in despair. As Zuhai and Su Mei acted in concert to systematically use their advantage of beasts to lay waste to many participants. While they withheld killing outright, numerous pillars of lights were shattered as these participants of talent, prestige, and backing were taken out without much consideration. There were even myriad monarch sect members amongst them. Their speed and efficiency was frightening, with 4 gold-starred beasts and an army of canines at their beck and call. This was a feat that was as easy as popping some grapes in the mouth and chewing. In the Alchemist Association's abode, the expressions of the numerous members were dark and fallen. Was this the development they expected? The member they nurtured for this event, the one they invested numerous resources for and pushed into the Soul Idol phase with a 6-ringed Soul Idol, hadn't even met any actual contestants or combat before this. He was simply unfortunate to have met the 3-eyed Tenebrous Crow and White Blaze Tiger and was swiftly and shockingly eliminated. Their mouths were wide in shock and horror, their hearts pounding with disbelief. Their best shot was eliminated before they could even react. Furthermore, how were these gold-starred beasts so freaking strong? Did the Myriad Monarch sect infuse them with performance-enhancing drugs to make them this terrifying? But the truth was not far from that, as Wei Wuyin had invested some minor effort to propel their strength. He intended to take these 3 beasts away and have them act as guardians of his sky palace. If it suited him, he could use them as gifts to his lovers for protection. He was interested in what would happen if a beast entered the Realm Lord level of strength. This meant that, despite their wholehearted investment into their greatest talent, it vastly paled in comparison to Wei Wuyin's casual act. If the world knew the truth, who knew where the Alchemist Association's reputation would be or what face they would have? The association's master, Qingye Yun, had a dark expression even more terrifying than night without the slightest light. Over 90% of the entire association were currently watching, and many of them saw their most praised genius eliminated in terror by 2 beasts. For his life, he crushed his tablet without hesitation. The gorgeously veiled young girl beside Qingye Yun had eyes flashing with shock that was unconcealed. An elder behind them trembled like a vibrator on high. We lost. The despair, confusion, and fear was leaking through his eyes and lips. It was infectious as others couldn't help but feel a rush of emotions in their hearts. A cold hard fact of this trial was laid before them. Even if they lost, they thought it would be under some epic clash or climax of the top Myriad Monarch sect versus their elite, where their elite nourishing was contested against elite talent. But alas, the world was full of woe and surprises. Without his name even getting much traction, he was directly eliminated. Truthfully, there were very few amongst the outside world who even knew of this genius of theirs. This was the only solace that let their cold hearts slightly relaxed. But we still have a chance. After recalling the humongous bet, another old elder, a woman with gray hair yet youthful skin, cried out with hope. Her voice instantly enlightened these members of the association. But a cold water was soon poured over their heads. You think that someone else will claim victory in this event, leading to a nullification of the wager? Did you not see that subordinate of his? Even if we eliminate Wei Wuyin himself from this event, who amongst the various forces can possibly rival a 9-ringed Soul Idol? This voice came from someone they never expected. The Alchemist Association master himself, Qingye Yun. His voice truly was cold as he added, even if we take another 10,000 steps back from the reality of the situation, do you all not see that young woman who's eliminating others like reaping cabbages on the field? The main screen changed to Su Mei, focusing on her clashing with the Soul Idol genius of the Sacred Light Palace. It was her versus a 5-ringed Soul Idol with merely a saber and dark light force. She hadn't even unleashed her own Soul Idol, yet that Sacred Light Palace elite was beaten back continuously until they bled from their eyes and ears. It wouldn't be long before they were eliminated. To fight another Soul Idol elite without their own was a feat few could accomplish in this era, but she was doing so with utter ease. Just as their fight popped on the screen, a few exchanges later caused the Sacred Light Palace member to scream out words of indignation and threats before vanishing like the others, eliminated. A soft gasp resounded that resonated with the hearts of everyone. Hopeless. They had lost to Wei Wuyan's subordinates, and this revealed a frightening truth: the geniuses of the myriad monarch sect, whether it be Wei Wuyan's terrifying foundation and strength or those beneath him, were leagues beyond the current era. This was undisputed proof of the second coming of the King of Everlore. Even more, the original King of Everlore had zero combat ability outside of pellets and arrays, so it was even less frightening than this. The King of Everlore could only nourish experts and rise alongside them, but Wei Wuyan had combat prowess and a genius-level talent that eclipsed the world several times over. At the Sky Ruler phase, his astral core was a centimeter in diameter, a size that was beyond many, perhaps even all of the Grand Sage-level figures of this world, those 4 phases above his own. After all, the average size of a Sky Ruler's astral core was half a millimeter, 200 times less. While many hadn't seen Zuhai's size, with his 9-ringed soul idol that hadn't appeared for who knows how many centuries and millennia, this was frightening enough. Qingye Yun's eyes flickered with defeat. But a moment later, he regained his composure. He was the Alchemist Association's association master, so while others could wallow in defeat and loss, he absolutely couldn't. We'll lose this bet, but that's fine. It's just unfortunate that we'll have to resort to other means. His words forced many to accept the reality before them. They had underestimated the myriad monarch talents, underestimated Wei Wuyan, but that's fine. The young girl beside him turned her pretty head towards Qingye Yun. Beneath her veil, an expression that was indeterminate flashed alongside a little self-pity. If others were allowed to witness that look, perhaps they would feel the need to hug her tightly in comfort. Qingye Yun felt the gaze, his expression like tempered steel. He didn't turn to face it but said, "Don't worry. As long as you're confident in your skills, your life and fate will still be your own. Always remember that. Furthermore, you have something he lacks." When those words were said, the self-pity beneath the veil vanished, replaced by a renewed confidence. That was right. Even if Wei Wuyan was an astonishing alchemist and genius, she was a true alchemist. She was the first since the King of Everlore to possess an alchemic astral soul. Her eyes turned to the screen that displayed Wei Wuyan's nonchalant figure that sat down as he watched the ensuing chaos. She whispered to herself words only she could hear and only she knew. The myriad monarch sex abode was in utter shock, wry smiles on their faces. Many of the elders who knew of Wei Wuyan's style of doing things couldn't help but reveal that type of smile. It had merely been a few years, but this youngster was domineering and shocking in everything he did. Now, he watched while casually sitting as his subordinates eliminated all around, even other myriad monarch sect participants. Wasn't this a little too vicious? A little too casual? Ji Changkong's expression was dark as he saw Shudao besieged by wolves, his sword and saber flashed about with various lights as he dual-wielded valiantly. But in the end, a serpent shot out from underground like a ghost in the night and encapsulated his figure in a blink of an eye. He was left with no choice but to crush his tablet. If it wasn't for the serpent's unwillingness to kill, perhaps Shudao's momentary hesitation and reluctance to depart while entrapped would have led to him becoming a bloody stain on its scales. When he saw Shudao eliminated thus, his heart cried out. But what could he do? He might be a grand imperial sage respected throughout the generations, but if this trial had revealed one thing, even if that thing hadn't been revealed before, it was that Wei Wuyan was an existence no one can offend. If he was the next King of Everlore, he was all their hopes in extending their lives and becoming like the myriad monarch grand monarch in legends, to become an existence that exceeded the astral core realm. Even if he wanted to cry out his woes, who would listen? Who would dare? Qin Rui and Yao Zhen were already calm. That was because their hopes were either already safe or eliminated already. Yao Zhen, who was known as irritable to an extreme limit rather easily, only calmly laughed at his own descendant being eliminated by the forces of beasts. "Well, this competition has been decided," Qin Rui remarked. The elders watching agreed with a nearly unconscious nod. In truth, when Wei Wuyan revealed his 1-centimeter-sized astral core, they knew the outcome. This was because even if the Alchemist Association somehow produced a spatial resonance phase expert, just Wei Wuyan's sheer foundation would be able to drown him. After all, his astral core foundation exceeded Tua Bihan by double, which meant he had double the astral force quality as their strongest Grand Imperial Sage. While it lacked the quintessential benefits of cultivation stages, it couldn't be something these youths with very little combat experience could overcome, especially some newly ascended spatial resonance expert with less than 6 months to familiarize themselves with their cultivation base. This was further reinforced when Zuhai revealed the fabled 9-ringed soul idol. The trial lost its point after that. After all, each ring was a multiplicative increase to one's energies. Who could match this? Even though they saw the 6-ringed hidden expert of the Alchemist Association, was that even a comparison? Perhaps there would be some excitement if Zuhai and Wei Wuyin were enemies, but the fact of reality was that they weren't. One was clearly a wholehearted subordinate of the other. To these elders, how could they not know Zuhai's background? His fate. His destiny that had been overturned by Wei Wuyin's whim. Once set to rot in a cold, bleak cell, he was now free, displaying a foundation, talent, and ability that left them in utter awe. Let's not even think about that black-haired young woman with the saber, eliminating soul idols of the elite forces like she was reaping cabbages. Terrifying. Haha. An elder who supported Wei Wuyin, even having done many things for him, couldn't help but laugh lightly. This laugh was low but unnaturally contagious as a phenomena emerged. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. A cascade of brilliant laughter resounded, cascading into a cacophony of excitement and relief. These old elders and those of elite status were laughing at the situation, whether at the absurdity or something else, no one really knew. Even Ji Chongkong started to laugh alongside them. One abode filled with dark expressions, one abode filled with laughter, while the rest of the spectators were filled with shock, disbelief, and a tinge of horror. The world was about to undergo a brilliant shift. Chapter 300, 297. GST, Eyes Elsewhere. Chapter 300, 297, GST, Eyes Elsewhere. The chaos on the planet continued, and while those above had mostly understood the outcome, not every participant had the same observation opportunity and knowledge. There were some who didn't allow their curiosity to overwhelm them. Instead, they found and challenged the pillars of light in hopes of earning sufficient spirit points to enter the next trial. Therefore, while those who spectated Wei Wuyin and Zuhai's clash wasn't small, it also wasn't everyone. Several hours after Wei Wuyin confirmed the order to sweep away everyone nearby, Su Mei and Zuhai had finished their tasks. When they returned, there was barely any hint of exhaustion or injuries on them. This was a clear revealment that their foundation and strength eclipsed the others too much. Wei Wuyin eyed them both, eating some dried fruits while sitting on a rock. How many? He inquired as he chewed. Roughly 60% of all participants, Su Mei answered. She took a soft breath, her saber hilt gripped slightly, a hint of restlessness within her eyes. It was clear that her battles had invigorated her spirit, and she was somewhat dissatisfied by her opponents. Regardless of what, Su Mei had a warrior's spirit. The amount of battles she participated in during her enrollment in the Scarlet Solaris sect was many. After all, the Scarlet Solaris sect was not all that peaceful. Zuhai snorted, too weak. There weren't many soul idols within the experts, so he could only reinforce and order his canine army to sweep their way through all enemies. He didn't have a gold-starred beast in his army, but the sheer numbers and coordination made them horrific to fight against. Furthermore, each canine had their own respective abilities that, if used in tandem with their fellow brethren, was very difficult to defend against. He had tried to hunt some soul idol experts, but Su Mei was frighteningly quick. She was like a ray of light as she arrived and finished most of them in the matter of 10 or so moves. It was quite a humiliating sight, because she didn't even need to manifest her soul idol. This once more reaffirmed her belief of Wei Wuyin's astounding capabilities as a nurturer. He had only been invested in for a few years, but many of these talented youths had decades or centuries of top-tier nurturing from their so-called elite forces. It was quite embarrassing that their cultivation base was pathetic, their foundation lacking to a horrendous extent. Su Mei didn't disagree. Her dissatisfaction stemmed from this very fact. Her opponents were far too weak, unable to match her standards. Quite a few of these so-called talents hadn't even birthed intent. Considering the mortal star formation trial gives a slight blueprint of intent to the cultivator's mind, this was quite embarrassing. Wei Wuyin noted their pillars were far brighter than before. Even if he didn't take action, he would still be able to earn his way into the third trial. That being said, he still intended to enter some challenges and test the myriad monarch sect methods. Wei Wuyin said, you too can find pillars and take their challenges. If you're lucky, you might find a true challenge amongst them worth overcoming. He pouted for a moment, then added, this trial was meant to temper you both, but since we've colluded to this extent, the trial has been decided. The only variable is that youngster that had arrived before. Wei Wuyin briefly recalled that he didn't know the name of this youngster, simply his status and inheritance. This included his mysterious relationship with that gorgeous woman that even shook his heart to this day. If he met her again, if she wasn't taken by another, he might make a move. Considering his status, abilities, and wealth, he had very little self-doubt when it came to courting others. Even if her standards were a little high, it can't be beyond a mortal sovereign alchemist, no. Moreover, he can be considered a cultivation genius. When he thought to this point, he gave off a light smile. Understanding one's own identity was important, and if it wasn't for the looming calamities that sought to obliterate his soul and body, then perhaps he would have made different moves. His desire to establish his own business, have a harem of over 10 world-toppling women, and more near its completion. Understood, Sume nodded. She didn't delay any further and shot off to her azure-scaled snake, already slithering off somewhere. Zuhai gave Wei Wuyin a bow, about to leave, but he halted for a moment and looked at Wei Wuyin's pondering face. Master, in the third trial, if we meet, will you use your full strength? He wasn't an idiot, and Sume's words were definitely not for nothing. Wei Wuyin's true strength lay in his saber, and if that's the case, then his saber intent and saber force must be several times stronger, even foundation-wise. Wei Wuyin was disturbed out of his nonsensical thoughts, looking at the solemn expression of Zuhai. He could only shake his head, unlikely. His words left Zuhai somewhat dismayed, but the next words enlightened him. I haven't used my full strength before, but it is divided into many different components. While my saber contains my highest killing strength, it's not my highest combat strength. Also, if I used everything, you as you are, you couldn't withstand half a move. To be honest, I suffered heavily from the incident before, and my full strength isn't even able to be brought fully forth. Wei Wuyin didn't hide the truth. His current bodily state had an exhausted bloodline source, this limited his abilities heavily to begin with. He had the mysterious zenith origin state, a 4-centimeter-sized astral cores, elemental origin intent, heart of saber intent, alchemic Eden force, and draconification. If his cultivation methods, arts, and spells were excluded, his cultivation strength might exceed even a grand imperial sage-level character. While the intricate cultivation level benefits might instantly defeat him, unable to be underestimated, in terms of sheer foundational strength, he was unmatched. Zuhai went silent for a moment. In the end, he decided to wholeheartedly accept the situation, change his way of thinking. Wei Wuyin wouldn't lie to him, his manner of speaking and actions always forthright and clear. If Wei Wuyin said that he wouldn't last half a move, it meant he definitely could not withstand 51% of his strength. Moreover, it was only his current self. If he cultivated his body to the extreme, his bloodline strength reaching heights beyond his imagination, would he still be unable to match Wei Wuyin? Who knew? Nodding, he whistled and shot off with his army of canines. Wei Wuyin sighed. If he wasn't confident in his strength, he would never reveal it in this challenge. Thinking of this, he looked at the sky and pierced through until he located the myriad monarch planet floating within the dark void. Old man, with all eyes located here, you should be using this time well. Don't disappoint me, his words were softly said, but it would shock many as the underlying meaning seemed to contain heaven-shaking implications. While Wei Wuyin's words were said wistfully, they coincidentally coincided perfectly with another event. On the myriad monarch planet, a gray-haired old man with gray robes floated above the 8th level of the sky layer. He looked at the last layer of sky and outwards to the dark void, his aura surging and powerful. Little owner, let's see if these old bones could overturn this era. Who knows, perhaps it'll be my era next. As those words escaped his lips, a hearty laughter echoed, but his aura continued to rise and produce devastating windstorms within the folds of the sky layer. This was Tua Bihan. And this was his astral tribulation, the legendary 7th astral tribulation that had ended numerous lives, the World Genesis Star Tribulation. Chapter 301, 298, GST, End of Light. Chapter 301, 298, GST, End of Light. The second trial had, far from anyone's expectations, met an unforeseen conclusion for many. The trial of light that tested the capabilities, preparations, and foresight of the young and vibrant elite participants was met with an overwhelming force, Wei Wuyin. He had explosively arrived and, albeit indirectly, caused the swift elimination of over 60% of contestants. The hopes, dreams, and beliefs of the various forces living within the Trivision starfield had been met with a dark wall of incredible despair and unexpected misfortune. Unfortunately, these frightening surges of negative emotions could only be built up and released in silent whispers and self-contained curses as the resounding reputation behind the one responsible only swelled as a result, making it impossible to retaliate. The Prince of Everlore. In the homes and abodes of many, those who weren't nearly as invested or had anything riding on this competition just thought, in some form or another, what did you expect? He's the Prince of Everlore, TCH. The circulation of this spontaneous thought was not widely spread by conversation through various channels but birthed from the events in people's mind of their own will, because it was only natural. This was heavily influenced by the unprecedented magnificence of the King of Everlore. A figure renowned as a benevolent sage so great, so exceptional, that he defined 3 eras since his birth. If a little trial like this wasn't dealt with utter ease by his potential successor, this would be laughable, no. Unbelievable, right? So of course it was natural, an event to be expected. On Unia, a particular light pillar fluctuated like a mirage before abruptly shattering into bits of dazzling light. From these scattered fragments of light, a figure emerged. The formation trials are too difficult, the voice begrudgingly muttered. The figure looked at the scattered pieces of light that formed a relatively gorgeous array. Despite their beautiful appearance, these fragments that fluttered all around him felt reminiscent of human mockery. With clear discontent between his brows, he frowned. Wei Wuyin felt as if he wanted to cry but had no tears. This particular trial was one that tested one's knowledge of astral formations, and it contained a puzzle that required one to solve by finding out the intrinsic properties of the formation. But he had horrendously failed. After entering the trial, he tried to solve this puzzle only to be lost like a child trying to solve world hunger. He had no idea where to even start or how to begin. If it wasn't for the trial ending, he might have been stuck in this trial, unable to leave without forceful means, forever. So his expression, no matter how good-looking he was, had turned a little ugly at this moment. If anyone knew that he, the revered Prince of Everlore, had struggled on this particular pillar so fiercely, would he become a joke? In truth, this couldn't be attributed to him being useless, but his time spent on this subject. While he was proficient in astral formations, arrays, and inscriptions to a certain extent, it was merely limited to surface-level knowledge, at the chi level, or related to alchemy. In regards to knowledge of slaughter, illusion, trapping, or any other type of formation at the astral level, he was relatively weak. Embarrassingly so. With that said, he had already overcome dozens of other trials that ranged from combat to spiritual means. He sighed, analyzing and reflecting upon his recent failure. Accepting that, despite being extremely talented with a good head on his shoulders, having almost endless resources, he did not have endless time. Once more life reminded him that there were things in this world that required in-depth studying, practice, and experimentation to become skilled in. Not everything will come as naturally as his mastery of alchemy. In the end, he could only shrug off this unfortunate but acceptable reality with a bitter smile. With his celestial eyes and extremely powerful spiritual sense, he could perceive through most formations or arrays, attacking their weaknesses and shattering all obstacles, so he didn't want to refocus his attention on them, nor could he. He glanced at his right arm, his silver eyes flickered with a mysterious and unfathomable light. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, he felt a heavy vibration from the tablet for the Grand Spirit Trials. Retrieving it, he realized there was now a black and white map of Unia's planetary landscape and a specific location that had been brightly highlighted in red. The location for the third and final trial of the Grand Spirit Trials, the Trial of Combat. Wei Wuyin felt somewhat relieved that the end was coming. While the trials themselves couldn't be considered long in relation to cultivators' average lifespans, it still cut into his plans to concoct alchemical products and prepare himself for the inevitable future. A future he hoped to see come into fruition. He swiftly determined his current location and shortest route to take. Beneath him, the ground trembled. Above him, a black shadow loomed. And approaching him, a white tiger the size of a small mountain approached. It had eyes that were extremely fierce and sharp, but as it arrived, those eyes revealed happiness and excitement. Wei Wuyin softly smiled, jumping upon the white blazed tiger's large head and giving it a soft rub. With a soft roar filled with elation, it seemed to become invigorated and dashed off. Since he tamed these creatures, they've grown incredibly fond of him, and he wasn't any different. Despite their originally fierce natures, it didn't take long before their relationships grew close. He provided them with infusions of his various energies, and alchemical products that brought a notable increase to their bodily strength and bloodlines. Not to mention, even their intelligence had experienced massive improvements since. They, kings of their respective worlds, immediately became docile and friendly like domesticated pets. It seemed that even beasts knew who to cling to for food. Furthermore, they were originally captured and taken away from their homes for this particular event. If saddling with Wei Wuyin allowed them to become stronger, or better, give them a taste of freedom once more, they seemed more than happy to accommodate. As for Wei Wuyin, his original intentions of making these three beasts his personal Sky Palace guardians had been adjusted. That being said, they had already been taken from their homes long ago, so they would likely return to an entirely new environment if arbitrarily freed. So, he decided to allow them to become guardians of the entire Myriad Monarch planet. This plan might be a little extravagant, but beasts were theoretically easier to nurture than cultivators. They only required resources, a good environment, and specified care. There was no need for them to learn spells or arts, severely reducing the time needed to improve themselves. Perhaps one day, they could even become like Anu or mightier. While he might not have the ability to allow these beasts to reach such a profound level like Anu in his prime, he could certainly grow their strength to the Grand Sage level with a little elbow grease and a lot of products. Moreover, they could roam the planet and mark out their own territory, rebuild their homes and families, all while freely receiving the reverence and respect of numerous cultivators. Caw! A crow's cry resounded above. Wei Wuyin looked upwards to see the three-eyed tenebrous crow soar in the air whilst doing various maneuvers, causing him to faintly smile. As he did, he couldn't help but recall a distinctive figure that was the exact opposite of the dark, dusky shape above. A white, proud, and enchanting figure that graced the sky as freely as the wind itself. With the end of the trial of light, numerous figures that had properly made it to the next trial started to slowly emerge from their pillars of light or secluded and hidden cultivation locations. They were prepared for this final battle that will determine the ultimate winner of the Grand Spirit Trials. In one of these secluded and hidden areas, a female figure slowly stood from her originally sitting position with a tablet in her hand. Her countenance was exceptional with a gorgeous shade of violet, while her figure was exceptionally well endowed from top to bottom, and her height of nearly 8 feet established her presence to most cultivators. A beauty of extraordinary flavor. She swept her set of golden irises over the tablet and a flicker of dark, fierce emotion emerged from within. Her hands that were imbued with exceptional strength couldn't help but clench a little, nearly breaking the tablet. In the end, she relaxed her grip, saving her from the fate of being unwittingly eliminated. The time has finally come, she faintly whispered before leaving this hidden location, trekking towards the location specified on the tablet. On a planet far, far away from Unia within the Trivision Central Territory, and location of the San Clan's Imperial Palace, the ruler of this entire starfield, an indistinct figure cloaked by misty veil was watching a watery screen that revealed the Grand Spirit Trials events. Their eyes were not to the screen, but looking upwards at the ceiling of the palace. A soft voice resounded that contained an inmate Imperious Domineer, World Genesis Star Tribulation. Chapter 302, 299, GST, Gather. Chapter 302, 299, GST, Gather. With the initiation of the third trial, the numerous elites that remained gathered their will and seethed with battle intent and confidence. They had made it past the trial of beasts and the trial of light in outstanding fashion, paving their way forward using their deep intellect and profound cultivation bases. While those eliminated could only depressingly wallow in their failure, accepting their fates with lonesome hearts. As for the watchers, those spectators of this grand competition, they could only carry wry smiles and bitter expressions as they were fed pre-recorded images and details regarding the participants and competition thus far. To those ignorant of the immense elimination rate, they were soon made devastatingly aware of a singular presence, Wei Wuyin. With a reputation that already gave many pause, a filling sensation of reverence and expectation, he had revealed his extraordinary personal prowess and his subordinates' fantastical abilities. To many, the competition had been decided. Regardless of who, the Myriad Monarch sect was bound to claim first place. Now, the competition was less about who would win but how each remaining contestant would place in this final trial. In fact, even the betting had been amended by many stations. Realizing the futility of the circumstances, they created new bets regarding how far each remaining individual would go before being eliminated. This was relatively well received by the many spectators. Especially the myriad monarch sex private betting arenas, they even allowed 50% of the previous bet to be withdrawn and added to another bet. This was clearly a move made in jubilation by the sect elders and was met by a lot of respect and excitement. After all, many felt somewhat scammed after the ratios were released. Those in Wei Wuyan's entourage were widely unknown in regards to their abilities, and Wei Wuyan himself had a horrendous ratio of roughly 1,000 to 1 odds for victory in spirit stones. With this move, many felt that the myriad monarch sect had some tact. This was much appreciated. But in truth, just the remaining earnings from the bets were sufficient to allow the myriad monarch sect to thrive greatly for a century. Unlike the trial of beast or the trial of light, the trial of combat was focused in a single location and was held in a similar manner as standard tournaments. It was a flat grassy plain that spanned several kilometers, with a white square stone platform that had a clear division of lines as if it was composed of a myriad of smaller squares. At each corner of the square platform were one diamond-shaped crystal object that stood at 20 meters, totaling 4 in all. These diamonds shimmered with gorgeous rainbow light and seemed to emit an exceptionally mysterious aura. If one tried to peer into its depths, they might be beguiled by its rainbow shimmer and become lost for who knows how long. From time to time, they would flicker with crystalline lights that seemed to manifest images in the air. These images ranged from individuals fighting to miraculous formations with exceptional detail. For several kilometers, there was nothing but flat space, so each arrival was clearly revealed. But during this period, there were no chaotic fights. Instead, cultivators would arrive and analyze the platform before finding a location to settle themselves nearby. Many even cultivated, trying to better their mental and physical states. Of course, any beasts that had been tamed were released. The tablet they wielded contained a set of rules including how this competition would proceed. Firstly, the area prohibited beasts from entering unless they were registered at the beginning of the competition, a rule for beast masters. Secondly, until the official start of the competition, all conflict and battles were prohibited. Any attempt to do so was met with automatic disqualification of the offending party. Lastly, all points earned during the first 2 trials can be kept, allowed to be traded for resources or during this competition. The last rule revealed that this tournament would definitely not be an ordinary competition, and perhaps the final victor might not be the strongest. When Wei Wuyan first read the rules of the tournament, he frowned in surprise. He hadn't expected the rules to be so complex yet so simple. It was rather unexpected. The format for the tournament was a free challenge. Any participant can enter the arena at will. When they do, they can receive free challenges from any participant of the same cultivation. This meant those at the Sky Ruler phase can challenge those at the Sky Ruler phase without restriction, and they'll fight until a victor is decided, either by surrender, death, or being spared by their opponent after unconsciousness. Either way, the loser would lose a portion of their spirit points depending on the situation, which is given to the winner. When one loses all their spirit points, their tablet will shatter and they'll be ejected from the tournament, officially being eliminated. As for those with higher cultivations that wish to challenge those with lower cultivations, they need to pay a specific amount of points depending on the level difference. If the challenged individual can match the number, the challenge is cancelled, and both parties lose points. When Wei Wuyan first read this portion of the format, he felt it was incredibly sinister yet frighteningly intelligent. Those who were weaker had it easier in earning points, so they can directly avoid challenges. Furthermore, the one with higher cultivation had to risk this. If they used their points in an ill manner, lacking foresight, they could be eliminated or lose their qualifications to win the championship. This was because those with higher cultivation bases would have to challenge those of lower cultivations. It was inevitable, otherwise, they would certainly lose. As for lower cultivators challenging higher cultivators, it was slightly different. Not only could the lower phase cultivator freely challenge those above their cultivation by name, a direct challenge, it can also not be refused by the challenged. If the higher cultivator loses, all their points are transferred to the lower cultivator and they are decisively eliminated. While this might at first seem like a huge advantage to lower phase cultivators, this wasn't the case. Because those of a higher cultivation had an advantage that could not be overcome, their cultivation base. These rules were clearly implemented to balance out the playing field, giving those of weaker cultivation an avenue of victory while also massively rewarding those of outstanding talent and combat prowess. The victor was decided by 3 ways. 1. Going unchallenged for 1 hour. 2. Winning 10 battles in a row. 3. Reaching 10,000 spirit points. Because of the passive position those who wished to be challenged had to take, it made the entire situation incredibly interesting, especially in Wei Wuyin's eyes. If Wei Wuyin knew that the moment these rules were made clear to the spectators, how many groans of agony resounded, how many looks of despair and bitter smiles were made due to him, he might find it hard to not smile. As a cultivator at the Sky Ruler phase, he had a strength that rivaled, maybe even exceeded, the 4th stage of the Astral Core realm. It was quite disheartening to those spectators. Furthermore, in terms of points, he was in the top 5. Moreover, the 2 experts that had the highest chance of toppling him were his own subordinates. Their cultivation bases were even higher than his own. In the betting arenas, the Sky Ruler win rates and number of possible victories were depressingly low. When Wei Wuyin arrived at the location, he was gracefully flying through the sky in a relaxed manner. His expression was calm as he seemed preoccupied with his thoughts. Wei Wuyin's spiritual sense was in constant contact with Wu Yu. Will Longchen reveal his identity? Wei Wuyin had his suspicions regarding this, but it was entirely possible to occur after the trials. After suffering such a massive loss, losing his greatest support, he still had his identity. Although it wouldn't be troublesome to Wei Wuyin if it was revealed, he felt a little disdain in his heart if it did happen. Because he found it somewhat funny, he couldn't help but ask. Wu Yu was silent for a moment. From the short period of silence, Wei Wuyin knew that Wu Yu likely instructed Long Chen in some way. In fact, the main reason he asked was because he didn't believe that this carefully chosen lineage candidate of Wu Yu's was going to just be abandoned by the side of the road. While Tuo Bihan had informed him that the way of the Grand Monarch was one that tested one's potential and innate aptitude through struggles and challenges, which was why none of the Grand Imperial sages actively sought to solidify Long Chen's position, only protecting him from the shadows, he also said that if Long Chen revealed himself that they would be obligated to be more active in his nurturing. From what he could gather, Wu Yu wanted to keep his identity a secret, a way to temper Long Chen on the path of adversity. But with him now shifting to his side, this might no longer apply. Wu Yu asked a question instead of answering. If he doesn't have the full support of the Myriad Monarch sect, do you think he could reach his fullest potential, to become a Grand Monarch, without me? Wei Wuyin didn't frown or feel displeased by this question. This question wasn't about reaching his fullest potential but whether he could contest against him. You know what my intentions are, right? Wei Wuyin responded too with a question. I do, Wu Yu answered. A moment of silence was born before Wei Wuyin inevitably sighed. I have no intention of robbing Long Chen of his chance to fulfill his destiny, and while you might be able to contest that destiny, I'll not actively move to hinder either of you. Wu Yu's words were filled with an imperious conviction befitting an existence that once birthed a star. Wei Wuyin didn't respond. Instead, he arrived at the platform and landed near. His eyes were immediately attracted by the rainbow-colored crystals. Their beauty was quite breathtaking, and his silver eyes reflected the rainbow shimmers. Just as he was about to investigate their origins, his heart trembled. He turned his head and his eyes widened slightly at a newly arriving figure. Chapter 303, 300, GST, Deshan. Chapter 303, 300, GST, Deshan. Is that? Wei Wuyin's heart sped up slightly. Coming from the east was a tall womanly figure with a buxom and voluptuous physique, accompanied by light violet skin and long violet hair. Each strand of her hair was like velvety silk. Wei Wuyin couldn't be more familiar with this woman, having touched and squeezed almost every inch of her exquisite skin. Deshan. She was a hybrid demon of the Myriad Monarch sect that was born from a violet mountain demon that had gained a soul, then gained human form and the ability to reproduce. To which it used fully with a human that possessed a unique Titan bloodline. After recognizing this figure, he couldn't help but feel startled. When they arrived via the teleportation formation, he hadn't seen her. Also, a few months ago, she had informed him that she didn't have any intention of participating in the Grand Spirit Trials. Wait. She only said that before the Grand Spirit Trials was established, she didn't wish to participate in the Monarch Spirit Trials. His memory was swiftly reminded of the timeline of their interaction. Considering her fierce competitive spirit, it was entirely possible she had decided to test her mettle against the other elites of the starfield. Thinking this, he smiled lightly with a touch of warmth. She seemed to have not noticed him, so he was about to approach her, but his steps were halted. He realized that her aura was somewhat off. He frowned slightly, turning towards a direction with a sharp movement. His frown became deeper. In the end, he didn't approach. Just as he decided this, he felt a gaze on him, causing him to turn his head once more towards Destined to notice her golden irises staring at him. Her gorgeous countenance was flushed with shock. But this was momentary as she wore a dark expression and turned away, finding a relatively isolated corner and quietly closing her eyes in meditation. Wei Wuyin wasn't put off by this, but couldn't help but sigh softly. Just as this sigh left his lips, a dark light sped into existence from afar. In mere moments, it arrived at his side. Su Mei's stable posture and quiet gaze was fixed on his figure, already standing slightly behind Wei Wuyin like a subordinate. She was clearly expressing her stance in regards to this event. She wasn't here to participate for a challenge, merely here for Wei Wuyin. Not for his protection, but to enact his will. That being said, a faint blazing spirit was hidden within those black depths of her pupils. "Lord Wei," she announced herself. Wei Wuyin acknowledged her with a nod. Zuhai had already arrived, but his stance was different. He sat quietly in a similar manner as Destined and others, meditating to maximize his mental state. While Su Mei didn't wish to actively participate, as someone who comprehended battle and slaughter intent, how could Zuhai's state of mind be the same? He clearly intended to fight to his fullest, even if it was against Wei Wuyin. In truth, Wei Wuyin admired this part of Zuhai. It was why he decided to make him his claws, his fangs, and his soldier. A good general understood how to use his subordinates, but a great subordinate fashioned his own subordinates. He wasn't one that enjoyed indulging in continuous battle unless necessary, and Zuhai could handle all his insignificant issues. Even Ing, his shadow, had his specific purpose. So did Su Mei. Each had their own purpose, personality, and goal in life. Wei Wuyin. A soft, warm, and serene voice sounded. Wei Wuyin turned and noticed Qin Qiumu walking towards him with a smile and bright eyes. Pure elation was clearly reflected in those emerald eyes of hers, including her cultivation base that had clearly been elevated by a phase. The ambient mana surrounding her stirred slightly, a sigh of a sky ruler. As she walked forward, Wei Wuin's celestial eyes noticed the mana within the short grass and nearby trees seemed to be gathering around her in subservience and reverence. It was nearly the same as his own Zenith Origin State's Mama reaction, but it was far, far too little, being limited to only mana that had been affected by the greenery and wood energies. He waved with a bright smile. Thank Y dash. The moment she got close enough, her first words were about to be thanks, but she halted herself midway. She recalled their recent interaction, her smile growing even more brilliant. The saying of her mother rang true: in a true relationship, the most unnatural thing to say is, "Thank you." It seems her words were true. Therefore, she changed her words and stated proudly, "I've ascended to the second phase." Wei Wuyin pouted slightly, looking her up and down with a hand to his chin. This caused Qin Qiumu to freeze, wondering if his products that helped her strengthen her foundation had side effects she was unaware of. That expression of his was quite worrying. In the end, Wei Wuyin released an exaggerated and dejected sigh. This sigh seemed to contain untold woes. Even Su Mei frowned, unable to ascertain why he would do such a thing. Her pure, deep eyes traced Qin Qiumu. Witnessing this, Qin Qiumu felt as if something was wrong and was about to ask when Wei Wuyin said with a slight stomp, "At this rate, everyone I know is going to surpass me in cultivation." As Wei Wuyin lamented on this, he couldn't help but release another sigh. Regardless if it was Su Mei, Deshan, or the various blessed he had met, excluding Long Chen, they were all quicker than him in cultivation progression. Even Qin Qiumu was at his level, all while being younger than him. This caused Qin Qiumu to start. Realizing what he meant, her unease turned into a warm and gleeful laugh that could soothe the hearts of many. But that laugh was like a needle to his heart. Others might not be able to tell, but she was gloating at her success. Okay. Little Miss Genius, congratulations. His words were said with a slight defeated tone, but anyone could tell he truly meant it, revealing a smile of genius happiness. This pleased Qin Qiumu as she puffed out her ample chest and said, "If you need tips on your cultivation, don't hesitate to ask." Wei Wuyin bitterly smiled. "We're still at the same cultivation level, you know." Right." Qin Qiumu softly said in embarrassment. While she was younger than Wei Wuyin, technically being ahead of him in terms of speed, it wasn't a perfect representation of their strengths. After all, Wei Wuyin could defeat 3 gold-starred beasts into submission. This was a feat she, who was a wood cultivator, couldn't do even if she tried her hardest. At this moment, another figure arrived. His eyes were somewhat murky, and his expression was indifferent and emanated a calm. But this was disturbed as he set foot in the area of the tournament, scouring the field, and noticing Wei Wuyin and Qin Qiumu joking and chatting with extreme familiarity. A ravenous fire burned fiercely within his heart and he clenched his fists. Feeling a hostile gaze, Wei Wuyin turned to see this figure. It was Long Chen. His cultivation base had risen as well, entering the Sky Ruler phase. Furthermore, the ambient mana around him was exceptionally orderly and calm, resonating with his every breath and movement. His eyes narrowed slightly as he noticed these features were very similar to his Zenith origin state mana control. This has to be a unique trait of the Imperial Heaven Chi method. According to the records, it gives the astral soul an extreme degree of control, like a true monarch, in terms of energies and mana. Wei Wuyin recalled the information he had read about it. He knew that the Imperial Heaven Chi method was extremely special, in a way that was extremely overbearing and mysterious. After all, it could not be cultivated unless someone who cultivated it to a certain level passed it on. This meant that the requirements for it were likely very strict and harsh, perhaps even requiring a unique treasure or item that predecessors had to refine. Regardless of its limits of entry, it was definitely a method that was extraordinary beyond belief and worth cultivating. This was why he intended to have someone within the Ascendants cultivate this method. As he was lost in thought, Qin Qiumu turned and noticed Long Chen. She froze for a moment, the thoughts in her mind were unknown but her eyes flickered with brilliance. Sighing softly in her heart, she said, "I'm going to check on Long Chen." While she said this, her tone contained something odd about it. Even Wei Wuyin and Su Mei noticed this. Wei Wuyin realized why and smiled, "All right. We'll talk later." Turning her head back to him, she smiled a smile so gorgeously brilliant that Wei Wuyin felt his heart race for a moment, and she flew off towards Long Chen. Su Mei waited for her to be out of earshot before saying, "Shall I kill him?" Wei Wuyin didn't respond immediately. He turned away from Long Chen and focused on a man in the corner garbed in white robes. A flash of light flitted through his silver eyes before he shook his head. "That is Tashan's battle. Not ours to interfere in." Su Mei nodded. That man felt as if a shadowy gloom had been casted over his body, lifting his gaze to search about as his instincts flared and soon calmed down. An overwhelming sensation of imminent crisis flashed within the depths of heart. Wei Wuyin ignored that man's reaction. Su Mei's words weren't towards Long Chen, clearly knowing Wei Wuyin's own opinion towards Long Chen, but directed at that man in pristine white robes. At this time, the final character of note in Wei Wuyin's book arrived. Zuhiai's eyes opened, and she directed it at this figure for a moment before going silent. He carried a spear with him. A 9-colored dot was placed elegantly between his brow, and he emitted an aura of extreme confidence. It was the blessed of the Elemental Heaven Pavilion. The battle to determine the victor was about to begin. Chapter 304, 301, GST, Going First. Chapter 304, 301, GST, Going First. All the spectators viewing the Grand Spirit Trials, be it the old foxes or hot-blooded youths, felt their blood flow start to accelerate and their hearts to wildly pound. This was the moment that many were waiting for with bated breaths. For some, it was to see the extent of Wei Wuyin's abilities. For others, it was to spectate some truly tantalizing battles that were rarely witnessed within the world. Due to the severely limited number of astral core realm cultivators in relation to other cultivators, this degree of battle was something that was typically only witnessed in times of war. And during those times, who had the luxury to record? The luxury to patiently observe while their little lives were at risk. But now all that was recorded was a small fee, and they had clear access to the utmost youthful elites of a generation with profound cultivation bases ready to intensely clash with vigor and blazing fervor. It was a moment that would go down in history, regardless of the results. Within the numerous abodes directly above Unia, those elders, sect leaders, association masters, and teachers of these elites felt somewhat different, except a unique few. While most outside were thriving incessantly with expectations, these true experts understood one crucial fact: Wei Wuyan's cultivation base. They had reviewed the clip of him dealing with 3 gold-starred beasts with exceptional ease, revealing his astral core that was a full centimeter in diameter, and his brief clash with Zuyai. This footage dispersed their tension, feeling as if the end result had already been determined. Most were just resting, waiting for the inevitable end. The suspense simply wasn't there in their hearts. Qin Rui stood alongside Yao Zhen and Ji Changkong. Behind them were their disciples and descendants, including Xu Dao and Yao Wei. Their expressions were slightly unsightly at the moment. They had both been eliminated by Zuyai and Su Mei's rampage. Despite being filled with regret and an ill mood, they could only sigh in helplessness. If it was anyone else, perhaps they could find an avenue to get revenge or one-up their opponent in the future, but it was Zuyai and Su Mei, Wei Wuyan's subordinates. Regardless if it was in terms of resources, backing, or potential, they were likely matched or totally outclassed. How could they hope to rival these experts with the full backing of an emperor alchemist? Furthermore, he was exceptionally and frighteningly young. Even if they wanted to act out, they could only sit down due to Wei Wuyan's own personal strength and status. It probably wouldn't be a stretch to say that if they wanted to make a move, Ji Changkong and Yao Zhen would properly settle them before anything came about. They hadn't even consoled them when they were eliminated, only giving them some perfunctory words before discussing other things as if their elimination was irrelevant. In the beginning, they didn't understand this attitude until they saw Wei Wuyan's fights. They had the same cultivation base as Wei Wuyan. They completely understood. An emperor alchemist, a peak-tier demonic genius with heaven-defying foundation, and less than 50 years of age. They, who were above a century, and even nearing 2, were completely and entirely defeated. If the gap between two people were too big, envy was very difficult to be birthed in one's heart, only reverence and respect. And the gap between them was too big. It's starting. The all-too-familiar elder that had kept Wei Wuyan's existence in mind since the beginning, with a near-fanatical expression on his face, exclaimed with unfettered excitement. His words were loud enough to cause the hearts of everyone present, elder, disciple, or sage to throb. Unlike some who were dejected, they were filled with pride and excitement. This emotional response was only brought further beyond the norm when they recalled the wager by the first-tier forces. The tablets of all the participants started to vibrate. The map on its surface started to shift and change, becoming rows of text. Wei Wuyan withdrew his tablet and inspected it. Spirit points, 3205. Number of continuous victories, 0. Below this familiar text was the complete set of rules, including the special circumstances of stronger cultivators facing weaker cultivators. Firstly, when 2 cultivators of equivalent cultivation were to fight, the loser would lose 50 spirit points. If they reach 0, their tablet will break and they'll be transported out, dead or alive. It also stated that if a Sky Ruler cultivator wished to challenge a World Sea cultivator, one must pay 100 or all of their remaining spirit points. If the World Sea cultivator can pay the same amount, they can avoid the battle, cancelling the match. Of course, this can be done numerous times. The only issue was the difficulty for higher phase cultivators in earning points in the Trial of Beasts and Trial Light, meaning most might only have a 100 or less. So if they were matched, they would be eliminated right then and there. So it was best to fight against those of equal cultivation, earning enough points. But what was tricky was 2 of the win conditions. To win 10 matches consistently was unrealistic, especially considering a fight against equal cultivation was bound to be difficult, and to go unchallenged for an hour. This was definitely not a sprint, but a marathon if one used a little of their intellect. In fact, it might be impossible to win. If carefully thought about, lower-ranked cultivators can challenge higher-ranked cultivators freely, so they could challenge and surrender, stalling enough for other cultivators to regain their energies after a fierce fight. When Wei Wuyan noticed this, he turned towards the battle platform and frowned. While it might seem like a loophole, anyone who thinks that is likely an idiot. The first person to try would likely suffer somehow. As he read the rules, there was nothing that jumped out at the punishment for such thinking, but knowing the myriad monarch sect's modus operandi, it definitely wouldn't be so easy. As for his points, he knew that the majority of it, 1,500, was gained from his suppression of his 3 gold-starred beasts. The other was from their elimination spree during the Trial of Light and from the Pillar of Light trials. For him to have gained so much meant he had a shocking advantage. It was this rule that caused those above to wallow in despair and helplessness. If a weaker cultivator eliminates a stronger cultivator in a challenge, they receive the entirety of their points. Not a 100. The goal of reaching 10,000 might be completed within a few fights. In fact, if he were to take Zuhei and Sumei's points altogether, they would add up to above 10,000. It was quite an unprecedented and unpredictable circumstance. It nearly felt rigged. Of course he wouldn't do such a thing, especially since this was a venue where Sumei and Zuhei could hone their cultivation and combat instincts through fighting strong, talented, and vibrant elites. Due to the severely limited 5 million astral core realm cultivators in a starfield of tens of trillions, one can only imagine the deficit of challengers. Excluding war, having a hot-blooded fight with everything on the line was only possible here. After all, even death was possible. As for those at the soul idol phase, it wouldn't be a stretch to say there were less than 100,000 in the starfield, including those beyond their cultivation level. Abruptly, 4 pillars of crystalline light shot from the diamonds at the edge of the platform. It shot into the sky in a radiant glow of a myriad colors, officially starting the trial of combat. The eyes of everyone in meditation had fully opened, their bodies, minds, and spirits were brimming with intensity. A voice sounded like a divinity from the sky, "Let the trial of combat officially commence. Step forward, and face the challenges of your peers. Good luck, rulers of our future." The deep and astonishingly powerful voice rumbled the blood of everyone present, their bodies feeling restless as their spirits were fiercely roused. Zuhei's scarlet eyes flared with an exceptionally sharp and piercing light, radiating intense battle intent. He clearly felt the battle aura that originated from battle intent permeate with the voice as an origin. It roused the burning flames and egos of each and every one of them. Wei Wuyin revealed a slight smile, his mind drifting back to the Scarlet Solaris sect. When he turned towards Sumei, she had a faint smile suffusing a feeling of immersing oneself in nostalgia. Even the platform was engulfed in a faint battle aura, stimulating their senses and allowing their bodies to reach a state slightly beyond their peak. The Myriad Monarch sect was truly hoping to instigate battles of a ferocious scale, allowing these youths to clash with their everything. Now was the time. The first person to step forward would be the first to face the challenges of those present, from perhaps weaker, equivalent, or even stronger phased cultivators. To be the first to step forth required an immense amount of courage, as the level of exhaustion would definitely wear one down even if they won. Furthermore, they would be at a disadvantage, unable to choose their opponents. But only the courage to face the unknown, to face all comers and obstacles was befitting of the victor of the Grand Spirit trials. After all, it was a trial that tested one's spirit. Zuhei's body was ready to rush forward, but he didn't act hastily. This was only because of Wei Wuin's words, otherwise he would have jumped out onto the stage before even the voice of the announcer finished uttering its first word. For a few seconds, besides the roiling sounds of potent blood and rousing auras, no one said anything. Until, "I'll go first." When this voice sounded, everyone turned, and they were absolutely shocked. The voice was warm, natural, and felt lovely to listen to, but within it was a will that was harder than oak. A gorgeous woman with a pair of emerald eyes and silky emerald hair, her ample breasts, slim waist, and stable posture left one in admiration. However, what truly left one in awe was her face, like a perfect picture of an immortal fairy from legends. She was a world-toppling beauty that could instigate war within the starfield, if used correctly. But this woman walked forward at this moment and revealed unprecedented bravery and astounding courage. Her wood energies culminated into a solid and sturdy aura that encapsulated around her figure. When she stood at the center of the stage, she swept her emerald eyes to the hundreds of elites that remained. Her eyes shone brightly with a light of clear provocation, as if saying to all, "Come at me." Her warlike spirit invoked both admiration and feelings of adoration within the hearts of men, quite a few already deciding that this woman was perfect for them as a Tao companion. Just a vigorous spirit. When she stepped onto the platform, her information was revealed by the 4 lights, painting the sky for all to see. Qing Qiumu. Spirit Points, 207. Chapter 305, 302, GST, Princess of the Forest. Chapter 305, 302, GST, Princess of the Forest. A silence pervaded the world as numerous individuals looked about, at each other, at the words above the sky, or the gorgeous woman that stood confidently on stage radiating an exceptional aura. There weren't many who knew of Qin Qiumu, mostly limited to the myriad monarch sect due to the incident of her near death by public execution. Despite that, everyone with eyes and any awareness could determine with ease she was anything but ordinary. Thus, a silence was born. Who would take up the act of challenging this beauty? Qin Qiumu was actually not as calm and leveled as she seemed to others. Her heart was racing like 1,000 horses on the tracks, and a sort of palpitating excitement mixed with dreadful fear was suffusing every fiber of her being. This wasn't a normal event nor a normal spar against allies, but a fight against talented elites. Even death was possible. When she swept her emerald eyes across the crowd, she saw Long Chen's pensive expression filled with worry and uncertainty. From the light that flitted through his eyes, he felt that she could be harmed or even worse. There wasn't a hint of confidence. In fact, his aura was turbulent and readied for action. If she found herself in trouble, she had the belief he would disregard all rules to save her. For some reason, this made her a little discouraged. But she didn't know exactly why. It made her feel somewhat uncertain. Was she rash? Should she have waited? Was she not strong enough? Perhaps this wasn't her stage. Doubts ceaselessly formed in her heart. When those same eyes met a familiar figure, she was welcomed by a smile of excitement and praise. An expression filled with the intent to cheer. Wei Wuyin stood there with a proud smile and mouthed the words, "You got this." A belief in her radiated with an unprecedented clarity from his silver eyes. Her heart warmed to an uncontrollable, nearly inconceivable degree. The doubts that boggled her heart were instantly swept away as she stood firm once more. The light in her eyes grew stronger than before. Her renewed sense of vigor was accompanied by a hearty and heavy laughter. A male youth garbed in white robes strode forward with heavy and powerful steps. He was of average height, but his body was exceptionally fit with muscles hugging his robes to a maximum. He had a bald head, dark eyes, and an aura of boundless earth. A member of the crowd, a vagrant elite with an exceptional master, couldn't help but shout loudly, "Jiang Yue." Those two words caused the eyes of everyone to gather on the bald, muscular youth named Jiang Yue, who simply grinned, showing off his white smile. To be recognized by other elites meant he was exceptional, and he clearly knew it. The fact that he made it this far indicated his ability. Even though Wei Wuyin had Zuhai and Su Mei sweep up the onlooking audience before, that didn't mean all the elites were there. In truth, the truly elite of elites didn't care about the trial of light as much. As long as they earned enough points to advance to the next stage, they could use the ability they were confident in to claim absolute victory. The youth with the 9-colored dot and spear, Lin Ming, was of this breed. And Jiang Yue was another. Similarly as Lin Ming, he was a genius of the Elemental Heaven Pavilion. There wasn't a single individual here who hadn't done their research into the top-tier elites that might or would be participating in this competition, and Jiang Yue was on everyone's list. Despite being at the second stage of the astral core realm, he was younger than most and extremely gifted. He was born with innate meridians of the Grand Earth and Grand Earth physique. A prodigal and natural-born Earth cultivator. In some ways, he was similar to Qin Qiumu. "I've heard about you," Jiang Yue's heavy and hearty voice resounded as he took every step. "Princess of the Forest, is what my master calls you." His words caused numerous individuals with a decent information network to gasp slightly, turning their eyes towards Qin Qiumu. No one really knew who she was, but the name, Princess of the Forest, was a name they fully recognized. According to the various channels, the Princess of the Forest was a bona fide wood cultivator, innately gifted with a trifecta of traits that made the most suitable wood cultivator in the last 10,000 years. She had a relationship with Qin Rui, the extreme creation Grand Imperial Sage, and that only made her more frightening. There had to be less than 1,000 people who had a deep relationship with a Grand Imperial Sage-level figure, and even fewer who could be trained and well regarded by them. Of course, due to various reasons, much of that information was incorrect. For example, she wasn't personally trained by Qin Rui, but her own ancestor. While her ancestor was an expert, she was severely lacking in comparison to Qin Rui by not a little. Qin Qiumu frowned slightly, causing her to emanate a beauty that caused Jiang Yue to halt his heavy steps just as he was about to set foot on the platform. His heart raced for a moment, and the thought raced through his mind, How could a frown be so dazzling? So wonderful. So perfect. He wasn't the only one to think this. As she became the focal point, it was as if a veil had been removed from her and her beauty became even more highlighted. The men's eyes released fiery gazes filled with passion and desire, and the women were in awe and a hint of envy and jealousy. Wei Wuyin scoffed in his heart. The hearts of men are fickle. In a world of cultivation, the classification of beauty felt like it was 4 parts talent, 4 parts appearance, and 2 parts backing. Considering Qin Qiumu's perceived status, exceptional looks, and extreme talent, she had instantly become the most dazzling figure present. Qin Qiumu similarly felt disdain. The aura of battle had started to seep into her body, into her heart and mind. Are you scared to face me? Her confident and provocative grin inflamed the body and other areas of the male figures, while even Jiang Yue was lost for a moment. As a cultivator, how could he not realize that his stopped step seemed to show hesitation? His eyes narrowed, and he heartedly laughed. He heavily stomped his paused foot onto the platform. The ground fiercely shook in response, causing many to feel a faint vibration beneath their feet. Qin Qiumu's eyes brightened considerably. That was an incredible display of weight and power. Long Chen's eyes leaked a clear concern. Jiang Yue wasn't some amateur that Qin Qiumu could practice with, but a legitimate genius with a grand imperial sage-level figure as his master. He possessed vast resources and exceptional instructions from a young age, and grew into a staggeringly impressive figure that commanded immense respect. He wasn't cardboard waiting to be flattened, but a cultivator that could shatter continents with a stomp of his foot. Not a single individual here was lacking in strength or potential, merely a little experience. Wei Wuyin, on the other hand, was filled with expectations. He had nurtured Qin Qiumu for a few months during this trial. The products she used weren't insignificant. They were 8th grade and top-tier 7th grade products. While she was ignorant of their true grades, she had consumed and refined them at exceptional speeds. She even used that momentum to gain enlightenment and reach the sky ruler phase. Her talent was truly and frighteningly high. Even if he wanted to match her, without the unique traits of his astral souls, he would be many times worse than her. He was innately talented as well, likely 1 in 10 million. Her? She could be considered 1 in a trillion. Of course, this excluded his innate gift for arts and alchemy, merely factoring in their body's natural gifts and ability to absorb energies. That being said, Jiang Yue also wasn't that far off. He had dual innate gifts, the innate meridians of Grand Earth and Amp, the Grand Earth physique. This meant his talent was definitely just a bit shy of matching Qin Qiumu's. It was little wonder why he became the disciple of a grand imperial sage. In fact, if it wasn't for Qin Rui's own disposition and ways of doing things, Qin Qiumu should have certainly been accepted as her disciple by now. When Jiang Yue stepped onto the stage, the crystalline light fluctuated and revealed his information alongside Qin Qiumu. Jiang Yue. Elemental Heaven Participant. Spirit Points, 324. He had over 100 more spirit points than Qin Qiumu. Of course, this wasn't indicative of his superiority, merely his luck and methods. Jiang Yue, challenge. When Jiang Yue saw his information, he smirked and shouted. The moment he did, the light underwent a swift change and they linked up, and with speed beyond reaction, they formed 4 walls and a canopy above. The walls and canopy were shimmering like crystals, and from the inside one couldn't see the outside. But outside, the entire inside was clearly visible. Jiang Yue turned his gaze towards Qin Qiumu and carelessly smiled. Do you think I'm scared of you? You will be. Qin Qiumu's eyes revealed a sharp light within her eyes. Her words were extremely clear and swift. Jiang Yue was taken aback. Wei Wuyin felt like clapping for her in glee, wanting to praise her how badass that was. Furthermore, that moment of surprise at Qin Qiumu's comeback was instantly seized upon by her. Myriad meadow art, swift birth of a flower. Her entire body erupted in a burst of bright, emerald-colored wood force and shot off towards Jiang Yue. She was shockingly swift, arriving in close combat range of Jiang Yue in nearly a blink of an eye. It was as if she had always been in front of him, as if she was a seed that had grown ceaselessly in a flower, and it was that location that always housed her spirit. Jiang Yue was appalled and further shocked by such a strange and exquisite movement art. His spiritual sense felt confused, causing his expression to become slightly ugly as he realized his muddled senses, both spiritual and physical, were being attacked by a single move. Qing Qiumu capitalized on this moment even further. She thrusted both her arms forward, sending 2 palms into Jiang Yue's chest. Her fingers flickered with emerald light. Myriad Meadows art, seed of serenity. A sensation of dread emerged in Jiang Yue's heart. While confused, he was still exceptionally powerful and fierce. And he reacted in the most direct way possible. With a low shout that caused the earth to rumble in chaos, he exploded with his powerful grand earth force. Boom. The eruption of earthen force was like a volcano spewing out a flow of semi-solid lava. It was terrifying to say the least. Qing Qiumu, however, didn't stop her action. Her eyes were clear, not a single hesitation in her face. Her delicate and soft body entered the cataclysmic wave of earthen force with a ferocious and ruthless step. Boosh! Jiang Yue and Qing Qiumu were blown away. In a loud crash of flesh and bone, Jiang Yue smashed heavily into the crystal barrier. As for Qing Qiumu, she was sent back like a fluttering shadow, but beneath her was an endless field of greenery that seemed to have been miraculously birthed. When she landed, her figure was revealed. She stood upright and firm, her eyes exceptionally bright. A bit of green blood leaked from the corner of her lips, and a single nostril of her delicate nose was dripping green blood as well. She looked hurt, but her expression was unfathomably calm. Everyone was confused for a moment. Ah! Then, a blood-curdling shriek of absolute horror erupted. Chapter 306, 303, GST, Decisive Heart. Chapter 306, 303, GST, Decisive Heart. The terrifying shriek was accompanied by cold silence as the eyes of nearly everyone present widened slightly in shock. At the edge of the platform, clinging to a crystal wall, Jiang Yue's figure was barely upright. He had one hand clenched around his chest, specifically his heart area, and one hand gripping the wall. There were lines of blood on the wall that originated from his fingers. It was an unsettling sight. Haggard breathing filled with traces of pain filled the air soon after, with grunts of disbelief and confusion mixed within. Jiang Yue's large brown eyes were nearly bulging out of his eye socket as he looked at Qing Qiumu with a fierce glare. From the outside, besides his breathing being heavy and his fingers scratching the wall with blood, he seemed perfectly fine. In fact, he seemed as if he wasn't injured in the slightest. Surrounding his body was a thick and substantial astral ward that seemed to possess the intensity and vastness of earth, seemingly impregnable. The crowd's confusion hadn't lessened. What happened? Wei Wu'in's silver eyes were shining with a resplendent and exceptional light. She's ruthless enough, decisive enough. Sume commented with a faint and rare smile. Even Zuhai had a wide grin on his face, looking at Qing Qiumu with incredible interest and a hint of respect. In the cultivation world, battles between experts were rarely long and drawn out. Oftentimes they ended after one gained an advantage, pressed it, and claimed victory. This had to do with a variety of factors, but mostly was peak battle state and energy reserves. The usage of arts and spells were extremely consuming. The energies required for anything outside of essential cultivation phase advantages were heavily taxing on one's reserves. In fact, many cultivators could only unleash 2 or 3 arts with their full strength. Afterwards, their 4 essential energies would have to be consumed to recover their reserves and cultivation strength. These 4 energies were physical, mental, spiritual, and essence. But essence energies normally could only be absorbed efficiently through cultivation, requiring serenity and time. These were things the battlefield and its warriors were deprived of the most. As for spiritual energies, they were the combination of physical, mental, and essence to begin with. This process layered an extra complicated step in the recovery process. To restore metaphysical chi or astral force, one must use their innate physical and mental energies while simultaneously intermixing and absorbing essence from the world to create spiritual energies. Then, use another portion of mental, physical, and essence energies with a balance of spiritual energies to create chi or astral force. Even if they urged their energies to replenish their strength, they would suffer extreme physical exhaustion, mental exhaustion, and their natal or astral souls would be heavily drained as a result. It could even lead to damage in one's innate foundation. Therefore, most battles were completed in an extremely limited time window. No one wished to die because they either didn't use their full strength or they ran out of power. Of course, not every individual was subjected to this limitation, and there were methods to work around this. The most notable, yet extremely rare solution was permanence. By allowing your astral force to exist permanently in the world, self-sustaining itself off the world's power, they could attack and defend without worry about exhaustion via recycling. Unless every fraction of their astral force were obliterated by their opponent, they would find it extremely easy to win through attrition, always in their peak state. Another solution was similarly rare: possess a stronger innate foundation and reserves of energies. This was where Qin Qiumu and Jiang Yue's innate talents became extremely important, and why their talents were well regarded. The innate meridians of Grand Earth can contain Grand Earth Essence, which can be used to rapidly replenish their essence energies. As for his Grand Earth physique, this was merely a way of saying he could replenish his physical energies through essence energies, specifically Grand Earth Essence. With that, he merely had to exhaust his mental energies to replenish his strength, severely reducing his fatigue and recovery time. There was another solution, and that was expanding the size of one's astral core. This was the method that happened either with alchemical products or cultivation-based reinforcement. Qin Qiumu understood these principles. Her advantage of usually outlasting her opponent might not be effective against Jiang Yue, who had similar talents, nor would she be stupid enough to try it in this type of battle format. Therefore, she resorted to a surprise attack to ensure a swift and decisive victory. Even in the face of injuries, she used her sleeve to wipe the blood from nose, smearing it a little. It gave her an astonishing image of a valiant and warlike fairy standing gorgeously on the battlefield. Yu. Jiang Yue wanted to move, but he couldn't. His breathing became heavier and his chest tightened. Qin Qiumu didn't attack again. She merely stared at Jiang Yue, keeping her astral force consumption at the lowest. Instead, she used her index finger to point at Jiang Yue. At the tip of her gorgeous hand was a well-trimmed pair of nails that sparked with emerald wisps of light. Arg! Jiang Yue howled in agony. He was nearly brought to his knees. He tried to circulate his astral force within his body to rid himself of the pain, but he found it extremely useless. He didn't know what art she applied to his body, but it was extremely pervasive and unyielding. What did you do to me? He wanted to erupt with his immense power, crushing Qin Qiumu beneath his fists, but he found himself incapable of even moving effectively at the moment. He felt crippled. Qin Qiumu didn't answer. It was an idiot's move to brag about their art or its functions. Luckily, for those who were more aware of the situation, they didn't need her to answer. For example, Wei Wuyin. Seed of Serenity. How vicious, haha. Wei Wuyin clicked his tongue. As someone who cultivated in the 9 elements, with the life meta wood essence as the source of his wood-attributed strength, how could he not know of this art? The Seed of Serenity was a meadow-type wood art that was like an infectious parasite. It takes the body's life force as fuel, and when planted, it can seep into one's heart and endlessly grow. It'll continue to grow until it converts all the life force within the body into wood force. In the end, the body's flesh and blood would become fertilizer and water for the seed, and the entire body would slowly and surely be turned into a forest. It was very vicious, almost evil. Furthermore, when it grew to full maturity, the user of this art could absorb the generated wood essence to replenish their strength. It was extremely, extremely vicious. If you had no prior knowledge of the art or understanding of life force extraction methods, you would be helpless against it. No matter how talented you are, if you didn't know what you were up against and how to fight it, you were simply a helpless chicken with its neck stretched out at the ready for the blade. Jiang Yue was the perfect example of this. While the cultivators here were talented, they weren't all-knowing or all-capable. They were still young. Of course, every art had its flaws. The Seed of Serenity was too slow. While it might be extremely painful, might weaken your opponent, it simply took too long to achieve its goal. Furthermore, you had to come into direct contact with the enemy's body to implant the seed. This made it exceptionally disadvantageous to all users. Su Mei couldn't help but say a few words of praise. To implant the seed into him, she had to strike before his astral ward was fully conjured. Otherwise, breaking through his Grand Earth astral ward and other defenses would be impossible for a wood cultivator like her unless she possessed absolute strength. If she hesitated for even a split second, or was unable to understand her own weakness, she would have surely been at a disadvantage. Moreover, she capitalized on a brief moment of carelessness from Jiang Yue perfectly, throwing him off guard before striking at the earliest moment. She has potential. Wei Wei nodded in agreement. Wood cultivators didn't have the strongest offensive or defensive abilities amongst the 9 elements, but earth cultivators were renowned for their defensive strength. Amongst the 9 elements, it was in the top 3. Its malleable nature also strengthened its versatile defensive powers. If Qing Qiumu hadn't struck when she did, a fierce battle would have likely started, and that was a toss-up on a myriad of other factors. After all, they had the same cultivation level. A decisive heart was hard to forge, but once forged, an indomitable warrior could be born. Qing Qiumu clearly revealed her decisive heart today. Now that Jiang Yue was in a passive position, defending against all tactics with his ward conjured, Qing Qiumu wouldn't be able to deal damage to him with an explosive attack. Hence why she waited. An astral ward, unless possessing permanence, consumed one's astral force. Since Jiang Yue was circulating his ward with his full strength to defend against any further attack, he was wasting even more of his astral force than usual. Before long, 5 minutes passed. Jiang Yue's complexion became much worse, heavy sweat dripping from his forehead, armpit, and back. He tried to use every means to cease the pain emanating from his body to no avail. He didn't know where the issue was, nor did he know how to solve it. Unfortunately, he was unable to listen to Su Mei's words while isolated within the battle platform. Jiang Yue eyed Qing Qiumu, who seemed to be patiently waiting, knowing that she intended to exhaust him. He felt great humiliation from this, and more than once did he want to ferociously pounce. But whenever he tried to divert astral force for an assault, Qing Qiumu's emerald wisp circulating around her finger sped up and the pain worsened to nearly unbearable levels. She was clearly controlling whatever was in his body. His rage boiled his blood in an unfathomably blazing heat. His words were spat with an extreme hate and fierce grievance, "I surrender." When those humiliating words were uttered, the platform's walls dissipated and a faint white light gently brought him away. When the light entered his body, as if it knew his particular element, it seeped into his heart and dispersed the seed of serenity. The myriad monarch sect would obviously be dutiful in ensuring the safety of the participants, including their own disciples, with the utmost fairness before the world if one surrendered. The white light had healing properties and was managed by an expert at the prime imperial sage level, possessing the strength of a 5th stage astral core realm cultivation. To rid Jiang Yue's body of a sky ruler's seed of serenity was child's play. Qing Qiumu breathed out a sigh of relief, revealing a dazzling smile of victory. Lowering her finger, she looked at the sky and noticed that Jiang Yue's information had been removed and only hers remained. Spirit points, 307. Number of continuous victories, 1. She had gained 100 points and a victory. But the trial or battles wasn't over yet. Her eyes hadn't lost their original shine as she waited for her next challenge with a steady heart. She knew the next fight wouldn't be as easy, so she was ready to unleash her everything. A figure flickered from the outside onto the arena. When the person was revealed and in complete focus, it was revealed to be a young woman, a human. She was dressed in similar attire to Jiang Yue. Her information was revealed. Li Xiao. Spirit points, 83. Another Elemental Heaven Pavilion disciple. Interestingly enough, her aura was very similar to Qing Qiumu. Chapter 307, 304, GST, 9 Meadows Astral Swords. Chapter 307, 304, GST, 9 Meadows Astral Swords. When Li Xiao took the stage, she took everyone's attention as well. A charming, exquisite young woman that seemed roughly in her 20s. A woman in the prime of her beauty and youth. She wore light makeup, almond-shaped eyes, lips that were a striking red, and dainty nose. Her skin was clear and milky, giving a smooth sense like jade. While she wasn't voluptuous or buxom, she had a slim and lithe body that carried a sense of unique delicateness about it. In contrast to Qing Qiumu, she was severely lacking. It was like comparing a mortal to an immortal fairy, but amongst mortals she was still exceptional among her gender. Therefore, when she arrived on stage, everyone couldn't help but give her a moment of their attention. But that moment was incredibly fleeting. Li Xiao's eyes revealed calm, but they carried a subtle piercing light as she stared at Qing Qiumu. You defeated junior brother Yue using such underhanded means. How pathetic. The first words out of her mouth were cold, almost mocking. This caused many to realize that her desire for entering the stage was for revenge or face. Qing Qiumu looked at Li Xiao with a calm expression, not reacting in the slightest to her provocation. Instead, she waited. Li Xiao frowned. Do you truly think you're amazing? That a sneak attack shows that you're powerful? She asked coldly. When Qing Qiumu seemingly ignored her, the calm facade she was revealing showed faint signs of cracking. It seemed her negative emotions were seeping through relatively quickly. Wei Wuyin sighed in her heart, thinking, jealousy is unbecoming. That truly is the case. Qing Qiumu kept silent. Li Xiao clenched her fists, her aura surging. In my opin dash. Shut the hell out. Zuhiyai barked, his scarlet eyes viciously glaring at Li Xiao. His words were filled with immense power and his intent to slaughter, effusing the area with a bloody and potent smell. Li Xiao literally jumped in shock, her aura that was building deflated like a popped balloon. She turned towards Zuhiyai, wanting to speak out some words, but was met with an insidious pair of eyes that radiated murder and impatience. Challenge or fuck off, Zuhiyai said with a growl. He didn't have time to deal with her petulant attempts at mocking or to ruin the image of another. He didn't care if she intended to save face for Jiang Yue. He didn't care if her jealousy was fueling her desire to monologue. He didn't care about her. Just fight. If you don't want to fight, then just simply scram the fuck away. Zuhiyai's words caused the crowd to laugh slightly, some smiling, others frowning, but their thoughts were truly synced. This was a marathon. We didn't come to see a show, but to race to the finish. If her words carried some use, such as Qing Qiumu's attempt to rattle and grasp an opportunity to sneak attack her opponent, then Zuhiyai would have remained silent. But what was this? Just fight. Wei Wuyin couldn't help but shake his head. He didn't understand why people loved to use these moments to chatter away. He didn't know what it was about battles and talking, but people loved to do both, before and during. He recalled his encounter with a mortal godlord on the Myriad Year continent. After witnessing his sister's death, he didn't arrive with explosive rage or a direct assault, but with words. Even Wei Wuyin was a little startled by this. Your sister was just killed. You're clutching her decapitated head and facing her murderer, but your first decision is to use words. It was quite ridiculous. You can be calm, but did you have to chatter? He remembered telling Qing Qiumu about his thoughts on this, and seeing her remain silent was praiseworthy. Li Xiao wanted to say something, but Zuhiyai's eyes had stopped her from doing so out of an innate fear. She felt that if she said anything, Zuhiyai wouldn't hesitate to kill her after this event was over. In fact, his eyes seemed to beg her to speak. She slightly gulped, and scoffed softly before facing Qing Qiumu. Looking at that valiant beauty that seemed to have fallen from a war-ridden heaven, she clenched her teeth a little. I, Li Xiao, challenge. When those words were finally uttered, the crystal-like walls once more erected and isolated the participants. Qing Qiumu waved her arms, flicking her sleeve as 9 objects were conjured in an elegant flourish. Her graceful movements seemed to have become one with nature. The 9 objects were 9 9-inch-long swords that seemed to be made of various types of wood and grass. They each emanated vast and gentle wood energies, and each individual sword seemed to embody various intents. 9 Meadows astral swords. Su Mei muttered. She turned towards Wei Wuyin, frowning slightly. Weapons at the astral level were so exceptionally rare and expensive that of the 5 million astral core realm cultivators that exist on the Starfield, barely 1% had them. In fact, successfully refining them required decades or even centuries of refinement. The vast majority simply conjure their own weapons. This was even true for Qi condensation realm cultivators, as high-level weapons were extremely difficult to obtain. Despite reaching the mortal god level, Wei Wuyin had still used the saber that he obtained from an old forger all those years ago. It wasn't because of sentimental value, but because a good weapon was extremely difficult to come by. Whether it be alchemical products, armaments, or formations, none of these things didn't require immense time and extreme effort to perform. Wei Wuyin was merely an exception, not the standard, to alchemy. But the rest of the world still went by the common saying amongst all, cultivation is difficult. This included cultivating everything and all things, including one's arts, skills, or cultivation base. Wei Wuyin smiled with a hint of glee as he saw the 9 swords. As for Li Xiao, she was appalled. Her lips twitched as she felt the immense aura from the 9 swords, not believing they were legitimately astral weapons. Furthermore, these astral weapons were not low-grade, each brimming with intent and seemingly inscribed with profound formations. Even Long Chen was startled by those 9 swords. He couldn't help inspect each sword, feeling as if they were all individual yet combined in a set. His eyes glowed as he seemingly discovered something. Qing Qiumu briefly glanced at Wei Wuyin before turning her attention to Li Xiao. These 9 swords were originally independent swords, each had an owner that was spread across the myriad monarch astral territory. They had undergone hundreds of years of refinement by astral core realm cultivators, imbued with intent. In fact, some were ancestral items that had been in families or clans for thousands of years. Inexplicably, Wei Wuyin had obtained them all and had them reforged into a set by the top forger of the sect. While they were weakened individually as a result, they became linked and extremely easy to utilize. They were extremely effective weapons with their own unique set of abilities. They were perfect for her. It was definitely made for her. She hadn't been willing to use them unless absolutely necessary, but she had suffered injuries from before and her bodily state wasn't at its peak. So she intended to use her advantage to her fullest. Sheeing. The 9 swords all released faint sword cries as if they were being unsheathed. Their varied auras were perfectly linked as one, seemingly forming a world within the sound. Li Xiao's heart throbbed. She immediately erected her astral ward and lifted off the platform, taking flight. She flipped her palm and green-colored staff with golden lines emerged. It was similarly a wood-attributed astral weapon, but its aura was severely lacking when compared to those 9 swords. Furthermore, it lacked intent. This was clearly a weapon she had refined herself, and was still in the process of refining through a continuous infusion process. This type of weapon could be considered an astral weapon, but it wasn't really. It lacked an inscribed formation within, and it lacked intent. These 2 aspects created true astral weapons. Those were rare. As for this staff, everyone could see it was forged normally with astral-level materials and then refined personally. Qing Qiumu saw Li Xiao's battle-readied state and her heart exploded with battle intent. Her emerald eyes that were extremely beautiful became sharp and penetrating, and her aura erupted as she infused her will into the swords. When this happened, Sumei's eyes widened slightly. "She's dead." Those words were exclaimed softly. Others who heard were shocked, unsure of what she was talking about. The 9 swords transformed into swiftly gliding lights that exploded forth with extreme speed towards Li Xiao. They were so fast that the ambient mana was being sliced in 2, creating ripples within the world that was visible to everyone beyond the world sea phase. Li Xiao's heart fiercely raced at the incoming light. She reinforced her astral word and brandished her staff, intending to unleash an astral art to deflect them. The speed of the swords were truly too fast, their piercing strength simply unfathomable. When combined with Qing Qiumu's powerful wood force, they were at their strongest. In moments, they closed the distance before she could even fully wave her staff. The swords appeared directly before her. Li Xiao could only widen her eyes in shock as the world seemed to slow down in her perception. Everything was extremely slow, and she saw vividly how her astral ward was penetrated with extreme ease, like a hot knife through butter. So sharp was her first and last thought. 9 swords sliced into her delicate body. One in particular was aimed at her throat, slicing into her flesh with ease and making its way through her spine. The rest penetrated her flesh and her body was carried away like a rag doll, smashing against the crystal wall in a flash. For several seconds, the world became silent. Li Xiao's body was seemingly nailed to the wall via 8 swords. It was only when her neck had a glaring line of blood red and unnaturally slid slightly that people reacted, their eyes widened in shock. Then, it fell. It smashed against the platform amidst the silence in a sickening thud of stone meeting flesh and bone. Sumei looked at Wei Wuyin. Wei Wuyin was a little surprised too. She did not hold back. Wei Wuyin clicked his tongue. To think that Qing Qiumu would actually start the battle by unleashing the strongest formations on the swords, converting wood force's usually delicate and soft nature into a sharp, piercing force similar to sword force. It increased the lethality by an extreme degree. Furthermore, the swords were linked and strengthened each other, hence, it was designed as a set. A bright white light wrapped around Li Xiao's corpse as everyone stared on, and then it vanished, including the head. Spirit points, 390. Number of continuous victories, 2. Chapter 308, 305, GST, interfere. Chapter 308-305, GST, interfere. Qing Qiumu's eyes were like full moons as she revealed her indescribable shock. She hadn't expected that. She hadn't intended to. Her eyes turned to Wei Wuyin almost subconsciously, shock still painted on her face. She knew the swords were powerful, but this. Wasn't this too much? Wei Wuyin softly sighed in his heart. He could understand her shock. This current world wasn't like the era that the King of Everlore lived in, or the next one that he directly enabled to exist, and the declining momentum was still occurring. Cultivators lacked solid foundations built by well-cultured resources, but alchemy, forgers, and formations were static in their strength. As long as they were made, their effects would forever remain the same. A 7th grade product will always be 7th grade. A high-level astral armament will always have the strength of a high-grade astral armament. But a sky ruler of King Everlore's era that was nurtured by massive amounts of products was certainly not the same as one today. This was a depressing fact that the current world was well aware of, and it was clearly revealed by the severe lack of upper-phase astral core realm experts, with merely 2 existing at the 7th stage of the astral core realm world phase. During the King of Everlore era, even the 3 servants that sat by his side had reached the star core phase, the legendary 9th stage of the astral core realm. As for the true geniuses of that era such as Grand Monarch Wu Yu, Divine King Han Zhe, or the demonic Abyss Mountain Lord, they reached beyond the astral core realm. So when she was using such exceptional equipment backed by her astonishing foundation and innate talent, it created an insurmountable gap between today's geniuses of the same cultivation. Furthermore, she had unknowingly refined a few 8th grade products that enhanced the qualities of her strength. This caused a huge discrepancy between her perceived strength and her actual strength. In the end, Qing Qiumu had to regain her calm by forcefully taking several breaths. She could feel the numerous gazes on her body at the moment. Many were astounded by her ability to one-shot Li Xiao. Except for a few, including Zuhai and Su Mei. Especially Su Mei. She had been the one to organize the obtaining of 9 separate astral swords from all over the myriad monarch astral territory, bought them, traded for, or was gifted for support from Wei Wuyin. She had even found 5 top-tier forgers to work together, an act that required enormous amounts of money and organizing, to swiftly get them to reforge the individual astral swords into a single set of 9. That wasn't all. She also had to hire 20 formation masters to further reinforce and produce a perfect unified set, which took nearly a year of collaborative effort. So, she knew of its terrifying strength. She didn't think Wei Wuyin had put in all those resources and deals simply to give it to Qing Qiumu, hence her initial shock. While she had expected that he may have intended it for her, but not on the basis of a gift without any cost. After all, she could feel Qing Qiumu's primal Yin aura was fully intact. Ultimately, she truly started to believe that Wei Wuyin had no untoward thoughts towards Qing Qiumu, truly viewing her as a close friend. For a brief moment, her eyes flitted with a faint indescribable emotion. An emotion that seemed to stem from happiness, but not quite. For a few minutes, no one said anything nor challenged Qing Qiumu. The expressions on some of their faces were quite ugly as they inspected the 9 swords swirling around her exquisite body. This was especially those at the Sky Ruler phase. Li Xiao might not have been the strongest Sky Ruler, but she was relatively considered near the top. Furthermore, very few actually saw the trajectory of those swords when sent forth. They didn't have confidence in defending against those swords or at least reacting in time to dodge, so their expressions were extremely unsightly to behold. Should they step forth and challenge? Court death. Like Li Xiao. Her sudden death was still way too fresh in their minds. Wei Wuyin faintly smiled. The structure of this tournament was designed for a few ways of victory. The general and likely way to claim victory is through exhaustion of other spirit points while gathering one's own, using their wins and losses to their advantage. This would ensure that the competition could take months, until someone reached 10,000 spirit points. The least likely way was to win via consecutive victories. This meant having to fight 10 times in a row and declining none of your matches. This was extremely unlikely for lower phase cultivators. After all, they had to face cultivators with higher ranks without causing a draw through their spirit points. But the swiftest and most efficient manner of claiming victory was by having a high cultivation, typically at the soul idol phase, and killing their way until no one dared to challenge them. The fact that Qin Qiumu was already achieving this was truly a wonder to behold. Of course, it was impossible for her to win through this method with her cultivation level and current strength. Still, it was impressive. Just as Wei Wuyin had thought this, a man rose from his sitting position, his aura seemingly pure and delicate. He had a feminine charm about him. He could be called an exceptional beauty, even as a male, but he was clearly male. He was garbed in white and seemed to have not a speck of dust on it. He walked forward with a faint and kind smile. "You're extremely talented and possess exceptional strength. Truly befitting the title of Princess of the Forest." The voice of the white-robed man was soft yet firm, giving one the sense of being heroic and inviolable. He lacked a distinct domineering disposition of nobility or royalty, but he still had a charm that seemed borderline aggressive without seeming aggressive. Su Mei's eyes drooped slightly. Within those pure and dark eyes of hers was a hint of undisguised disgust. Wei Wuyin turned to see Deshan. She seemed calm, but her golden eyes were fixated on the platform, as if not trying to give this man a single glance lest she revealed an horrific and dark intent. But he could see her hands tighten to the point they became pale. Seems like this was going to happen sooner than later. While Wei Wuyin thought this, Zhu Hiai's scarlet gaze brightened to an inconceivable level as if he was waiting for this moment his entire life. He glanced at Wei Wuyin and his emotions cooled. Then, he glanced at Lin Ming. This elemental heaven pavilion disciple that even seemed to pay attention to. His heart of slaughter and battle thumped with explosive anticipation uncontrollably. "I might be a little shameless, but so I'll apologize if this offends," the white-robed man said with a grace and elegance that seemed to originate from nobility, but he still lacked a certain aura, a certain disposition. It felt extremely off-putting to those with keen senses. He stepped on the stage after the crystal walls had vanished. Yun Hanshi. Free participant. Spirit points, 132. When his information emerged, the crowd was somewhat startled. A soul idol cultivator had taken action so soon. But then again, considering the distinct fear everyone else revealed, it was bound to happen. He was even a free cultivator, otherwise known as a cultivator that did not belong to any sect or force. Furthermore, his spirit points were lower than Qin Qiumu. She could use her spirit points to force a draw, being able to effectively withdraw from the stage. It seemed like too much of a disadvantage for her. In truth, Qin Qiumu's eyes were steady and her expression was quite calm. Her lack of panic was instead seen as excitement at the prospect of facing a cultivator beyond her cultivation. When she was younger, journeying the myriad-year continent alongside Long Chen, she had fought and won against cultivators with 1 or even 2 levels beyond her. This was mostly because of her foundation being more robust and her talents being quite high in comparison to others. But since she entered the astral core realm, she had felt the chasm-like gap between each phase. Even with an incredible foundation in the Qi condensation realm, the benefits it gave her later was nearly unnoticeable. This was further highlighted because the true geniuses of the myriad monarch planet were fed far higher-level resources and had greater instruction and opportunities than her. She simply was incapable of defeating others beyond her cultivation level. She wasn't like Long Chen or Wei Wuyin, and this had always left a tiny hole of inadequacy within her heart. Now, she had the opportunity to test it. Wei Wuyin slightly furrowed his brows. Even Su Mei did as well. She turned towards Wei Wuyin, looking for instructions. If Qin Qiumu faced Yun Hanshi in battle, it would not be an exciting fight. Su Mei knew that Yun Hanshi possessed absolute advantage in cultivation, but the 9 meadow astral swords were not low-level astral weapons. In fact, they were extremely fierce and powerful. They had a multi-formation that allowed them to convert wood force into a sword-like force that was exceptionally piercing and sharp. Furthermore, this was further empowered by intent. Perhaps Zhu Hiai or her could defend against this power, but Yun Hanshi didn't have that ability. Either he found an opening and instantly killed Qin Qiumu or he was likely to meet a similar fate as Li Xiao. This created a dilemma. Deshan. He thought for a moment. Yun Hanshi saw Qin Qiumu's calm expression and smiled brightly. "Then, I'll exchange pointers with you." Chal dash. Wait. A voice interrupted Yun Hanshi, causing him to stop. He turned to see Wei Wuyin who was approaching with a smile. Nearby, Deshan was startled alongside everyone else. Yun Hanshi's expression stiffened, and behind his eyes a dark, gloomy aura flitted through for a brief moment. He quickly hid it, giving a gracious smile. "Prince Wei, is there something you need from me?" Wei Wuyin calmly looked at Yunhanshi. He chuckled lightly. Looking towards Qing Qiumu, mind getting off the stage for a moment? "I need to talk to you." Those words set off a series of shocked expressions from the crowd, not expecting the legendary Prince of Everlore to interfere at this moment. Long Chen's expression became dark. It was like night had fallen on his face. "What right do you have to interfere? Do you believe you own this platform?" His emotion seethed within his chest. Qing Qiumu was startled for a moment. But she gave it little thought before turning to look at Han Yunqi once more and nodding in agreement. She didn't hesitate to leap off the platform. Her consecutive victories were sent back to 0. Once someone stepped off the platform before their consecutive victories reached 10, their victory count would directly reset. She arrived beside Wei Wuyin, giving him a slight smile. Wei Wuyin flashed an apologetic smile in response. But she didn't mind, merely saying, "I had no intention of winning anyhow." Considering Long Chen sought first place, having the same cultivation base, and knowing how much winning this competition meant to him, she didn't have the thought of winning since the beginning. She merely wanted to test her mettle against the other geniuses of this world. Long Chen saw how close they were, and those emotions boiling within his chest ignited. His eyes became even gloomier, but he tried to hide it using a mask of calm, something he had used many times to conceal his thoughts. Wei Wuyin nodded. "You'll have another chance." He brought her away, leaving Han Yunqi by himself. Han Yunqi's expression was slightly unsightly as he watched them walk away, chatting as they did so. It was as if he was inconsequential. A deep-seated sense of inferiority emerged in his heart, and it blazed with envy and hate. This brief gap had him forget that after Qing Qiumu had stepped off, standing on the platform now made him the to-be-challenged party. Wei Wuyin stopped. Then he turned to see Han Yunqi, who swiftly realized this and hurriedly replaced his unsightly expression with a fawning smile. Wei Wuyin briefly sized him up with his eyes before saying, "If you surrender your next fight, then you can consider yourself dead. You'll have a bounty of 50,000 astral stones or equivalent value of products." After saying that, he brought Qing Qiumu to his previous location. Yunhanshi's scalp turned numb as he heard those words. "Why? What did I do to offend you?" He felt his world darken. Even the crowd went into an uproar of confusion. Long Chen's emotions were disrupted by confusion. Everyone couldn't help but ask themselves, what did he do? "I challenge." A voice, fiercely strong and incomparably determined, resounded. The crystal walls quickly formed. Chapter 309-306, GST, Mountainous Strength. Chapter 309-306, GST, Mountainous Strength. I, Deshan, challenge. Deshan. Spirit points, 53. Those words resounded throughout the platform, entering the ears and hearts of everyone present. The owner of this voice stood upright, her golden eyes radiating unfathomable calm. This calm was like the still ocean before a seaquake. It was a prelude to events to come. However, Han Yunqi was still reeling from Wei Wuyin's words. He had just been marked for some ungodly reason by the most prominent youthful figure in this generation, and likely this very era. It was entirely possible that this individual, this Prince of Everlore, would create an era of his own and define generations of cultivators. Like most, he had high hopes in ingratiating himself within this unfathomable presence. He even had thoughts of becoming a servant at worst. If Wei Wuyin were to reach even a tenth of the King of Everlore's previous heights, he would still be able to usher him into a realm of cultivation that he couldn't reach in today's era. So, while Deshan had taken the stage and stolen the limelight with her extraordinary presence, his mind had nearly collapsed already. It was almost as if he had been given a death sentence. His will to live had diminished as he felt trapped. As for killing Wei Wuyin, struggling against his fate, everyone here and those above would love for him to try. Even if he had a slight chance of survival, wouldn't he be killed by the grand imperial sages after anyhow? When Wei Wuyin saw the blank look of despair and hopelessness on Han Yunqi's expression, his eyes widened a little. It was as if Han Yunqi had accepted his life's end. This. He looked at Deshan. When he observed her expression that lacked any trace of disturbed by Han Yunqi's bleak mindset nor showed any displeasure at his words, he relaxed. In truth, he originally intended for Han Yunqi to simply not give up, not literally give up on life. But he had severely and catastrophically underestimated his own reputation and reverence in the hearts of other cultivators. Those spectating, both in the surroundings and within the starfield, all exploded in quiet shock, pitying looks emerging on their faces as they saw Han Yunqi. Most of the cultivators present wished to avoid getting on his bad side, not offending him by any means. They wanted to fight and win in an above-board manner, but not offend. Prince of Everlore. King of Everlore. These names held significant meanings. They were the key to a higher status, a greater legacy, a longer lifespan, and a grander life. While these youths were all talents, geniuses of this era, they knew that their limitations weren't far off from their masters, their sect or pavilion masters. In fact, the decline of the era was still in full swing, and they might never enter the fifth stage of the astral core realm even if they had grand imperial sage-level mentors. If it wasn't for the Neutral Alchemist Association having the Princess of Everlore, a figure rumored to be equal if not better than Wei Wuyin, perhaps this entire contest would be merely an attempt at bettering relations with the myriad monarch sect. But, there was this neutral figure. Of course, if they knew Wei Wuyin's level of alchemy had already touched the King of Everlore level, likely even exceeding him in terms of concoction time by a considerably mind-boggling degree, they might just ally themselves with him without hesitation. That aside, the battle between Han Yunqi and Deshan was starting. The crystal walls were conjured from the diamond-shaped crystals. The two were now locked within the platform where one had to either kill the other, force a surrender, or knock the enemy unconscious and spare their lives. Han Yunqi slowly regained himself. As a soul idol cultivator, he felt the killing intent aimed at him, causing his senses to clear up. He saw Deshan. This tall, violet-skinned woman with an ample figure, who wore tight-fitting battle armor alongside a pair of golden-colored gauntlet gloves. She also sported a pair of golden metallic greaves that touched the bottom of her kneecaps. She looked like a valiant warrior of beauty often described in epic tales. Deshan did not take advantage of Han Yunqi's lapse. Instead, she waited, but her aura was clearly building up, causing a violet tempest to form beneath her feet. Her demonic force was on display, eroding the platform slightly. Han Yunqi's gentle and kind smile vanished, revealing a narrowed and frustrated gaze. His facade from earlier, one where he seemed to originate from nobility, had been torn away. It was merely because he felt it was pointless. Just a filthy demon, tch. He commented with a sneer. Ignoring Deshan, he turned and wanted to see Wei Wuyin with the intention of asking why, wanting to demand an explanation. Why did he have to die? Just an idiot, Deshan similarly said with a sneer. Yun Hanqi's movements immediately froze. He eerily turned his head to glance at Deshan. His eyes slowly became bloodshot, seemingly losing all patience. He said, "If you surrender this match, you'll have a bounty. So as long as you claim victory, what worries do you have?" Deshan said with contempt, knowing that Wei Wuyin was giving her this opportunity. Therefore, she decided to take full advantage of it. Han Yunqi's eyes widened for a moment. Realization immediately dawned on him and his heart seemed to have found hope. It seemed that wanting to challenge the princess of the forest woman had touched a button, but he wasn't given a dead end. This was a ray of hope that caused his tension to dissipate away like smoke. Han Yunqi smiled wide. It was dazzling, and coupled with his handsome face, it was extremely attractive. But to Deshan, it provoked nothing but disgust. "I see. Thank you," Han Yunqi sincerely said. Then, he fiddled with the air with his fingers as if tweaking an instrument. "As a thanks, I'll ensure your pathetic demon life ends swiftly." His smile was filled with joy, and his astral force within his body started to build up, producing a stirring aura that caused the air to tremble. Deshan didn't respond. She merely clenched her glove-covered fists. A battle between two soul idol cultivators. Su Mei quietly said, "Her cultivation base seems impressive, but..." She had voiced her doubts. While Yun Hanqi was a cultivator without an origin, he still had a master or backing to reach this point. Furthermore, his innate talent wasn't little. To reach the soul idol phase, entering the realm of 5 million experts amongst tens of trillions, at his age was indicative of his ability. She was slightly worried about Deshan. But when she saw Wei Wuin's slight smile, she let her words trail off and went silent. She knew Deshawn was one of Wei Wuin's lovers, and someone who received his support. Therefore, she decided to enjoy the show. Her fate is her own. Whether she lives or dies, it'll depend solely on her. Wei Wuin responded, his eyes focused on Deshawn. He knew her backstory, and he knew of Han Yunqi. When he recalled his own life experiences, he knew that she needed to do this herself. Han Yunqi's fingers twirled in the air, slowly forming dots of silver lights that gave off a metallic sheen. Before long, these numerous dots shaped into 5-inch needles that swarmed around him like bees. There were hundreds of them. To be exact, 303 needles. These weren't manifestations of astral force but actual astral weapons forged. They had similarities to Li Zhao's staff, being personally refined and nurtured while lacking inscribed formations. Despite that, they seemed to be under Han Yunqi's complete control. Deshawn clenched her fists, her body wreathed in violet-colored astral force. She pressed her foot on the ground, leaned forward, and boom. Her figure shot forth like an accelerating tank. In a fraction of a second, she broke the sound barrier, causing a torrent of wind to explode. She appeared before Han Yunqi, amidst his numerous needles. Her clenched fist lanced forward with mountainous momentum at his head. It seemed to carry immense strength as another exploding sound of air erupting resounded. Han Yunqi was inwardly shocked by her speed. Her size and aura was heavy, so he hadn't expected such extraordinary speed. Usually cultivators relied on their astral force to move, but Deshawn's astral force lacked the normally noticeable qualities of swiftness. Instead, she had relied on her powerful physical body to generate such ridiculous speed. While shocked, he was still a soul-idol cultivator. His spiritual sense connected into each needle, and they converged before him, forming a cluster that formed a makeshift shield. Their movements were equally swift, forming directly before Deshawn's fist. He simultaneously shot upwards, using his needles to cover his escape. His movements were equally fast, arriving in the sky in a flickering flash. Deshawn's fist clashed with the needle shield and caused all the needles to scatter, but they were undamaged. Han Yunqi twirled his fingers and the needles halted where they were, and 100 of them focused on Deshawn's figure. With a low grunt, the needles sped towards her like piercing arrows. The surrounding air released whistling sounds. Deshawn remained calm as she lifted her head. With a slight bending of her knees, she used her strength to explode upwards with tremendous force. She became a speeding rocket, the resulting wind buffeted the needles into disorderly scattering once more. Degree such strength, degree Han Yunqi was startled. Deshawn appeared before him and didn't hesitate to smash her fist towards his chest. Her golden eyes radiated a calm yet frightening killing intent. Han Yunqi's silver astral ward was conjured in a hasty defense. Despite being hasty, the conjuring of one's astral ward was the fastest means of a cultivator. Bam! Her fist smashed into his astral ward, causing his figure to explode backwards and his astral ward to burst. But he was still protected, relatively unharmed as he was blown back a few dozen meters. With a wave of his hand, the 303 needles all came to his call, surging towards him. They interconnected into a silver river-like snake and slithered towards Deshawn's back. Deshawn was shocked for a moment that her attack hadn't fully penetrated his astral ward. She realized his metal force had astonishing defensive potential. With a soft breath, she didn't look back and merely unleashed a fist towards the river-like snake. Her fist caused the surrounding air to collapse once more as a violet-colored demonic force met the river-like snake. An explosively loud collision occurred, and the needles scattered once more. Deshawn didn't hesitate to use the surrounding mana as footing to launch herself towards Han Yunqi. When she once more appeared before him, she launched another fist. And another. And another. Each one carried tremendous demonic force and explosive power. Han Yunqi could barely handle her speed, and even her power was incredible. But he wasn't shaken, merely giving a smile as he reinforced his astral ward. With simply this defensive measure, he was continuously blown backwards yet remained unharmed. While doing so, he quietly twirled his fingers and caused the needles to move about below and above them. They followed like quiet servants, clearly up to no good. Deshawn kept up the pressure, crushing him with her speed and strength with every ounce of her strength. Despite her powerful offensive, she couldn't fully penetrate his astral ward. This caused her to be slightly frustrated, but he continued. Han Yunqi couldn't help but reveal a smug expression after the 12th attack from Deshan showed little success, merely pushing him a little. He decided to end this. With a series of waves from his hands, he moved his fingers about in an exaggerated manner, and his body erupted with an astonishing aura. His astral force flowed out endlessly. Myriad needle art, 100,000 end. Those needles that quietly followed them started to release a metallic keening noise. In a split second, seemingly endless astral force radiated from them as they multiplied numerous times. Deshan's eyes constricted as she noticed her surroundings become filled with silver. Seeing the hint of fear on Deshan's face as they became surrounded by 100,000 needles, 303 real while the rest were conjured from pure metal force, Han Yunqi felt extremely satisfied. Deshan looked around. The aura of each needle was astonishing, and they pressed against her demonic astral ward, preventing her from moving without using up a huge amount of astral force. But what Han Yunqi saw as fear wasn't fear. Instead, it was a hint of sadness and seething, ferocious rage. "Is this what you used to kill my father?" Her calm voice was extremely incisive as she asked, her golden eyes fixating on Han Yunqi. From within her body, a power seemingly stirred. Chapter 310, 307, GST, Revenge. Chapter 310, 307, GST, Revenge. Han Yunqi had already become drunk in his soon-to-be victory. His opponent couldn't penetrate through his metal-type astral ward, even his trap had been laid and activated. A sensation of triumph seized his heart, but that heart was shaken by surprise. This opponent of his hadn't paled from fear or struggled pathetically while in despair, but stared directly into his eyes and asked a soul-penetrating question. "Is this what you used to kill my father?" "Father? What father? Who?" He momentarily paused as he observed this hybrid of a demon. She was roughly 8 feet tall, with an ample figure, and valiant beauty about her. He hadn't immediately recalled any individual with looks similar to her. As a cultivator that roamed freely within the world, he had met and killed plenty of people. That being said, there were still too few astral core realm cultivators to forget any that he sent off into the afterlife. Considering this girl could become an elite in the astral core realm, furthermore possess such a talent and strength, her parents must be relatively well-connected or exceptionally strong. He slowly twirled his fingers about as the 100,000 needles danced around them like a silver sea. Deshan saw the distinct look of surprise and confusion on his face, and her heart started to become aflame with raging anger. Her golden eyes narrowed and the ferocity within became stronger than ever. Her aura startled to fiercely seethe, causing a tempest of violet-colored astral force to erupt. The sea of needles was slowly pushed backwards, but merely by a little. Han Yunqi frowned slightly, but then he relaxed. Maybe. But what does it matter? Just die. He quickly came to the realization that it didn't matter if this young woman was here for him or for the competition. In fact, it didn't matter if he truly killed her father or mother or entire family. It truly didn't. He had already decided in his heart to kill her. Deshan didn't erupt in fury at his indifferent and disrespectful response. Instead, she calmed down to an inconceivable degree. Not speaking another word, she started to focus her strength. The crowd outside were enthralled in this high-speed and explosive battle. Deshan had revealed an extremely powerful physical body, striking with high speed and forceful power, while Han Yunqi responded calmly while defending with an exceptionally difficult-to-penetrate shell. Now they were encapsulated in a sea of silver, the contents of which were metal force-conjured needles. They could no longer see the exact happenings of the battle, but they all knew a winner would be decided shortly. Sumei watched the sea of needles move about as if alive, circulating the two, and seemingly ready to attack in a mysterious and unpredictable fashion. This art requires an enormous amount of astral force to unleash and even more to maintain, she commented with a little bit of disappointment. Wei Wuyin calmly smiled, complete knowledge of your opponent leads to complete victory. Sumei nodded, it's over. Just as she said this, violet light rays erupted between the spaces of the needles. A thunderous explosion that could only be felt by the spiritual sense erupted within. If it wasn't for the crystal wall shielding everyone, many would have been easily shaken by this. The sea of needles paused for a moment before they seemed to move about in a swift and hurried manner. The sea of needles transformed into dozens of rivers and surged inwards, collapsing the well-established sphere, and revealing the insides to everyone. A young woman was calmly standing about in valiant battle armor, her golden eyes releasing an extremely bright radiance, while behind her was a 700-meter violet mountain. Furthermore, her nearly 8 feet tall figure had explosive growth, standing at nearly 80 feet. She had grown a full 10 times. But her gloves, greaves, and clothes all expanded with her. Her body was covered in gorgeous runic markings, giving her a mysterious beauty. 7 rings. Someone cried as they spotted a violet mountain that stood immovable behind the giant woman's figure. It was a construct of the astral soul, an idol of projection, and it revealed its innate potential and hidden depths of power. It was the defining trump card and cultivation trait that every soul idol phase cultivator possessed, their soul idol. It was grand, majestic, and felt as if it could suppress all souls with its immense weight and extraordinary size. When truly unleashed, truly manifested, a cultivator's strength multiplied several-fold. Each ring signified its hidden depths of spiritual strength, aura, and potential. When one's spiritual strength is increased, one's spiritual essence is increased. When one's spiritual essence is increased, one's astral and spiritual force is increased. The sea of needles that were impacted by the violet rays of light started to rapidly collapse into specks of silver before vanishing. What was soon fully revealed as the nearly 80 feet woman clutching the struggling and bloody Han Yunqi within one hand. The crunching of bones could be heard. Han Yunqi wheezed as his lungs felt crushed, his body's bones already splintering into his flesh. The pain was unbearable, but his true pain came from within. Endless violet rays of spiritual light entered his sea of consciousness, attempting to penetrate his entirety and seize his everything. Alas, his spiritual strength was severely lacking. He merely had a 3-ringed soul idol, a reflection of his spiritual strength. In terms of comparing it with the elite geniuses of the starfield, he was relatively on the low side. The greatest geniuses of this era had been at the 7-ringed state, but that was merely limited to purists who focused on their foundation, foregoing all other distractions. When Deshawn released her 7-ringed soul idol, he had lost his senses by the immense spiritual pressure that was applied to him. He could barely react before being suppressed, and then Deshawn had explosively grown and grabbed at him. His previously impregnable astral ward had been crushed with a single-hand squeeze. The moment he regained his senses, he immediately realized who she was. Even the flooding memories of this so-called father of hers had come to his mind. She was of the Titan lineage. A very rare bloodline of humanoid beings that could enlarge their bodies by uniquely enhancing their physical energies. They were extremely renowned, but not for their strength, as it was mostly average, but the ability to refine them into a type of blood pill. Blood pills were an alchemical generalization for pills concocted using the innate essence and energies of an individual, be it cultivator or mortal. These blood pills were useful and used by evil cultivators to promote their strength. The Ji clan in the myriad monarch sect that had been eliminated at Wei Wuyan's words were caught using infants to refine these sorts of sordid and vicious pills. While the world didn't reject evil methods and means such as this, if they were too extreme, they would be universally condemned. This was mostly because of the truth behind 3 little words: cultivation is difficult. The Titan bloodline was very useful in strengthening the foundation of one's physical energies, amplifying one's power by a large margin. Therefore, evil cultivators would seek them out and slaughter them, then, they would refine their blood essence into blood pills and cultivate with them. He remembered coming across a cluster of humans with Titan bloodlines a century or so ago on a continent. They were all beneath the astral core realm, so it was as if a pie had fallen onto his lap. Moreover, his master had told him that using evil methods to increase his strength was appropriate as long as he thoroughly cleaned up his mess. He didn't hesitate to slaughter the entire group, taking their corpses with excitement and happiness. This. While clutched in the grip of a Titan, he felt an unfathomable amount of despair. How did she know? Who was she? No, she couldn't have known. While it is true that it happened more than a century ago, and while it was true that he did a fine job cleaning up after him. But what he didn't count on was the Continental Guardian on the continent observing every act and atrocity as part of their job. While they won't ever interfere, they'll still remember. With Wei Wuyan's connections and wealth, what type of information couldn't he obtain if it was out there? Han Yunqi started to fiercely struggle as his astral force exploded, colliding within his body with powerful might. Alas, it was useless. His last bit of struggle, his last bit of remembrance, was met with an invasive force that penetrated into his sea of consciousness. His vision and senses were overwhelmed with violet light and his sense of self felt as if it was being slowly devoured. He couldn't even surrender. Destined's breath was a little ragged as she forcefully entered his sea of consciousness and extracted his memories. While the memories weren't clear and there wasn't an exact timeline, she saw images of her people being slaughtered. It was merely a brief glimpse, but it was enough. Her heart trembled with agony and pain. Sush! She violently clutched her large hand and Han Yunqi was crushed between her fingers. His head popped off while his torso turned to mush. When she opened her hand, the legs that still twitched fell to the ground in a fleshy thud. She did it. But, in the end, her father wouldn't return. Her body started to shrink and her aura deflated. The violet mountain behind her had shook the crowd more than Han Yunqi's death ever could. A seven-ringed soul idol. This was a soul idol that indicated a genius of peak tier. Quite a few individuals amongst the myriad monarch sect didn't even know her name, but she revealed talent beyond even their heavenly kings. Even her strength was unfathomable. Destined didn't bother looking at her spirit points, simply directly stepping off the platform when the crystal walls faded. Her bloody hands were trembling and her gaze was unfocused. She felt cold, lost, and unsure. Before she could get too far, a hand grasped her own, giving her warmth. She trembled, looking up to see a pair of silver eyes and an unearthly handsome face that carried a smile. This smile didn't feel as if it was congratulating her. It seemed as if it carried the intent of understanding. It understood her. Tears started to seep from her eyes and she clutched that hand tightly, finding solace within that firm existence. She collapsed into his embrace, and despite the 2 feet size difference, her head was firmly hugged in his chest. The feeling of someone holding her as she felt all these emotions was all she needed. When the crowd saw this, there was silence. They didn't know her story, her emotions, her rage, or her thoughts, but when they saw Wei Wuyin, they all respectfully remained silent. Because it clearly wasn't the right time to speak. Qing Qiumu stood a little ways away, watching as Wei Wuyin embraced another woman. Her heart felt strange, but she couldn't quite pinpoint why. A layer of mist flowed over her eyes for a moment. As Destined silently released her emotions, the world outside was going absolutely crazy. Chapter 311, 308, GST, finally. Chapter 311, 308, GST, finally. A seven-ringed soul idol. Such a rare talent and potential, where did she come from? An avid and attentive viewer of the Grand Spirit Trials exclaimed. These words that were drenched with surprise and excitement echoed continuously throughout the thousands of continents and dozens of planets allowed to view this grand event. These seniors with knowledge of cultivation and its wonders were incredibly invested in the showing of the younger generation, either for a form of entertainment or curiosity. So when they witnessed the battle between Destined and Han Yunqi, many were at the edge of their seats. Destined pressed to advantage with overwhelming momentum. She displayed forceful strength and explosive speed, yet Han Yunqi calmly defended with a seemingly impregnable ward. They howled in excitement as each dash, fist, and twirl occurred. This was especially so as the projections were slowed down considerably for their viewing pleasure. But when Destined was trapped, isolated from the world by a sea of needles that seemed to wish to penetrate her in the most thorough fashion, she unleashed an unfathomable and unexpected power, a seven-ringed soul idol. This sent their minds into a whirl and those old foxes nearly foamed at the mouths at this reveal. Some even revealed fanatical displays of excitement. A seven-ringed soul idol. To emphasize its importance and justify such an exaggerated reaction, it was rumored to the less knowledgeable, but confirmed by those who were well informed, that to have an iota of a chance to reach the realm world phase, one must, I emphasize on the must, possess a seven-ringed soul idol. Furthermore, they required a seven-ripple spatial resonance. These 2 puzzle pieces were absolutely necessary to challenge the 7th astral tribulation and survive. Without it, death was an absolute certainty. But to return to the most crucial point, the reason why these experts of all walks of life revealed such fanatical interest wasn't simply because of a single seven-ringed soul idol. No, it was when the possessor of this soul idol was hugged tightly and lovingly by Wei Wuyin, the Prince of Everlore himself. While their relationship wasn't entirely clear, what was made so abundantly clear was that she had reached the seven-ringed soul idol. When Zuhai had revealed his 9-ringed soul idol, not everyone was watching, and the reveal of which was incredibly brief, hard to accurately determine, and the shock and impossibility of it all forced down their reactions. Most hadn't even mentioned it, finding it repressed by their very own minds. It was a strange oddity. Nevertheless, it was simply too impossible in their minds. In the entire starfield, the greatest soul idol was at the seven-ringed state. This achievement belonged solely to purists who forego all else but their foundation. Even Tua Bihan, a purist and alchemic emperor, had only reached the six-ring soul idol. But Deshan, who was she? She was a demonic cultivator. She was a normal disciple. She was ordinary before, unnoticed by everyone, but now she revealed an achievement that even some extreme purists are unable to accomplish. So, how? And that is where the excitement, the foam-at-the-mouth excitement originated from. This meant one thing and one thing only. Wei Wuyin, this alchemic king who concocted an 8th-grade pill, already had the absolute ability to nurture a cultivator's foundation to rival purists in a short period. This was a sign. A sign of a new era. The mere revealment of this would soon cascade into even more prestige and the hope of cultivators everywhere. If the king of Everlore can turn 3 untalented cultivators who were his slaves into star lords that had the power of a star within them, then even they had hope of touching untold limits. Limits that they had never believed were possible to overcome. This era might truly be one that rivals or exceeds the king of Everlore's era. Why? Because they didn't just have one prince of Everlore, but a legitimate successor to the king of Everlore legacy and the princess of Everlore in the Alchemist Association. Glorious. A glorious new era. While the world viewing went into an uproar over this reveal, Wei Wuyin simply quietly held Deshan. He understood every single emotion she felt, perhaps even more and deeper than she did. Like her, he suffered the loss of his family. His mother and father had vanished into the unknown, while his older brother had raised him diligently and with love. This figure that was undeniably the most important figure in his heart had sacrificed his life for him, for his actions, and shielded him. He ran away as his brother was killed, and all he could do was run. To continue running until his feet brought him to the Scarlet Solaris sect. His first step to revenge was then and there. He had committed atrocities unspeakable to fully avenge his brother, and claimed the lives of everyone responsible with his own hands. In those days, there wasn't a moment where his hands weren't drenched in blood. Unfortunately, his brother didn't come back. His teachings, his embrace, his smile, and the sound of his voice. They would never come back. He, too, was lost and felt an indescribable coldness of nothingness within his heart. What else was there after revenge had overtaken everything you are? And so, he found a motivation to live, to enjoy this life that his brother had given everything for. He wanted strength to claim everything he wanted in the world. Whether it is fame, women, wealth, or adventure. Even today, facing the calamities of hell, he sought to strive to do his brother's sacrifice justify by fighting. For his survival. Be it hell or heaven, he was unwilling to accept his fate or allow anyone to claim his life. This wasn't a life they had the right to claim. As these thoughts surfaced within his mind, he hugged Deshan closer. Her hot tears poured onto his chest. He could feel the quivering of her lips, but she stifled her sobbing. Caressing her head softly, he felt her noticeably calm down, much to his relief. This scene lasted for a while, and while the others hadn't known her story nor felt her emotions, their silence was much appreciated. When Deshan finally regained some strength, she wiped her reddened eyes, and walked off, standing tall and strong once more. She went towards an isolated area and sat there. Wei Wuyin let her go. He swept his gaze across everyone and calmly said, "I apologize for the delay. In return for your respect, for any that wishes, I'll provide a single 7th-grade product of your choice after the trial. As long as I can concoct it." The onlookers were immediately shocked by his words. A 7th-grade product, just like that. Just because they remained silent. Many hadn't spoken for fear of offending Wei Wuyin or simply because they had nothing to say, and now they benefited. The eyes of many shone with excitement. Wei Wuyin nodded. He turned towards Zuhiyai. "You can go." Zuhiyai's closed eyes opened slowly. A formless and immeasurable presence was conjured simply by this action. Those scarlet eyes embodied the essence of slaughter and battle will, so when they opened, this essence coalesced into an atmospheric tension that everyone felt within the depths of their hearts. Finally. Crack. Crack. Zuhai cracked his neck to the side, lifting his body in a leisurely and lazy fashion. With his bare feet, he slowly walked towards the platform with a gait that defined what it meant to be relaxed. Sume watched as Zuhai moved with a little bit of a pout. Since she had made a recent breakthrough in her cultivation, she became slightly competitive. She didn't feel she was inferior to Zuhai, but Zuhai was Lord Wei's claws and fangs. She didn't dare to interfere with Wei Wuyan's plans. From the beginning, Zuhai was assigned to become the winner of this competition. Wei Wuyan and her participation was mostly due to an impulse after the bet with the Alchemist Association, including a backup plan in the event of a variable emerging. If Wei Wuyan hadn't held Zuhai back during the beginning of the trial of combat, perhaps this entire trial would have ended already. After all, only Deshan was the reason for him being put on the sidelines. When Zuhai stepped onto the platform, his information was cleanly displayed. Spirit points, 3,750. His points caused an uproar amongst the crowd. So much. And as a soul idol cultivator. This. An abject sensation of fear emerged in the hearts of most, as they involuntarily gulped a wad of saliva at the implication. To earn so many points, one had to subjugate an incredible number of beasts or overcome numerous high-level trials in the Trial of Light. Finally, another voice loudly sounded as a figure waltzed onto the stage. When that figure arrived on the stage, their information was similarly revealed like all the others. Lin Ming. Spirit points, 3,625. Chapter 312, 309, GST, to be. Chapter 312, 309, GST, to be. The spectators instantly went into a clamor, commenting on the extreme amount of points of these two irregular existences at the soul idol phase, and including their origins. While one thing or another was said about them both, they were mostly irrelevant. The upcoming battle made their thoughts irrelevant, and the two that had taken the stage had already entered their own world. Lin Ming had a faint smile on his handsome face, radiating ungodly levels of self-confidence. Despite his lack of arrogance or superiority in his expression, not a single person could conjure a thought of him suffering a single loss, in anything, as they looked at him. With those gray eyes that seemed to contain the genesis of all things, he said to Zuhai as he leveled a calm gaze, "I've been waiting for this day." Zuhai's silver eyebrows lifted up slightly in response, but his eyes emanated a light of intrigue. Unlike Wei Wuyan, he was quite fond of having brief conversations before initiating a slaughter. Thus, his lips arced upwards a little. Lin Ming met Zuhai's smile with his own, turning his already faint smile into one filled with interest as well. All those months ago, Zuhai and Wei Wuyan had fought with 3 simple moves that tested their foundation, and during that, Zuhai had revealed his 9-ringed soul idol. This was a sign of a pinnacle genius of cultivation. He had thought that this little starfield that was desolate, nearly forgotten by the grander world, was incapable of producing a genius of this level. This was also what his senior sister had informed him, telling him of the truth about the environmental conditions and disadvantages this starfield had. Without the support of alchemists, simply the environment alone would make it nearly impossible for a cultivator to exceed the 4th stage of the astral core realm, the spatial resonance phase. This was her assessment and a tested truth that had been present before the King of Everlore had risen to prominence. It was due to his abrupt descent that the cultivation conditions of this world improved greatly, with many using a variety of ways to exceed this starfield's limitations. Yet Zuhai existed. Either he was like him, someone who had obtained a legacy of a being beyond the astral core realm, possessed an ungodly degree of natural talent, or found a cache of an ancient alchemist. Regardless of which, Zuhai's existence had intrigued him. It had never occurred to him that Wei Wuyan was responsible for Zuhai. In fact, he paid little attention to Wei Wuyan. His senior sister had long informed him that without an alchemic astral soul, one can never reach the heights of the King of Everlore. In fact, they can't concoct 9th-grade products, limiting them to just beyond the 7th stage of the astral core realm, the realm world phase. All the hubbub about Wei Wuyan was simply ignorant pandemonium by the hopeful masses. Only the Princess of Everlore intrigued him, as she was the only one to take the true King of Everlore's mantle. It was also for this reason that he couldn't fathom that Wei Wuyan contributed to Zuhai's 9-ringed soul idol. While Wei Wuyan could be considered gifted, he was simply too young. To be exact, even his senior sister's judgment of him was as such, a bright, but fleeting star. It'll burn for a bit before fading into obscurity. She had even chuckled at the labeling that he was the so-called Prince of Everlore. He was intrinsically gated to never reach a certain level, so it was all irrelevant in the end. So have I, Zuhai finally spoke out. A dialogue had finally been opened. I actually have a question. Lin Ming was joyful that they hadn't immediately come to blows, and he could glean a little information about Zuhai beforehand. But he hadn't expected Zuhai to say those words. Oh. Feel free to ask away. Zuhai's smile turned into a grin. Master treats you differently. Why is that? While he could simply ask Wei Wuyin, his instincts told him that wouldn't get a direct answer. Still, he was quite curious. The way Wei Wuyin looked at Lin Ming was a little different than others. It was with caution alongside a pinch of greedy desire. Master. Lin Ming pouted slightly. Do you not know how talented you are? Your potential worth. Why make yourself subservient to someone and limit your future? He didn't answer Zuhai's question. He couldn't even if he wanted to, nor did he care about the answer. It could be that Wei Wuyin wanted to recruit him thinking his limited skills in alchemy could drag him over to his side, or something else entirely, but it was all irrelevant. He had no intention of entertaining Wei Wuyin like the masses. Zuhai revealed a smidgen of surprise at Lin Ming's reaction. As if struck by enlightenment, his eyes brightened considerably. The realization dawned on him that Lin Ming considered Wei Wuyin a under-50 alchemic king with little importance. This was legitimately his first time he experienced someone who reacted to Wei Wuyin in such a way. Even grand imperial sage-level characters danced in his palm, seeking his favor and attention. When Zuhai joined Wei Wuyin, the latter had already established himself for a few years, performing numerous feats and having pervasive connections. As for his talent, if it wasn't for Wei Wuyin, he would be a nearly desiccated husk trapped in a cage awaiting inevitable death. Now, he had stepped upon the grand path of cultivation and reached levels of power he hadn't even believed was possible. Zuhai stared into Lin Ming's eyes. Potential worth. Talented. Limited future. He chuckled softly. I am his claws. I am his fangs. That is my future, and it is and will always be glorious, even in death. Those words were spoken with such conviction that it nearly seemed fanatical. Everything he was today, even his very life, had been given to him by Wei Wuyin. From being considered as a rabid mutt that took a bite at the system that nurtured him, crippled and condemned to death, he had been reborn into a thoroughbred with extraordinary might. Lin Ming simply couldn't understand. So you want to be a slave? I want to be Zuhai, he stated in reply. Lin Ming was taken aback by that response. He still couldn't quite understand, but he felt a little saddened in his heart. If Zuhai looked beyond this world, beyond that person, perhaps he could enter a grander stage. He inwardly sighed in his heart. Alas, everyone chooses their own paths. He would trek his path and Zuhai would trek his. There was no need to feel emotional. Therefore, he shifted his mentality and simply considered this as what his senior sister wanted him to do, a platform to hone himself. Zuhai seemed to be an excellent whetstone. As for the grand spirit trials, while an 8th grade product was an item that had unfathomable value to the Trivision Starfield, he didn't consider it much. Lin Ming withdrew a white spear, grasping it in his right arm as its pointed end was diagonal to the ground. His aura changed, with the multicolored dot between his brows emitting a faint, nearly indiscernible light. In a blink of an eye, he seemed to have integrated with the natural elements of the world. It was profound and unfathomable. It swept across the platform, suppressing the world it inhabited. Zuhai felt this aura, finding it quite familiar. Elemental origin intent. He thought out loud. Lin Ming was somewhat shocked that Zuhai had recognized this intent so swiftly, but then he recalled Wei Wuyin. He had somehow used a haphazardly formed elemental origin intent or a pseudo-form of it via a secret art. He was present on that day, so it shouldn't be too difficult to recognize. Of course, Lin Ming's assessment was thoroughly incorrect due to his ignorance of the zenith origin state and how it influences intent via the world's mana, giving it an extremely elusive feeling that was hard to pinpoint. To put it simply, it was beyond his cultivation and understanding. When Zuhai felt the elemental origin intent, he too recalled his clash with Wei Wuyin. He was confused. Why were the two intents so different in terms of suppression? When he faced Wei Wuyin, it was as if an ocean was encapsulating his entirety, wishing to crush his entire existence. As for this elemental origin intent, it felt weak. Extremely weak. It was there, but it was like comparing a feather to a brick in terms of impactfulness. Zuhai explosive released his intents, unleashing his battle and slaughter intent all at once. It immediately collided with the pervasive elemental origin intent. Lin Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. Both of Zuhai's intents were extremely powerful, well-refined, and very compatible with himself. His elemental origin intent had 3 high-level intents from the advanced elements, each one corresponding with one of the 3 fragments he obtained from his legacy. They were extremely powerful, but his elemental origin intent was still incomplete. The clash caused the world to be upturned, with rays of bloody light emerging sporadically, gusts of torrential winds, quaking ground, and erratic temperatures. Those near the platform were immediately buffeted by the intense clash, their expressions grew pale regardless of their cultivation and they hastily retreated. A challenge had yet to be issued, but a battle of intent had already begun. Both Zuhai and Lin Ming no longer continued their conversations, and they both exclaimed. I, Lin Ming, Zuhai, challenge. Chapter 313, 310, GST, Wolf vs. World, 1. Chapter 313, 310, GST, Wolf vs. World, 1. The translucent walls erected, shielding the outsiders while simultaneously enclosing the battlefield. A prelude to a grand, marvelous, and spectacular battle had begun. The breathing rate of everyone who witnessed these 2 figures shout, for some unknown reason, had slowed down. It was as if the world was slowly building up in the empty space of these moments. The proverbial calm before the epic storm. Lin Ming's spear moved slightly, and with it, the world. A display of elemental origin intent, bending the ambient elemental essences to his will. It allowed one to immerse themselves into the world in the most natural and complete fashion, embodying the world's basic compositional structure. Earth, wind, water, fire, the 4 foundational elements signifying the core essences of the physical world. Metal, lightning, wood, ice, magma, the 5 advanced elements signifying the intermixing complexities of the physical world. Its extremes, its fusion, and its flexibility. These 9 elements embodied the world's elements of physical force. While elements such as darkness, light, shadow, and such signified the world's external influences that impact or influence these elements. They were produced by others, their existence reliant on the world's natural forces and entities. Stars, living beings, and such. Therefore, Lin Ming had seemingly entered a state of elemental origin, merging with the genesis and purest state of the world. Zuhai, however, lifted his lips slightly as his protruding canines were slightly revealed. A savage, feral, vicious, and bloody aura effused from his body, from every single cell within his body, and encapsulated the world in its horrifying pressure. It was as if the apex predator of the world had set its sight on all existence. The will to clash with, rip, shred, and eviscerate all things in existence was emanated, fiercely engaging the will of the physical world. This wasn't a preluding clash of just 3 intents, but a total of 12. Each element had an intent, and this intent had been perfectly merged to produce its truest form. That was 10. While the raging force of will that was battle intent and the bloody devastation that was slaughter intent was 2. Despite this battle of 10 versus 2, the battle and slaughter intent of Zuhai was unfathomably pure and dense. They were of a higher level than each individual elemental intent. When working in cooperation, they weren't the slightest bit inferior. The clash of intents lasted for merely a second, yet a winner couldn't be determined. Dual intents, of both battle and slaughter. He's truly a genius. I'm getting goosebumps. I'm excited. Lin Ming's thoughts were filled with sincere praise, his own fighting will was prodded into a state of excitement. How come his elemental origin intent is so weak? Master's like a boulder to his pebble. While Zuhai's thoughts were filled with a trace of confusion and disappointment. When he clashed with Wei Wuyin during their 3 moves, their first clash had too been intent, and he had indisputably lost. And it wasn't even close. While Wei Wuyin had said he could merge his 2 intents to strengthen it, that was a task no less difficult than exceeding the astral core realm. It was far harder than forming elemental origin intent. After all, the 9 elements originally belonged to elemental origin to begin with, but the 2 intents of his were fiercely independent. In truth, Wei Wuyin had used 6 high-level elemental intents to form that elemental origin intent, including his zenith origin state mana control to exert that immense pressure. But Lin Ming's elemental origin intent merely had 3 high-level intents. The comparison was. Thus, their clash of intent was far less intense to Zuhiyai. After realizing that neither side was claiming victory over the other's intent, their actions changed. Zuhiyai made the first move. His legs went from a neutral motion to a vicious and speedy dash that broke the sound barrier. The gushing gust buffeted the crystal walls that caused them to tremble slightly. The sheer force of his movement was simply that powerful. He almost instantly arrived before Lin Ming like a silver shadow. His scarlet eyes emanated intense ferocity that seemed to stem from the most primal force. It released a vibrant spiritual quality. Alongside this, he attacked. With his right hand formed into a claw, it clawed at Lin Ming in a sharp uppercut. Lin Ming wasn't the run-of-the-mill cultivator. His reactions were exceedingly swift, following Zuhiyai's explosive movement with his spiritual sense. He took a single step back, shifting almost 3 meters instantly. With a tightening of his spear, he similarly struck with a ferocious counterattack. He pierced the very air and his white spear seemingly vanished as if it became one with the wind. It aimed for Zuhiyai's throat. Zuhiyai was briefly, very briefly at Lin Ming's quick reaction and even quicker speed, but he too wasn't ordinary. With a shift of his arm, he met the edge of the spear with his claw, intercepting it. A loud, extremely explosive sound erupted as if wind itself had exploded. The two were sent further back. Both nearly touched the edge of their respective side of the platform. The sheer force of their clash had distorted the platform below. Zuhiyai opened his mouth and released a faint growl from his throat. As he did, his body seemed to expand for a moment before decompressing. The scarlet light within his eyes became even more intense. Lin Ming skidded to a stop, a long line dug a few centimeters into the platform from his legs. The hand that gripped his spear was bloody. The skin of his palm seemed to have been ripped apart. But he clutched his spear even harder as wood energies began to regrow his shredded skin. They both had extremely solemn expressions with a serious glare. A single clash had caused them to recognize that the other person was exceptionally strong. Similarly, their battle wills were completely ignited at this moment. Lin Ming and Zuhiyai vanished from their positions. When they reappeared at the center of the platform, claw and spear met. The explosive result caused the platform to tremble. Then, they vanished again. They flitted about like shadows, exhibiting extreme speed exceeding their cultivation level. One was like the rushing and endless wind while the other was like a ferocious predator chasing after its prey. The sonic booms that resounded were without a set pattern yet continuous and numerous. In the matter of a few dozen seconds, several hundred exchanges had occurred. Bush. 2 figures crushingly smashed down onto the platform, causing this incomparably hard platform made from extremely sturdy material to ripple about like jello. The entire platform deformed, and the faintest sound of surprise resounded. Clearly, it originated from the 5th stage astral core realm overseer. When the dust settled, the 2 figures were revealed. Zuhiyai and Lin Ming were looking at each other, but their respective states were somewhat shocking. Lin Ming's upper clothes were entirely shredded, revealing his lean and muscular figure that contained faint scratch marks. This coupled with his handsome appearance could cause numerous females to lose themselves. Zuhiyai's clothes, which were constructed from insanely expensive materials, were relatively undamaged. But his hands were bloody, with his sharp nails glinted with a bloody and silver light. His mouth was slightly opened revealing 2 sharp canines, his nose scrunched up, and eyes revealed an unbelievable sharpness. Splatter. With a flourish, all the blood splattered and left his hands. It was as if there was no damage to his hands, no origin of the blood, and his skin felt as new as a newborn. Lin Ming quietly observed his opponent. This person's physical strength was incredibly high, having the strongest physical body that he'd ever seen. His hands were as durable and sharp as his high-grade astral armament. If it wasn't for his body that had been refined by the 9 elements including numerous rare treasures, he might have been turned into spaghetti strings already. Furthermore, his spear wasn't inferior to Qing Qiumu's 9 Meadows astral swords. It was called the Origin Spear and was refined by pure elemental essence. It was perfectly compatible with his powers. Zuhai was similarly observing Lin Ming. During their clash, Lin Ming's every movement was as agile as wind, swift as lightning, and flexible like wood. It was extremely difficult to deal with. Moreover, his astral armament was of an high grade, capable of matching his physical body and blocking his every assault. This was the strongest opponent he'd faced, aside from Wei Wuyin. A faint trace of uncertainty emerged in his heart, nearly breeding vigilance and fear, but when he thought of Wei Wuyin, that trace instantly vanished. If he compared Wei Wuyin to Lin Ming, in his mind, he would have been severely injured if Wei Wuyin wanted to suppress him with intent alone. What was there to fear? Shall we get serious? Lin Ming spun his spear in an elegant arc as he asked. Zuhai's ferocious expression revealed a similarly fierce smile. Let's. Whoa. Shush. Behind the two, faint manifestations started to emerge. Chapter 314, 311, GST, Wolf vs. World, 2. Chapter 314, 311, GST, Wolf vs. World, 2. Lin Ming and Zuhai's spiritual pressure spiked into incredible levels, far beyond the standard of a soul idol in this era. Just their previous exchange had left the spectators breathless. Even the slowed-down version of their fight was exceedingly difficult to follow. The projection screens continued to ripple with each and every blow. Astonishing. Within the myriad monarch sex abode, Qin Rui exclaimed in slight disbelief. These two members of the younger generation were exhibiting a level of speed and strength that exceeded their cultivation levels. Each strike was incredibly vicious and lethal. Despite being a grand imperial sage, a figure that stood at the top of the Trivision starfield, an expert at the sixth stage of the astral core realm, she was still enthralled by this fight. Yao Zhen's violet flames flickered wildly. If I was at their level. You wouldn't last 3 moves with either of them, Ji Chongkong interrupted with a mocking scoff. Yao Zhen snorted, neither would you. He was the newest Grand Imperial Sage and also the youngest. However, he was an exceptional figure that could be confidently deemed a genius. Yet, before these two youngsters, be it their speed, strength, or intent, he was considerably lacking. If he was merely comparing himself to Zuhai, he could accept this. After all, Zuhai's personal alchemist was the Prince of Everlore himself. A figure that had seemingly grasped the myriad monarch sect within his palm in a few years. With a specialized routine of cultivation and alchemical products, how could his foundation not be beyond his own at the same level? But where did this Lin Ming come from? Witnessing the two Grand Imperial Sages insult each other, the elders remained quiet, but their thoughts weren't too far off. Who was this Lin Ming? Why haven't they heard of him? These questions echoed in the minds of everyone who watched. The resulting spiritual momentum of these two continued to rise. To them, the only thing that mattered was the opponent before them. The discussions up above? Irrelevant. The questions of others? Irrelevant. Only this moment mattered. Zuhai's battle will and intent to massacre the world itself emanated from his body, transforming into a tempestuous storm of scarlet and silver. Each beat of his heart induced growth in this storm until it became hundreds of meters tall. Just the presence of this storm caused the crystal walls to distort. A faint cough could be heard and the crystal walls swiftly regained their stability amidst the intense force. This violent storm coalesced behind him. It started to take shape. An imposingly domineering figure donned in silver and beneath it was a river of seemingly chaotic crimson. Soon, it was visible to all. A 900-meter-sized silver wolf. It seemed to embody a divine quality, a godly apex predator of the highest order. Its silver hair glistened as if starlight had drenched them in their purest essence. Its scarlet eyes contained the reflection of violence in its truest form, and it walked upon a sanguine river that seemed to act as a royal carpet beneath its feet. From this river were endless howls, snarls, growls, and roars of the canine species. It embodied the savagery of all canine species beneath the heavens. The silver wolf, Fenrir. Encircling its divine image were 9 thick white rings that exuded an unfathomably forceful spiritual strength. Just its presence alone would shatter the spirits of the weak, drag their purest sensation of fear and horror into the forefront of their minds. Its imposing aura was far too much, and the origin of that faint cough had become a tense and audible grunt. A 9-ringed soul idol. Lin Ming's gray eyes became a dazzling white that seemed to embody all colors, containing the origin of the world itself within. He was fearless before this manifestation. Despite its divine quality, its innate imposing nature that seemed to rule over its domain of blood and death, he was completely unafraid. That was because he too had a similar existence at his call. Behind him, a figure manifested. The world was engulfed in a white mist that shrouded half the platform. This mist was ever-changing, everlasting, and all-encompassing. It seemingly contained worlds within. Soon, this mist gathered behind him to form a sphere. This sphere was perfect. It seemed to embody the essence of balance, cohesive unity, and the forces of the world. There was no imposing aura emitted, but there was a tinge of gentleness from it. Furthermore, this sphere was 900 meters. Its size rivaled Zuhiai's soul idol, Fenrir, easily. The two behemoths fully formed. On one side, an apex predator of the highest level. The other, a sphere of the world. Crash. Their auras instantly clashed. The sheer spiritual pressure produced from their collisions induced a crushingly violent sound followed by an explosive storm of silver, crimson, and white. The platform was first affected. The platform itself started to deform and create wave-like ripples in its hard surface. Its shape and form continuously distorted in a violent manner, and the 4 diamond pillars started to creak incessantly. Wah! This hidden expert, this overseer with a cultivation base at the 5th stage of the astral core realm, exclaimed in utter horror and surprise. The powerful, forceful collision of these two spiritual auras had started to affect the formations inlaid within the platform. Even his own control of it was loosening. A wave of endless brown-colored astral force sought to reinforce the platform, but this hasty attempt offered no solution. In the end, crack, 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 crack. 4 simultaneous explosions erupted. The thunderous sound was followed by the inevitable and unfortunate deactivation of the crystal wall. When this line of defense was toppled, the spiritual pressure emitted by these 2 9-ringed soul idols immediately descended onto the crowd of elites. The sudden and abrupt event caused the expressions of all those watching to turn pale in horror. Those that could beat a hasty retreat. Those that couldn't were forced to watch as the tricolored sea of spiritual strength was about to engulf them whole. With abject fear in their eyes and hearts, they could only await their fate. Ah! A heavy sigh echoed in the ears of all those who were paralyzed in their fear. A white-colored ward of spiritual force enshrouded each and every one of them, protecting them from the crushing spiritual strength. These individuals were shocked as they seemed to have found an invincible barrier before them. The tsunami of spiritual strength could only be divided by the wards that protected them. A breath of new life was released by these individuals. Retreat. A loud voice resounded through their ears. As if remembering their current situation, they took off in search of safety, trying to separate themselves from Zuhiai and Lin Ming's clash. If this was merely a clash of their spiritual strength, what would happen when they truly attacked? The very thought was absolutely terrifying. Wei Wuyin and Su Mei floated in the thick of the spiritual strength, remaining largely unaffected. He has a 9-ringed soul idol. Su Mei's heart was fiercely trembling due to this reveal. She knew the sheer amount of effort, resources, and talent that was required to create a 9-ringed soul idol. Zuhiai had been fed 8th-grade alchemical products suitable for middle-phase experts at the astral core realm, just to accomplish this. Furthermore, he refined them in continuous and in high quantities. She was truly shocked that Lin Ming's spiritual strength wasn't any weaker than Zuhiai's. In fact, it seemed to hold a faint advantage. She turned to Wei Wuyin, who revealed a look of absolute calm. There was not a hint of shock on his unearthly handsome face. How could there be any? Wei Wuyin knew Lin Ming was likely a blessed, and this all but confirmed it. To achieve such an accomplishment in this era, one needed a stupendous amount of lucky chances and fortuitous encounters. He was more shocked by Lin Ming's soul idol than his strength. A soul idol was a representation of one's astral soul. Zuhiai had a serious blood soul. It was a manifestation of his innate bloodline and his foundation. As for Lin Ming's, it was an elemental origin soul. It was refined using the foundation of Divine King Han Zhe's divine element formation method. The very same method that he practiced. In a way, his own astral soul and Lin Ming's were formed the same way and cultivated to similar limits. In the future, his soul idol may very well be the same as Lin Ming's. As he observed the process, his celestial eyes were intensely focused. He felt as if he gleaned something crucial from observing Lin Ming. The bottleneck of the soul idol. As Wei Wuyin was lost in his profound thoughts, the battle between the two resumed. Zhu Hei stood imposingly with his 900-meter soul idol arrogantly looking down on all creation. He felt the immense spiritual strength flood throughout his body, and the spirituality within his eyes blazed with a fierce radiance. Lin Ming brandished his spear, seemingly having merged with the world in the most complete fashion. His aura might not seem imposing or domineering, but it contained an all-encompassing dominance that seemed to be a way of the natural order. As if under some silent agreement, they both vanished as they raced towards each other. They were both fierce fighters who fought in close range, so they would certainly engage in their greatest forte. After several seconds, a delayed explosion erupted from their previous locations as the platform shattered entirely. Bits and pieces of stone-like material erupted in a storm of rubble and destruction. A series of thunderous sonic booms resounded, and the air was continuously pushed away. Even space showed faint signs of rippling. While their figures were swifter than the eye could follow, their soul idols were large and noticeable. Fenrir and the White World violently crashed into each other dozens of times in a fierce and ferocious collision. In moments, the stage was completely and utterly destroyed. As for the two, they were rising higher and higher. The platform was no longer their fighting stage, but the entire planet. Chapter 315, 312, Wolf vs. World, 3. Chapter 315, 312, Wolf vs. World, 3. The explosively destructive developments exceeded everyone's expectations. The battle platform that had been constructed with exceptionally sturdy material that even astral core realm experts at the fourth stage, spatial resonance phase, would find difficult to so much as dent had been utterly decimated. The debris in torrents or raging wind sent the situation into even more chaos as the elite youth, these star-studded participants, had to duck and dodge with their lives on the line. The continuous eruption of air and power was like a symphony of war. Whoa! An elegant figure fluttered in midair, swaying beside another while dodging the rapid and loose debris. The other was a young man, with black hair and black eyes. They were Qing Qiumu and Long Chen. When the unexpected destruction began, they sought each other's combined strength to avoid both the spiritual strength and the speeding debris. They had fought together during their time in the Myriad-Year continent for nearly a decade, so their response and combination of forces were extremely well done. They soon stabilized themselves hundreds of miles away from the sonic booms that tore the clouds and sundered the forest beneath. Their eyes radiated dense spiritual light as they observed with solemnly astonished expressions. Qing Qiumu had exclaimed previously. Her heart was shook by this display of insane power. The two fighters had exchanged over 300 close-range blows, using their astral force and physical bodies to clash with their enemies. How is this possible? Her question that had been held in her heart couldn't help but erupt as she turned to Long Chen. Seeing his facial expression that seemed to don the utmost seriousness, she realized even Long Chen was startled by the battle. They're really, really strong. Long Chen's voice was exceptionally low in tone. He had just reached the Sky Ruler phase, yet this level of power exceeded his limits by a large amount. While he had some trump cards and means to fight both these opponents for a short period, he couldn't calculate a path of victory. This caused his heart to fall into an abyss. Zhu Hei was simply Wei Wuyin's dog in his eyes. Sumei, to him, was of a higher level. If Zhu Hei was this strong, what about her? He couldn't help but glance around at an attempt to locate that figure that plagued his thoughts, but to no avail. The spiritual strength that circulated within the air made scanning the area an extremely difficult feat. Long Chen, how are they fighting for so long? The amount of astral force they must be using, This was the question that her heart carried. Qing Qiumu couldn't conceive how these two were exchanging hundreds of blows in a short period of time. Even if they had 100 times the amount of astral force as an ordinary expert at the soul idol phase, they shouldn't be able to last this long. And if they were only using a small fraction of their power in each blow, well, that would be so extremely terrifying. Long Chen's expression darkened slightly. He took a deep breath and said, "Permanence, their astral souls have entered the zenith mortal state. Each clash is with their greatest strength, and they're trying to slowly whittle away at their opponent's astral force. In the average conflict of cultivators, the battle time and number of exchanges were unfathomably low. Oftentimes ending in a few moves, some even ending in one. This had to do with the triple concept of maintaining peak state, fighting with their utmost power, and limited energy reserves. If in battle you held back a portion of your power, if your opponent used their greatest strength, then it was obvious who had the highest chance of claiming victory. Hence, probing attacks were ultimately eliminated from the battle standard amongst equal stage cultivators. Of course, this was the norm due to limited energy reserves. Every attack, ward, or spell uses up energy that couldn't be contained, and must use up energy to maintain. Then, introduce permanence into the equation. If any attack at 100% could be reused for a defense or offense with the same strength, whether the attack missed, blocked an attack, or even if it hit the opponent, then it was an extremely unfair advantage. An attack that doesn't need any additional energy to maintain and can be redirected or reclaimed with most, if not all, of its strength was godly in a world with limited reserves. But if two people had this ability, then they could fight at the peak state for longer than most, and unless their astral force is obliterated until nothing was left, then the fight would continue indefinitely. The dawning realization finally struck Qing Qiumu as she understood. Her expression paled. These two had achieved zenith mortal state. Furthermore, they were absolutely terrifying. Long Chen had also achieved zenith mortal state, so he deeply understood this advantage. It was how he overwhelmed and claimed victory against many of his opponents, especially when he was fighting a group of cultivators at the same phase. Qing Qiumu was struck with a thought: why aren't they using spells? The clash of astral force seemed obvious, but if they were fighting with near equal ability, would using other methods to claim victory be better? After all, spiritual spells attacked in different ways than frontal attacks. Long Chen stared at the increasingly intensifying explosive sonic booms from afar. He waved his hand, grasping the air slightly. The air seemed tense as it bent around his fingers. They are using spells, Long Chen stated. Qing Qiumu was startled for a moment as she glanced at Long Chen's finger. Then, her pale expression became even paler, like ash. Is this spiritual force? Were they floating in spiritual force? Her heart quaked as she felt unsafe and vulnerable. If this was true, weren't they immersed in their powers? Not to mention, how much spiritual force must they have to achieve this? Long Chen continued, since the very beginning, they've been using spiritual spells to attack the other. That, Zuhiai's eyes and Lin Ming's eyes, they are releasing endless spiritual light empowered by their vast spiritual strength. The deflected power is seeping into the air and trying to quietly obliterate the other. They are fighting on two fronts. As he explained, he truly felt an appreciation for this fight. He was a cultivator that sought the peak of the martial Tao, so seeing this degree of competent fighting left him excited. Qing Qiumu projected a spiritual ward, pushing away the spiritual force lingering in the air. Only then did she feel safe and in control of her own life. The only reason she hadn't sensed the spiritual force was due to the battle. Each clash sent forth chaotic spiritual strength into the air that caused pain and disruption to spiritual sense, making it nearly impossible to project it outwards. She returned her attention to the battle. The two were rising higher and higher. Sooner or later, they'll reach the platform that surrounds the planet. Who's winning? Qing Qiumu asked, unable to see what was happening clearly. But she knew that Long Chen definitely had the means to sense and observe the fight. Long Chen's brows furrowed slightly. In an exceptionally serious tone, he replied, I don't know. If they continue to fight like this, a winner might never be decided. Not too far away, Su Mei and Wei Wuyin were attentively watching the fight. After he had taken action to save those who were facing death due to the fallout of the fight, he had turned his attention fully onto the ongoing epic battle. He has a zenith mortal state astral soul. Su Mei was somewhat shocked by this event, as reaching this level was an exceptionally difficult feat requiring vast resources and high-level talent. She and Zuhiai had reached it due to Wei Wuyin's absurd level of nurturing. Wei Wuyin's expression was relatively relaxed, not a hint of solemn or seriousness between his brow. In fact, he seemed to be excited by something. Su Mei noticed this and felt there was more to this. Wei Wuyin felt her gaze and smilingly said, You might not believe this, but Lin Ming's opportunities and fortune originates from the divine King Han Zhe. Or at least a large portion of it does. Likely, he's a descendant or obtained a legacy left behind from him. Wah! Sume was instantly surprised. Divine King Han Zhe. That was a figure that rivaled the Grand Monarch. He had obtained the blessing of the King of Everlore, rising to levels beyond the astral core realm. This Lin Ming had obtained his legacy. Or was he a descendant of him? Her surprise was to be expected. Wei Wuyin said, the preserved legacy of Divine King Han Zhe produced this figure. He held a proud smile on his face. Sume was still a little shocked, but she couldn't quite understand why Wei Wuyin seemed happy. For a moment, she was lost. Then it struck. She understood. Wei Wuyin nodded, chuckling with joy. If the Divine King Han Zhe's legacy produced Lin Ming, then that meant his own means and methods rivaled or very likely exceeded the greatest possible inheritance in the starfield. He hadn't even explored his 9th grade products yet, and there were some truly heaven-defying products. For example, a product that can allow a soul idol to exceed 9 rings. Truly heaven-defying. Sume smiled, feeling Wei Wuin's excitement and happiness as if it were her own. In truth, she hadn't understood the true essence of his excitement. A blessed luck might not rival his ability to nurture his own experts. He had a distinct feeling that the bloodline of sin contained a hint of animosity towards those blessed, even seeking to kill and obtain their fortune. He didn't know if there would be a figure amongst these blessed that similarly sought his life, his fortune. If he kept training, then as long as he could obtain sufficient strength, he could overcome these obstacles. As long as he survived the calamities of hell. In the Alchemist Association's abode, they were all gathered and watching the screen shown with intense focus. The battle between Zuhai and Lin Ming felt hopeless in the beginning, as many had assumed that Zuhai would instantly claim victory. But alas, fate seemed to reveal a frightening dark horse. This was their hope of not paying an outrageously expensive bet, allowing them to take back some of their initiative. That being said, many felt disheartened. Their genius that had been fully nurtured with all their efforts had lost long ago, but even if he made it to this stage, which one of these figures could he match? This caused many of them to become disheartened. While Zuhai could be understood. He had the full attention of a king alchemist and support from an emperor alchemist, Tua Bihan, but Lin Ming. Who was this character? He had just appeared out of thin air and revealed a prowess that exceeded numerous senior experts with ease. The two clashing figures separated after an explosive collision. They were at the edge of the platform, preventing them from ascending. They both simultaneously looked upwards, then turned to each other. Zuhai's hands and forearms were drenched in blood. His silver hair was obscenely messy and wild like a feral animal, but his scarlet eyes released endless bloody radiance. Lin Ming's clothing had been utterly destroyed. He was currently donning conjured white-colored battle armor of his astral force. The battle armor had deep claw marks on its surface that were slowly filling in as it expelled a crimson glow. At the edge of his lips, a line of crimson blood leaked. Behind them were 900-meter-sized manifestations of their soul idol. They were still as lifelike and powerful as when they were originally summoned. Both of them returned their gazes to their opponent at the same time. Their eyes emanated a faint flicker of light. Lin Ming and Zuhai simultaneously said, "One move." After that, they both nodded. They both understood that their relative strength was very close, and it made it nearly impossible to successfully breach their opponent's defenses. The damage to Zuhai's arms and hands were extremely superficial while Lin Ming's defensive methods were far too difficult to break. Therefore, they decided to end this with a single move. It was very likely that one of them might even die. Or maybe, both of them. But the outcome will be decided here. Chapter 316, 313, Wolf vs. World, 4. Chapter 316, 313, Wolf vs. World, 4. The two floated in the air, their auras imposing, and their figures nearly divine. One seemed to embody the essence of the elements, the origin of the physical world, the other embodied the endless carnage of the battlefield. For those below, it was as if two demigods were clashing in the sky, their will and powers boundless and ever-present. The both of them had already exchanged hundreds of near-lethal and absolutely vicious blows while simultaneously trying to subjugate the other's spirit, but it led them to a frightful realization: their fighting power were extremely similar. Be it their foundation of their astral cores, intent, or soul idol, they were extremely similar. Furthermore, they had each unlocked the aspect of permanence. But due to their extremely similar power levels, the act of eliminating the other's astral force into oblivion was an arduous task. Due to their formidable foundations, they might end up fighting for weeks to months without a victor. While normal cultivators had exceedingly swift battles, two cultivators of similar strength and the aspect of permanence could be considered at the greatest opposite of that battle spectrum. The only remaining difference that could ultimately and swiftly decide a victor amongst them was high-level techniques, be it martial arts, astral arts, or spiritual spells. Not the ordinary techniques that could be utilized instantly, those that allowed one's power to be exerted swiftly, easily, and efficiently, but those techniques that required an immense amount of their required forces. They required time, opportunity, and energy. In their clashes that were extremely rapid, they were unable to bring out these extremely powerful trump cards of theirs. A slight attempt at charging enough energies to unleash these arts would leave an unforgivable opening that the other could capitalize on. To decide a victor, to defeat the other at their strongest, the two would allow the unleashing of the other's greatest art. This thrilling decision was especially life-threatening to the loser. But they still unanimously agreed to it without hesitation. Lin Ming's gray eyes had been coated in a white mist that seemed to contain the endless variations of elemental spiritual nature. His surging aura had calmed and the world seemed to grow still. He was clearly reserving his powers, building up for an exceedingly powerful attack. Zuhiai's scarlet eyes emanated bloody light that seemed to contain the feral essence of all canines and savagery of all warriors. The veins on his arms, legs, neck, and forehead were starting to protrude, thrumming of pulsating blood started to sound. Within his body, his heart was beating at 9 beats a second. A faint image of mystical runes started to surface on his veins, flowing through them like fishes. It was an exquisite yet odd sight. These were the blood-forging runes forged from the Bloodforge mystic method. This method had been Yan Longshi's legacy, obtained from the Bloodforge Emperor, a friend of Grand Monarch Wu Yu and a character who entered the realm beyond the astral core realm, mystic ascendant realm. These blood-forge runes that had been cultivated had the extraordinary effect of enhancing one's bloodline strength, physique, and physical energies. If used by a human, these benefits would merely be on the surface, but when used on a beastman, its effects were extremely prominent. Their entire cultivation base was located within their hearts, with their most outstanding energy being physical energies. The blood-forging mystic method had multiple levels, with Yuan Longshi having reached the 3rd level, the Bloodforge battle armor. Unfortunately, Zuhiai had merely entered the 1st level. Despite that, his most powerful art originated from the blood-forging mystic method. Furthermore, it was a martial art, an extremely powerful technique that drew upon one's physical energies, physique, and bloodline powers to the utmost. As a cultivation method created by a mystic ascendant, even the complementary arts or spells of it were far greater than those provided by the myriad monarch sect. Perhaps only the Imperial Heaven Chi method would have arts or spells that rival or exceed it. Zuhiai's entire body started to slightly bulge, his muscles seemingly withstanding an immense amount of energy build up within. He abruptly expanded an entire size in physical dimensions, becoming a small giant. The Bloodforge runes were circulating even faster. His breathing was heavy and ferocious, causing even space to ripple from the sheer weight it seemed to possess. His scarlet eyes were larger than ever, and seemed to have completely transformed into that of a wolf's irises and pupils. His canine teeth seemingly grew larger and razor-sharp as he tapped into the latent bloodline within his heart, the bloodline of the silver wolf, Fenrir. Wei Wuyin and Su Mei were observing these fierce changes. The former had a slight frown while the latter's eyes widened a little in surprise. The amount of physical pressure that Zuhiai was exuding at this moment was astonishing to say the least. Despite being a human, one with barely any concentrated bloodline heritage, she could feel her heart race uncontrollably. Wei Wuyin, on the other hand, was mostly unaffected. While his bloodline source had been exhausted, the inherent quality of his bloodline belonged to a true dragon. Furthermore, Kratos stabilized his bloodline and physical body with a strict hand at all moments. Despite that, he narrowed his eyes. While Zuhiai was undergoing drastic physical changes due to evoking the truest power of his bloodline, Lin Ming seemed silent and unchanging. But anyone who thought this would be beyond foolish. Wei Wuyin could perceive 9 colors faintly circulating around Lin Ming's body. They represented the elemental essences of the world, of the planet. He's gathering and condensing the elemental essences of Unia towards him. If Zuhiai could be said to be drawing upon the vast and domineering potential within himself, then Lin Ming was drawing upon the vast and domineering powers of the world. They were both making extreme preparation that would usually require an immense amount of time relative to normal battles to perform. While describing these changes might take long, the actual event was merely a few seconds of time in the perceptions of mortals. These few seconds of preparations came to an end at the same time, as if they had previously come to some time limit arrangement. The two looked at each other from midair. Then, it happened. Divine Elemental Way, Strike of the Nine Worlds. Lin Ming brandished his origin spear, the nine-colored dot at his forehead glowed brilliantly with resplendent radiance. With a step, he transformed into a streak of 9 colors that were even more beautiful than a rainbow after a rainy day. The planet, its wind, heat, life, moisture, and essence seemed to be following this 9-colored streak. It was exceptionally fast. In the blink of an eye, it was already before Zuhai's chest. Imperial Blood Forge Way, Roaring Blood, Crushing Spirit. A whoa. Zuhai hadn't even moved or flinched at the extremely fast assault. He merely opened his mouth as a bloody radiance seemed to erupt in the most explosive, the most endless fashion like a deluge of blood-colored world. In less than a blink of an eye, half of the northern hemisphere of Unia became bathed in bloody light, including the 9-colored streak of light that was Lin Ming. It faced the densest, darkest, and most forceful portion of the light. Within this bloody light were the ceaseless and ferocious battle cries of ancient warriors, of fallen heroes, of vicious canines, and of screams of agony and despair. There was no sound that was unleashed from this collision. It merely lasted a single moment before it ended, like a flash of lightning. When the light dissipated, 2 figures floated in midair. Lin Ming and Zuhai, but their original positions had been reversed. Furthermore, they were no longer facing each other. With their backs to each other, they stood still for a long while. Gurgle. A sound of a throat filled with blood resounded. The gushing sounds of endless blood escaped. It was Zuhai. He swiftly returned to his original state. Even the bloody radiance within his eyes had vanished, revealing a nearly white-colored haze. Beneath his skin, 9 colors were swarming without end. But the most glaring difference of a few moments before and now was the incredibly large gaping hole the size of a basketball in the center of his chest. His spine, and many of his organs, had been completely and utterly eviscerated. At the edges of the wound, 9 colors were streaming in ceaselessly from the world, continuously causing damage to his body. The world was still attacking him somehow. His hands were twitching without end and his aura was swiftly dissipating. Not just his physical aura or his spiritual aura, but his life aura. Lin Ming wasn't much better. On the other side, Lin Ming's entire body had been thoroughly skinned, being a picture of flesh and muscle without a trace of skin. His strands of muscle fibers were twitching incessantly and his body dripped with blood. The damage was intensive. But, the 9-colored dot at his forehead had a faint crack straight down the middle. It seemed to have bore the brunt of the attack, both its physical and spiritual force. Lin Ming, eyelidless, felt conflicted in his heart. He had survived, but at the cost of one of his life-saving trump cards. While the two didn't have any life or death enmity between them, to hold back against an opponent was the same as killing yourself. Neither of them wished to do that. Still, he had never been so close to death before today. He now understood that there were incredible geniuses in this world, even in a desolate starfield like this one, that could rival and threaten his life. If it wasn't for his Aegis of the Elements, he would have been destroyed in battle and spirit by that frightening attack. His legacy of the divine King Han Zhe, it wasn't invincible. This experience had thoroughly changed his opinion of this world, and it filled him with immense expectations towards the future. Just as he was about to turn around to see Zuhai, his Aegis of the Elements that had been fractured started to glow once more. He was only able to sense Zuhai's life slipping away before his body was enshrouded in white light. He vanished. Chapter 317, 314, GST, I haven't. Chapter 317, 314, GST, I haven't. A wave of awe flowed ceaselessly through the hearts of everyone present. They had just bore witness to the reveal of 2 heavenly geniuses who had developed a 9-ringed soul idol and had heaven-defying combat strength for their cultivations, yet the ending had left them utterly speechless. The myriad monarch sex participant, Beastman Zuhai, had been afflicted by a severely fatal attack that left his chest almost entirely empty, even his heart seemed to have been eviscerated by that attack. As for the dark horse that was Lin Ming, this elemental heaven pavilion participant, he had suffered an incredibly gruesome fate of losing all his surface skin before abruptly vanishing in a flash of white light. They didn't know if Lin Ming had been sent away or if he had turned into specks of dust by the silver light. It was a befuddling event. Qing Qiumu covered her mouth with her palms. Her normally gorgeously gentle emerald-colored eyes were revealing horror and shock. While she didn't know Zuhai personally, she knew that he was Wei Wuyan's subordinate. She didn't expect him to meet his end like this. And she wasn't the only one. Long Chen's eyes were extremely wide. He's dead. His disbelieving voice was filled with uncertainty. Zuhai could be classified as a genius of an era by his standards, by his current combat prowess, and his future potential. A cultivator that had comprehended two intents, reached the zenith mortal state, manifested a nine-ringed soul idol, had met his demise at the hands of a similarly outstanding genius. It didn't feel real. But as he observed Zuhai's life aura dwindle endlessly while spewing glaringly crimson blood from his lips without end, he couldn't help but accept it. Furthermore, even if Zuhai survived, his heart had been destroyed. He was essentially turned cripple. Ugh. Zuhai soon lost his ability to control his remaining energies and the ambient mana to maintain flight. He started to fall from the sky as streaks of crimson formed from his mouth and chest. His eyes fluttered without end. I lost. Zuhai's thoughts were slow and felt heavy, as if every word was a chore of immense effort. He felt a pain in his mind as he recalled the previous events. He had unleashed his strongest art, Imperial Blood Forge Wei, Roaring Blood, Crushing Spirit, and he lost. This was a bona fide art designed by a mystic ascendant that assaulted both the body and spirit in a tyrannical fashion, and one of the preliminary arts of the blood-forging mystic method. To think that this profound art that could devour entire planets at its strongest had led to his defeat. It was unexpected. In the end, he lost. He could feel his consciousness fading, while his body was being invaded by elemental forces and destroying it on a fundamental level. He no longer felt his astral soul. Was it all lost just like that? He couldn't help but recall his past. He had joined the Myriad Monarch sect with much effort. At first, he wasn't anything special. He could cultivate a little bit faster than others amongst his lineage, had a bloodline that was a tinge greater, and so he stood out a little. He was excited and happy. He had a loving and beautiful mother, a strong and sturdy father, and a cheerful and naive little brother. His life wasn't so bad. While he envied those sky nobles and heavenly kings, he understood his limitations. He was fated to merely be amongst the 5 million, and that was enough. Then, his world was turned upside down. His mother was desired by a mortal captain-class elder. The forceful means and sinister schemes of the elder led to his father challenging this elder and being crippled as a result. Soon after, his little brother had gone against the rules of the sect and was subsequently executed. Before he could react, he was left with a raped mother, a crippled father, and a dead little brother. His life. He went mad. Mad with unfathomable rage and killing intent. He sought to become a vicious monster and lay his life on the line for revenge, and he had birthed battle intent and slaughter intent as he embraced his lineage and killed his way through the sect. In the end, he was foiled and captured, sentenced to die of old age in a jail after being brutally crippled. As a beastman, he had a lifespan far beyond normal humans and would likely spend thousands of years there. For 160 years, he was forced to live in isolation and helplessness. He had given up on living, on revenge, on everything. Then, he arrived. His life was changed. He had even claimed his revenge with his own 2 hands in the end. He had gained unfathomable strength. His future had no longer been left for oblivion, but reclaimed by that person's hands. So, he decided to devote his life and entirety of that future to this individual. He became his claws. He became his fangs. Well, he was. Feeling the incredibly pervasive cold of death, he couldn't help but see his life flash before his eyes. He had no more family in this world. The only thing he had left in this world was him, just him. And he couldn't handle a single task. All he had to do was win the Grand Spirit Trials, prove his worth as his claws and fangs. Yet. His face became wet with more than just blood. Please forgive me, Master. Do you think I've given you permission to die? A voice resounded beside his ears, igniting his fading consciousness a little. He had already lost feeling of his body, otherwise he would have noticed he was held by the very men he sought forgiveness for. Besides the sound of that particular voice, he couldn't perceive anything else around him. "Sume, did I give him permission to die?" Wei Wuyin asked with a trace of genuine confusion in his voice. Sume was floating beside Wei Wuyin with a faint smile on her face, exuding a little bit of warmth as she gazed at Zuhai. She responded, "You haven't, Lord Wei." Wei Wuyin nodded, "That's right, I haven't." As he said this, he retrieved a man-sized crystal coffin filled with watery paste from his spatial ring. With a wave of his hand, Zuhai was placed inside. The last thing Zuhai heard before his consciousness faded, "You did far better than I expected. Your purpose isn't finished yet, so rest well. You'll have much work to do after." After that, the now sealed crystal coffin was handed to Sume, who enshrouded it with her astral force. She was very careful as she handled the coffin. When she looked at Zuhai, she saw that the watery paste seemed to be integrating with Zuhai's flesh, regrowing his cells, and rebuilding his foundational structure. Her eyes brightened in wonder for a brief moment. Wei Wuyin was twirling his fingers as he inspected the elemental forces that had been extracted from Zuhai's body. These elemental forces had been bestowed with spirituality. They had the ability to attract other elemental forces and imbue them with a task. This was why Zuhai was covered in multicolored lights beneath his skin. It was quite insidious. Fortunately, he had comprehended elemental origin intent, and his was of a higher level than the one within this. To extract it and bring it under his control was literal child's play. Lin Ming survived because of that dot on his forehead. It truly is difficult to kill a blessed. But it didn't seem like a tool or armament. A technique. Someone left it to protect him, and it even has spatial energies and can perform spatial shifting. Beyond the realm world phase. He couldn't help but recall that gorgeously stunning woman he had seen with Lin Ming on the Myriad continent. After he realized this, he sighed with a bit of relief. He had felt that blessed typically had some form of protection, or at least a few did. He wasn't sure if Lin Ming was like Long Chen, with a Grand Monarch Wu Yu-like character protecting him from the shadows, or like Yuan Longshi who relied solely on himself and a situational trump card like the Yang Dragon Soul. Therefore, he exercised caution and allowed Zuhai to test it out. Who would have thought he could give this blessed a life-and-death battle with extremely close results? If that's the case, he could kill Lin Ming if presented with an opportunity. Fortunately, he hadn't jumped the gun lest he be hunted by his mysterious guardian. He sighed again, but this time lamenting how he didn't have an exceptional character standing behind him. While he had plundered Wu Yu from Long Chen, it still wasn't a protective talisman that was entirely his to have, nor was it certain that Wu Yu would act unhesitantly for him. He didn't like that uncertainty. In the end, he could only accept his situation. As he thought this, he looked at the ravaged world below and the sundered clouds above. "I didn't want to do this, but I guess I'll just end this here." "Watch him," Wei Wuyin said. He slowly descended with all eyes on him. There were even a few that felt sad for him as Sume carried a coffin with Zuhai within. To them, he was dead. After his chest was devastated in such a fashion, how could he not be? But how were they to know the wonders of a top-tier 8th-grade alchemical paste, waters of life? As for being crippled. Before a talented alchemist, did that word even exist? Only injured and dead were in their vocabulary. He arrived at the devastated area that once held the battle arena. When he did, shockingly, a projection was shown in the sky. Wei Wuyin. Spirit Points, 2350. Chapter 318, 315, GST, A New Era. Chapter 318, 315, GST, A New Era. After that invigorating battle, the spectating elites were still trying to catch their breaths from these developments. Their thoughts were still engrossed in each explosive clash and that mysterious ending. Zuhai's fate was largely unknown, having been placed within a crystal coffin by Wei Wuyin. As for Lin Ming, the likely victor of the battle between the two, he had vanished abruptly without explanation or warning. From the spatial fluctuations still present at his spot of disappearance, all these elites with their keen senses could determine that he had been sent elsewhere. Lin Ming's state was even more gruesome and horrific than Zuhai. It was very likely that he would be unfit to battle for weeks or months, so this heaven-defying genius with a Nine-ringed soul idol had been eliminated whether he stayed or not. It was even possible that the injuries from that fearsome attack from Zuhai had claimed his life or at least half of it. These were their thoughts that were followed by an inward sigh of relief. If Zuhai or Lin Ming decided to stay on the platform, who had the qualification to challenge either of them? Even if they claimed the platform, the time between battles could last for days or weeks. That was more than enough time for them to recover a majority of their strength. But alas, endings weren't always idyllic like fairy tales. Wei Wuyin had stepped onto the platform. There wasn't a single figure here that didn't have pause for one reason or another. And this had to do with Zuhai. While these people were elites of the younger generation, they thoroughly understood the limitations of talent in the current era. The numerous stories of top-tier characters were fresh in their minds. But these characters were nearly insignificant before Zuhai and Lin Ming. While Lin Ming remained a total mystery, Zuhai wasn't. By now, they already understood that Zuhai was a subordinate of Wei Wuyin. If that was the case, then Wei Wuyin, this young alchemist that wasn't even 50 years old, had forged an elite that far exceeded the standards of this era. A zenith mortal state astral soul. Dual intents. Zuhai was, hands down, in the top 3 figures in the younger generation with the greatest talent and potential. And this was greatly attributed to Wei Wuyin's efforts. This Prince of Everlore had created a top-tier genius with a few years that exceeded this era. Any fool with a little intelligence could understand this implication, let alone these top-tier young elites with exceptional talents. Regardless of which force they belonged to, whether they were from the 4 great forces of the Trivision Starfield or a part of a lesser force, they were hesitant. Truly hesitant. Wei Wuyin, with his unearthly countenance and extraordinary aura, left them considerably conflicted. This had to do with the reason for this grand trial to begin with. It was merely to obtain an 8th-grade alchemical product including a series of other top-notch resources. But where and how did this all begin? Should they, no, can they even challenge this figure before them? What were these little resources? In 100 years, wouldn't 7th-grade alchemical products or even higher be available via this individual? While the Princess of Everlore existed, she belonged to a neutral power that cared about profit and face. The Myriad Monarch sect. That was a legitimate heavyweight with exceptional reach. The implication was explicit. They converged at the broken area where the battle arena had once been. Several minutes went by without a single individual from the crowd uttering a single word. They stared at Wei Wuyin's figure as he simply stood there with a nonchalant stance and faint smile. His unfathomable silver eyes swept the crowd from time to time. Su Mei couldn't help but want to laugh. This was always bound to happen. The Alchemist Association had failed to account for this eventuality. If they still had their elite genius within the contest, perhaps he would stand up to challenge Wei Wuyin, but who actually had the guts to do so beside them? Sure, these figures belonged to various powers and might not receive any direct support from Wei Wuyin, but what if they earned his ire? Could they really try to fight with all they have? Try to take Wei Wuyin's life? It just seemed like a lose-lose situation. In the end, a figure stood out amongst the elites. Wei, Prince Wei, I have a question. This person was a pretty young elf with azure-colored hair that seemed to originate from the Sacred Light Palace. She had blushed cheeks, looking relatively cute as she flusteredly spoke in a shy manner. Her actions caused numerous gazes to turn towards her, a few filled with relief and expectations. They urged her on with their eyes. When she briefly glanced at the crowd, she tried to harden her resolve further after. Noticing their expressions, Wei Wuyin smilingly said, "Ask away." Seeing Wei Wuyin directly smiling at her caused her heart to race, and she felt a faint heat within her body. Her blushing face turned even redder as she became somewhat embarrassed. She looked away and bit her lower lip slightly. It took her a while and a few spiritual transmissions before she calmed herself and asked, "This grand spirit trials, don't you think it's unfair for you too?" She trailed off, not really understanding what she wanted to ask exactly. Should she ask why he was participating? Why did he decide to take the platform now? But when her mind fully entered this line of questioning, she realized swiftly that those questions weren't appropriate to ask. After all, he was a participant because he was qualified. He took the platform because he intended to claim victory just like the rest. Regardless of when, wouldn't he have to take the stage regardless? Wei Wuyin shook his head. Unfair. I'm not prohibiting anyone from challenging me, even killing me if they could. Within the confines of the rules, of course. It's simply that, no one wants to, right? The crowd's faint murmurs and expressions went silent and dark respectively. I have a lot riding on the end result of this trial, and I stand to gain more from it than any of you. Of course I'll take the stage, Wei Wuyin continued. While his logic was sound, this only caused the hearts of those hesitant to moan in defeat. If they challenged him, even if they could win, which was already an uncertainty, they would be actively hindering his victory. All possible forms of relations would be ended before it even began. The young woman from the Sacred Light Palace knew his words made sense and looked down at her feet. She wasn't normally a shy person, but before this person, she felt an innate sense of inferiority within herself. Long Chen clenched his fists, creating audible crunches. He wanted to claim victory in this tournament, obtain the resources with his own hands. Those resources could bolster his cultivation considerably, allowing him to further his future path to the apex. But Wei Wuyin was an impregnable obstacle that he couldn't destroy. If Wu Yu was with him, perhaps he would have a chance, but he knew that the Grand Imperial Monarchs would interfere if Wei Wuyin was truly put into a life-threatening situation. Even if it broke the rules. Furthermore, Sumei was likely another Zuhai-level figure. If he fought it all out with Wei Wuyin, he might end up like Zuhai and Lin Ming at the end of it. That simply wasn't worth it. Qin Qiumu was still a little shocked by Zuhai's death. Then, Wei Wuyin had taken the stage and essentially caused all these young elites to silently admit defeat for fear of offending him. They all had desire towards victory, making their names renowned in the world, but that was far unlikely considering the events before. Zuhai and Lin Ming had revealed a truth that hadn't fully settled in their hearts and minds, but the seed had been planted. It was the standard of the newfound meaning of a young elite. They were inferior, vastly inferior in comparison. Just like that gray-robed young man facing Deshan, many soul idol cultivators' rings were 4 or less. Before, reaching 4 rings made one an extremely talented genius with the potential to rise to extraordinary heights. But now, what was a 4-ringed soul idol? What was even a 5-ringed soul idol? Many of the Grand Imperial Sage-level figures had reached the 5-ringed soul idol. 2 9-ringed soul idols with zenith mortal state astral souls and comprehended intent had been born amongst this generation, and they were both from separate powers. If this wasn't the inception of a new age, what was? There were numerous individuals with 6th mortal state or 7th, and likely very few were at the 8th, with practically none at the 9th mortal state. Just this foundational difference already created an insurmountable gap. That seed might not form, but it was there. They knew that their place in the future would be relegated to little if a new era had started to form. If Realm Lords, Time Lords, and even Star Lords were to re-emerge, they would be nothing. Grand Imperial Sages. Those top-tier powerhouses that they worshipped nearly religiously. Nothing. They would be minor characters in the future, no longer decision-makers. Qin Qiumu was more aware of this fact than the others. Furthermore, she deeply understood why the hesitation had emerged in everyone's hearts more than they themselves understood. She had received Wei Wuyin's few months of instructions and a few alchemical products, and she had grown several times stronger, increased her cultivation base, and improved in her foundation. Even her mortal state had been improved by a level. The world had already received an immense shock, but this was nothing yet before what could happen in the future. In the end, Long Chen couldn't handle the stance everyone had taken. He said in criticism, "You should know why they're unwilling to challenge you. They fear retaliation, fear you might hold a grudge that will affect their future, the future of their descendants, and the force they belong to. Can you be any more shameless?" The crowd was startled by Long Chen speaking their inner thoughts. How brazen. Wei Wuyin casually swept his gaze over Long Chen, seeing Qin Qiumu beside him. He could see from her expression that Qin Qiumu was taken aback by Long Chen's words. He merely responded with, "Fear. Even if they truly fear me, do you? Why don't you come and challenge me?" Long Chen instantly grew silent as his expression became slightly unsightly. The gazes of everyone present arrived on his body, and a few even contained disdain and ridicule for no other reason than his brazen attitude of exposing their thoughts yet having the same thoughts. Of course, they didn't know that Long Chen's reasoning for not challenging Wei Wuyin were somewhat different. In his mind, Wei Wuyin would only be outclassed by him in the same cultivation. He had the legacy of a mystic ascendant. You had an ungodly talent, fused two astral souls into one, and had a fantastic foundation. How could he fear Wei Wuyin? Still, he didn't step up after he briefly glanced at Sume. While Wei Wuyin might not be as talented or as strong as him, Zuhai, Lin Ming, and likely Sume had talent and potential to do so. Zuhai had shown this, and Sume had been Wei Wuin's subordinate since he first met him. If he had to give Wei Wuyin any words of praise, it was his ability to find exceptional talents and nurture them. But that's it. In truth, a few elites amongst them felt that they could defeat Wei Wuyin. They simply didn't wish to do so due to the potential fallout. Wei Wuyin sneered in his heart. Regardless of his disdain, he decided to bring this event to a close. He never intended to fight a single battle, and had used this as a platform to hone his claws and fangs. Sume and himself weren't originally supposed to be here. As for having Sume fight the remaining participant, there was no need. Besides Lin Ming, no one here had the qualification to receive 10 moves from Sume without losing their lives, and that was without her soul idol. Since Zuhai had fought a blessed and lost by a small margin, there was no other reason to continue with this event. Regardless of whether you fear offending me or you're too weak to take action, I've decided to claim victory. So, victory is mine. Any objections? Wei Wuyin calmly declared. His tone was casual yet held a faint hint of extreme dominance. Soon, an hour passed. Wei Wuyin remained unchallenged, and this grand spirit trials had ended on a note that told everyone one thing: a new era had arrived. Chapter 319, 316, GST, Conclusion. Chapter 319, 316, GST, Conclusion. The grand spirit trials met an unexpected end. The numerous spectators could only watch as Wei Wuyin claimed victory without fighting a single battle during the tournament. Not a single participant among these usual hot-blooded youths with much to prove possessed the courage and vigor to offend the Prince of Everlore. The four great forces and the Alchemist Association could only bear bitter smiles and headaches from it all. This unexpected development left them speechless. In the Alchemist Association's abode, the numerous elders and leaders of the association had dark, sullen expressions. They were more aware of the deterrent force that alchemists possessed more than anyone within the starfield, so seeing it in full force here only left them with a nasty taste in their mouths. While the others had just a few things on the line, they had a bet with Wei Wuyin on who would claim victory. Their chosen participant had been eliminated in the second stage of the Grand Spirit Trials in such an unfortunate and unmemorable moment. Furthermore, it was by the hands of beasts. They could only wallow in their fate. A wrinkled-faced elder with silver-gray hair and long beard sighed, "We lost." His voice was filled with depression and dejection. His words seemed to be like an infectious virus as the members of the Alchemist Association, be it youthful talent or old fox, had realized the hole they were in. Of course, they had long since prepared their loss after Wei Wuyin revealed his 1-centimeter astral core. As for where their depression originated from, the reason for the Grand Spirit Trials creation was based off of a bet. A bet that started because of them but hurriedly spiraled out of control by Wei Wuyin's deliberate taunts and forcefully increasing the wager until the cost exceeded their limits. 100 high-quality Astral Sea pills, 100 Sky World pills, 10,000 Astral Dipper Fountain pills, 10 8th-grade Spatial Spirit pills, 10 Soul Spirit pills, and an Astral Ocean pill. As the wrinkled-faced elder listed off the disastrous cost of their loss, the expressions of everyone became extremely ugly to behold. This wager was outrageous. It was simply impossible to fulfill. They agreed to this wager due to their absolute confidence in their nurturing ability, but ended up with egg on their face as they realized that the ceiling of true talents, such as Zuhai and Lin Ming, exceeded their nurturing by a considerable degree. Qingye Yun, Alchemist Association's association master, had a calm, stoic appearance as he seemed to be unaffected by this loss. Unlike the others, he remained composed. This showed his outstanding mental stability. Despite the devastating loss that could be said to put them in an unpayable debt, he could still remain calm. "Association Master, what is our next step?" an elder asked. They had all swore a soul oath, so a wisp of fear couldn't help but emerge in their hearts. But they hadn't lost hope, especially considering the Association Master's calm appearance. Qingye Yun softly inhaled before exhaling out a turbid breath of air. His eyes gleamed with light for a moment as he slightly smiled. "We'll go all out. While we've suffered a setback, unable to achieve our goal in one go, we still have our most powerful trump card. Knowing his personality, he'll have no choice but to fall into it. He turned towards that veiled young woman. The eyes of everyone else focused on the young woman, and the gloomy tension within the atmosphere had lightened up considerably as if hope had been found. The young woman, Qing Ye-ing, tightly clenched her dainty fists beneath her sleeve. Her eyes reflected an impenetrable resolve. Qing Ye-yun warmly smiled as he observed this great-great-great-granddaughter of his. She was the pride and joy of his entire familial lineage, and she would usher the world into a new era that was defined by the Alchemist Association. If the King of Everlore had established himself before, she would follow his path and achieve great things. "Let's go," Qing Ye-yun said. The Grand Spirit Trials had come to its conclusion sooner than anticipated, in a fashion that was rather unexpected. For now, they had to continue forth until an opportunity presented itself. With its end, the top-tier hegemonic forces were to gather and deliver the prizes to the victor. After Wei Wuyin went unchallenged, claiming victory, the participants were soon sent out of the planet. They were brought upwards and away to the planetary engulfing platform. A specific location had been fashioned to accommodate the winner's ceremony. The 4 hegemonic forces were all present. The Sacred Light Palace, Demonic Abyss Mountain, Myriad Monarch Sect, and Elemental Heaven Pavilion. While the San Clan, the ruler of the Starfield, had remained absent, it was still an astonishing sight. The Spotlight leaders were all present, revealing their extraordinary bearing and auras. The Sacred Light Palace's Jiang Phylan, a gorgeous elf with silky black hair and a willowy physique. She was the Sacred Light Palace's palace master, and a member of the Jiang clan, a ruling clan of pure elves within the palace. She had a rather cold gaze that warded off any intentions to get close. Her wintry attitude was supplemented by her chilly aura that made icy crystals form and dissipate sporadically beside her. A brawny humanoid male dressed in violet-colored heavy armor stood nearly 3 meters in height. His bewitching white hair, eyes that were entirely gray-colored from irises to scleria, and night black hair gave him an imposingly demonic feeling. This demonic aura was furthered by the 2 straight horns above his head that extended for an entire foot of distance and possessed the thickness of a baby's fist. This was the Demonic Abyss Mountain's Mountain Lord, Gao Zi. This figure ruled the demons of the Starfield and carried a prodigious bloodline among demons. The last notable figure with an aura that vastly exceeded the others present was a gorgeous human woman with sharp chin, limpid yet intelligent eyes, and an extremely attractive figure. Her short white hair and blue eyes caused her to stand out from all the women present. It was Lin Ruyan, the Elemental Heaven Pavilion's pavilion master. Behind each of them were elders and members of the younger generation that had participated or watched the contest. There were nearly 200 people here, and not a single one lacked backing or potential, and not all of them belonged to the 4 hegemonic forces. The Golden Coin Pavilion was similarly here, as the #1 merchant force within the Starfield. They too had their own participants. The Myriad Monarch Sect were here too. Ji Changkong, Qin Rue, and Yao Zhen were hosts of this event, so they had more upper echelon members attend. In terms of position, each Grand Imperial Sage was equivalent to a sect master. There was a strange atmosphere forming between each group as many held complex feelings towards the abrupt and ridiculous end of the Grand Spirit Trials. While these elders had admonished their younger generation for their lack of courage, they knew it was mostly irrelevant. The younger generation wasn't aware of Wei Wuin's outstanding combat strength, but to them, the spectators who observed all happenings, how could they not know? Furthermore, Zuhai was already a ferocious and nearly insurmountable challenge, but Su Mei, another subordinate of Wei Wuin, didn't seem remotely lacking in comparison. They knew the outcome had been decided during the trial of beasts, so they had enough time to adjust their mind and rid themselves of any hope. It was just that they hadn't expected these normally hot-blooded youths to surrender so completely to Wei Wuin without him lifting a single finger. It was a little depressing. As for their loss, they had each offered up a special item as a prize to the victor, but their loss wasn't too massive. In fact, it was negligible in the long run. They weren't like the Alchemist Association who had wagered beyond their capabilities and had lost so utterly that they had little to no chance to stabilize the situation. Soon, the Alchemist Association's members arrived with Qing Ye-yun in the lead. He didn't seem too dejected, maintaining a calm regal bearing that betrayed none of his inner thoughts. It was as if he hadn't lost such a devastating bet. They swiftly found their designated location and remained quiet. They seemed truly unaffected by these developments. Moments later, crisp footsteps resounded as a figure arrived. His unearthly appearance and exceptional aura made him the center of attention. Furthermore, he was the winner of the Grand Spirit Trials. Wei Wuyin. With a slight smile, Wei Wuyin calmly took the center spotlight. As if he was the host of the entire event, not the winner, he swept his glance across everyone present. On behalf of the Myriad Monarch sect, I would like to first say thank you all for participating in the first ever Grand Spirit Trials. We hoped you were able to enjoy your experience. When he said these things, no one from the Myriad Monarch sect voiced any objection. The other forces were somewhat shocked as the victor took to thanking the losers. While a bitter taste would usually form in their mouth from this, they couldn't garner any distaste for it. Wei Wuyin was truly too outstanding and clearly had the latitude to do whatever the hell he wanted. Even speaking to these top-tier powerhouses as equals wouldn't receive any reproach. No one would dare voice it out even if they did. Wei Wuyin continued, I'll be accepting all the rewards for the event. As for the matter of my spatial spirit pill, I welcome all those present to bid on it. Since this entire event was originally designed to find a suitable candidate for this pill, I won't take away the opportunity for it to be obtained. Everyone was startled. The 8th grade spatial spirit pill was the legitimate reason why everyone wanted to participate in this event. It was this very pill that allowed Qin Rui, a grand imperial sage, to form a strong enough foundation to reach her current level of cultivation. How could they not want something like this? As for obtaining it from the Alchemist Association, that was an impossible dream. There was likely no force that would ever allow the pill to be obtained by outsiders, and the only reason they had a chance to fight for it was due to their own treasures. Now that Wei Wuyin had said this, how could they not be surprised? Those present couldn't help but glance at Qin Rui, Yao Zhen, and Ji Changkong. Was this actually happening? Was it allowed? But those three remained calm and impassive. While they hadn't known that Wei Wuyin was going to allow for an open bidding war for the 8th grade pill, they weren't disturbed in the slightest. In truth, they knew they had no say in the matter. Since he won, he could do whatever he wanted. Let alone the fact that he concocted the pill himself. Wei Wuyin chuckled lightly at the dumbfounded expressions. Shall we begin? The single-item auction was starting immediately. Chapter 320, 317, Unexpected. Chapter 320, 317, Unexpected. An impromptu auction was outside of everyone's expectations, that included these top-tier powerhouses of the Trivision Starfield. Additionally, it was being initiated by a junior. If it was any other junior, these ruling class figures wouldn't entertain such a spontaneous declaration. But the Prince of Everlore truly held the qualifications to confidently start such an event. Furthermore, everyone present couldn't resist participating. While they might have some ill feelings from the failings of their juniors or the death of their younger generation, the value of a spatial spirit pill was truly too valuable to be short-sighted. What's done is done, but the future waits for no man. A spatial spirit pill could enable another figure on the same level as the Grand Imperial Sages to be born if given the appropriate nurturing and protection. Therefore, they all were very desirous for this pill. They were even willing to offer up all sorts of rare treasures to enter into this competition in the hopes of claiming that pill. As for the other treasures offered by the hegemonic forces, such as the spiritual mana, sacred essence liquid, and an unhatched egg of a baleful Gale Star Hawk, they weren't nearly as valuable as the spatial spirit pill. A spiritual mana was highly dependent on innate talent, sacred essence liquid required an astonishing amount of alchemical products to be brought to its fullest potential, and a baleful Gale Star Hawk needed an obscene amount of resources and time simply to rival a third-stage astral core realm cultivator. Even the soul spirit pill, similarly an 8th grade pill, offered by the Alchemist Association couldn't rival the spatial spirit pill. That was because of a single factor about this particular spatial spirit pill: it was of low grade. While it was commonly known that low grade was the lowest official classification a product could receive, this low grade meant a product without any impurities and had 100% effectiveness in their abilities. However, there was a lesser classification for products that still contained impurities, and these products harmed the body, increased aging, and even weakened a person's cultivation base if accumulated within the body in large quantities. This classification was called the impure grade. There were various ratios for the impure grade, ranging from 50% to 1%. Anything more than 50% is considered entirely unusable with more detrimental effects than benefits. Yet these impure-grade pills were often sold by the Alchemist Association and used by cultivators of lesser status. The San clan's ancestor had hoarded high-grade impure products for his descendants. It was this level of exceptional forethought and preparation that allowed the San clan to become the ruling power of the entire starfield that it was today. The higher the grade of the product, the harder it was to remove all the impurities within, which contributed to one of the major reasons as to why it took an exceptionally difficult time to concoct products. It was also why alchemists often worked together to refine products, because their joint effort would make the purification process easier and quicker. The Soul Spirit pill offered by the Alchemist Association was of the 8% impure grade, while the higher-tiered Spatial Spirit pill was of the low grade. To add, the Spatial Spirit pill refined by Qin Rui that allowed her to reach her current accomplishments was of the 11% impure grade. Imagine what a low-grade Spatial Spirit pill could do. Thus, a blazing desire was ignited in the hearts of all these elders, disciples, and rulers' hearts. Witnessing the lack of objection from the myriad monarch sect's grand imperial sages at this move made them become even more invigorated at the prospect. Wei Wuyin faintly smiled as he saw the burning light within the eyes of everyone. He didn't immediately bring up the losses of these individuals, and simply acted to assuage their heated feelings by dangling a piece of seemingly fat meat before them. This was what they all wanted. As for their offered prizes for first place, none of them could even rival it, so they wouldn't care so much for losing it. Now, their attention would be focused on each other in competition. In their minds, the 8th grade pill was a lucky creation generated by the sacrifice of the myriad monarch planet's vital energies, so they hoped to obtain it. After all, who knew when or if Wei Wuyin or another emperor alchemist would open availability of such a product to others? If they knew that Wei Wuyin had already concocted hundreds of similarly graded products, their desires might be more conflicted than shocked. To them, it was a heaven-reaching treasure. To him, it was just an hour or two of work. Therefore, he treated it with very little importance. Just as he was about to set the rules of this impromptu auction, a figure walked forward and took the spotlight. It was a young woman who wore a veil, her body's curves were exquisitely tantalizing, and she exuded a refined air. This air seemed to originate from a Tao, and it perpetuated her uniqueness. The blazing eyes of desire and greed of these elders, juniors, and leaders were subconsciously shifted towards this young woman as their astral souls shook faintly with intense desire. Dense alchemical energies. Such a refined alchemic aura. Wei Wuin's eyes fixed on this young woman, his celestial eyes instantly activated to easily pierce through her veil and see the hidden treasure behind it. He was startled for a moment. Luscious, silky, warm golden blonde hair adorned her head and reached midway to her back, paired perfectly with a set of bright golden eyes that seemed to contain unfathomable purity within. It was purity that one could easily lose themselves into for days, and willingly do so for life. Her slim body had curves that seemed far too perfect, seemingly unreal even. With her ample breasts that seemed to be more than a handful for any man, she possessed an astonishing sexual appeal that was impossible to ignore. Just these could cause many men to devolve into their most primal instincts, so her facial beauty was truly overkill. The proverbial straw that could break the camel's back if the camel was the common male's sanity. Even Qin Qiumu could only be even with her in terms of looks, which was why Wei Wuyin was startled at first sight. While she wasn't a match in his eyes when compared to Shui Fei, she was extremely close. When she took the center stage, the leaders of the various powers seemed to have easily thought of something, looking at the location from which she walked out from. They saw Qin Yun, the association master of the Alchemist Association, calmly watching with a firm gaze. Just from the extremely dense alchemical energies and refined alchemic aura from the young woman's body, something even Wei Wuyin lacked, they quickly deduced her identity. They couldn't help but be startled by Qin Yun actually taking this figure with an endless future out from the safety of their headquarters to here. After all, if any of them had ill intentions, something disastrous could easily happen. It was commonly known that those with an alchemic soul were essentially defenseless. This wasn't the same as Wei Wuyin, a legitimate cultivator with 3 grand imperial sages and a planetary formation guarding him. It would be suicide to attack him, but her. They couldn't help but wonder what Qin Yun was thinking, but they were interested nevertheless. They quietly waited for the incoming developments. A delicate yet firm voice emanated from beneath the veil, "My name's Qin Yang, and I greet seniors and fellow juniors." Her initial greeting was quite notable, and many soon came to verify her identity. According to the rumors, the legendary, elusive, an exceptional princess of Everlore was Qingye Yun's descendant. When she mentioned her name, in a corner of the area, Long Chen's eyes brightened considerably. Qingye Ying. He now knew the name of the princess of Everlore. The words of Wu Yu resounded in his heart on repeat. As long as he could obtain the wholehearted support of the princess of Everlore, he had a chance of overcoming Wei Wuyin. After all, Qingye Ying had the potential to reach levels equivalent to the king of Everlore himself. Qingye Ying soon turned her attention to Wei Wuyin. Meeting him in person, seeing his appearance, her heart was truly given quite a shock. It was entirely different than watching him on screen. One simply couldn't get the gist of his otherworldly handsome features unless they combined it with his ever-confident and dominating aura. She was momentarily rendered breathless, not out of attraction, but out of a faint sense of reverence. Of course, this had to do with Wei Wuyin's hidden alchemic stars of mortal spirituality. Even while concealed, it exuded an imposing pressure towards the alchemic Tao. Since Qingye Ying's entire cultivation base revolved around that, it wasn't shocking that she would respond in such a way. The difference between a mortal sovereign alchemist and all those beneath was like the difference between a king and its subjects. After all, a mortal sovereign alchemist had reached the very peak of the mortal level of the alchemic Tao. Still, her will was not weak or fragile, and she quickly acclimated by continuously reaffirming her mission to establish confidence. It was sufficient enough for her to act normally. This was something only she could achieve. She softly cleared her throat and clearly said, "Alchemist Wei, I, Qingye Ying, challenge you to an all-alchemic clash." Her words caught everyone off guard as many exclaimed. Wei Wuyin was taken aback for a moment. He truly hadn't expected this. Was this a desperation play? Because of their inability to pay the wager? He couldn't help but feel like the Alchemist Association kept trying to win against him for a reason he wasn't certain of. Since he became the so-called Prince of Everlore, the Alchemist Association had been performing some strange moves. Even the Grand Spirit Trial's inception felt like a bait simply for him. This intrigued him, and he felt an impulse to know what their end goal was. It clearly wasn't to enslave him, capture him, or kill him. There was very little ill intent from what he could perceive, yet their moves continued being strange. Regardless, he wasn't going to back down to an all-alchemic battle. He decided that he would probe their intent by seeing what they wanted from this battle. And what do I dash? Swoosh. Wei Wuyin stilled. The entire world stilled. Chapter 321, 318, it reappears. Chapter 321, 318, it reappears. The feeling that stillness was all too familiar. It presented a plethora of dread and trepidation within the mind, body, and soul. When it arrived, accompanied by a sound that seemed like chaos and order clashing in an ultimate battle for supremacy, Wei Wuyin had felt it. In. This was not the first time that Wei Wuyin had experienced an abrupt sensation of stillness within the world, but both times before had been distinctively different. Despite this, he knew that only the heavenly Daos or a force rivaling it could enact such fierce control over creation. The first time was when he faced the heavenly punishment of the heavenly Daos for executing Yuan Longshi. At the time, Kratos and Eden had acted and allowed him to regain his freedom. The ungodly force present then had been forcefully expelled from his mind and body. He had remained unscathed after. In fact, he had benefited as his bloodline of sin seemingly absorbed the power within the heavenly punishment and converted it into karmic luck. The second time was during Sumei's mortal star astral tribulation. Somehow, she had created an event that even he couldn't explain. The force present that turned the immediate area, not the entire world, into a still picture wasn't done by the heavenly Daos. That power was so fierce, so forceful that Kratos and Eden had used every means to eject it from his body. Violently. This time was slightly different, but he felt an air of familiarity similar to heavenly punishment. It was definitely an act of the heavenly Daos. The only difference was the lack of hostility. He felt as if he wasn't the focal point, but a bystander. Furthermore, it was far, far stronger than either event before. It was unprecedented. Even Kratos and Eden could only keep his awareness. He was unable to do anything but think. Not even move his eyes or breathe. Just the ability to think required everything they had and more, to the point they didn't even communicate. He could acutely feel them acting out with 120% of their strength. From what little he could observe, he saw everything had entered a state of sudden pause. From the air particles to the ambient mana. His celestial eyes was still active, allowing him to perceive the aspects of the world in vague detail. He knew that something major to the extreme was in the process of happening. Unlike before, he remained incredibly calm and quietly waited. Only curiosity at the timing and reasoning for this situation to happen flooded his thoughts. Ding! A melodious sound echoed 9 times in a consistent rhythm. When the final sound was released, Wei Wuyin was met with a sudden burst of blindness as an indescribably bright golden light was abruptly lit in the dark void above. It outshone the 3 suns. He felt as if his eyes had been scorched entirely out of their socket, as if he had witnessed an event that he shouldn't have. This blindness was temporary as his eyes that were seemingly incinerated by the light had instantly returned. The formation inscribed within the eyes seemed to contain a wisp of everlasting. Before he could register the immense pain from his eyes, or the sudden return of them, he felt a trembling course through his spine. An explosive eruption that was louder than anything he'd ever heard. He became instantly deaf, his vision had turned black in an instant, but he swiftly regained his consciousness. The sudden changes were too much, too drastic, too confusing. He wanted to complain, but to who? The heavenly Das. This sound. This was a sound he recognized and understood most, including the pinch that followed. If he could, he would turn to his bloodline of sin tattoo that was imprinted onto his right arm. If he could see it, he would see that the dark red symbol started to brighten. It wasn't nearly as intense as the golden light, but it didn't seem too inferior in essence. Sizzle. His entire body ignited. A faint illusory flame engulfed his entire body. It seemed to be rebellious and dark, tainted with the quintessence of free will and true sin. It endlessly burned, yet did not leave a single scorch mark on his flesh. He quickly realized it was burning something else entirely, not him. The heavenly Das power. His eyes soon regained its ability to move, then his right arm, then his tongue, and followed by the rest of his body. As the sensation of motion returned, he remained utterly calm and inspected the world around him. It was all still in a state of pause, only he could move. Why free me this time? He asked himself as he hadn't understood the purpose, but he was shocked to realize that he couldn't hear his voice. With the particles of the world still, even sound couldn't travel. But his question still remained. The last 2 times, his bloodline of sin tattoo didn't act to free him from being frozen or to correctly perceive reality. That was purely the contribution of Eden, Kratos, and his alchemic stars of mortal spirituality. However, now it had taken action. This baffled him. Looking upwards, he was immediately shocked by what he saw. In the vast dark void, he saw an impossibly long slit. It stretched from one end of his vision to the other, but as he tried to turn to glimpse more, it seemed endless. It was as if the dark void was a painting spanning 1,000,000,000,000 miles and a single brush stroke that crossed through it. Before he could observe it further, it closed and vanished. With it gone so abruptly, he felt at a loss as his heart raced like 10,000 horses on adrenaline. It was as if he had just witnessed a glimpse of heavenly Das abilities. It felt as if the fabric of time, space, and reality had been cut open. He hadn't even noticed that it wasn't just the planet that was frozen, but even the 3 suns and all the planets within the starfield had been frozen as well. They were like exquisite sculptures. While Wei Wuyin was lost in his thoughts, his right arm started to move on its own. It pointed his index finger upwards, drawing him out of his trance. He followed along with his gaze and witnessed a ball of seemingly golden light shot across the dark void like a comet. Then, the symbols on his right arm started to pulse as if it was sending or receiving a signal from somewhere or something. A light projected from his right arm, landing a few meters away from him, and started to take form. A figure that he hadn't expected to see had once more appeared before him. Even his silver eyes bulged uncontrollably as he recognized this figure. The existence that began all this. The black skeleton. It was pure black and wore a pristine white robe over its truly bony self. It still had a hood and stood with its arms crossed against its chest, just like how he had first seen it. But it lacked its physical aura that had once left him breathless. Instead, it was faintly semi-transparent and didn't seem to actually be here. For some reason, a breath of relief left his chest, despite being unable to breathe at the moment. The black skeleton stared at Wei Wuyin. Its sockets honed onto his existence like a predator, which gave him a faint chill. The heavenly Das are fair, yet unfair. Those it favors are blessed, able to live far and long, thrive in all worlds, topple all obstacles, and are gifted with the right to become rulers beneath the endless stars. However, for those who act against it, for those that sin, it delivers misfortune and injustice, forced to grovel and struggle for life. Its rules are its rules. It is not our rules, not our Tao. The black skeleton started to speak, but it felt more like a pre-recorded message that didn't have much life within. Despite that, Wei Wuyin felt the faint dark flame engulfing his body start to surge, seemingly resonating with those words. However, there are times when those so-called blessed meet calamities they cannot avoid, even with the immense support of the heavenly Taos by their side. A series of personal choices induced by their own free will that cause these favored to die an untimely, unpreventable death. If their fortune is lacking, they will move on to the next. But, if their fortune reaches heights envied, they will not be reduced to dust by their folly. A second chance will be given. A second chance to change their fate, to change their future. Reincarnation does not exist, unless the heavenly Taos decide that it does. What you have witnessed, inheritor of sin, is the act of temporal reincarnation. Wei Wuyin's heart raced even greater as the black skeleton began its speech. Reincarnation does not exist, unless the heavenly Taos decide that it does. What type of? What is this temporal reincarnation? He just witnessed this. But the black skeleton wasn't capable of giving him time to process all this information, as it simply wasn't really here. It continued. You now have a choice, inheritor of sin. Affecting time is a form of self-mutilation by the heavenly Taos, it is wounded. An opportunity and a misfortune for us sinners. Those reincarnated are blessed, protected with massive amounts of karmic luck, but their foreknowledge of events leaves you in a vulnerable state. You can kill the reincarnated, taking their karmic luck value and the piece of damaged heavenly Tao for yourself or allow them to live. However, be warned. Even with all the karmic luck stolen or gained from the calamities of hell, they can kill you. You will not be warned nor helped by the heavenly Taos, but they will know of you, of your possible future, of your possible opportunities. And they will be able to claim your luck as their own, even those similarly favored will be at risk. Do not become a victim. The black skeleton explained in the most solemn voice he had ever heard in his entire life. The black skeleton remained silent for a moment. But it added with the first hint of genuine emotion, I will say this, we are the owners of our own fates. We defy. We resist. We persist. We sin. You do not have to kill, you do not have to die. It is your choice to make. It always will be. After those words, words that seemed to have originated from the true black skeleton, it vanished. The dark flame and bright light from his tattoo started to fade as well. He looked upwards to see the golden comet soar across the dark void before landing on a planet a few minutes later. He had become lost in his complex thoughts during this time, observing this golden light that contained a piece of the heavenly Tao and what seemed to be a reincarnated blessed. A blessed from the future. The last few words the black skeleton said resonated with his mind ceaselessly, but he still felt unsure. What he was sure about was that this reincarnated blessed, this reincarnator, was an incalculable factor. A factor that might very well be the end of him. Chapter 322, 319, Intentions. Chapter 322, 319, Intentions. Shocked. Uncertain. Contemplative. Wei Wuyin's mind was twisting and bending around the previous events, performing mental gymnastics and computation to adjust to this new knowledge. There were far too much information that had been confirmed, so many questions that had been raised. Unfortunately, the black skeleton hadn't elaborated. Reincarnation exists. Heavenly Taos can be wounded. Time travel was possible. This changed everything on the most fundamental level. He had experienced a bit of time travel himself, having been sent to experience the firsts of his life after the mortal star astral tribulation of Kratos, his draconic void soul. At the time, he had felt as if everything had been the most surreal dream. Even when Kratos had informed him otherwise, in the depths of his mind and heart, he didn't fully believe the possibilities. At the moment, his silver eyes were extremely intense, even frightening as he processed everything. A smile, faint but there, formed on his face and it leaked a mysterious, nearly obsessive emotion. It took Wei Wuyin a long while before he finally calmed himself down. It took his entire willpower and mental strength to refocus himself. There was now a variable in the equation, a temporal reincarnator. What was that exactly? He didn't quite understand. A second chance. Did it reincarnate a blessed into a new body? Their own body? Did it send their entire body into the past? Was there two of them or one in the current present? Why was it called reincarnation? Did the heavenly Taoists somehow eradicate their past soul to rebirth their future soul? No. That shouldn't be possible, right? If the past soul was fused, eradicated, or trapped, then the future soul should be affected, right? What happens to their future if it was changed in the present? The more deeply he ruminated about the topic, the more the question started to hurt his brain and sea of consciousness. It wasn't something that could be determined unless he had this temporal reincarnator directly before him, prying open their minds and finding out the answers himself. Heavenly King Wei. A hesitant voice resounded behind Wei Wuyin, causing him to sharply start. His jump elicited a frightened and surprised yelp from the owner of that voice. He, nor did anyone, expect that Wei Wuyin would abruptly jump like a poked cat. Wei Wuyin had truly been startled. The stillness had ended while he was in deep thought, and it seemed the blessed reincarnator had completed their transitioning journey back to the past. He swept his gaze at the yelper and found out that it was an elder from the Myriad Monarch sect. Furthermore, that elder was an alchemist. He recalled his identity, Hu Yen. He was a decorated king alchemist and held an exceptional status within the sect. So Wei Wuyin remembered him. He was also one of the first people he had, bribed to enter into the social circle of the Myriad Monarch sect. From his lips, he learned a lot about how the alchemist side of the sect and world worked. Since then, he'd been acting as his eyes and ears from the inside of those closed social circles and reported any developments that could help or pose as a detriment to him. He calmed himself down as he swept his gaze around and noticed he was the center of everyone's focus. What the hell just happened? Wu Yu immediately exclaimed. Wei Wuyin was shocked. Wu Yu noticed. While he had an exceptional cultivation base when he was alive, it surely wasn't even close to being at the realm of sages, and he considered that level of power the initial requirement to truly be involved in the secrets of the heavenly Taoists. Unless you were like him. Wait, wasn't his bloodline of sin awakened prematurely? When he thought about that, he was shocked how this had never occurred to him before. But before he could explore this line of thinking, Wu Yu continued. Your entire body seemed to have shifted an entirely different position swifter than I could perceive. Wu Yu's strong voice was suffused with confusion and uncertainty. He had been near Wei Wuyin this entire time, his senses fixed on him, and yet something extremely abnormal happened. Oh. Wei Wuyin realized he observed the inconsistency of his body's position. To others, it might be slight, probably something they might not register, but the Grand Monarch of yesteryear clearly did. In the end, he ignored Wu Yu. Even if he wanted to speak about the heavenly Taoists, he knew he was being observed and any admittance might attract its attention to knowing his true status. Wei Wuyin did not feel like dying today. Apologies, I lost my train of thought. He turned to face the shocked and confused crowd with an apologetic smile. So many things had happened so swiftly that he had forgotten that this gorgeous nation-toppling beauty, Qing Yang, had challenged him to an all-alchemic clash. Alchemist Wei, do you accept? Qing Ying's expression behind the veil was unable to be seen through conventional means, but Wei Wuyin could sense the faint smirk and vigorous confidence. It seemed his lapse of thought due to the incredible event had been misconstrued as fear or uncertainty. It's not like she was hiding her identity as the Princess of Everlore, a character that had taken an official step onto the path of the King of Everlore. In the eyes of those watching and those who were aware of both their existences, Qing Yang was the rightful successor to his legacy. For those in the higher echelons, those who understood more about ninth-grade products, they knew only an alchemic astral soul can create ninth-grade products. Any attempt by an alchemist lacking this could only produce an impure-grade product. Wei Wuyin felt this girl was quite interesting, but he was more interested in the motive for this. Since the very beginning of his ascent to prominence, the Alchemist Association's actions have been incredibly baffling. In fact, it seemed they had tried to lure him in and defeat him in some way to achieve this goal. That seemingly bait-and-switch where his inability to pay would result in a single request. Moreover, it was as if they tried to play upon his rumored ego to enter into an extremely unfavorable bet. They had even tried to capitalize on this again, having him challenged in front of all these young elites and leaders. It was a stage he couldn't possibly say no to, nor did he feel like he needed to. Do I accept? I don't know, Wei Wuyin responded with a smile. His response caused these so-called young elites and leaders to be shocked. Even Qing Yeyun's eyebrows twitched slightly before he tried to once more embody the picture of calm. Qing Yeyun frowned. You don't know. That's right. I don't know. That smile of his turned a little teasing as he finally followed up with, I don't know why I should. I also don't know why you want to challenge me. In truth, I don't even know why you think you possess the qualifications to challenge me without prior warning in front of all these people. Wei Wuyin instantly flipped the switch, not directly agreeing or allowing others to prey on his ego. While he did have one, a clash with Qing Yeyun wasn't what he wanted at the moment. Because he knew he would win with absolute certainty. He didn't know what Qing Yeyun, Qing Yeying, or the Alchemist Association wanted with him, and he truly didn't want to be a part of their game of try again until they finally got what they wanted. He disliked being passive unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, he was mulling over doing something he wasn't planning on doing, not accepting. If it was before the blessed reincarnator arrived, he he would have immediately accepted. But now, he wasn't so keen on following his original plans to the exactness. Qualifications. Qing Yeying was startled. Qualifications. She had an alchemic astral soul. She was raised by the Alchemist Association, the greatest force of the Tao of alchemy within the entire Trivision starfield. It shouldn't be a question whether she had the qualifications to challenge anyone she wanted. It should be an absolute honor. In fact, the challenged party should ask themselves whether they had the qualifications. Thus, beneath her veil, her nostrils flared slightly. It was so unbearably cute when a gorgeous woman became angry in a way that wasn't outright insanity or vile. It was that honest, righteous anger born from indignant emotions they released that made them so huggable. Just as Wei Wuyin was about to continue, he paused for a moment. His eyes brightened considerably. I'll consider your challenge. We can discuss it at a later date. What do you say? This was clearly his attempt to keep the proceedings a little private and the details a secret from the world. Just as he had expected, right before Qing Yeyun could respond, Qing Yeyun intervened. Chapter 323, 320, let's continue. Chapter 323, 320, let's continue. Alchemist Wei, this is my great-great-great-granddaughter, and I can attest to her qualifications. I've trained her personally since she could walk, and she has shown sufficient talent to perhaps become the greatest alchemist in history. While her competitive spirit and unquenchable thirst for improvement is a little too strong, a little too direct, I hope you can understand why she wishes to challenge you. With these words of the Alchemist Association's Grand Association Master, I hope you can accept her willful challenge. Qing Yeyun said calmly. The crowd was somewhat taken aback by Qing Yeyun's words, even using his face to try to drive this clash. While they wanted to see the all-alchemic clash between the Princess of Everlore and Prince of Everlore, they understood the implications of a victor here. Was Qing Yeyun after that result? Wei Wuyin glanced at Qing Yeyun for a moment before shifting his gaze back to Qing Yeying. His mind was firing on all cylinders as to what their intentions were. It sure as hell couldn't be a matter of reputation. After all, before he became the so-called Prince of Everlore, their actions had been strange. Association Master Qing Ye, if it was simply a matter of ability, I might be inclined to accept, but may I ask a few questions? Wei Wuyin decided to see if he could prod at their bottom line. Qing Yeyun's eyebrows slightly furrowed, of course. While I might be doting on Inger due to my advanced age and wanting her to fulfill her willful desires, I won't be unreasonable. It seems Association Master Qing Ye is quite understanding, so I won't hold back. May I ask the official alchemist rank of Qing Yeying? Wei Wuyin asked his first question. Qing Yeyun had a faintly bad feeling and he was about to respond, but Qing Yeying took the lead. She stepped forward and made all those surrounding them turn their attention to her, once more drawing the spotlight. I'm officially classified by the Alchemist Association as an alchemic king. Seeing her strong stance and response, everyone could see the resolve and intent to challenge Wei Wuyin. While Wei Wuyin merely found it cute, he asked, then, may I ask what's the purpose of an all-alchemic clash? Qing Yeying answered almost reflexively, it is a sacred challenge that pits the absolute skills of two equally ranked alchemists against each other, to ultimately find out the best between them. An all-alchemic clash was a battle of pride and essence, where two of the elites of their tier would battle it out in the broad category of the alchemic Tao. This meant facing each other in terms of pills, pellets, pastes, and elixirs, and determining the leader based on their results. The only way to claim victory is to beat your opponent in their own choice or in defeating them by performing beyond their level. It was a grueling, time-consuming clash of epic proportions. At least in respect to alchemists. Wei Wuyan's faint smile turned into a little grin, two equally ranked alchemists. He didn't ask another question, merely looked towards Qing Yeyun who, when he faintly came to a realization of what Wei Wuyan was driving at, his calm expression became slightly unsightly. An oversight. An absolutely massive oversight. Long Chen was watching all this, but when he heard the line of questioning, he didn't understand. On the surface, Wei Wuyan was an alchemic king. While he knew that Wei Wuyan was likely a mortal sovereign alchemist that had barely entered that level, he didn't think the Alchemist Association's Princess of Everlore was far off. After all, she had achieved the alchemic astral soul, had the legacy of the King of Everlore, and the collective guidance of hundreds of thousands of years of experience in the Alchemist Association. The King of Everlore was capable of achieving all he had through self-exploration and invention all on his own, while Qing Yang had a defined path with proper guides who've studied a variety of means and methods. How could she not be close? But Qing Qimu was more invested in Wei Wuyan's affairs, and he had talked about the Alchemist Association a little bit. When she recalled how he found it laughable that the Alchemist Association had never officially recognized his ranking, meaning he couldn't be considered anything more than a Lord Alchemist by default until then, she immediately understood. She giggled softly, causing Long Chen to turn to her in confusion. Seeing his ignorance, she explained and Long Chen was startled. There wasn't a single alchemist above the Lord tier that hadn't obtained the Alchemist Association's recognition. Even if Wei Wuyan were to be considered a tier, he would have to take the 8th grade test to become an alchemic emperor because he had concocted a successful 8th grade pill. Wei Wuyan added, I have to ask for forgiveness, because when I meant qualifications to challenge me, I didn't suggest she was beneath me, but above me. I, Lord Alchemist Wei, am the one lacking. According to the ironclad rules of the Alchemist Association, all alchemic clashes can only be performed between equal-tiered alchemists. Qing Yang, you're overqualified and I cannot accept. The elite crowd soon grasped the crux of the issue, turning towards the Alchemist Association members to see their dark and gloomy expressions tinged with a hint of embarrassment. They were fully aware that the Alchemist Association had a tough stance after Wei Wuyan refused to take their verification tests, and thus was merely considered a Lord Alchemist to the rest of the world, by their own rules. Of course, Wei Wuyan had truly deprived them of their necessity. Even if Wei Wuyan never received any official acknowledgement from the association, he would still be regarded as a king alchemist with the surefire potential to become an emperor alchemist. There would be numerous individuals purchasing from him, seeking him. The need to verify his abilities was irrelevant. The parameters of the association were quite pathetic too, with someone must be able to have a 5% success rate with their equal-tiered products. It didn't take long before Qing Yang also caught on. She was immediately dismayed. But there was no rebuttal from the association side. Could they shamelessly deliver a title to Wei Wuyan? What if he rejected it? He surely would, and give a logical reasoning that couldn't be argued against, like, I haven't proven myself worthy of the title and it'll be seen as an affront to others if I receive special treatment. While it would be utter garbage, it would be humble and true garbage. To not jump into that trap, they could only remain silent. Qing Yeyun gazed at Wei Wuyan intently. He felt his stomach churning as he forgot this extremely important detail. He had factored that Wei Wuyan's ego wouldn't allow him to reject, but if he took this stance, even if they didn't fight, he would make a mockery of the association rules and inflate his ego by essentially saying to the world that he, the Prince of Everlore, didn't need a measly alchemist association ranking. I can decide that on my own. Verification of abilities. I can let my product do the talking. It was infuriating, but he was still the association master and tried to quickly conceive a salvageable path. However, Wei Wuyan spoke at this moment. Association Master Qingye, I know that you feel the need to challenge me. And honestly, I do wish to test my skills a little, but I don't like being schemed against. So I'll be direct. What do you want from me? His silver eyes shone with a knowing light as he called Qing Yeyun out. Qing Yeyun was silent. The entire alchemist association seemed to have grown silent. Some of them revealed a hint of conflict, a hint of shame at being called out, and a few looked at Wei Wuyin with animosity for treating the association with disregard. Qingye Ying's golden eyes stared at Wei Wuyin. She was at a loss as well, and all the information about Wei Wuyin was completely incorrect. She was led to believe he was egotistical, vicious, and sinister. He had openly eliminated factions and clans from the myriad monarch sect in the most decisive manners, and he acted without regard for anything. Furthermore, there were rumors that he was someone who was careless with wealth. There was more to the report, but she hadn't expected him to be direct and perceived through their intentions. Most would simply think the association wanted to have a versus match to establish their reputation and hers, but Wei Wuyin wasn't fooled by this act. Association Master Qingye, just state your purpose. Then, I'll accept the challenge. I merely want to know. Wei Wuyin realized the entire association felt as if they were backed in a corner at the moment. It was incredibly strange. What the hell did they want from him? While he had a strong influence, that was merely in the myriad monarch astral territory. He was too young and hadn't revealed his true abilities yet, and they have this princess of Everlore. Qingye Yun remained silent for a long while before he sighed a breath of inevitability. He slowly said, "What is your alchemic talent level?" Wei Wuyin was briefly taken aback by the question. He recalled the first and last time he had taken a test for his alchemic talent, and that was during his forgetful period in the Eden Earth sect. It had been the beginning of him embarking on the path of the Tao of Alchemy. He was designated to be a herbal boy, but he was given a test and revealed an astonishing score. It was sufficient for the sect master to take him as a disciple and teach him with the very best means and methods. But he only knew he had a high talent for alchemy, but not its level. In truth, he never needed to revisit this, but he knew they existed. Wei Wuyin looked at Qingye Yun and frowned. Why is that important? Qingye Yun seemed to have expected this, and it was the similar expressions from everyone present. Regardless if you win or lose against Inger, I'll tell you. After that, he seemed to have his lips sealed on the matter. Wei Wuyin felt a headache incoming, turning towards Qingye Ying, whose expression beneath the veil became even more steeled with resolve. So I'm assuming there will be a wager. Let me guess, loser must perform a request for the winner. No danger to their lives. Qingye Yun nodded. The crowd were so thoroughly confused by the conversion between the two. The risk of bringing the Princess of Everlore here and then having her challenge Wei Wuyin seemed so unnecessary. Even they couldn't understand Qingye Yun. Some even thought they wanted to force a marriage onto Wei Wuyin, forcing him to enter into an unbreakable bond with the Alchemist Association. Fine, Wei Wuyin helplessly agreed. It's not like he could force the Alchemist Association to tell him anyhow, and he wanted to see what they had in mind. Considering his eye of truth sensed no ill intent or detriments to himself, he felt inclined to accept. He could also see the difference in abilities between him and Qingye Ying. Who knows, he might be beneath her. Wei Wuyin looked towards the sky. Let's continue with the auction, shall we? While Wei Wuyin and everyone present didn't know, his acceptance here would lead to a drastic change in the starfield. The shadow of war was emerging, slowly brewing between forces that hadn't even revealed themselves yet. A War of Ancients. Chapter 324. Afterward. Chapter 324, Afterward. First and foremost, to all readers new and old, thank you and we've made it. Volume 3, Myriad Monarch Astral Territory has been completed, and it was my longest volume yet by far. Over 170 chapters. It encapsulated the arrival of Wei Wuyin to the greater world and his rise to prominence within that very world. A wild ride, imho, but one I genuinely enjoyed writing from start to finish. But let's start with the elephant in the room. Shortly after November 2020, I had essentially vanished. I owe an explanation to all my readers who are still here, and for those who, hopefully, will return. So, what happened? That's a series of complex emotional developments that led to a shutdown. My brain had essentially reached a crescendo, figuratively and literally, in both the creative sense and rational one. I shut myself off from everyone and every form of communication, such as Discord. This didn't simply include this platform, but every platform online and real life. I couldn't write words without experiencing a massive full stop or full send of thoughts that just plunged me further into a despairing abyss. It took some time before I clawed my way out of it. To clarify, there wasn't a single cause. Pandemic? Frustration? Death in a family? Other things? It just never ended, bulldozing until I wanted to simply cease being. Now, I've suffered depressive episodes before, dark thoughts of ending it all, but this wasn't exactly that. It was more complicated, silent, hard to really become self-aware of. These were things I never really wanted to share with anyone outside of my closest friends and family, so when I had to deal with those, I focused entirely on that. I went on hiatus a few times on this novel and my last one because of it. It felt like I just needed to avoid anything and everything that life wanted to deal me, the good and the bad, just so I can relax and feel unrestrained. So I did. And writing has and will always be a very good aspect of my life, and that includes all my readers. Especially those supportive and caring ones, who did everything to contact me. I've read and sincerely love you all, more than you'll ever know. Before I inappropriately spill every little thing, I'll stop. I haven't had my struggles, and I can never promise to not have them again to you or those in my life. I'm improving as an individual, or at least I'm trying like everyone else, in everything I do. From writing, to my relationships, to my decisions as a person, and my ever-evolving emotional being. I'm trying. So, I hope those who've read up to this point, be it those who experience that 8 or so months vanishing period or those who are simply curious about the releases that should have been in at least chapter 500 to 600 by now, will take this insight into my mind. Whether you accept it or scoff at it, it's okay, because you're here and we're still on this journey of a new world together. Back to official business. Volume 3, Thoughts and Words on its Ending. While it did take longer than my 2 previous volumes, that was because I expanded on it in several areas, as most of you are familiar with. I think I accomplished several of my goals with this volume, and have a few lingering thoughts that I wish I had done. But overall, I'm very satisfied. We started with our unearthly handsome MC entering a new world on the Ticket of Alchemy, where the blessed from his continent had similarly left. We have Long Chen, who, by the way, has been given the best feedback on. I mean, Long Chen truly worked. He is supposed to be that frustrating foil in the background, and that individual you want all sorts of horrible things to happen to. He takes away the focus and you simply want to rip it out of him. It's him and the characters around them, how they're linked to Wei Wuyin. Because remember, Long Chen originally kills our MC. I love it, and he will have his day, coughs. When? Next volume. End of novel. Will it be horrific? Quick? Peaceful and redeeming? Well, you'll have to continue to find out. Furthermore, we have so much more detail about the heavenly Daos, blessed, and all sorts of mysterious forces and existences in this volume that sets up for several volumes to come. For the even greater world to explore. Volume 4. The title. I was deliberating on this for a while, but it'll be named The Desolate Dragnet Region. To keep the trend of its focus. What does it mean? Well, we focused on Wei Wuyin, Myriad Your Continent, and Myriad Monarch Astral Territory. You can get some guesses on why the title is the way it is. One of my goals that I'll be making known for this title is Wei Wuyin's cultivation, spirit of adventure, and discovery. Which will have elements of the first volume, more than the others. I've listened. I've heard. Also, a little bit of a spoiler, it will be where Wei Wuyin starts to experience his calamities. Oh boy. As for the volume's ending, with the direct foreshadowing of the last chapter, one will slowly be able to see it as the story unfolds. I'm extremely excited about this, because there are some extremely unexpected moments, developments of characters, and events that will happen, and just thinking about it is causing my heart to beat a little faster. I can't wait. Scheduling. Releases. You all have questions, I'm sure. For now, we'll have a 1/day chapter release for the rest of June. As for July, I'm aiming, no promises, for 10/week point. I also want to expand on advanced chapters, bonus releases based on Power Stone ranking, let's get back up there, and more in the coming months. But for now, a general goal of 10/week. No specific day releases, simply 10/week. For now. With all that having been said, alluded to, and more, we come to the end of our afterword of this volume. Let's get right on this next volume. Smiley face. Oh, before that, love you all and thank you so very much. My Discord. I'll be slowly rebuilding it, being present on it, and hopefully once again allowing those who want to be spoiled a little, have questions, or simply want to chat it out with the good old author of this amazing series. I welcome you all. Chapter 325, 321, Ascendant Emperor of Neo-Dawn. Chapter 325, 321, Ascendant Emperor of Neo-Dawn. The paradigm of time was continuous and unending, and it demonstrated itself clearly. After the events of the Grand Spirit Trials, 2 months had come and gone alongside several events. The most prominent and explosive was the impromptu auction that had been a heavily contested event that sent the various powers into a frenzy. A low-grade spatial spirit pill, a genuine 8th-grade product, caused foam to erupt from the mouths of the various forces. Shockingly, neither the Elemental Heaven Pavilion, Demonic Abyss Mountain, or the Sacred Light Palace had won this single-item auction. It was the Golden Coin Pavilion. A force that was second to the Alchemist Association in terms of reach and wealth, but mostly focused on business and trade. Fortunately for all forces present at the time, the Alchemist Association felt it would be beneath them to participate with their own Princess of Everlore present. It would be somewhat embarrassing to fight others for an alchemical product. With their greatest competition bowed out early, the Golden Coin Pavilion swooped in and claimed victory after bidding over 3,000 astral stones. This was roughly equivalent to 30 billion essence stones. Such an extreme level of wealth was extraordinary. But of course, this was an 8th-grade alchemical product. Even if one considered the entirety of the Trivision Starfield, perhaps 1 or 2 would be concocted a century. This didn't include impure-grade products, but those that were low-grade and higher. After the auction had concluded, the next thing was the timing for the all-alchemic clash between the Prince and Princess of Everlore. It had been decided to occur in 3 months. At the Alchemist Association's main planet, Evermore. While few understood the true reasoning behind such a clash, the countless inhabitants of the Starfield went into a red-hot fervor at the news. While Wei Wuyin had merely been prominent for less than a decade in the Starfield, and the Princess of Everlore for even less, their names had long since made their way through many households as expectant hearts and gossipy minds pounded in anticipation. There were even a few who believed this could be a lover's spat. Their overactive imagination wasn't lacking one bit. As for others, those enthusiasts of this era, they were spreading words that this clash would finally determine who will truly be worthy of the name as the successor of the King of Everlore. While some argued that Wei Wuyin actually had no legitimate claim to the King of Everlore legacy as he lacked an alchemic astral heart, others believed that the mantle had to be determined by a male. While archaic, there was the widely accepted fact that certain methods and means of alchemists can only be mastered by certain genders. To add to their opinion, they still didn't consider Wei Wuyin a true successor. While this group of thinkers felt that a male must take over the King of Everlore's legacy, they didn't believe Wei Wuyin, who lacked an alchemic astral soul, was qualified. After all, by the same limited logic, certain methods and means can only be deployed with an alchemic astral soul. There were, however, a group of fanatics who believed that Wei Wuyin wouldn't become a carbon copy of the King of Everlore, but define a new era with his own title. These individuals started to spread out a new title, a new name that defined Wei Wuyin. They named him the Ascended Emperor of Neo-Dawn. It was a mouthful, but one with an apt meaning. Wei Wuyin's existence was to ascend, ushering forth a new era. It was hopeful and beautiful, filled with much admiration and respect. They had also changed the title of King to Emperor, elevating his title a little while simultaneously suggesting it was his birthright to ascend to prominence. While Wei Wuyin might have chosen another name, its poetic foundation left one unable to speak. Furthermore, it had incorporated his own organization, the Ascendants, into the name. How could he denounce something like that? Interestingly enough, the Everlore within the King of Everlore's name shared a rather similar origin. It was given to him by the people who believed his legend would transcend history, becoming a mythological existence that would propagate across numerous eras. It was true. 3 eras later, and the King of Everlore had essentially become a myth-like being that's very existence had defined numerous eras after his own, and will likely continue to affect the next 10 eras. It was an extremely befitting title. Wei Wuyin was situated within his newly built Sky Palace. Since its unfortunate destruction after flexing a little of his zenith origin state sky pressure, it had been devastated, and he was forced to live in Tua Bihan. During this was rather uncomfortable, as he liked having his own residence rather than leech of others. Blue, a heavenly commander of the extreme creation mountain and master in the Tao of design, had done an extremely fast and efficient job in rebuilding the place greater than before. While the amount of money invested into it was obscene, it was well worth it as its overall durability and usefulness had been improved greatly. Even if an astral core realm expert of the fourth stage wanted to collapse his sky palace, they would find it immensely difficult. But it made him think of a saying: speed, low price, or quality. You can never have all three. Thinking of this, if it wasn't for his immense state of wealth, he might be crying tears of blood from the cost alone. At the moment, he was at the edge of his bed with his eyes closed. The sounds of wet slurping rhythmically resounded beneath him. Two heads were bobbing around his knees, seemingly pushing and pulling each other playfully. At times, a sound would stop for a moment as a new yet extremely similar sound took place, clearly from a different person. Wei Wuyin felt extreme bliss as a head of silky, luscious violet and a head of short, curly brown seemed to be extremely animated. Just as he was feeling invigorated and ready for other things, he received a transmitted message, causing his spatial ring to aglow with radiance. A little dissatisfied, he merely briefly inspected the contents. His originally closed eyes opened, revealing a light of interest. Within the contents of this was an urgent meeting to call for all disciples of a certain ranking to attend. When he realized the sender, including the additional message regarding the meaning, his face revealed a slight smile. It seemed Long Chen had finally done it. He had revealed his identity to the sect. Just as he realized it was an urgent meeting, and it required everyone to make short work to return within an hour. He turned to the two heads of hair, finding the gorgeous Deshan, who seemingly noticed his gaze, lifting up with a line of saliva dripping from her succulent lips. Seeing such a tantalizing and arousing sight, he decided that they could all wait a few hours. Roughly 3 or so hours later, Wei Wuyin left his sky palace. He didn't have his Pegasus nor Sume, so he could only take to the skies and fly as normal. Since he liked the feeling of the air, he didn't mind it. He swiftly noticed that the 8th layer seemed to be devoid of life. It was clear that all the upper echelon members of the sect had already arrived at the Grand Monarch Central Palace, which was located on the 6th layer of the extreme Imperial Mountain. Thus, he had to fly straight down, breaking through the layers of the sky. He couldn't help but recall how difficult it was for him to rise up to this layer when he first arrived. Without a star beast and a guide, he would never be able to so easily break apart this natural barrier. When he made it to the 6th layer of the extreme creation mountain, he saw that it was almost entirely devoid of life as well. The exception being lower-tiered disciples or servants. There wasn't even a late procession going towards the extreme Imperial Mountain. It seemed he was truly late. Thinking about this, he rubbed his nose a little and shot forward like a comet of black light. As he approached the extreme Imperial Mountain, his eyes widened slightly. He saw a sea of people, both on the mountain's surface and in the sky. It was a literal sea of people. It was incredibly grand. A brief count and just the aerial beasts numbered over 500,000. Furthermore, each aerial beast, of varying sizes, carried on average 4 individuals. The entire sky was nearly blotted out, and the solar stars' rays barely made their way down. The Grand Imperial Monarchs must have summoned the vast majority of elites of the sect on the planet, and quite a few had to have come from Unia and Wuyu. There are over 150,000 astral core realm auras present. He was shocked by the sheer volume of experts. While this might only be 3% of the entire astral core realm population of the Trivision starfield, the very fact they were all present in one location shocked him a little. It seemed he underestimated the Grand Imperial lineage and its importance to the members of the Myriad Monarch sect. As he approached closer, his eyes were drawn away to a specific area above the sky. This area had a strange fluctuation of spatial energies that were extremely faint. His eyes narrowed slightly, and then a faint grin surfaced on his face. The old man had finally left closed-door seclusion to consolidate his cultivation. Unfortunately, it had to be for this occasion. A faint glimmer of spiritual light flashed briefly around Wei Wuyin's neck. Hung by a lace of black string, an unassuming black ring was present. A realm lord. Wuyu's voice entered Wei Wuyin's mind. This was the same type of communication that Long Chen had used for over 2 decades. It took Wei Wuyin a while to get used to a person hanging around his neck. He also had to consciously send it away whenever he was doing anything private. It was a little frustrating, but Wu Yu was immensely valuable in terms of knowledge and his future plans. Wei Wuyin merely shot off, ignoring Wu Yu. But Wu Yu was interested. You turned a Grand Imperial Sage into a Realm Lord, how? None of them had the qualifications to even hope to succeed. He was extremely curious as to how Wei Wuyin restructured a Grand Imperial Sage's foundation enough to allow them to overcome their tribulation. When he thought of Wei Wuin's mortal sovereign alchemist ability, he didn't probe further. Still, this was incredible for the sect. Unlike the San clan, the Grand Imperial Sage that ascended to that phase would be far more powerful than the other two present. With just him or her, they would be able to claim supremacy over the world. But Wei Wuyin wasn't so naive to think that. Just that beautiful woman with Lin Ming, a blessed, was far stronger than a realm lord just based on the means she had to protect his life. There was even a mysterious being he still felt was extremely powerful. While Tua Bihan's cultivation base gave some assurances, it wasn't a piece that could dominate the entire board. Just as he arrived, about to wade through the sea of aerial beasts, a strand of spatial force surrounded him. He looked up and realized where it originated from. He allowed it to encapsulate him and he vanished from the crowd. When he reappeared, he was in a throne room. Chapter 326, 322, Tua Bihan's announcement. Chapter 326, 322, Tua Bihan's announcement. Wei Wuin's surroundings had abruptly shifted. The proverbial sea of people had been replaced by a spacious and grandiose-looking throne room. After being transported, Wei Wuin wasn't all that surprised. In fact, he quietly glanced around until he spotted the individual responsible. Tua Bihan, dressed in a prestigious black-colored palace robe suited for an imperial advisor, was directly beside him. He stood by him like a ghost, and despite his calm outward expression, the faint light in his eyes revealed a sense of extremely helplessness at this moment. Wei Wuyin noted that while Tua Bihan was beside him, there were others present as well. There were 4 other figures, all of which were the most notable figures within the entire sect. The Grand Imperial Sage of the Extreme Imperial Mountain, Zhen, who was a beast woman of an ancient tortoise lineage. Her pale green scaly skin and reptilian eyes had been given an exceptional quality as she donned a similar set of robes, but they were golden. Qin Rue, the Grand Imperial Sage of the Extreme Origin Mountain, was beautifully dressed in white, accentuating her looks and giving her an aspect of innate purity that fit her so well. With her primal Yin aura being like a volcanic eruption on repeat, it was truly fitting. Yao Zhen, with his 3-meter-tall body, carried the usual physically dominating presence as always as the Grand Imperial Sage of the Extreme Demon Mountain. Despite his violet-colored robes that added a hint of regality into his appearance, his blazing eyes and spiked elbows and knees were unhidden. As the youngest Grand Imperial Sage, he still seemed the one with the most outward presence. The Grand Imperial Sage of the Extreme War Mountain, Ji Chongkong, was donned in the color red with the same set of robes. His thick, yet sharp eyebrows accompanied his canine pair of eyes as he emitted a sharpness that seemed to emanate from his bones, from his soul. As a member of the canine lineage of beastmen, he lacked any sort of feral aura, which made him feel more like a living weapon than a beast. He was the exact opposite of Zuhai. The 5 Grand Imperial Sages of the Myriad Monarch sect had gathered. With 4 standing a set distance apart before the steps of a large, towering throne that seemed to have been made of astral gold. It sparkled with a majestic and boundlessly noble aura. While empty, it could bring up the feeling of extreme reverence and desire to kneel before it. Besides these 5 that were wearing their Extreme Mountain's designated colors, there was another individual that was dressed in red and gold dragon robes present. He had an innate charm with black hair and dark eyes, seemingly out of place yet not, giving one a strange feeling. He stood below the steps, directly below the 4 Grand Imperial Sages. At present, they were all looking his way. He didn't find this shocking, turning to notice behind him was nearly 100 individuals that were wearing various colors of robes, signifying their own extreme mountain. There were some who wore multicolored robes with a variety of color schemes. These were the elders of the sect. They were all looking towards Wei Wuyin, their expressions mixed and complex. Wei Wuyin noticed these were the earthly generals, heavenly commanders, imperial sages, and prime imperial sages. Not a single one of these individuals lacked a cultivation base at the 4th stage of the astral core realm. In fact, they were only higher. This was the strongest force of cultivators in the sect, and this lineup could instill fear in the hearts of all forces beneath the hegemonic forces. Coronation ceremony. Wei Wuyin asked casually, dismissing their expressions. He glanced briefly at Long Chen, who seemed to be staring at him. While there wasn't any aggression displayed on his face, one could tell that there was a restrained emotion within his eyes. Tua Bihan faintly smiled. It is a recognition ceremony. A meeting to officially recognize and celebrate the successor of the Grand Monarch lineage. While he explained this, he stayed behind Wei Wuyin. In a way, from their positions, it seemed as if Long Chen and Wei Wuyin were facing each other in confrontation. With the 4 Grand Imperial Sages behind Long Chen and Tua Bihan behind Wei Wuyin. Zen looked at Wei Wuyin intently. It had been 2 hours since the recognition ceremony was scheduled to begin, but it hadn't. The numerous individuals of great status and ability were all forced to wait. Technically speaking, Wei Wuyin, as a heavenly king, shouldn't even be present as a disciple. It was supposed to be just the elders and the 3 form of sages that should be here, but there was a very strange atmosphere when she suggested his exclusion. The reason? Everyone had doubts and concerns. Wei Wuyin was the Prince of Everlore, a young alchemic king who concocted an 8th-grade alchemical product before the age of 50. He was a future alchemic emperor. Furthermore, his displayed talent was exceptional beyond belief. He had a 1-centimeter-sized astral core. That was 200 times greater than the average sky ruler phase cultivator, and double that of a gravity emission phase expert, a cultivator at the same level as the Grand Imperial Sages. Just his foundation was enough to reign supreme over all cultivators, but then Zuhai was revealed. While others might think that Zuhai was merely an extremely talented seed that was plucked and given immense support from the entire sect, how could these high-level figures not be aware of the truth? An originally crippled cultivator had been turned into a 9-ringed soul idol phase cultivator in the matter of a few years. Moreover, the sect simply did not have the resources or potential to create such an extreme expert. This was all with Wei Wuyin's dedicated nurturing, and this was incredibly telling of his abilities as an alchemist. Even as an alchemic king, he exceeded the ability that even the Alchemist Association could produce. It was a formless breath in their throats, as if they were seeking the acceptance of Wei Wuyin. Therefore Zen, the one who usually managed matters of this scale, had been left helpless. But after Wei Wuyin missed the initial starting time for the ceremony, she became even more helpless. She could only ask Tua Bihan to scale the extreme creation mountain and fetch him, but he came back and said, "The little boss is busy." Then, he shrugged his shoulders. When questioned, all he replied with were, "I said what I said. You can go and disturb him, but I can promise you, well, you can just go try, ha." This bred feelings of fear in the hearts of everyone present. Was he concocting another product? Was he in the midst of cultivating? Not a single one of these elders, these sages, were willing to fly up there and be the one to gain the dissatisfaction of Wei Wuyin. This made even the Grand Imperial Sages helpless. Why were they so fearful? Because while this ceremony was important, Wei Wuyin's future was tied to theirs. If they stepped wrongly, displeased him, then their future would be dumped away. As for excluding him in the end, no one dared to suggest it again. They could only silently wait. Wei Wuyin realized their emotions, and he couldn't help but chuckle lightly. "It seems I'm late, apologies." His words elicited a few sighs of relief amongst the crowd. For some reason, they felt that Wei Wuyin wouldn't arrive at all, or maybe they would be waiting for days. Fortunately, it was merely a few hours. "I'll observe silently. You can all begin as you like." After saying this, he found a corner to settle himself and calmly onlooked the proceeding. "They're quite afraid of displeasing you," Wu Yu's voice resounded within his mind. "Aren't you the same?" Wei Wuyin replied with a faint smile. "Yeah. The value of a mortal sovereign alchemist is not to be underestimated. For one of your age to be born, your potential just on the basis of lifespan is greater than the King of Everlore. But only I'm aware of that fact. How could others treat you the same?" Wu Yu said with a hint of discontent. "Well, Tua Bihan knows. Furthermore, there's not a single person in this room that hasn't taken a 6th or 7th grade product of mine. They've all had dealings with me, either directly or indirectly. So it's understandable." Wei Wuyin didn't mind as Zen started to loudly exclaim some words of initiation. He wasn't particularly mindful of the ongoing events. This event was merely Long Chen's attempt to gather the support of the myriad monarch sect, but a successor was a successor. Until he reaches the appropriate requirements of taking that grand throne, he would only receive the recognition and some support. Unfortunately for him, that didn't include him. Tua Bihan. Wu Yu noted that Tua Bihan was standing in his official position as Zen let loose a speech. His cultivation base was concealed. While he could determine it, the others weren't very likely. Despite this, he was still a little shocked that Wei Wuyin produced a genuine realm lord from someone whose foundation was originally extremely far from meeting requirements to do so. This was unlike nurturing an expert from scratch. There were only top-tier 8th-grade products that could achieve something like that. Even if you factored in Wei Wuyin's mortal sovereign alchemist status, the time to concoct the number of products required to achieve a feat like that was terrifying. He couldn't help but reconsider Wei Wuyin's true abilities. It was possible his refinement speed was far, far greater than the average alchemist. Even the king of Everlore had spent a decade or two on a batch of his Everlore Ascension pills. No wonder the entire sect is already so infected by your influence. Wu Yu spiritually swept his senses over everyone present. He realized that the overall cultivation base and strength of everyone present had risen a notch or several since he arrived from the Myriad-Year continent. They must have consumed quite a lot of alchemical products suited for them, and this caused his mood to become contemplative and solemn. Long Chen revealed a proud and expectant expression as he took the center stage. While this was merely a recognition ceremony, he would be officially the Grand Prince of the Myriad Monarch sect. He would finally have authority within the sect. And he could utilize a little more resources for less effort. While the system of the Myriad Monarch sect still required one to display an exceptional talent and ability to receive resources, just his identity would allow his treatment to faintly exceed normal heavenly kings. At times, he would look at Wei Wuyin as he noticed the black ring flicker from time to time. His expression would become somewhat dark for a moment before regaining his calm. His mentor had to depart from his side to Wei Wuyin because he didn't have enough authority. He already vowed in his heart to reclaim Wu Yu. The only issue in his heart was how everyone present treated Wei Wuyin. He wasn't a fool. He knew the importance of an alchemist, but the overall sect still recognized his rank as an alchemic king, not a mortal sovereign alchemist, yet they all were on tenterhooks about him. Even the Grand Imperial sages were forced to wait, and when he arrived, he wasn't berated one bit. According to the rules, he shouldn't be here, but he had the faint feeling that if Wei Wuyin objected, there would be an insurmountable obstacle he would have to overcome to receive his status. Just his presence alone and acceptance of the event induced waves of relief on the vast majority of people's expressions, especially Zen. In the end, the ceremony was broadcasted to the entire planet as everyone went through the process without interference. It was rather long, but it was grand. At the end of it, numerous cheers resounded from outside that penetrated the formations and entered the throne room. The Grand Monarch lineage, the lineage that had represented their supremacy of an era, had returned. How could they not be excited? They had the Prince of Everlore, and the successor of the Grand Monarch. Wouldn't this be as if they had the King of Everlore and Grand Monarch Wu Yu being born in their sect once more? While it might not be as exaggerated, everyone was extremely hopeful. After all was completed, Wei Wuyin was about to leave. He didn't care much for any of this. But as he was about to leave, Tua Bihan lightly coughed. Glancing at this gray-bearded old man, he couldn't help but recall a certain matter. He nodded towards Tua Bihan. Tua Bihan faintly smiled. Everyone. He called out to everyone as he took center stage, replacing Long Chen. The broadcast from outside and all those present in the throne room focused on him. With everyone's attention on him, he announced with formidable strength. I'd like to announce that I, Tua Bihan, have ascended. The entire planet momentarily went silent. Chapter 327, 323, Imperial Heaven Starfield's Reviving Glory. Chapter 327, 323, Imperial Heaven Starfield's Reviving Glory. Ascended. 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 The silence that had enveloped the throne room and the entire Pentadao Extreme Mountains, those countless members who were watching the recognition ceremony of the Grand Prince, had spread like an infectious disease. The word ascended has many different meanings to many different people. To mortals, it means to step upon the road of cultivation to exceed mortal limits, gaining longevity and immense power. It was almost as if those who ascended had become a deity. To these ordinary mortals, that was its meaning. To cultivators, however, the term to ascend was to define breakthroughs to the next cultivation phase. Each phase brought about incredible changes, allowing one to touch upon an entirely new realm of power. Even in the chi condensation realm, a simple breakthrough between the fifth stage and the sixth stage was divided by the concept of freeform creation. To these people, to Tua Bihan, a grand imperial sage, when he announced these words it meant far, far greater than simply gaining the power of creation, but to enter a realm of power that was so legendary, so mythical, so extraordinary that it was given its own titles in an era where mystic ascendants once existed. In the myriad year continent, the mortal god titles were derived from an idle joke by the divine King Han Zhe to poke at the exaggerated confidence of the frogs in the well. They believed that they had entered the true realm of godlike power because they gained the ability to manipulate yin-yang, the conjuring power of creation, and a fierce leap in spiritual strength. Even he, at a certain point, believed himself invincible until the king of Everlore started his rise with the alchemic Tao in tow. It was only then that the divine King Han Zhe had learned of his folly and redefined his mentality towards cultivation. Despite that, due to the isolated nature of the myriad year continent to protect the king of Everlore's homeland, the cultivation society suffered and was under strict regulations. But his mockery aside, the starfield of the peak era that had mystic ascendants, beings that can create continental flat earths, planets, and even bright stars that illuminated the sky, there were 3 astral core realm stages that were still given titles that highlighted their immense difference. These titles were Realm Lord, Time Lord, and Star Lords. All grand imperial sages must meet the bare minimum of the 6th stage, the gravity emission phase. To ascend, for a grand imperial sage, was to ascend. Obtaining a title that even the mystic ascendants of the greatest era of the starfield respected. Even the divine King Han Zhe. Grand Monarch Wu Yu. Even the king of Everlore himself. So for the world who had grown with these epic legends, this belief of an absolute gulf between cultivators that existed, to hear this announcement had sent their minds into a sudden and abrupt stall. They were in disbelief. Tua Bihan could sense the racing and disorderly heartbeats of everyone on the planet. His spiritual sense had already become so great that just a little bit of his reach could engulf the planet. There wasn't a single living entity on the planet that he wasn't aware of. It was as if his spiritual sense could ride the infinite and boundless spatial energies within the world in the most seamless fashion. While it wasn't extremely detailed, just this feat alone could give one a sensation of omnipresent and near omniscience. A feeling that borderline made one feel like a legitimate god of the world was born in his heart. But he knew he wasn't one, and he had his limitations. With this newfound power, he similarly gained an understanding as to why the era had declined. When he faced that world Genesis star tribulation, he understood that the previous him, a purist with one of the greatest foundations, had zero chance of overcoming it. If it wasn't for the Tao of alchemy, the natural resources and environmental conditions of the world had to reach an appropriate level before a figure could be naturally born to overcome such a devastating astral tribulation. The Trivision starfield was not even remotely close to reaching such conditions. Finally, someone reacted. Qin Rui, the one Tua Bihan could be considered closest to, who was still gawking behind her veil, suddenly said, "Yo, you've ascended." Her words were like an ignition of a fuse, and everyone could feel that there would be an explosive reaction if it was truly verified. Tua Bihan turned to Qin Rui. His eyes were gentle, unlike his usual calm and playful expression. This caused Qin Rui to be filled with untold emotions. Just Tua Bihan's gaze alone was enough to verify the truth in her heart. This was a dream for every cultivator at the Grand Imperial Sage level. Yaozhen's violet-colored flames within his eye sockets were twisting about wildly, acutely displaying his sheer disbelief and shock. As the youngest Grand Imperial Sage, and the only demonic 6th stage astral core realm expert within the Myriad Monarch sect, and the only one outside the demonic Abyss Mountain, he felt a wave of surging emotions at Tua Bihan's announcement. Wouldn't that mean that he, Yaozhen, would have the chance to ascend as well? Zen looked towards Tua Bihan with a profound gaze. She slowly whispered, "The era has truly changed." Ji Changkong was silent. The sharpness in his eyes became unfathomably dense. Tua Bihan turned away from his fellow sages and faced the revolving formation that was projecting his image to the world outside. His bright eyes that seemed to embody the wisdom of great age started to radiate a gentle light. "I, Tua Bihan, have overcome the world Genesis star astral tribulation. Attaining the realm world phase." As those words left his lips, his body started to ripple with extremely potent spatial energies. It caused a sensation of discomfort and pressure within the bodies of everyone present. Then, he vanished. He seemed to have transformed into a ray of light for a brief moment, and when he appeared, he was outside the throne room and directly within the skies above the extreme imperial mountain. The revolving formation that projected his image had been forcefully pulled, showing him emerging from thin air in the sky above. The heads of all those present lifted, seeing the small figure of Tuo Bihan floating amongst the clouds. Tuo Bihan gazed downwards and smiled. This was his time. His time to tell the world that the myriad monarch sect that had once been besieged by the three other hegemonic forces, that had been reduced to the weakest of the 5 hegemons of the Trivision starfield, had come to reclaim their throne. Their rise, their future, and their glory would be without limit. The aura around him started to increase in intensity as space itself started to ripple like oceanic waves. The realm world phase was defined by 2 incredible aspects: the formation of a worldly domain and access to spatial force. In the spatial resonance phase, the 4th stage of the astral core realm, one gains a connection with ambient spatial energies and can exert some control over it. They can then absorb spatial energies of the environment to strengthen their cultivation base, working towards comprehending light and gravity through the medium of space. But the realm world phase was different. Not to mention the creation of a worldly domain, but they can completely integrate their astral force with spatial energies, producing spatial force. This was the same force that allowed void gates to function, spatial rings to connect 2 locations of unfathomable distance with ease. While one can not simply conjure a portal or teleport, they can shift through the ambient space as if they were one with it. Just the sheer degree of speed they had access to made them impossible to face as a lower stage cultivator. Even if Wei Wuyin reached the 6th stage of the astral core realm, even if his foundation was to the pinnacle, he still couldn't overcome this single aspect of the phase. Of course, he had void force, so the actual outcome was to be determined. Then, they can lock down and restrict space itself. They can create spatial blades, shields conjured from space's infinite mysteries, and it made them invincible. If you added their worldly domain, what many would call their very own realm, then their position of invincible above all those beneath their cultivation was truer for them than any other phase before. Tuo Bihan felt the surging power well within him, slowly rising as he comprehended the essence of the worldly domain. The world watched as he started to be aglow with a nearly divine light. As he floated above the skies, looking down on the vast sea of cultivators, he seemed to become like a mythological god that received endless reverence and faith from the people. Wong. 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 From within his body, a translucent and intangible sphere manifested. It was a perfect sphere and it grew without limit with him as the epicenter. In what was a split second, everyone felt Tuo Bihan touch them. The sphere passed over them in an instant, and in the depths of their hearts, they knew that Tuo Bihan was telling the truth. The sphere continued to grow. Wei Wuyin felt the sphere approach him, but a layer of faint gray mist had revealed its presence the moment he was passed over. It was as if that faint gray mist had always been present. It encircled his body ceaselessly. He didn't feel the same as everyone else, merely felt a force press against him as if someone was squeezing his body slightly. He lifted up his hand and looked at the back of it. The mist surged about calmly. Degree void force, degree. Wei Wuyin realized that he had entered Tuo Bihan's worldly domain, Tuo Bihan's personalized purest realm, but his body had been protected by the void force that integrated into every cell of his body. It was as if he was actively rejecting the foreign influence. A faint grin surfaced on his face as he looked around. Everyone's eyes, Long Chen's included, were staring at the sky, their every sense focused on Tuo Bihan. It was as if he had become the center of the world. Wu Yu was similarly unaffected, but he sighed with immense emotion. A worldly domain, the ability to convert the ambient mana, energies, and astronomical forces of a certain area into your own. This ability, this single ability, was why Realm World Phase cultivators were given their titles, even by mystic ascendants of the peak era. These ambient forces were the vital strength of cultivators, and it was turned against them in a blink of an eye. It was simply far too powerful. But Wei Wuyin didn't feel the same way. His zenith origin state had allowed his mana control to reach unprecedented levels. Even within this so-called domain, he still had access to it. In fact, he might be able to rip it away from the domain, destabilizing it from within. As this thought emerged, he realized that a heaven-defying foundation would always eclipse cultivation advantages in certain aspects. While ambient energies weren't in his control, he could still utilize his elemental origin intent to wrestle control of the ambient elemental energies. While he might not win, it could hinder the worldly domain of a realm lord. Zoom! The sphere retracted and vanished into Tua Bihan. When it did, everyone was slowly coming back from their mesmerized state. In fact, some World Sea Phase cultivators had grasped the essence of the Sky Ruler Phase, and a few had even miraculously understood the vital link between the Soul Idol and the Spatial Resonance Phase. The entire Myriad Monarch sect had been exposed to a higher level of cultivation, and the benefits were absolutely endless. He, Grand Imperial Sage Tua has ascended. Like an ignition, those words broke those out of their stupor as the crowd started to cheer. These cheers were so astonishingly loud, filled with their everything, that the planet itself started to quake. Compared to Long Chen's cheer, it was like comparing a little league game to a major stadium. The very sound waves were faintly visible. After all, these were all cultivators and they were displaying genuine excitement. Basking in these cheers, Tua Bihan revealed a hearty smile. From henceforth, the Myriad Monarch sect has entered a new era, he announced. To many, this was his true announcement. The cheers only increased in volume, even the ears of many started to bleed, but they still remained screaming their emotions out. A new era. Myriad Monarch sect. Before, the Myriad Monarch had claimed the era after the King of Everlore's departure, transforming this unnamed starfield into a well-connected starfield that was unified under a single banner. The Grand Monarch Banner. The Imperial Heaven Starfield. Chapter 328, 324, False Worldly Domain. Chapter 328, 324, False Worldly Domain. The boisterous cheers seemed to be on the trek of being immortalized, unending and everlasting, if it wasn't for Tua Bihan's interference. But from this revelation of their future renewed, feasts were launched in every location within the Myriad Monarch sect. The news spread faster than the most contagious virus, even to the households of mortals. The news of the Grand Monarch lineage having returned alongside this brought many into a dream of surrealism, feeling as if good things truly came in pairs. While Long Chen's recognition ceremony had completed, it was still a side dish in comparison to Tua Bihan's ascension. It was blotted out like a solar star before millions of arrows. Few even knew of his name, merely that the Grand Monarch lineage had been revived. With the crowd dispersed, many celebrating the news, Wei Wuyin was calmly resting in his sky palace. Even Deshan and his other companions, Nyla Shur and Xiang Ling, were with their friends or family celebrating the news with hyped excitement. As for him, he was on his couch in front of the man of the hour himself, Tua Bihan. The gray-bearded old man was nothing like the deified individual like before. He was sprawled on a comfy rocking chair, his eyes closed, his expression quite lazy. This reminded Wei Wuyin of the first time he had met Tua Bihan, when he mistook him for another alchemist for a moment. It was only after a brief interaction that he came to a realization that this old man was someone special. He had obtained news of the celestial eyes of spiritual divinity and received the title of a heavenly king. His rise to prominence was truly in that moment, and the celestial eyes of spiritual divinity had greatly helped him pursue further into the alchemic Tao. I didn't know why you insisted on revealing your cultivation base. It could have been a useful hidden trump card to fetter out ill intentions and stomp them accordingly, in my original opinion. But I see it now. Wei Wuyin commented as he grabbed a golden apple from the table between them. With a hearty crunch, he enjoyed the succulent flesh and juices of this expensive golden star apple. Tua Bihan rocked in his chair a little. To become a realm lord is to become invincible to all those beneath your cultivation phase. Why hide when the end will remain the same? While Wei Wuyin said he understood, Tua Bihan still explained his point of view. Taking another bite, Wei Wuyin said, "By the way, what's the difference between a naturally ascended realm lord like you and the two realm lords of the San clan?" This had always been on his mind at the back, and while he tried to research the difference, it wasn't too clear. While he could ask Wu Yu, it simply hadn't come up. Tua Bihan's eyes slightly opened, a faint misty gleam leaked from the opening. Worldly domain. Worldly domain. Do they not have one? Wei Wuyin wasn't so sure about that. He had heard about how the San clan asserted their dominance over the starfield, and only the planetary formations established by the various hegemonic forces' ancestors were capable of resisting them. No matter how strong a realm lord was, the formations and arrays established by mystic ascendants wasn't something they could ever hope to break. It was similarly why the myriad monarch sect remained alive despite being ganged up on by the three other hegemonic forces. They were driven to their last legs, only maintaining 3 planets and a dozen or so continental flat Earths. All of these properties were deeply connected to the history of Grand Monarch Wuyu, the founding monarch, such as the Blood-Forge continent or the planets Wuyu and Unia. The former was self-created by a mystic ascendant, lifelong friend and subordinate to the founding monarch. The latter was named after 2 important figures, the founding monarch himself and his wife. It was also their respective birthplaces, and they had been relocated by the founding monarch to be close to the myriad monarch planet. The San clan had still asserted their dominance enough to cow the 4 hegemonic forces, so it was unlikely that they lacked a worldly domain. They have one. The issue lies in its strength, Tua Bihan responded. Strength. I don't know the exact differences, but I know it's lacking a crucial aspect that makes them more like false worldly domains. Still, they have access to spatial force and can navigate the dark void in their domains. They are the only ones with the ability to personally make a trip from planet to planet without a void gate. No, they were the only ones. Tua Bihan had to readjust his mindset. He was now a realm lord. Wuyu chimed in. They had leapt past their tribulation with a pill that the king of Everlore had devised, the World Infusion Realm Pill. Essentially, it's a leapfrog method that allows one to directly construct their worldly domain, and even tap into spatial force. But it requires immense and irredeemable sacrifice. They avoided their tribulation. Wei Wuyin couldn't help but think of the Everlore Ascension Pill. This World Infusion Realm Pill, could it be similar? Correct your thinking. It is not the Everlore Ascension Pill. Not even close. In fact, it's not even a 9th grade pill. It can be considered a peak-tier 8th grade pill, or a pseudo-9th grade pill at best. Anyways, it emulates the benefits one would receive from overcoming the World Genesis Star astral tribulation, without any danger. The issue is, one's cultivation path is forever halted. The cultivation world, the formless but ever-present laws, dictate that one must follow a set path. While this path had infinite variations, the critical and foundational aspects cannot be altered. By leapfrogging into the 7th stage without receiving those essential, those critical, those foundational aspects of the tribulation, it is impossible to comprehend, let alone challenge the next phase. Wuyu explained with a hint of mockery and disdain. It was permanently cutting off one's future path for instant power. The path of a fool. Wei Wuyin furrowed his brows a little. How come he didn't know about this pill? Was it not a part of the Everlore legacy? Why aren't there more realm lords if that was the case? After all, an 8th grade pill or a pseudo-9th grade pill was still an 8th grade product. It can be concocted by an emperor alchemist. Wuyu seemed to understand his thoughts. He briefly sighed and continued, long ago, when the pill was devised, it became hope for numerous individuals without the potential to become realm lords. Even if they lacked talent, they could directly avoid the deadly tribulation and become realm lords. But there was an issue, and that was the requirement. It required refining an entire planet to concoct. Not a continental flat Earth, but an entire planet. It was a very contradictory pill, because you needed to be at least in the realm lord level to even hope to achieve this in alchemy, so most alchemists at the time felt no need to refine it. Furthermore, it was quickly deemed forbidden by all the hegemonic forces of the era. After all, even mystic ascendants had trouble manifesting a planet. A few of them couldn't even make continents, let alone a planet or a solar star. It was too much of a hassle, and depleted long-term resources for insignificant benefits. After the king of Everlore had tested it, he hadn't touched it again, and the recipe was removed from history. The remnant impure pills must have made its way into the San clan ancestors' hands. Of course, at the time, no one cared. The starfield was filled with realm lords, even time lords and star lords were more prevalent in terms of numbers than the 30 or so 6th phase experts of this era. Why would they? A few flawed pills that cut off the lifeline of cultivators, their ability to advance. No one with sufficient status or talent would ever entertain the idea of using it. Wei Wuyin understood this concept deeply. The San clan ancestor was truly far-seeing, predicting the inevitable downfall of the cultivation civilization following the king of Everlore's departure. There was no wonder why there were only 30 or so 6th phase experts but merely 2 realm lords. The current era's starfield truly lacked the ability to produce one. But what's the difference between those who use the pill and those who naturally ascend? Wei Wuyin asked for clarification. Wu Yu was silent for a moment, and then said, false worldly domains are an apt title for them. A worldly domain can fully control the ambient mana, energies, and astronomical forces within its range. But a false worldly domain can only control one aspect, energies. Mana is a fundamental aspect of cultivation, so they don't have the qualification to even touch it outside of their sky ruler means. To use the word control might not be enough to let you fully understand. Think convert. A worldly domain can convert ambient mana, energies, and astronomical forces into one's own power. To face a realm lord in their worldly domain is like entering their personal realm, their self-created space. You'll be facing the entire immediate world, but for a false worldly domain, merely the energies of the world can be converted. Wei Wuyin ruminated over this information. He relayed this information to Tua Bihan, whose closed eyes shot open as he was startled by the explanation. As someone who had touched upon the realm lord level legitimately, he understood the difference between a false worldly domain and a worldly domain greater than any cultivator of this era. If this was the case, then wasn't that too frightening? As for Wei Wuyin's sudden knowledge of this information he had been ignorant of moments before, Tua Bihan was aware of Wu Yu's presence. He had long since learned that Wu Yu's spirit was housed somehow in that unassuming black ring that hung around Wei Wuyin's neck. Seeing Tua Bihan's reaction, he guessed the ability to convert ambient mana and astronomical forces was far greater than simply energy. In fact, it might be the least important one of the three. When he thought about it, his expression became strange. He waved his hand as his elemental origin intent flared, the ambient elemental energies of the world came under his direct control. A worldly domain can replicate intent, but intent still exists. In that case, besides their spatial force, what uniqueness did they have? But it was enough. Enough to claim the entire starfield as their own. To think there's such a difference. It's a little embarrassing, to be honest. Tua Bihan had almost entirely eliminated the two Sen clan rulers as opponents in his heart. It wasn't even intentional, merely his truest feelings. He glanced at Wei Wuyin, and he felt awed by his ability. An under-50 mortal sovereign alchemist that could reform the cultivation foundation of a purist like himself to become a realm lord. The entire world might think he succeeded because of his own talent, but that was utterly impossible. If it wasn't for this little fellow here, he wouldn't be able to enjoy the endless cheers and reverence of others. Little boss, what's your next move? Tua Bihan had already considered himself Wei Wuyin's subordinate the moment he made that choice all those months ago. Wei Wuyin finished his golden apple, even eating the core. From this, one can see he didn't like wasting anything. In a month, I'll face the Princess of Everlore in an all-alchemic clash. Then, I intend to venture into the gateway door that had opened. I earned a spot, after all. He faintly smiled, not feeling too pressured by the Princess of Everlore's upcoming clash. The gateway door. Are you certain? Tua Bihan felt that Wei Wuyin didn't need to enter any forgotten realm to explore. Wei Wuyin lifted his gaze towards the ceiling, his silver eyes emanated a mystical shine that radiated beauty. I'm certain. I can see that the gateway is the location where I'll find something I want, something I'll need. His eye of truth could see the trend of the world, and similar to how his sky palace was rebuilt with utmost speed after he took action, he could see that the gateway had something he needed when he decided to enter. While he didn't know what, or even if it's a who, but he knew it was there. Furthermore, the entire starfield didn't have this something. This only brought out curiosity in his heart that had to be sated. Tua Bihan realized that Wei Wuyin was still a young man, with hot blood and a desire for adventure. This is what he attributed Wei Wuyin's desire to venture into the unknown as. In truth, he had asked the question because he was wondering if Wei Wuyin intended to produce another realm lord. Because if so, he had a few candidates in mind. Like that little lass, Qin Rui. Tua Bihan was just about to speak when his spatial ring brightly lit. He received a transmission message. After reading it, he looked at Wei Wuyin oddly. Wei Wuyin felt his gaze and lowered his own, observing the strange expression on Tua Bihan's face. What is it? The little prince has made his first request. How anxious, HAAA. Tua Bihan said with a sigh. Wei Wuyin's left brow lifted. What did Long Qin request? Just as he was about to ask, he felt spatial force surrounding him. His eyes lit up and he chuckled in amusement. "Let's go then." Tua Bihan nodded with relief. They both vanished from the Sky Palace, shifting through space. Chapter 329, 325, Gathered Once More. Chapter 329, 325, Gathered Once More. In the Grand Monarch Central Palace, located upon the 6th layer of the extreme Imperial Mountain, there was a gathering of the highest rank figures within the myriad monarch sect. While there were a few key individuals missing, such as Tua Bihan and Yao Zhen, the other 3 Grand Imperial sages were present. These 3 figures were each located on one of the 5 thrones beneath a larger, grander throne. These thrones weren't present during the recognition ceremony, but they signified their position within the sect, above all, below one. These thrones were all differently colored, with the one Qin Rui sat on being white, while Ji Chongkong was red and Zen was golden. At the top of each throne was the name of their respective mountains etched in gorgeous characters. They each sat calmly on the throne, overlooking the lower platform with various expressions. Qin Rui's expression, while hidden behind a veil, was furrowed brows with a wisp of a sigh between them. Ji Chongkong was seemingly indifferent, but was faintly betrayed by a unique light of gentleness that wasn't originally there. As for Zen, despite her wrinkled and scaly face, she had a seemingly contemplative look plastered for all to see. Beneath their thrones, the reason for their varied expressions, were not 1, but 10 individuals. The lead figure amongst these 10 was a youth that they were all too familiar with, the same one who had completed his recognition ceremony and officially became the successor to the Grand Monarch lineage, Long Chen. As the Grand Prince, his status was forcefully elevated and he now was adorned in light gray sect robes with the embroidery on his heart area that read, Grand Prince. There wasn't a single individual in the sect with the same colored robe, not even the multicolored robes lacked this color. With the fancy design and innate regal disposition brought about by the Imperial Heaven Qi method, he could usually be seen as a noble of the highest order. The other 9 were all women. They formed an array of astonishing beauty that could make most men feel as if they were in a dream, one they would never wish to extricate themselves from. There was Wu Baozhai, the princess from the Myriad Year continent. When she was on the Myriad Year continent, she exuded a bearing of innate authority and a distinctive imperial demeanor that one would possess if they were born into royalty. It was a belief, a form of aura, that told the world that they were innately superior. She no longer possessed such exquisiteness. Her demeanor had mellowed, her expression became more gentle and careful, while her presence wasn't as strong. That being said, she still was an exceptional beauty that could topple nations, a fact that could not be etched out of her except via disfigurement. Those crystal-clear eyes, peach-colored lips, ample breasts coupled with her body's delicate curves and perky bottom told the world that she was one hell of a woman. The second was Lian Yu, the sapphire goddess of the Aqua Echo sect of the Myriad Year continent's Wu country. With those eyes and hair of hers that were like genuine sapphires, dazzling and gorgeous, as well as a figure that was as or even more voluptuous than Wu Baozhai, she was a feast for the eyes. Thirdly, there was Xiang Ling, otherwise known as Fairy Blessed Spirit by title. Her jade skin, signature red-colored lips, limpid eyes, and minimalistic yet perfectly applied makeup that made her already magnificent features a work of art. She was dressed in her elder robes, and next to her was a young girl in a veil, Long Tingyu. Long Tingyu had long since grown up from her porcelain doll-like years, becoming a gorgeous teenaged lady that had very little development left to achieve a perfect state. Be it her waist-length black hair with violet highlights or dark eyes that contained a demonic allure, she was truly in the running to become a vixen. And if one were to compare bust, she was looking capable of surpassing all the women present. The fifth was a woman whose beauty had seemingly decayed. Her aura was frantic and unstable, while her eyes were grayed out and lacking an innate feeling of intelligence, wisdom, and presence. It was quite ghastly. It was further exaggerated by her skin that seemed to be cracked, but heavily concealed with makeup and such. Each strand of her light brown hair had dulled, seemingly losing any hint of a healthy luster. Even her body seemed somewhat deflated, with what could be assumed to be perky breasts and an ample bottom had become saggy and flat. While her beauty had faded, those with keen eyes could see that she was absolutely gorgeous at a point in her life. Just a glimpse at her would create a regretful and forlorn feeling to emerge in the heart and mind. She was Nasini. Xiaobing was the sixth, her beauty and white hair that faintly released frosty light was also present. Unfortunately, the yang to her Yin, Hongru, was not present. Since that day, Her beautiful face had never worn a smile or any other expression besides wintry indifference. The seventh was in a wheelchair, covered in a veil. Her thin, bony hands and fragile-looking nails betrayed the ill condition of her body. If Wei Wuyin was here, he would easily recognize this woman simply by her life aura. She was Lin Zian, Godlord Lin, and the woman who he once thought of marrying. Her once pristine brunette hair had grayed, as if she had aged 100 years. It was frizzled, lacking an essential healthiness that no product could conceal. While those blue eyes that seemed to contain the essence of an ocean, vast and endless, might no longer carry that same feeling. The eighth woman was tall, slender, and seemingly in her late 20s. She was an elf. Her bright green eyes, pale skin, and deeply black hair was accentuated by her perfectly symmetrical figure and features. It bestowed her a beauty that could be called quite balanced. She was Qing Qiumu's ancestor, a prime imperial sage. She was present during Long Chen's recognition ceremony, and was also investigated after Qing Qiumu had used a talisman that she had created for her to kill the Ji clan's astral core realm experts. She went by Qing Yan, or Prime Sage Qing. The last, but certainly not least, woman was Qing Qiumu. She stood beside her ancestor. Her emerald-colored eyes looked at the thrones from above, but her expression was calm and collected. Inwardly, however, she was somewhat troubled. Her gaze would sometimes shift to Long Chen's back, a little bit of worry within. Long Chen had now become the Grand Prince of the Myriad Monarch sect. He had cemented his position as the legacy successor of the Grand Monarch lineage, and the only one with the qualifications to unite the Myriad Monarch sect officially beneath his banner. The world that Long Chen, that these women had lived in before, had now changed as he took this position. Or so they thought. She quickly discovered that there was very lax authority given to grand princes. In fact, they weren't in much of a better position than some sky nobles, and they have difficulty compared to heavenly kings. They still had to compete, fight for every inch of territory, for every bit of resource, and had to follow almost all rules established by the sect. Being the Grand Prince even meant that you were held to a higher standard than others in the same level. Moreover, there were harsher punishments towards abuse of authority. The title Grand Prince merely showed the world that the Grand Monarch lineage had a rightful successor. After all, for the last 1,000 or so years, the Myriad Monarch sect had no Grand Monarch. When she thought of the Grand Prince, not just her but most, the mental image of Wei Wuyin emerged. He was just a junior, but he carried some insane level of influence. His very name provoked fear, and he could cause the collapse of entire factions and clans with merely a few sentences. He could blow a hole in the sky layer, and be congratulated. Just his name would have the Knights of Enforcement shake at the knees, and the Grand Imperial Sages to feel utterly helpless. He had freedom, a say if he wanted, and endless resources and support from the sect. It was this image that she thought Long Chen would possess. Alas, reality was often disappointing. Even Long Chen's name was bypassed by Tua Bihan, the first natural realm lord born in the sect in over 1,000 years. Despite that, Long Chen still had some benefits. This was the 3 orders of the Imperial Prince. It wasn't really an order but more a series of requests. The 3 orders of the Imperial Prince was a deliberate bypass of the power of authority. It would allow them to request something from the sect 3 times, usually exceeding their authority or influence. The previous iterations of the Grand Prince had used this for resources, mostly resources. These would typically be made for territory, rare materials, or alchemical products used for their cultivation. It could also be used to be acquitted of certain criminal charges that went against the Myriad Monarch sect's rules. Which meant they could, in theory, kill first and be absolved later. This was merely a safety net for Grand Princes devised to give them some shadow influence. Of course, they were unable to request anything unreasonable or initiate war. This wasn't meant to be a means to rule the sect, merely to bypass some obstacles in a quick and easy fashion, not order around the sect as they pleased. When Qing Qiumu learned of this, she could only sigh. Long Chen had told her of his unwillingness to announce his legacy, but he had to. She could feel that he was pressured by Wei Wuyin's presence. After his dominance in the Grand Spirit Trials, Zhu Hiai's remarkable abilities, and his ring once more being taken by Wei Wuyin, he probably felt that he had no other choice. If he wanted to sit on that throne with certainty, he needed every advantage possible. While he might have an empty title, his sect status would no longer be inferior to Wei Wuyin. But when she learned of his requests, her expression became extremely odd. It wasn't just her, the 3 grand imperial sages all had varying shifts in their expressions, and their emotions were complex. Zen swept her wizened eyes over the gathering of beauties that Long Chen seemingly obtained through his experiences and journey. There were women of extraordinary talent, but also women who've suffered disastrous fates. She spoke, "Prince Long, are you certain that you wish to make your 3 orders now? And for it to be those 3. Her eyes were fixated on Long Chen, exuding an unintentional pressure simply from her questioning gaze. But Long Chen was steadfast and certain, his expression unwavering. "Yes, I am absolutely certain." He left no room for retreat, his eyes filled with indisputable resolve. Behind Long Chen, Nasini bit her lower lip softly as her eyes flashed a complex light. She had given up 2 of her primal enes, damaging her meridians and body as a result. In exchange, Long Chen had reached the zenith mortal state with both of his natal souls. With that and Wu Yu's support, he merged his 2 natal souls and went undefeated as he swept through the juniors and elites of the Hongfu clan. It was a moment of unprecedented glory. But in the end, it wasn't hers. She had chosen this devastatingly damaging method instead of simply giving her body to Long Chen. While it might have been slower, her cultivation base would have jumped also. At least, for a while. She couldn't help but look at Lian Yu, Wu Baozhai, Qing Qiumu, Xiao Bing, and Long Tingyu. They had all ascended into the astral core realm while radiating beauty of the ages, but she had fallen to this position. She didn't have Lian Yu's mystical healing arts and wholehearted devotion, Wu Baozhai's intelligence and management skills, Qing Qiumu or Long Tingyu's extreme innate talent, or Xiao Bing's background. She was merely a girl with a precious body that men could obtain benefit from. Even Su Mei, that girl that she had once clashed with in the Myriad-Year continent, who she had won an exchange against, had surpassed her in a massive way. While her cultivation was still in the Qi condensation realm, Su Mei could fight against the top-tier geniuses of the entire starfield with utter ease. She couldn't help but think, what if? Just as her mind was lost in this thought, Zen nodded towards Long Chen. Then so be it. She sent a transmission message to Tua Bihan. A sensation shook the hearts of everyone present. Some with anticipation, a few with anxiety, and others with complex emotions that were extremely hard to describe. It wasn't because of Tua Bihan, this newly ascended realm lord. It was. A flash of silver light burst into existence directly beside Zen. Everyone could only stare in silence as 2 figures were revealed. Before they could catch a solid look at them, one of the figures started to walk with crisp steps. The figure walked upwards, not downwards, approaching the grand throne that overlooked the entire whole like an emperor. The figure turned to face those below, revealing a faint smile filled with an indescribable yet unforgettable quality. With a slight movement, he Saturday. Everyone's breathing seemingly stopped at that moment. On the grand throne, Wei Wuyin folded his left leg over his right, leaned comfortably back, and said, "I'm here." Chapter 330, 326, 3 Requests. Chapter 330, 326, 3 Requests. I'm here. 2 words. These were merely 2 words uttered in the most relaxed, calm, and simple manner imaginable. Yet these same 2 words felt like tidal waves crashing ferociously against the hearts and minds of everyone present. Wei Wuyin had arrived in the Grand Monarch Central Palace with a silver flash, and without skipping the slightest beat, as if it was the most natural action in the world, he climbed up and sat on the grandest throne within the entire Myriad Monarch sect. It was as if the seat that emanated a boundless imperial presence was always and forever meant for him to sit in. The eyes of the grand imperial sages were widened like full moons, excluding Tua Bihan, and there were even faint lines of red within them that pulsated with bewilderment. As for the youths, these beautiful women below, they were staring with gazes of unimaginable disbelief. What was overbearing? This was overbearing. Long Chen was the most shocked of all. His heartbeat nearly stopped as he watched Wei Wuyin calmly and naturally sit upon the very throne he had dreamed himself claiming. It was as if time had slowed down as it happened. How can he? This is. Tua Bihan was the only one present that wasn't overly shocked or surprised. It wasn't that Wei Wuyin had talked about this with him before, but this little boss of his possessed the qualifications to act as he pleased in his eyes. Therefore, he didn't feel any intense emotions. In fact, there was an odd emotion within his heart as if this was how things should be. If the myriad monarch sect's grand monarch lineage was discarded, or if Wei Wuyin decided to take up leadership, how great would that be? This was a thought he would have never had a year ago. The king of Everlore, a mortal sovereign alchemist, had spent centuries building up his name and remaining mostly an independent entity that didn't favor any specific force or person. He had raised and nurtured numerous legendary figures such as the divine King Han Zhe, sacred elven queen, demonic Abyss Mountain's Abyss Master, and even the grand monarch Wu Yu himself. They were all creations of his astonishing ability, and they defined entire eras. If Wei Wuyin decided to wholeheartedly nurture the myriad monarch sect, let alone the Trivision Starfield, there would be far, far greater avenues of growth. Unfortunately, Wei Wuyin had never acted in the utmost interest of the myriad monarch sect without restraint. There was an unseen obstacle that was between Wei Wuyin's heart and the myriad monarch sect that he was aware of, but he didn't know what it was or how to remove it. Therefore, he simply accepted his current role. But not everyone reacted as calmly as him. A surging aura erupted, mighty and vast like the ocean itself. Zhen's eyes flared with aquamarine light, her entire body radiated incredible power. You dare rise this instant. Her reaction was aggressive and expected. What Wei Wuyin had just done was an affront to the grand monarch lineage, and she took that personally as the upholder of the extreme imperial mountain and its prestige. It was her duty to do so. For that moment, Wei Wuin's potential, his alchemical skills and status, and even the numerous benefits she had received prior had been utterly erased from her mind as she felt bubbling rage surface. Her sixth phase cultivation base was imposing, suitable for a grand imperial sage. A violent mana storm was abruptly birthed within the throne room, and a violent spiritual pressure gushed from her and made its way towards Wei Wuyin in a crushing manner. If Wei Wuyin, a sky ruler, were to be hit by that wave of astonishing spiritual power, he might very well be killed immediately. But his expression remained entirely unchanged, only giving Zhen a light glance over. Zhen, who had nearly lost her rationality, felt a foreign power instantly engulf her entire body. In a matter of less than a second, her spiritual pressure had dissipated like the wind, her gushing aura had deflated, and she found herself completely sealed. Even if she wanted to release her powers, she couldn't. Even if she wanted to lift a finger, she could only dream of twitching. Her eyes widened with immense shock as she turned her head slowly to see Tua Bihan lightly tapping her shoulder with 2 fingers. She was appalled that her entire cultivation base, something cultivated with her utmost effort for over 1,000 years, had been so thoroughly suppressed with a mere touch. Was this the absolute difference between the 6th and 7th phase? Her old and wizened heart was in an agitated state. It wasn't merely her, even Qin Rui and Ji Chongkong were completely thunderstruck by the event. Zhen's might was extremely powerful, and they would have to take it seriously lest they suffered severe injuries. But Tua Bihan, in a single moment, with a single touch, had rendered her helpless and defeated. Tua Bihan calmly said, "Relax." Only one word, but it revealed his absolute stance on the matter. Tua Bihan did not care that Wei Wuyin sat on the grand throne. In fact, he seemed to willingly accept that fact. If the 3 grand imperial sages were shocked before, the implications of this made them utterly speechless. Wei Wuyin seemed entirely unaffected by the perilous moment he had just experienced. He ignored Zhen, directly looking towards the 10 individuals standing beneath the 2 sets of thrones before settling on a single figure. "Prince Long, you wanted me here. Now I'm here. What is it that you want?" Wei Wuyin asked. After all, he was a busy man. He'd much rather be eating right now, something far more important than this in his mind. While he knew he was merely there because he might be needed, he took control over the situation. Long Chen. He couldn't quite process the series of events that had just transpired, nor did he find it comfortable to be speaking to Wei Wuyin while he was in an elevated position. Even the Prince Long sounded as if it contained a hint of mockery and disdain. He couldn't help but glance around him to see the expressions of everyone present. Qin Qiumu had a helpless smile on her gorgeous face. It seemed that she expected such actions from Wei Wuyin, not offended, unhappy, or even too shocked by his actions. In fact, there was a distinct light of a chuckle in her eyes. As if to say, only you would do something so outrageous. As for Wu Baozhai, her expression was the most drastic change. He didn't know why, but she was in utter disbelief with widened eyes and a gaped mouth. She briefly, for a moment, turned to Long Chen as a complex and dubious light emerged. Then, as if catching herself and noticing Long Chen's gaze, she shifted her eyes downwards and maintained a neutral expression. Xiang Ling's face contained a faint blush and misty eyes. What was going through her mind at the moment, Long Chen couldn't tell. The others were mostly affected by commonly shared emotions, shock and disbelief. But Long Chen felt a tinge in his heart, his eyes consciously or subconsciously turned towards Nasini. Those dull gray eyes revealed not a slightest trace of shock or disbelief. She was preternaturally calm, a mysterious emotion present within those eyes of hers as she stared at Wei Wuyan's figure. He felt his heart descend in an unknown world for a moment. It was as if his entire body had been dipped into a vat of cold water. He didn't know why, but he felt his heart squeeze. In the end, he had to turn away. He gathered his strength, mustered his courage, and turned to face Wei Wuyan. Wei Wuyan, his words were spoken with a faint bite. The rules of the Myriad Monarch sect affords me the right to make 3 imperial orders as the Grand Prince, successor of the Grand Monarch lineage. Wei Wuyan nodded, that's right. He didn't deny Long Chen his right. This is what he was rightfully owed by the Myriad Monarch sect and the only reason he was present today. Otherwise, could Long Chen, even with his newly established status of a Grand Prince, ever summon him? He still cared about rules and regulations within a reasonable manner, lest chaos be brought to every facet of a force. While he had no issue bending or outright manipulating the rules to his favor, he didn't like outright breaking set rules. In fact, if Zen was a little calmer, she would have realized that the Grand Throne had a formation that only allowed those worthy to sit upon it. Even if a realm lord like Tuo Bihan wanted to sit, it was utterly impossible. He would be lucky if he wasn't crippled by the incident. As for Wei Wuyan, he had long since obtained the Myriad Monarch Canon. It was currently in his possession, on his very body in fact. The divine item that allowed those to cultivate the Imperial Heaven Chi method, to enter the Grand Imperial lineage, the absolute treasure of the sect, was now in his. If it wasn't for this divine object, why would Wei Wuyan go through so much trouble to bring Wu Yu to his side? So according to the rules, he could freely sit here. Even Wu Yu within the ring had no comment. Furthermore, with the presence of Wu Yu, he could freely manipulate the aura of the Myriad Monarch Canon, allowing the Grand Throne to recognize him. Similar to how those without alchemic natal souls can generate alchemic chi or alchemic force, he can generate Imperial Heaven energy with a little effort. While others might find this difficult, Wei Wuyan as an alchemist skilled in transmutation of energies found it extremely easy. Even now, he no longer needed Wu Yu assistance to generate the Imperial Heaven aura. While it benefited him very little in cultivation or improvement to his combat prowess, it allowed him to concoct a few specialty products listed on the Myriad Monarch Canon that had been personally devised by the King of Everlore and several other elite alchemic emperors. Unfortunately, he couldn't activate the Myriad Monarch Canon's true power. That required Imperial Heaven Essence energy, an Imperial Astral Soul, something he fundamentally lacked. Long Chen was unaware of all this, merely clenching his teeth and continuing, my first order, I ask that Tuo Bihan reconstruct Hong Ru's body. When he declared these words, his heart was twisting in pain as he recalled Hong Ru's gruesome death. If it wasn't for his uselessness, for Wu Yu's swift actions, he might have lost her for good. The thought of it left him in despair and helplessness, but Wu Yu had informed him that a realm lord could create another body for her. This was why he cultivated like a madman and ascended from the first stage of the astral core realm to the third, entering the soul idol phase. In less than a year, he's made outstanding leaps as he drew upon his untapped potential and erupted. But with Tuo Bihan now present, he could allow her to be reborn ahead of time. Not in decades or centuries, but in a short period of time. Tuo Bihan was instantly caught off guard. He turned to Wei Wuyan, seemingly curious if he could even do something of that level. One must know, Tuo Bihan was a novice in the realm, and besides the foundational aspects of the realm, he hadn't delved into all his powers. Of course he didn't believe that Wei Wuyan would know, but Wu Yu might. Even Wei Wuyan was similarly clueless. If he was asked if it was possible for an alchemic product to achieve such a feat, then he would know the answer. He could use an 8th grade product to create a body shaped by a soul, but that required a disembodied soul. Wu Yu needed the Every Birth pill, a 9th grade pill that could not only create a body of a mystic ascendant but re-establish their entire cultivation base. If there was a pill of this level that existed, Then there were obviously lesser pills that did similar things with less effect. He even had a few on his person at the moment. It's possible, Wu Yu's voice resounded. While he didn't give any detail, Wei Wuyin realized Tuo Bihan could actually create a body. But if one thought about it, realm lords can create isolated realms with enough time. As for mystic ascendants, even flat continental Earth, planet, and solar stars can be created. Wei Wuyin thought for a moment, looked at Long Chen and asked, the other two? Long Chen inwardly breathed a sigh of relief for some reason. He felt that Tuo Bihan, a person that, by Wu Yu's very words, should be impossible to ascend to the 7th stage, had been risen to that level due to Wei Wuyin. And after seeing Tuo Bihan stop Zen's assault after he sat on the Grand Throne, he was more certain that Tuo Bihan had wholeheartedly become Wei Wuyin's subordinate. Now that Wei Wuyin wasn't bothered by that order, he could confidently move on. Secondly, I want Lin Zian to be treated with everything the sect has to offer until she's fully recovered. For her too. He grew emotional as he turned to see Lin Zian, who sat quietly in a wheelchair. Her aged hair and dullish pale skin felt like a knife to his heart, a constant reminder of his inability to protect those he loves. While her state had improved dramatically after Wei Wuyin had sent her to be taken care of, it wasn't enough. There were 8th-grade products, mystical treasures of heaven and earth, and other tools that could better help her current state that wasn't being utilized. In terms of the medical field, Wei Wuyin had truly kept the end of his bargain, but the art of medicine was severely lacking in development. Lian Yu, a healing sage, could do nothing more than ease the pain Lin Zian was feeling. Third. He paused after recollecting himself, turning towards Nasini. There was a brief hesitation in his eyes, hesitation that Qin Qiumu, Wu Baozhai, and Nasini caught instantly. These three were extremely astute in their senses and intellect, and Nasini was the target of his gaze. How could she miss it? She silently clenched her fists. In the end, Long Chen said, I want the sect to help Nasini's 3-point physique fully recover. Wei Wuyin was silent for a long while, his gaze sweeping meeting the gazes of all those present. He now realized that these women were here to support Long Chen, likely to argue if denied or rejected. Xiang Ling was likely here because of Long Tingyu, Qin Yuan was here for Qin Qiumu, and the rest were here for Long Chen. As for Qin Qiumu, perhaps they thought he wouldn't interfere with any request if she was here. Wei Wuyin finally spoke, and when he did, the hearts of everyone present trembled. Because he said, absolutely impossible. Chapter 331, 327, absolutely impossible. Chapter 331, 327, absolutely impossible. What do you mean? The one who had spoken was not Long Chen nor any of the women that had come to support him, but Qin Rui. Qin Rui understood that Wei Wuyin was present for a reason, but this reason was not to undermine the rules of the sect. As for seating on the throne, while agitated, she was aware that only those worthy could seat there. Since Wei Wuyin could, that meant he had the capabilities to do so. Heavenly King Wei. This is not the venue for you to act willfully. The Grand Prince's 3 orders is not something that you can decline nor interfere with. Zen, on the other hand, spoke clearly about her feelings towards the issue. Furthermore, none of these requests made specifically asked for his participation and could be accomplished by the sect. There was no reason to reject these reasonable requests. Wei Wuyin glanced briefly at Zen, a light of impatience and annoyance flickered within his silver irises. Zen felt a faintly inexplicable chill course through her spine, causing her hunched back to straighten a little. She had already come to realize that her words and actions had antagonized Wei Wuyin. By how much? She wasn't certain. However, she was aware that this would affect their relationship. Wei Wuyin turned his gaze away and observed the dark and gloomy expression on Long Chen's face. Even Qin Qiumu was bewildered by his words. He sighed softly within his heart, in the eyes of others, your actions are commendable. It reveals your admirable feelings towards your ever-growing harem. I must say, they could be considered quite lucky. Wei Wuyin had said words of praise, but it felt like a grating claw to a chalkboard in Long Chen's ears. Any form of praise felt mocking and filled with disdain, even contempt. This continuously grinded up his negative emotions and slowly boiled them within his heart. Wei Wuyin continued, the 3 orders of the Grand Prince is supposed to be used on oneself, to better your advantages over heavenly kings. After all, while it might seem as if you're not in direct competition with others as an officially recognized successor, would it matter if another member of the sect was far, far beyond your strength? What is the meaning of the titles Grand Prince or Grand Monarch if you're not above all in your generation? To use it on 3 women who wouldn't be able to help you improve, no, I dare say, even slow down your progress with their needs and troubles, many would find it selfless and kind-hearted. But, when you think about it, every last one of their problems that led them to whatever fate they currently have is. Wei Wuyin paused as he faintly smiled, briefly glancing at Na Sini and Lin Zian. Your fault. He finished with a faint scoff. Long Chen gritted his teeth until they nearly cracked due to the pressure. A murderous light flickered endlessly within his dark gaze. If looks could kill, Wei Wuyin would have died 1,000 times. Unfortunately for Long Chen, he didn't have such strength or abilities. Wei Wuyin. Qing Qiumu spoke up. His words were too antagonizing, and it was clearly deliberate. While she normally didn't want to directly interfere in their conflicts, she couldn't simply stand by as this was said. After all, to her, Long Chen remained quiet and unresponsive because their positions were very, very different. Long Chen no longer had his miracle of a black ring to protect him, while Wei Wuyin had Tua Bihan, who could be considered the strongest known expert in the starfield. It was unfair to one-sidedly allow such abuse. Wei Wuyin shook his head. It's merely the truth. Don't misunderstand me, I have no intentions of interfering with your requests. It is what the sect promises, and it's a tradition that will likely continue after both of our deaths. In fact, I say it's impossible not because of the requests being unreasonable, but that it is impossible for the sect to complete in any sort of satisfactory manner. If Long Chen still had Wu Yu, he would know this. Wei Wuyin double-checked with Wu Yu regarding the creation of Hong Ru's body, and he realized the truth that had caused him to be curious. What do you mean? Qing Qiumu couldn't help but ask. Wasn't it within the limits of their power? What did he mean satisfactory? Firstly, your first request. It is utterly impossible for Tua Bihan to effectively create a body for her. As a purist, the forged body he created would not be compatible with a fire cultivator's soul. She would be unable to cultivate her entire life, and her soul body-mind rejection rate would be nearly 99.9% certain to occur. You're dooming her to a life as a mortal, a very, very short lifespan, and the inability to live as a woman. In fact, she might become an invalid as a result. Wei Wuyin patiently explained as he regarded those below. Wu Yu was truthful when he said that a realm lord had the ability to forge a fresh body for someone, but there were numerous preconditions for it to work. Furthermore, if it is for an astral soul cultivator, one whose soul had been permanently modified during the astral tribulations, they would have even more stringent requirements to create the perfect body. For example, the gender of the creator and receiver. This was why the Ever-Rebirth pill was so miraculous, taking the King of Everlore 20 years to devise and create off numerous theories and experimentation. But the difficulty in concocting it was monstrous, requiring a very skilled mortal sovereign alchemist to concoct with any success. Wu Yu had 2 methods to reconstruct his body. 1. He intended for a cultivator who cultivated the same method as him to reach the mystic ascendant realm and reconstruct his body. This was Long Chen's purpose, and his main objective in choosing a talented cultivator from a lowly and weak location like the Myriad continent. Even then he would have to recultivate all the way back. 2. The Ever-Rebirth pill. The same reasons why Hong Ru wouldn't be a remotely decent rebirth were the same reasons why Wu Yu needed someone who matched his cultivation and practiced his cultivation method. Is that true? Xiaobing couldn't help but cry out in disbelief to Tua Bihan, the strongest authority present. Her normally wintry expression had been tainted by anxiety. She had come because Long Chen had said there was a way to reconstruct Hong Ru's body. Even Long Chen was taken aback by Wei Wuyin's words. It was clear he was completely ignorant of this condition and consequences for an incompatible body. In a way, it made sense, and that caused his expression to darken considerably. Tua Bihan didn't know how to immediately respond to Xiaobing, but considering it was said by Wei Wuyin, he nodded towards Xiaobing. This caused Xiaobing to tear up. Her expression was soon painted with helplessness and despair. Even Qin Rui, Ji Chongkong, and Zhen couldn't say anything. A depressing gloom instantly filled the air. Wu Yu hadn't filled Long Chen in with all the details because it would be too heartless to do so. In the founding monarch's opinion, after he reached the realm lord level, he could seek out other alternatives. What mattered was reaching that level of power to have that option. Regarding your second request, the sect simply does not have the capabilities to restore someone crippled in all three essentials: mind, body, and spirit. In fact, it barely has the means to restore the body. Wei Wuyin coolly pointed out, causing Zhen's expression to become unsightly. Then, she recalled Lin Xian's condition and how vicious she was crippled, how thorough it was. She remained absolutely silent, but her expression revealed her thoughts on the matter. Even if they could restore her body, her spirit and mind would be unable to be fully healed. That was the consequence of having your natal soul shattered. She would merely be a half-crippled at best. As for earthly treasures and heavenly waters, many of these so-called earthly treasures and heavenly waters were extremely volatile. It was why alchemists were essential, to quell such volatility within them, mixing them with other forms of energies to produce miraculous and gentle products. While they had some healing waters, there was nothing for the mind. Wei Wuyin continued, as for her primal yin, the only earthly treasure that could restore a woman's primal yin to completeness would be the primal yin dark pearl. And while that seems like hope, it is an evil treasure refined from numerous virgin women, nearly 100,000. Furthermore, it's extremely volatile and unable to be refined directly without some serious complications, including possible death. But, it could be used as a material for a pill, the absolute yin creation pill. Not only would this pill restore Lin Xian's damaged body, returning her to the status of a woman, but Na Sini's primal yin can be completely renewed. Moreover, her 3-point yin physique can be improved upon, reaching 4, 5, or even a 9-point yin physique. With those words, he shut down all three requests. Na Sini bit her lips nearly to the point blood was drawn. She couldn't help but ask a question that she knew would crush her hopes further: can this pill be created? Everyone looked towards Wei Wuyin with bated breath, except Long Chen, who was skeptical about Wei Wuyin's words. There were always other ways. And he would be correct. While Wei Wuyin didn't lie, there were indeed other ways. But all of these so-called other ways required cultivators beyond the astral core realm, evil cultivation methods, or other alchemical products of a higher grade or in far quantities than just one. The absolute yin creation pill was the only way within the limits of mortals that could be achieved with the best result, and it was the only way that didn't go against the natural order in an overt fashion. Wei Wuyin faintly smiled after hearing Na Sini's question. Of course, all pills can be created. In fact, the Myriad Monarch sect has 2 primal yin dark pearls in our vault at this very moment, acquired after sky nobles and heavenly kings crushed evil organizations. The eyes of the young women present brightened. 2. There were 2 women here, so wasn't this perfect? As for the questionable nature of their origins, it mattered not. The treasure had already been created, shouldn't it be used for at least something good? Of course, good meant their own benefit. All you need to do is find a mortal sovereign alchemist that can concoct the 9th grade absolute yin creation pill and succeed. Furthermore, succeed before these 2 women's lifespan runs out in a few years or decades. Then, you're all set. Everyone. So, was I wrong when I said it was absolutely impossible? Because to me, it feels impossible to do those 3 requests any justice. At least, for the sect. Wei Wuyin leaned forward a little, an imposing aura emanated from his body, releasing a faint suffocating air. His eyes squinted, staring directly into Long Chen's dark eyes. But you knew that already, right? Chapter 332, 328, Changing One's Mind. Chapter 332, 328, Changing One's Mind. But you knew that already, right? His tonal voice was uncharacteristically low, deep, and for the first time revealed a chilling air. Long Chen, however, didn't retreat nor deny those words. He simply met Wei Wuyin's gaze relentlessly and fearlessly. The women were startled by Wei Wuyin's words and actions, even the grand imperial sages were taken aback, looking at Long Chen curiously. He knew. If that was true, why make requests that would never be able to be fully fulfilled? Was it just for the image of trying? A manipulation. Most of them revealed confusion, but Wu Baozhai was unsurprised. The moment she saw Wei Wuyin, she knew why he was here, why Long Chen asked for his presence and brought Qing Qiumu here. While most would think it was due to wanting Wei Wuyan's tactful permission or ensuring he didn't interfere with the orders, it was far deeper than that. In the end, Long Chen remained silent. Wei Wuyan scoffed. While Long Chen definitely wasn't aware about the finer details, he had to have known that a newly ascended realm lord would find it extremely difficult to forge a body, let alone a decent one in his first attempt. It would essentially be desiring an imperfect product from the get-go. As for Lin Ziyan, if the best medical personnel was unable to better her condition, then the alchemic Tao was her only alternative. As for the earthly treasure nonsense, she was thoroughly crippled. How would she refine these treasures? Would her fragile body be able to withstand such fierce energies and essences? A single incorrect thought in her mind and all the effort might be for naught, her life being ended then and there. Nasini. There was absolutely no way Wu Yu hadn't told Long Chen about the absolute in-creation pill or the primal dark pearl. After all, the incident happened while the former was directly in the latter's possession. But to Nasini, the primal dark pearl was similarly useless to her. While she wasn't thoroughly crippled, the primal dark pearl was an astral-level material, meaning it possessed the innate quality of the astral core realm. Perhaps if she was in the astral core realm with a complete 3-point physique would she be able to cultivate with it or refine it for her use. But now, with her cultivation still at the chi condensation realm, it was merely a hopeful dream. Even if the sect decided to devote all its attention to this task, they would need an emperor alchemist to concoct numerous 7th and 8th grade nourishing alchemical products to achieve a similar effect, but how long would that take? The only alchemic emperor that was directly within the sect's control was Tua Bihan. The other two were merely supported by the sect but remained external members. They had no obligation to devote years or decades of their lives for such an objective with no benefit. And Tua Bihan had no experience with the nourishing alchemical products. Furthermore, he wasn't a woman nor had an alchemic astral soul to compensate. It might take him his remaining lifespan just to concoct a semi-decent impure grade product. By that time, both Lin Ziyan and Nasini would have long since returned to dust. Fine. Wei Wuyan shook his head slightly. I'll complete your 2 requests, abiding by the rules of 3 orders. However, while I can help reconstruct a suitable body for Hong Ru and help Lin Ziyan fully recover, Nasini's request can only be taken by the sect itself. Why? Long Chen finally spoke. It seemed from his expression that he knew Wei Wuyan would accept, and that he could accomplish his requests. Wei Wuyan merely continued to shake his head, glancing at Nasini. While Lin Ziyan's condition can be resolved with nourishing products, Nasini's physique requires the absolute creation pill to completely restore it. If she wishes to stabilize her declining then I can do that, the sect could do that, she could even do it, but if she wants to regain her physique and talent, isn't that asking for a little too much? A 9th grade pill. Only a mortal sovereign alchemist could concoct such a product and its value might exceed the myriad monarch's astral territory in terms of worth. Furthermore, was something such as that freely available? If Nasini was his wife, he wouldn't hesitate, but she wasn't. As for her declining that was the result of her forceful extract of 2 primal She still had the one tainted with Wei Wuyan's yang aura, a sign of her first time with him. It was only experiencing a decline after her body suffered such an extreme treatment. If she wanted to stabilize it, she could do so herself. All she had to do was close her other 2 primal locations to prevent them from affecting the remaining one. The only reason why it wasn't already done was because it'll result in her losing her unique 3-point physique forever. I suggest you make another request, Wei Wuyan said as he rose from his throne, his expression a little bored. At first, he intended to simply stand by and allow the sect to perform these requests of his, which would result in a slow and incomplete job, but then he thought of the blessed reincarnator. Since this unique individual existed, they had always been floating within his mind. So he wanted to see if his actions would lead to any different effects down the line on Long Chen, results that might throw the blessed reincarnator for a loop. After all, it wasn't just him who was a target but every blessed. With their foreknowledge of events, who knows what type of moves they'll make to seize their opportunities. He didn't wish to become a victim. Therefore, he decided to change his actions and help Long Chen thoroughly, hoping that this might bring some minor change down the line that could be capitalized on. Of course, this was merely an attempt, and helping cost him very little personally, so he didn't mind. He looked at Tua Bihan. Let's go. Take Lin Ziyan with us. He momentarily glanced at Zen. Consider my actions a part of the sect, officiate the usage of the 3 orders. As for Hong Ru's body, I'll deliver a set of suitable alchemical products and the respective method to recreate one for her within the week. When he said those words, he looked down and noticed that Qing Qiumu and the rest were startled, uncertain as to why Wei Wuyin had suddenly decided to help. This was especially so for Long Chen, who expected to use all sorts of manipulation tactics and a few other means to get Wei Wuyin to help. After all, whether he wanted to admit it or not, Wei Wuyin was a mortal sovereign alchemist. He had never thought it would simply be an acceptance. When Lin Xian's body became surrounded in faint silver light, Long Chen reacted. "What are you planning to do with her?" A hint of anxiety lingered within every syllable. Wei Wuyin similarly became surrounded by Tuo Bihan's spatial force, not even bothering to look at Long Chen. "I'll send her back in a few days." With that, he ignored everything else and vanished alongside Tuo Bihan and Lin Xian. Witnessing their abrupt departure, many were left speechless. It took a long while before Zhen regained her bearings, and looked to Long Chen. "Will you change your order?" Her question was laced with a little frustration. Today she came to a distinct realization that the sect had been thoroughly hijacked by Wei Wuyin. A youth no older than 50 years old had sat in the Grand Throne and casually decided the state of things for the sect that brokered no refusal. If this wasn't a true Grand Prince, she truly didn't know what was. In her mind, it surely wasn't Long Chen. A wisp of dissatisfaction emerged in her heart. They had both come to the sect at the exact same time, with the exact same cultivation base, and yet in a decade their 2 positions were so vastly different it was mind-boggling. While Long Chen faintly had the cultivation advantage, could he truly match up to Wei Wuyin's 1 centimeter-sized astral core? It brought not only her but the other Grand Imperial sages' thoughts to what Wei Wuyin had said before: what is the meaning of the titles Grand Prince or Grand Monarch if you're not above all in your generation? Is it even possible for Long Chen to ever be above Wei Wuyin? Long Chen took a deep breath. Regardless, he had accomplished his desire. He didn't believe that Wei Wuyin would go against his word, as he was an extremely prideful individual. It's certain that Lin Xian will make a full recovery. As for Hong Ru, there were 8th-grade alchemical products that could be used together to create a suitable body for her. He knew this already. A heavy boulder had been lifted from his shoulders, and an uprising of happiness emerged in his heart. With these 2 tasks leaving his to-do list, he could fully focus on his own cultivation and surpass everyone in his generation, including Wei Wuyin. "Yes, I wish to change my 3rd request. The allocation of gateway spots." Long Chen decided to change his request so easily that he hadn't even looked or asked for Na Sini's opinion. He wasn't aware of her current emotional state that was ever shifting. There were wisps of disappointment, frustration, and sadness within those dull gray eyes that had once snatched the colors of the world away. Her hands were tightly clenched into fists beneath her sleeves, trembling with every passing second. A touch on her shoulder jolted Na Sini out of the abyss of emotions, causing her to lift up and see Lian Yu's gorgeous countenance. She had a pitiful look in her eyes, one that stoked the negative emotions within Na Sini's heart to an even greater level. But the next words spiritually transmitted to her were piercing and fierce, leaving her unable to respond. "You should have listened." Would things really be different if she wholeheartedly gave herself to Long Chen? Or was this simply the truth of her eventual fate, left behind and considered less important? She didn't know, but her heart felt as if it was wrenched into 1,000 pieces by those words. Chapter 333, 329, Awakening. Chapter 333, 329, Awakening. The products have been delivered to the Grand Sage Qin. The process of Hong Ru's bodily reconstruction will be overseen by her personally, and she has informed me that she'll do so with the utmost effort. Su Mei dutifully relayed this information to Wei Wuyin, who, as he washed his hands from a sink with milky waters, was quietly thinking with his brows furrowed. They were currently within Wei Wuyin's Sky Palace, directly outside his alchemy lab. Unlike before its destruction, his newly constructed Sky Palace had numerous rooms for alchemy, such as a healing chamber, a concoction chamber, and a study chamber. It was quite exceptionally designed, with each room having more space than most homes. At the moment, his hands were rubbing against each other beneath a milky and fragrant liquid. When he was done, he lifted his arms to reveal a pair of impeccable hands with trimmed nails, skin without a single flaw, and workspace a healthy color. He had just completed the mental procedure on Lin Xian, restoring the damaged portion of her mind with his alchemic Eden force. It had been a long time since he'd used these abilities, and he had once swore to himself to only use them in an ethically sound manner, even against his enemies. What did that mean exactly? Essentially, as long as it didn't go against his principles and morals. His operation on Lin Xian's mind had given him a subject for experimentation and a revelation. She had suffered extensively before, having her own source extracted forcefully, her natal soul that carried a portion of her mind, body, and soul was shattered into an obscene amount of bits. Just from the state of it, one could easily see the sheer amount of hatred and frustration the perpetrator wished to vent onto her. It was quite enlightening. He had gained a better understanding of what it meant to be crippled in such a thorough and vicious fashion. Even Zuhai hadn't been decimated in this manner when he had first seen him in that cold, damp, and turbid prison. But if you compared his state after his battle with Lin Ming, then he could be considered somewhat worse off. His entire heart had been eviscerated. Of course, to a skilled alchemist, there was no such thing as crippled, merely injured and dead. As long as you were alive, your state of existence can be brought back through various heaven-defying means that the alchemic Tao possessed. That being said, an alchemist needed to not only be skilled but of the appropriate level. If Tua Bihan, a low-class alchemic emperor, wished to restore Zuhai from his semi-death state, then Zuhai could only enter samsara peacefully. After completely drying his hands, he nodded his head slightly in acknowledgement. Good. Qin Rui meets all the conditions to ensure a smooth process, being a woman and a multi-elemental cultivator. Unless Wei Wuyin decided to use an ever-rebirth pill, then it was best that the process was overseen by someone with the similar acceptable standards to reconstructing someone's body with their own power. Zuhai. Wei Wuyin inquired. Su Mei's expression became faintly stern. He's already in the midst of recovering his cultivation base, and his bodily and mental state has been fully restored. I see. This situation wasn't unexpected. Zuhai's state was disastrous to say the least, at the very borders of death. The fact that he'd recovered so much already could be considered a miracle by anyone. It'll likely take a few years to once more re-establish his cultivation base, just like it did before. Su Mei's eyebrows twitched a little, seemingly as if she wanted to say something. In the end, she spoke out her concerns. Zuhai seemed to also have undergone a physiological change. He turned to her curiously, shocked and intrigued by this development. When he regained consciousness, for a brief moment, he emitted an aura reminiscent of the air of death and decay. I'm not quite sure if I'm describing it appropriately, please forgive me, Lord Wei. Since then, he's been releasing this type of aura erratically, but his life signs and life force is extremely stable. She humbled explained her inability to describe such an odd event, and even Zuhai was unaware of the reason or what it meant. Wei Wuyin deeply frowned. Interesting, was all he said. Is that all? Su Mei nodded. Yes, Lord Wei. Wei Wuyin dismissed Su Mei, who left to finish her other given tasks, while he stood outside of his healing chamber in thought, ruminating and reflecting over Zuhai's current state. In the end, he could only set it aside for now. He walked into the room, observing a metallic flat rectangular surgical table that had a soft, fleshy, and almost entirely nude body on. Its private areas were covered by silky cloth. Beneath this body wasn't metal, but a soft bedding that released faint rays of warmth that surged into it, regulating the body's temperature. The body was a truly exquisite specimen of the human female gender, having exceptional curves, ample breasts with marble-sized areolas, smooth milky white skin without a trace of blemishes, a sea of golden blonde hair that faintly glimmered in the light, and a pinkish hue that exuded a healthy aura. Lin Xian had completely transformed from her dusty and dull state into a far greater one, completely regaining her former beauty. Wei Wuyin stood over Lin Xian. His eyes lacked even a hint of indecent desire. He had seen her body for nearly an entire day, and had long gotten used to it. Before, she was like a near-literal skeleton lacking any form or substance, being severely underweight, having dull, gray hair as if she was thousands of years old, and her entire body was in an extremely fragile state. When he looked into her eyes before the operation, he had seen those ocean blue eyes that had once entranced him become extremely lightless. The Lin Xian, Godlord Lin, that had once caused numerous geniuses of the Scarlet Solaris sect to jump at the bits to marry her simply from a single glance was relegated to such a state. It was truly an extreme injustice. Now, her physical energies had been restored, her meridians and organs repaired, and her sea of consciousness had been stabilized. She had, at the very least, returned to what she was before. While her cultivation base had still been abolished, the energies that had once refined her body dissipated, she was currently alive and healthy. If she could obtain the appropriate alchemical products, she'll have a second chance at cultivation. While Wei Wuyin could help her in this regard, quite easily in fact, this wasn't his responsibility and completely outside of what he had agreed to. Simply the renewal of her mind and stability of her sea of consciousness was beyond what anyone in the entire starfield could achieve. Well, perhaps that mysterious woman with Lin Ming might be able to accomplish it or Anu. Regardless, he had to admit in his heart that Lin Xian's beauty was far too great for her original cultivation base. At least, relatively speaking. If she was still on the Myriad continent, as an 8th stage Qi condensation cultivator, she would be in the powerhouse category. There would be no one, not even 9th stage experts, who would dare have any unsavory or inappropriate ideas. But if she was brought to the Myriad Monarch planet, a hegemonic planet filled with elites, an incredible natural cultivation environment, and astral core realm cultivators, she could merely be considered somewhat decent. How could anyone not become enamored? Become enthralled by their fiery desires at the mere sight of her? A beautiful woman like this deserved to be showered with affection, wealth, and safety. Not to be thrown to the forest and left for the wolves, with a single man with a broken axe trying to fend them off. He couldn't help but sigh at it all. Ugh. With an uneasy grunt, Lin Xian was slowly awakening. It seemed her physical state had improved enough, and this satisfied Wei Wuyin as this natural awakening was a sign of a job well done. He lowered the light emissions from the orb above her, quietly waiting for her to awaken. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly and she continued to make soft grunts, slowly pushing away her sleepy state. It wasn't long before those eyelids of hers parted, revealing an ocean of radiant blue that could draw in a man's soul like the endless and mystical seas of the world. Her eyes that had recovered their light squinted, adjusting to the new environment, to a world that was once more filled with color and life. Lin Xian's first sight was of a face that she hadn't expected. Wei Wuyin's unearthly handsome face that made him almost like an existence of myth, an impossible figure that garnered the admiration and hope of numerous lifeforms, was directly before her. He wore a soft, warm, and elated smile. It was just enough, not too overbearing, not too little or false. It carried true happiness that she had never seen before, causing her to still for a moment. "How do you feel?" Wei Wuyin excitedly asked. He was genuinely happy at her awakening, the light in her eyes, and the pinkish hue of her skin. This was evidence that his operation was a complete and thorough success, so how could he not be happy? Lin Xian was softly jolted out of her shock, recalling her last memories. While her mind was disorderly, she could still remember certain things and events with the utmost clarity. One of which was being brought to a great throne room in a wheelchair and being taken away by silver light. Wei Wuyin. She finally regained herself, realizing that she had been tortured and crippled over a year ago. She was in a state of complete despair, being taken care of like an invalid by unfamiliar figures. At times, she would be visited by familiar voices who spoke to her, confided in her, or begged her for forgiveness. But when she recalled those dreadful memories of her torture, she wasn't affected emotionally. While she knew it had been done to her, it was like she was watching it through the lens of another person, completely detached and lacked the ability to influence her mental state. It was odd and greatly relieving. She subconsciously breathed a breath of exceptional relief. It was heavy and carried any lingering turbid emotions with it. She started to move, lifting her upper body from the table. Whoosh! The silk cloth that covered her privates had shifted, revealing an extremely tantalizing sight that would invigorate many men to their most primal desires. She noticed her semi-nude state, her eyes widening slightly. She sharply sent a gaze towards Wei Wuyin, who seemed entirely undisturbed by her bodily exposure, and seemed to be waiting for her to acclimate to her situation. She covered her chest and bottom half in a half-hearted manner. But seeing the complete lack of fiery passion within Wei Wuyin's eyes, she felt somewhat lost and forgot to react. Normally, in this situation, shouldn't she be exaggerated in her movements and accuse him of ill intent? Where am I?" she hesitantly asked, realizing she was on a warm, comfortable table in a spacious room that had a faint fragrance. Wei Wuyin nodded, seeing the light of intelligence and processing within her eyes. Within a few moments, she had numerous complicated thoughts and emotions. This eliminated the last bit of concern from within him. He waved his hand, bringing out a set of gorgeous robes. You've been brought to my sky palace. You can clothe yourself. When you're ready, I'll send you back. Wei Wuyin was still deeply satisfied by his achievement that he hadn't noticed Lin Zian had started to intently stare at him. He had already turned around and was about to walk out, giving her whatever privacy she believed she needed. Wait. Lin Zian called out. Wei Wuyin stopped his steps. He turned around to see Lin Zian's ocean blue eyes had faint tears building up, threatening to spill, as if she had realized her life was a lie. This startled him greatly. Could he have done something wrong during the procedure? But Lin Zian's voice cracked faintly. She tried to speak, but every word carried hesitation and uncertainty. She spent nearly a minute mumbling words with tears in her eyes before she said in her first complete and understandable sentence, "Are you the one?" Wei Wuyin. Chapter 334, 330, Conflicted. Are you the one? Lin Zian's words, while almost entirely nude, with watery eyes, could be easily misunderstood. Wei Wuyin calmly replied, I didn't violate you, if that's what you're asking. He had never been one to panic in the face of an accusation, nor would he, someone who stayed true to his steadfast principles and morals, would ever reveal guilt for any action he'd done. Because if he decided to do it, then it was something he could always live with. The only blemish in his entire life was Gluttony. And that wasn't because of the act itself. Regardless of the situation, no male cultivator would ever allow a woman with a physique of any type to escape their clutches. In fact, it was normal to simply take her primal through other means and kill her, an act that would be similar to snatching one's treasure. An act that was all too familiar with the cultivation world's strong eats the weak mentality. It was the act of mercy that troubled him. Instead of extracting the majority of the benefits through cultivation methods, he decided to offer her a chance at freedom for her body, leaving her with a life and talent. He had taken something precious from her where she might have felt like she didn't have a choice otherwise, and that bothered him. He was by no means a saint, it was these principles that he adhered to. It was perfectly normal and acceptable to extract her sources, behead her, and bury her in an unmarked grave. However, trading her body for freedom was the issue that plagued him. As for violating an unconscious woman, that was unworthy to even emerge as a thought within his mind. No matter how beautiful, how mesmerizing, or how special they were. Lin Zian was startled for a moment, realizing she was misunderstood. She softly shook her head, her eyes still threatening to spill a few rivers from those ocean-like blues. She clenched the robes tightly, her knuckles turning white. Wait. Just wait, please. She said, wanting to calm herself down. She moved her legs. She was somewhat taken aback by how smooth her bodily control was. She had been in a wheelchair for over a year, and she had a devastated body and mind where wanting to move a finger might cause her to close her legs. To feel as if she was in complete control of herself made her extremely emotional. It took a few seconds before she rose, revealing her meaty yet tight backside to Wei Wuyin. He had already seen every inch of her body, but when he saw her lively movements and that jiggle, he couldn't help but appreciate his extraordinary work. Damn, he was good. She didn't have any cultivation to speak of, so she couldn't erect a veil of light or mist to conceal herself, so she simply put her clothes on. She turned to see Wei Wuyin had already turned away, writing avidly within some notebook. When she completely got dressed, she straightened her waist-length blonde hair, and realized these robes were extremely well-fitted, as if they were designed with her body in mind. Even the chest area tightly wrapped around her body without much slack, revealing every one of her fine womanly curves. So, what did you want me to wait for? Wei Wuyin asked, curious about her thoughts, already having kept his notebook. Did she really think he had done something untoward towards her? Lin Zian faced Wei Wuyin, her expression revealed a trace of decisive resolution. When I was, in that state, many people visited me. I was told things in private, and a few had even confided in me their deepest thoughts. Maybe they thought I'd never regain myself or that I wouldn't remember, but whatever the reason, they did. Wei Wuyin immediately realized that Long Chen's so-called harem, likely Wu Baozhai, Lian Yu, Gluttony, and Qing Qiumu might have told her something. Well, he didn't know if Gluttony and Qing Qiumu could be considered a part of Long Chen's harem. Regardless, they had to have talked to her. So, he patiently listened. Gluttony, do you know her struggles? Lin Zian asked, faintly emotional. Wei Wuyin nodded, replying with, she mutilated herself because of her unwillingness to sleep with Long Chen, because if she did, then she would lose her chance of ever becoming my wife. A thing she deeply wants, but is refusing to accept because of her feelings of gratitude for Long Chen's support when she was engulfed in hatred. Lin Zian was thoroughly shaken. He knew. And so clearly at that. She didn't know what to say in response. But Wei Wuyin continued, when I first met Nasini, she was trapped in iron shackles and about to be sent off to be a short-lived slave. A slave that would be ravaged by my men until likely a complete total breakdown occurred to alleviate their pent-up bloodlust and reward their good work. I noticed what she was, and there was a reason I didn't forcefully extract her sources and kill her, which would be an act of mercy in comparison to what she was supposed to go through. Because I had seen something in her eyes, it reminded me of someone. It was a desire so strong that it could eclipse the world. A desire for true freedom within the cultivation world. A hungry desire for control, power, wealth, and status. I refused to snuff out that rare emotional light within those eyes of hers. Because unlike others, this hungry desire could never be satisfied with something little like land or a bit of riches. She had a desire to, wherever she was, to be the absolute highest authority. To be unrivaled, worshipped, and respected. Wei Wuyin's words came out naturally like water from a river. Nasini had lost everything, and she wasn't even an important figure in her sect. She was a mere outer disciple, unattractive, overlooked, and simply regarded as useless. She was hunted and her allies were killed in droves. She watched those people die and wasn't able to do anything about it. But for anything to rise from that, anything that wasn't despair, sadness, or hatred was extremely, extremely, extremely rare. Most would just seek survival, peace, and calm. Amidst their uselessness, and accept what they have. Lin Zian went silent. Wei Wuyin thoroughly understood Nasini, even more than she had. Even though Nasini had confided in her while she was in her comatose-like state, spilling her deepest thoughts and uncertainties. She recalled Nasini's words at that time. Zian, is it wrong? Is it wrong for me to want more, better? Since I've met Long Chen, I've witnessed his miracles and talent. In the future, he's bound to be someone great, but that's him. That isn't me. Even amongst the others, like Lian Yu and Wu Baozhai, I have very few advantages. Lian Yu is devoted to Long Chen in heart and soul, willing to give up everything for him. Wu Baozhai is intelligent, and helps him manage things, giving him helpful advice regarding matters I'm almost entirely ignorant of. She was a real princess of a country, how can compete with that? Even you have more to offer than me. The only thing I have to offer is my body, my Yin, but whenever I think about it. It's just, I don't want to be a tool for someone else. I was used in that way before, and I hated it. I wanted to kill him because of what he took from me, throwing me away right after. I thought I could only feel content if he was gone from this world, but then I met him again, and he was willing to accept me. I did not expect that. But the things I feel, the things I felt. I know that Long Chen senses my feelings, my hesitation. He might not say anything, but the way he treats me is different from the others. I know it. It might just be little things, but I know. Am I wrong? Am I overthinking it? We've suffered misfortune after misfortune. Wherever we go, we're subjected to other people's desires or jealousy. We can't escape, because we're too weak. If it wasn't for Han Ru and Xiao Bing's clans protecting us, perhaps we would all be relegated to service girls by now. We have no backing, no power, and we struggle for every ounce of resource we can. But then there are some people, some that enjoy resources we fight for with our entire lives on the line as if it was store-bought candy. We bitterly cultivate, refine materials and essence stones for years or even decades, when others take a single pill and it's enough to completely eclipse all our efforts in a few days. How can he be so different from Long Chen? They came here at the same time, with the same cultivation, and that should have revealed that Long Chen was more talented because he was younger, yet, in a decade, their difference is like the suns and the moon. Now, he's someone with endless influence, wealth, and power. He's feared, worshipped, and his every action demands respect from heaven and earth. When we first arrived here, every last one of you told me that becoming his wife, making that choice, was a fool's choice. That staying with Long Chen was correct. Because in the end, Long Chen has unlimited potential. But look at you, look at what happened to you. Why wouldn't I be hesitant? Shouldn't I be? There's no one on the entire planet that would so much as look at you with disrespect if you were with that person. Just the sheer mention of his name saved Qin Qiumu's life. While Long Chen could only watch as that guillotine dropped in front of a crowd of 1,000,000. That day, I was hoping Long Chen was going to do something, but it was an inch away from her neck. I panicked because I saw the frustration in Long Chen's eyes, the frustration of being useless, and I was reminded of my past self all those years back. I screamed out his name, and that blade was shattered instantly. Maybe it was that moment when I realized that I wanted that. I wanted a name that could overturn the world at the sheer mention of it. I don't want to be called this man's woman my entire life, but Na Sini. A name that would demand respect from heaven and earth. Maybe I'm being foolish, and what that man said all those years ago is false. That I, you, everyone that follows Long Chen, can only be props by his side. But I owe him, yet I can't choose. So, I've decided to extract my own sources and give it to him. If only to repay him for all those years. As for if this'll gain his trust once again, whether it'll be worth it in the end, I can only hope. That extremely long monologue that bore Na Sini's innermost thoughts and feelings was fully recalled by Lin Zian. Lin Zian knew that Na Sini didn't love Wei Wuyin, but she was extremely conflicted. He could provide her the chance at the dream she held in her heart. Moreover, while she didn't love him, she definitely felt something for him. It was an undeniable fact. After all, he had taken her first time, essentially saved her life, and then honorably said that he would take responsibility to provide her happiness, to face heaven and earth with her. It was hard not to think, what if? In the world of cultivation, arranged marriages happen frequently. There are many times where love wasn't originally present, but with time and effort, two people can develop that strong emotional bond. This would be even better because these two people would inevitably have to mutually agree and accept each other. Then, she recalled her own situation, and she felt similarly conflicted. How can Wei Wuyin and Long Chen have such a profoundly strong connection with each other, to the people in each other's lives? She had met Wei Wuyin years before she met Long Chen, and when Qin Qiumu had made a passing joke while she was in her comatose-like state, it resonated with her so extremely strongly that it almost shattered her entire life's view. When we first met, how old were you? Lin Zian abruptly asked. Wei Wuyin frowned slightly but answered, I was 25, nearly 26. He remembered that time quite vividly. Lin Zian went silent for a long while. A brief calculation would say that 22 or so years had passed since that day. Her delicate fingers faintly trembled. Wei Wuyin could hear her heart racing rapidly and climbing, her eyes becoming more and more emotional. He couldn't quite understand why this was all happening. She broke the silence and asked, the Haven Heart Qi method, when did you successfully cultivate it, developing your second heart of Qi? The shakiness within her voice had settled, becoming firm and stable. Only then did Wei Wuyin realize what she meant, why she was asking these questions so emotionally. He found it somewhat amusing, smilingly responding. 6 months after, his words shook Lin Zian to the core. It was indeed 6 months later. When he was brought to that grassy field, he had experienced a moment of enlightenment that allowed him to freely access his soul, a feat most could only achieve once in their entire lives. This was why recultivating was extremely difficult. The Haven Heart Qi method originally required one to split their existing spirit into two, then nurture them both independently. But he had miraculously devised a better way, essentially separating a portion of his soul once again to create a fresh and complete spirit. Using this revised method allowed him to create 4 spirits. Lin Zian clenched her fists until her knuckles turned white. Her head was lowered and her expression couldn't be seen. She took measured, slow steps towards Wei Wuyin, concealing her expression. Wei Wuyin was interested in what she wanted. When he recalled his words to Long Chen back at Qin Qiumu's execution, he knew someone had told her. While they were words to prod Long Chen and manipulate him at the time, it was true. It didn't take long before she was a mere meter away from Wei Wuyin. She could smell his unique scent and he could smell hers. What is it? Wei Wuyin wanted her to simply speak, but he was interrupted. Lin Zian sharply lifted her head, not revealing a tearful expression, but one of unyielding resolve. He got momentarily lost for a moment in her ocean-like blue eyes, and before he could regather himself in his brief stupor, he felt something soft, moist, and warm pressed against his lips. Chapter 335, 331, Resonance of the Spirits. Chapter 335, 331, Resonance of the Spirits. The soft and warm sensation was incredibly familiar to Wei Wuyin, but the distinct pressure, the fragrant smell, and the taste was different than anything he'd experienced before. Wei Wuyin was momentarily shocked, his silver eyes glancing at the closed eyes of Lin Zian as she kissed him. Her fluttering eyelids made her feel delicate, and even with them closed, he could feel the conflict within her. He didn't think she would be this bold. Was knowing that he cultivated the Haven Heart Chi method so important that she was willing to turn away from Long Chen? Regardless, he wasn't one to not fully indulge in such a stimulating situation. He touched her slender and supple waist, feeling a faint tremble of her body, and pulled her closer. The kiss soon transformed into a long form of contact, and he had even used his own tongue to wade through her inner mouth. Shockingly, she didn't reject and even engaged, causing them to simply stand there, tasting each other, feeling each other's warmth, and pressing against each other's body. Shung. After several seconds, a soft sound like a tune played on a musical instrument resounded. Despite its soft nature, it was extremely loud within Wei Wuyin's mind. His eyes opened, and those silver pupils of his widened slightly. Before he could react, he felt as if the world had shifted, that he had transformed. His surroundings and state of existence seemingly changed. The first thought in his mind was the familiarity of this sensation, and with it, he quickly adjusted himself. He briefly observed the surroundings, noticing that Lin Zian was no longer in front of him. But what he did observe was the familiar appearance of 4 distinct worlds. One of these worlds were domineering, tyrannical, endlessly sharp, and created rules, laws, and existences that conformed with its existence. Everything in this created world matched its qualities. There weren't even the faintest signs of irregularities or abnormalities within. It was seemingly perfect. King. Another of these worlds were filled with 9 elements, overseen by a white sun that radiated elemental origin light rays. This sun had infinite and limitless variations, overseeing the elements of the world below like a god of creation. Ori. He could feel 2 other distinct worlds, clearly they were Kratos and Eden. When he had completed his Sky Ruler astral tribulation, developing the Zenith origin state, he had experienced a disembodied moment where his existence was split into 4 ways, arriving at the essence of his 4 astral souls. These worlds of theirs represented their Tao, the fundamental truth of their existence. He couldn't fathom how he had forcefully been brought here. Furthermore, the closest of the 4, Ori and King, were seemingly unaware of his arrival. Before, King had revealed its endless godlike powers within its own world to show off while Ori was unwilling to allow him to enter its territory. It didn't take long before he heard that sound once more. He turned to its direction and saw a faintly glowing light that seemed like a miniature full moon emanating second-hand light. In his spiritual state, he furrowed his brow. With a thought, he sent a message to King and Ori. "Father!" Ori exclaimed extremely loudly, causing white light from her sun to explode and nearly blind Wei Wuyin. Fortunately, he was merely some kind of mental entity at the moment. But its reaction and address made it seem that it had truly been taken by surprise at his arrival. When he thought for a moment, he realized that it was possible this was a projection of his secondary mind that had remained dormant for quite a while. Since they shared the same memories, he recalled everything, but his primary mind was still present in the other world. "What's happening?" Wei Wuyin transmitted. "I don't know. You're usually asleep." "Asleep. Asleep." Ori spoke, the uncertainty within its voice clear. His second mind had to have been triggered somehow. He gazed intently at the shining light in the distance, that faint moon-like object, and realized this was the only thing out of place from before. He was just about to fly towards it when he was immediately sent an explosive jolt. In an instant, he felt sleepy. When he awoke, he was back to his original location, with Lin Zian in his arms. On the surface of her skin, he could see soft flowing light. This light was the same light emitted from the moon-like object in that foreign space before. He pushed Lin Zian away, separating their lips, and causing the light to instantly vanish. Lin Zian's eyes opened, revealing her gorgeous blue eyes. But those blue eyes contained waves of extreme shock. A type of shock that seemed to not just shatter her entire worldview, but revealed a discovery that shook her very existence. You. She stuttered. Wei Wuyin wasn't slow, realizing that the light before was likely her own mental projection. She had somehow resonated with him, entering into that unique space that housed his 4 astral souls. Even he wasn't sure what that space was, and merely considered it a manifestation of their thoughts and self, their Tao. If she was actually in that space, witnessing the existence of his 4 astral souls, then a faint killing intent surged within his mind, flashing through his eyes for the briefest of moments. But it was caught by Lin Zian, who felt her entire body grow cold, breaking her out of her intense stupor. She lowered her head, tears faintly falling from her eyes. Her cheeks were stained with those salty streams. Wei Wuin's heart softened for a moment, calming down and erasing his killing intent. "Tell me what just happened," he demanded. That entire event was too strange, and she clearly kissed him for a purpose. For a long while, Lin Zian just stayed quiet. But she didn't back away or escape Wei Wuin's embrace. In fact, she leaned closer and placed her wet cheeks on his chest, hearing his powerful heartbeat, and seemingly calmed down as a result. You have 4 astral souls," she confessed. Wei Wuyin realized his thoughts were correct. She had witnessed the truth that many couldn't observe, somehow forcefully entering that unique space and quietly observing his 4 astral souls beneath their notice. It had awakened his secondary mind in the same way, and they were fully unaware. What type of power did she use? How? She wasn't even a complete cultivator anymore, so how did she perform such a feat? His questions were endless. It was as if Lin Zian could hear his questions through his heartbeats. The Haven Heart Chi method was devised from the legacy of my clan. A legacy method that was intricately connected to our unique bloodline that originated from beyond this starfield. Its real name is the multi-world exalted Chi method. She softly spoke, her hands clutched at Wei Wuin's sides harder, as if she wanted to melt into him. Wei Wuin frowned but remained patiently silent. Lin Zian finally continued after a short period of silence. "Normally, it's impossible to cultivate the multi-world exalted Chi method without our bloodline power, but the sacred elven queen had found my clan's legacy, studied our bloodline, and extracted the foundational essence of how we're capable of splitting our minds and body into multiple layers. She devised a method to do so without our bloodline. Despite being sealed, our bloodline can still resonate with the spirits created by it. That's what happened when we came into contact." Wei Wuin was truly taken aback by the sudden reveal. A bloodline beyond this starfield. The sacred elven queen had extracted and studied their bloodline and legacy method, figuring out a way to cultivate it without their bloodline. That required a level of genius and comprehensive intelligence that was extraordinarily high. But something bothered Wei Wuin. Why did she seal them? Why didn't she kill them after their usefulness expired? Furthermore, Lin Zian hadn't explained why she was still holding him, hugging him. There were more questions, such as why she was spreading a technique that had been created with her clan as an experiment. His thoughts were moving at rapid speeds. Wei Wuin's eyes brightened instantly. "You're trying to unseal your bloodline, aren't you? The Haven Heart Chi method you possess shouldn't be the same method the sacred elven queen had devised, but one your ancestors had created to emulate it. No wonder it was incomplete." Wei Wuin recalled that the Haven Heart Chi method shown all those years ago had very esoteric and vague explanations. It required an extremely high comprehension to even cultivate the first few methods, and failure to do so meant Chi deviation or worse. The methods themselves seemed to require the cultivator to fill in the how. When he split his mind into 2, he had to devise the appropriate method to do so. While he knew the fundamentals, there were no exact directions on how to do it. It was like someone showed you an extremely exquisite sand castle and said, "Build this in 1 try. Don't let it collapse." Lin Zian's body betrayed her thoughts, trembling incessantly. In the end, she nodded. "That's merely one objective. Our bloodline can only be unsealed by a successful cultivator of the method. This was decreed by the sacred elven queen. But she didn't leave any method for our people to cultivate it or find others, isolating us on the myriad-year continent. We had to use the memories of our ancestors to recreate a semblance of the technique she devised, albeit incomplete." Wei Wuin's eyes roamed around briefly. "Why did the sacred elven queen tell you all this? Seal you? If she didn't leave a way to unseal your bloodline, why tell you all how to undo it?" "It doesn't make sense," Lin Zian and Wei Wuin simultaneously said. This shocked Wei Wuyin, but Lin Zian chuckled lightly. Her laughter was quite like music. This is exactly what our ancestors said, what my parents always told me. From their perspective, the entire event simply didn't make sense. But we had hope of one day unsealing our bloodline, of returning home. Lin Zian was still quite emotional, but her mental state had notably calmed down. So you spread the Haven Heart Chi method amongst the geniuses of the sex on the continent in hopes of finding someone capable of cultivating it. Wei Wuyin felt like he understood why she was traveling everywhere on the continent, to various countries. Lin Zian nodded with a light MHM. So, why this? Why the kiss? Couldn't you do it just by touch? Wei Wuyin finally asked the crucial question. While he wasn't opposed to kissing a beauty, not even caring much about the reason, this was simply too odd. After all, she could be considered a part of Long Chen's bevy of beautiful followers. He subconsciously avoided thinking of it as a harem. He realized that besides Wu Baozhai, he couldn't exactly confirm the relationship of Long Chen with any of the women. Wu Baozhai had his young aura, and she hid her loss of virginity in the Wu country. Likely, there was a story there. But Lin Zian, Na Sini, Ming Shufeng, and Qin Qiumu, their relationship with Long Chen had become more uncertain as he continued to interact with them. This was especially for Qin Qiumu, who he knew had no interest in a romantic relationship as of now. Now, Lin Zian was supposedly with him, yet she willingly kissed another man. He didn't feel an ounce of guilt in her eyes as she held him. This really sent him into a whirl. After all, Long Chen had invaded a wedding to save her. While the pretense of the entire event was likely false, the intention was true. Lin Zian looked up, seeing Wei Wuyin's silver gaze meet her own. It was once prophesied that the savior of our bloodline would appear in my lifetime and that I would meet them on my journey spreading the Haven Heart Chi method. It was why I took up the duty. I had thought it was Long Chen, but when I think of it all, of everything that happened, you were always there. You were the first, and you arrived at the wedding. You even became a sky noble before arriving on the myriad monarch planet. You have 4 independent spirits, the closest representation of my clan's bloodline. Your comprehension of the method must have been perfect. Everything fit you perfectly, and I just hadn't noticed. Her words were quite emotional. Wei Wuyin wasn't too shocked. He knew that Ming Shufeng was a seer. She could glimpse into heavenly fate. It was likely she wasn't the only one either. But he could only smile faintly. In the end, he couldn't explain the truth. As a sinner, Ming Shufeng was entirely incapable of glimpsing into his fate. Hell, even the heavens were fooled, let alone a measly seer. Furthermore, this so-called prophecy happened before he even acquired the bloodline of sin, and in that original timeline, wasn't he beheaded by Long Chen? As for why he fit all the criteria exactly, he didn't understand why. To be honest, he was suspicious of what was happening around him. His fate was intertwined too deeply with other blessed. He had met Lin Ming long ago in Golden Milk City, and had found the myriad Wardao Palace as a result. He had even cultivated the divine King Han Zhe's method. Qin Qiumu, Na Sini, Wu Baozhai, and even Lin Zian, he had a connection with each of them prior to even meeting Long Chen. Furthermore, he wasn't sure, but Anu likely had a connection with Yuan Longshi somehow. After all, he had only been exposed to 2 instances of dragons. He had always been suspicious of these connections, but he couldn't find an explanation. It felt as if he was destined, or directed, to steal their fortunes, whatever that may be. His pupils shrunk slightly. Chapter 336, 332, Intertwined Connection. Chapter 336, 332, Intertwined Connection. Wei Wuyin's thoughts were far too complex at the moment, his eyes reflected a truth that he had understood before but not directly known. Whatever he did, however he acted, his fate seemed to be interwoven with surrounding blessed of the starfield. It wasn't simply Long Chen, Lin Ming, or Yuan Longshi. He had met and killed his first blessed on the myriad year continent. He was some unnamed commander who demonstrated exceptional arts and spells, but was beheaded by him. It was his first instance of obtaining karmic luck value from killing, plundering not only that but the spatial jade crystal that would later help birth his draconic void soul. It was too coincidental. From Long Chen, he seemed to be in continuous contention regarding his female companions, these companions that were definitely a direct link to his own karmic luck. From Lin Ming, he had a similar elemental origin intent and cultivated the same method from Divine King Han Zhe. He knew that there would likely be more interactions between them in the future, probably a conflict over something important linked to Divine King Han Zhe's legacy. From Yuan Longshe, he obtained his cultivation method and Shui Fei. These two were the most brilliant representations of his karmic luck. From the unnamed commander, he had obtained the spatial jade crystal and a necklace that seemed to be a key to activating an ancient void gate. Perhaps more of that commander's karmic luck was located beyond the ancient void gate. He was slowly but surely extracting all the benefits that the others would or could obtain, and while everything wasn't exactly clearly outlined, he could sense this being the case. It was almost as if he was hijacking their karmic fortune. When he looked at Lin Zian, this gorgeous woman with a history that exceeded the starfield, he realized that she might have been the route Long Chen was originally supposed to take to escape the starfield. Or at the very least, it embroiled him into whatever scheme or intentions the sacred Elven Queen wanted. After all, none of her actions made any sense, and placing them on the Myriad continent seemed to be extremely deliberate. Of course, these were merely theories. He couldn't verify if any of this was true. One of the major things about the heavenly Daos and bloodline of sinners were the concept of free will and choice. It was why a blessed, despite having a high level of karmic luck, could still suffer an untimely demise that wasn't done by a sinner. If he hadn't saved Lin Zian, which was a decision influenced by his foreknowledge of the blessed reincarnator, he wouldn't be holding her, wouldn't have kissed her, nor learned of her unique bloodline. None of this would have happened. In that case, then in the timeline before the temporal reincarnation, would it mean that he never knew of these things? His thoughts were far too complex and complicated, unable to ascertain anything for certain. What about Long Chen? Wei Wuyin asked. Lin Zian's body faintly trembled but quickly stopped. When I first met Long Chen, I thought that he was too immature and weak. I had left the Haven Heart Chi method to him out of pity. He wasn't a part of any sect nor had any background to speak of. Even his cultivation was horrendous in comparison to his age. I told him that if he could successfully cultivate the method, he could come find me. He did, and he found me years later. At that time, I wasn't aware that he had successfully cultivated the method. Just like how I couldn't tell that you had. But just like you, he remained quiet about it all. I grew fond of him, realizing his talent and potential was slowly blooming. But it was only fondness. Later, the incident with the wedding happened and I realized he had successfully cultivated the Haven Heart Chi method. I thought that he was the savior of my clan and the person I've been waiting for. But I was wrong, clearly wrong. You have 4 astral souls. This is a greater expression of my clan's bloodline legacy than what was recorded. At most, my clan was capable of forging 3 natal souls, and then merged those natal souls into an extremely powerful astral soul. Only the greatest of bloodline possessed at least 2 astral souls, and that was by exceeding the limit. That required a perfect twin set of cultivators to achieve, and one of them died achieving it. But you have 4. Furthermore, each astral soul is incredibly complete and extremely powerful. You've truly cultivated the method beyond its limits, you're clearly the one foretold in the prophecy. Wei Wuyin took all this in, frowning slightly. He could sense a little bit of resentment within her eyes when she mentioned Long Chen. But considering she was placed into a comatose-like state because of his pride, it made sense for there to be just a little. Maybe Lin Zian might have not blamed Long Chen if he had allowed her to fully recover, and if Wei Wuyin didn't exist, because she needed him. Does he know about the prophecy? Wei Wuyin was curious about this detail. But directly after he asked, he received a response from someone else. She never told him, but I did. At least, he knew about her bloodline origins, and the actions of the sacred Elven Queen. He definitely isn't aware of this so-called prophecy. Even I'm not certain of it. It was Wu Yu. He had been listening, observing the entire event in silence. The founding ancestor was rather shocked by what he heard, especially learning about this prophecy. Just as Wu Yu said, Lin Zian answered, "No. I never told him. I didn't think it mattered. It could only be achieved by someone in the mystic ascendant realm anyhow, just like the sacred Elven Queen, and Long Chen had too much to worry about already." Witnessing her considerate behavior, Wei Wuyin pouted slightly. He sent a message to Wu Yu, "You have any idea why the sacred Elven Queen did all this, what she's planning?" She's always been the most mysterious of the four of us. She was a cultivation maniac and a mad researcher that did anything and everything to complete her goals. I never liked her. I'm certain she used her body to coax the king of Everlore for resources. The little slut. Wu Yu clearly had an axe to grind with the sacred elven queen as he spouted unrelated nonsense. TCH. She was the one that the every birth pill was originally made for. She was always rash, always relying heavily on the king of Everlore to fix her mistakes. She had convinced that stupid fellow, a subordinate of the king of Everlore, to ascend the mystic ascendant realm for her experiments. He horrendously failed and she kept his soul alive. The king of Everlore toiled for 20 years to correct her wrong. If Wei Wuyin could see Wu Yu's spiritual form, he would see him flaring his nostrils in anger. Well, if she hadn't done that, you wouldn't have this opportunity to revive so thoroughly, you know. Wei Wuyin amusedly thought. Wu Yu had tried to ascend to the next phase of the mystic ascendant realm and similarly failed horrendously. The only reason he survived was because the king of Everlore had crafted that ring he inhabited. It was somewhat hypocritical to suggest that the sacred elven queen was rash, always relying on the king of Everlore to fix everything. He ignored Wu Yu for now. He sighed, pushing Lin Zian away from his embrace. He fixed her with a steel-like gaze. I don't reject women that I like. I don't know about this so-called prophecy, I don't know if I'll be able to unseal your bloodline or help your clan return home, and I don't think I'm the destined lover you're waiting for. Lin Zian. She faintly exclaimed, realizing that Wei Wuyin knew. Wei Wuyin clearly explained his position. If you want to enter into a relationship with me, I won't decline. But you should know that I don't intend to take you as a wife for now, and if I help you reach the astral core realm, then I'm not going to foolishly wait until your heart is ready. I don't have the time for that. You should be absolutely sure that this is what you want, because I won't hesitate to kill you if you decide to betray me in any way or reveal my secrets to others. Considering she had caught a glimpse of his 4 astral souls, she was the only one alive that was concretely aware of it. Even Su Mei wasn't entirely certain, but that's only because she never asked. Furthermore, he was on a clock. Lin Zian's body grew still. She felt the bone-chilling killing intent in his words. In her heart, she wasn't certain that Wei Wuyin wouldn't kill her if she said no, simply to keep his secrets a secret. But she had long since believed and trusted in Ming Shufeng, so she steeled her resolve. Moreover, in the depths of her heart, she felt that Wei Wuyin was a man that met her every criteria, and a desire was set aflame in her heart. Even a hint of expectation as she regarded his unearthly handsome face. She heavily nodded her head. Wei Wuyin saw the resolve in her beautiful eyes, and couldn't help but wonder what she went through to believe this. Perhaps it wasn't because of this belief of a prophecy, or maybe she wanted him. When this thought flashed through his mind, he considered the numerous women that likely sought his attention but couldn't receive it. He couldn't help but feel interestingly odd. Chapter 337, 333, Thoughts and Concerns All Around. Chapter 337, 333, Thoughts and Concerns All Around. Within his sky palace, in the lavishly designed main bedroom, Wei Wuyin laid down silently on his bed. His silver eyes were fixated on a particular piece of the ceiling, lost in thought. The event with Lin Zian had been thoroughly unexpected, and when he recalled all the information he had just received, all the theories that had formulated within him as a result, he couldn't help but be lost. The comfort and warmth of the king-sized bed did little to alleviate the weight of the heavy questions lingering in his mind. There's so much I haven't fully understood. It feels like I'm weaving through tall grass, searching for something I can't remember or recall. The feeling continuously ate at him, unable to find the answers to his questions. What's worse, he didn't have anyone he could bounce ideas off of or seek help from. He was stuck with merely himself. It wasn't just about the bloodline of sinners, but the heavenly Daos, blessed, the temporal reincarnation, the strange intentions of the sacred elven queen and the alchemist association, the truth about his astral souls, and even Su Mei's mysterious event during her astral tribulation. He felt like he was in a quagmire, requiring strength and breadth of mind to properly see the things he lacked the most at the moment. He hadn't even fully understood the profundities of the soul idol phase yet, and by comparison, the other things were far, far beyond his limits of understanding. He recalled the scripture of sin. It was so vaguely inscribed with esoteric and strange texts that he still had yet to understand 20% of it. And that little amount might not be fully correct, containing double meanings or new terms with meanings that exceeded what he currently knew. All those years ago, his life had changed. A man with silver hair and black eyes, grimy and insane, had somehow transferred his bloodline to him. Why? He didn't know. But it seemingly saved him from the fate of being beheaded. He didn't know whether to thank him or curse him. Regardless of how he acted, how confident he was, how much influence he possessed in the starfield, or how great his cultivation foundation was at the moment, it all paled in comparison when met with the calamities of hell. Karmic luck value, 1356.7. Second calamity, suppressed, 7 years. Degree 7 more years. Degree after eliminating Yuan Longshi, the 36 years he had was reduced to 9. At the time, he was unbelievably excited, invigorated at the challenge. But in 7 years, he could vanish from this world forever. 7 years. As a cultivator, especially within the Scarlet Solaris sect, he knew that death was always around the corner. As long as he made the mistake of making that turn, his life would come to an abrupt end. He had always had a strong heart in the face of death, treating every battle as his last and staking his all in each and every one. But this wasn't a corner, but an approaching light that he couldn't avoid. He had to face it, staring at it for 7 full years knowing what may come. Furthermore, this was the second calamity. There were 16 more. He didn't feel helplessness, despair, or fear, simply a little uncertainty. It was a tension within his shoulders, a weight on his heart, and it increased in intensity with each passing day. Wei Wu's heart of cultivation remained strong, no longer idly accepting his fate as before, but it didn't stop the pressure from increasing. Just as he was lost in his ever-growing and endless thoughts, his spatial ring emanated a faint light. He received a transmission message. With a quick sweep of his spiritual sense, he read the message. It was from Shui Fei. She had been left on the Bloodforge continent due to the explosion of the Void Gate caused by Jiang Linlan. That event had killed an extremely high number of individuals, all caused because of a one-sided jealousy towards him. She was also Jiang Feilan's daughter, the Sacred Light Palace's palace master, so she wasn't killed. It had been over a year since he last saw Shui Fei. A gorgeous, impeccable visage emerged in his mind, accompanied by an exquisite and perfect body. She was still, to present, the most beautiful woman he'd ever seen. It read, "I've ascended to the 8th phase of Qi condensation. Thank you for the Spirit Forge blood elixir." He could feel her ardent jubilation due to her advancement. This lightened his mood, recalling how she would continuously send messages of thanks and occasional updates of her cultivation, of her training achievements, and her idle thoughts at times. Despite being worlds away, she maintained that link with him. Despite being separated, he could still one-sidedly use the Void Gate to send resources to the Bloodforge continent. She and Ying, his shadow, were still enjoying the best resources for their cultivation levels. It was this message that broke him away from his tolling thoughts. While he might be facing uncertainties, it reminded him that he still had to continue his cultivation, continue improving, to continue fighting until he was worthy of learning the answers. One day, all these questions will seem like a faint memory. This is what he believed. He believed he would survive, that he would always survive. His silver eyes emitted a faint radiance, effusing a light of renewed vigor. He placed all these thoughts behind him, replied to Shui Fei, and set his next goal. In 1 month, he was scheduled to face Qingye Ying, or the Princess of Everlore, in an all-alchemic clash. This will be an event witnessed by tens of billions, known by trillions. He should refine his skills a little. It's been a while since he concocted a 9th-grade alchemical product. In the Trivision starfield, there was a particular planet that was the most known, most highly regarded location. It was named Everlore. It was the location, the planet, that the king of Everlore himself resided in, developed, and established his forces on. After his mysterious disappearance, it had been left to his servants that had remained behind. One of these servant lineages were the San clan, who now used the planet as the base of their rule, their imperial capital. It was a planet originally completely devoid of war and conflict, being respected by every single hegemonic force throughout the eras. Then, when the era reached its current decline, the San clan abruptly rose with 2 realm lords that suppressed the entire starfield. This planet was no longer a designated safe haven, being transformed into a planet that had a set of ironclad cultivation rules like all the others, rife with internal strife and conflict, and fights of greed and desire. It could be seen as a blasphemy to the King of Everlore's name, but nothing could be done about it. The Sand Clan had the highest cultivation base for 1,000 years, and the other hegemonic forces could merely look on as it was changed to what it was now. The planet that was once free of conflict, lively, and a safe haven for all alchemists and cultivators, had truly been eradicated. It existed merely in name. At the moment, on this very planet, within the Sand Clan's luxurious and grand imperial palace was a gathering of dozens of elders within the Grand Hall. The atmospheric tension was thick, and concern and anxiety was etched into the foreheads of them all. At the leading position of the group, a figure cloaked entirely in a misty veil was sitting from an elevated position. While the figure couldn't be seen, the faint trembles of space around them suggested that they were a realm lord. These were all elders of the Sand Clan, members of elite positions. But if one looked at their cultivations, not a single one amongst them had reached the 6th stage of the astral core realm, the gravity emission phase. Despite that, they all contained the distinct bloodline aura of the Sand Clan, determining them as legitimate descendants. They were clamoring amongst each other, discussing a single topic that had many of them filled with trepidation and uncertainty, the Myriad Monarch sect. The discussions were animated and heated. For over 1,000 years, we've ruled this starfield. It was left to us by the King of Everlore himself. I say we use the full strength of our clan, bring this so-called Prince of Everlore and Grand Sage Tuabihan to a kneel. An aggressive gray-haired elder argued, shouting out with spittle. Nonsense. The Myriad Monarch sect's main planet is protected by its planetary formation, something devised by Grand Monarch Wu. You himself. It would be impossible to breach, are you asking us to die? Another elder rebuked. TCH. We have 2 realm lords, they have 1. We can plan a tactic to bring them out and suppress them. The gray-haired elder slammed the table, causing the others to become even more invigorated in their arguments. The arrival of a naturally ascended realm lord had threatened their position, leaving them extremely nervous of the future. For over a millennia, they enjoyed the benefits of an imperial clan, the ruler of an entire starfield. The vast majority of these elders were born into royalty and nobility, and it was something they refused to surrender. A female elder interjected, "How is this even possible? According to our records, it should be impossible for Tuabihan to ascend." Tuabihan had a far lower foundation than that pure-blooded elf from the Sacred Light Palace, and he was similarly a purist. Is this merely a lie conjured to entrap us or bait us? Her words caused the room to simmer into a silent deliberation. They, too, had this very question on their minds. According to the King of Everlore, the minimum requirement to succeed the 7th astral tribulation was a 9th mortal state astral soul, a fully developed intent, a 7-ringed soul idol, 7-ripple spatial resonance, and an astral core of at least a centimeter in size. Anything less meant direct failure. This information was a secret that hadn't been spread, because it wasn't exactly conclusive. There were numerous other ways to survive and overcome the tribulation or exceptions, which is why the King of Everlore never publicized his hypothesis. In fact, besides the 1-centimeter-sized astral core, Wei Wuyin had similarly conceived the same beliefs. Of course, with a better soul idol, a better spatial resonance, zenith mortal state, or a greater-sized astral core, one could make up for any deficits in requirement. It could be. A faint hope bloomed in their hearts at this thought. If that's the case, then they had ample time and could still maintain their position, but a voice had shattered this hope. It is not a lie. Chapter 338, 334, End of an Era. Chapter 338, 334, End of an Era. The eyes of all the elders present shifted to the leader position, one of the 2 realm lords that exist in the Sand Clan. Their eyes reflected a feeling of reverence and also envy. Who didn't know that the only reason this individual held any sort of power was because of luck? They had taken the world-infusing realm pill, granting them the strength of a realm lord without any risk. Still, there was a lack of disdain or contempt in their eyes. Because this individual had strength. I felt it. He rightfully ascended. The voice that originated from the misty veil rippled outwards, containing an innate regal charm that had been developed from ruling the starfield for a millennia. They all remained silent, realizing their hopes were dashed. While they didn't know the true strength of a genuine realm lord, they were aware of the strength of a false one. Moreover, the records that state a false realm lord had very little ability to fight a genuine realm lord. Even if they were to bring Tuabihan into a trap, did they have the sufficient strength to deploy the means to kill him? As for luring him to Everlore and using the planetary formation to kill him, that was completely and utterly impossible. Without even considering whether Tua Bihan would do something so stupid as entering a planet with a Mystic Ascendant level formation, but the Everlore Mystic Aegis formation was purely defensive. It was designed to protect, not slaughter. The Sand Clan's emperor, the man behind the Misty Veil, the false realm lord, broke the silence. The era has changed. Our era has passed. Shatter. Those were cracked and destroyed their hearts and will. While they knew that if a genuine realm lord was ever produced, they would soon be relegated to a lesser position, they didn't want to accept such a reality. The Trivision Starfield was theirs for over a millennia. Their bloodline had controlled and decided matters for so long, receiving resources and worship from the masses. Should that all come to an end? Is this really the end of their era? First, it was this Prince of Everlore. Then, it was the Princess of Everlore. And now, a Realm Lord was born. All of these things happened in less than 2 decades, causing them to be unable to appropriately react or prepare. This so-called Prince of Everlore was mostly protected on the Myriad Monarch's main planet throughout most of the time his existence was known. The Princess of Everlore had ascended the astral core realm with an alchemic astral soul. Tua Bihan ascended beyond their calculations, an event that shouldn't even be possible. Will the Imperial Heaven Starfield once more be revived? It felt too depressing to think about. An elder, one of the youngest present, eyes gleamed with a mysterious light. A will of unwillingness exuded from his body. I cannot accept this. He fiercely roared, sweeping his ardent gaze across all the elders before landing on the Sand Emperor himself. It was as if his gaze could pierce the misty veil that shielded them from being gazed upon. Why the loud noise? Are you trying to scare us? We understand, you're unwilling, but what of it? An older male elder spoke. Clearly the two had a very close resemblance, likely the younger elder was a descendant of his. The young elder glared at the old man, his eyes burning even brighter. We're derived from the honored lineage that served the King of Everlore. The glorious origin of our bloodline was bestowed nobility by the greatest of our race. We can overcome this. I have a plan. When he shouted, he was filled with passion and ferocity. It caused everyone to feel a wave of heat surge within their chests. That was right. Their lineage served the King of Everlore, a figure that defined eras. We took an era for ourselves, why must we allow ourselves to be overtaken by another? The Sand Emperor was silent for a long while before he said, let's hear it. This glorious figure that ruled for a millennia hadn't noticed it yet, but there was a puppet master behind this event. An event that shouldn't have happened in this timeline. The young elder said with enthusiasm, the gateway. In the elemental heaven astral territory, there was a particular planet that was engulfed by a 9-colored radiant glow that looked absolutely gorgeous. The planet Divine Element housed one of this starfield's hegemonic forces, the Elemental Heaven Pavilion. Since the loss at the Grand Spirit Trials, the Elemental Heaven Pavilion had been in a constant state of strict cultivation, making ample preparations to send their most elite juniors into the gateway door alongside the Myriad Monarch Sect and Alchemist Association. They had long since decided who would be participating, and one of which was a young man that was now quite famous, regarded as having a demon-level talent and potential, and even received the full support from the sect. Despite having disappeared after suffering a devastating injury that sheared off his skin, he had still revealed strength that was extraordinary beyond belief. A 9-ringed soul idol. Elemental origin intent. Zenith mortal state. With these 3 aspects of his cultivation state, how could he not be well regarded? At the moment, the young man was cultivating near a pond of an extremely rich environment. The 9 elemental energies congregated here in the most natural manner, being purified by an external formation, allowing for cultivation to be extraordinary. Even the astral essence within the air was equivalent to the 8th sky layer of the Myriad Monarch sect. He maintained a stable breathing, situated in the most perfect lotus position. The ambient elemental energy swirled around him, and every breath would devour a bundle of energies and astral essence. Even his body had a faint glow. Lin Ming had recovered from his severe injuries thanks to his senior sister's extraordinary means. The blazing confidence that had once stayed firmly between his brows had mellowed out. His battle with Zuhai had allowed him to understand that even a declining starfield couldn't be underestimated. Whenever he recalled Zuhai, then thought of his senior sister's words that said there were even greater monstrous geniuses out there. His drive to cultivate continued to rise. He wanted to reach the peak of the martial Tao, and that meant traversing the best path with the greatest effort. He couldn't slack. Not far from him, a figure emerged as if appearing from thin air. She had scarlet hair and a face hidden by a veil. If one were to observe simply her eyes, they would understand that the face hidden was ungodly gorgeous, likely exceeding the natural limits of beauty in the mortal world. A wisp of relief emerged in her eyes after seeing Lin Ming cultivate diligently. Despite his newfound status within the pavilion, he hadn't allowed it to slow him down. In fact, he seemed to become even fiercer. When he arrived before her via the protective formation she had laid into him, she was startled and afraid. His appearance was exceptionally gruesome, being skinless and hairless. But what truly shocked her was his tenacious smile filled with excitement, one he held before he directly lost consciousness. After learning about the events that happened, she knew that she had severely underestimated this starfield. They were showing signs of rise after their decline, a very rare event. First was this Prince of Everlore, but she didn't consider him of any importance because of his lack of an alchemic soul. Only with that can one create products that exceed mortal limits. Still, from what she learned, his production rate was quite frightening. There were very few alchemists that she knew in her own starfield that held such a high rate of production. Then, there was the Princess of Everlore. She was quite intrigued by this woman, but after learning of her particular flaw, she found it very laughable. It became even more so when she realized what the Alchemist Association wanted. Just now she learned about the newly ascended Realm Lord. She had just returned from checking on him, and she was shocked within her heart. The rumors of his 6-ring soul idol and 6-ripple spatial resonance was a lie. From her senses, he possessed a 9-ring soul idol and 9-ring spatial resonance. Even more surprising, he was a legitimate purist. These types of cultivators had long since fallen out of favor in more advanced starfields because of the importance of intent. This was her first time meeting a Realm Lord purist in her lifetime. Regardless, the starfield seemed to be changing for the better. Lin Ming ended his cultivation, feeling a gaze on him. He turned around to see his senior sister Lin standing there quietly waiting. He smiled an exceptional smile and rose. "Greetings, senior sister Lin." Her eyes fluctuated with emotion. "The gateway will open soon," she reminded him. Lin Ming was briefly taken aback before swiftly nodding. "I'll be ready. For anything. You must succeed. Otherwise." The woman's voice trailed off. Lin Ming was someone she had chosen when he was unassuming stone, and his every step and path had been fraught with difficulties. Slowly but surely, he emerged as a diamond from the pressure. She couldn't bear to think of the consequences of failure. Lin Ming's heart warmed, and his gaze softened. "I'll succeed. I promise." He had a disappointment of a family growing up, never feeling concern or a hint of genuine worry from them, so he couldn't disappoint the one figure in his life that truly cares for him. No matter what, he'll succeed. Even if gods, devils, Buddhas, or ghosts laid in his path, he'll slaughter them all to the peak. This journey, this starfield, it was merely a stepping stone to the grander world. Chapter 339, 335, The Year of Wenmingna. Chapter 339, 335, The Year of Wenmingna. A little over a year had passed since that fateful day, a day that had been marked into Wenmingna's heart like an engraving in astral stone. The day that she had met Wei Wuyin once again, not as the myriad-year continent's youthful neophyte of the Trivision Starfield, but the well-established, feared, worshipped, and revered Prince of Everlore. Before that year, she had quietly and diligently struggled to make a path for herself, one where she wouldn't be considered as a measly woman of fleeting beauty, but a cultivator with the potential to one day stand at the pinnacle. Her upbringing from royalty had not spoiled her eyes to the difficulties of the world. No, in fact, it had broadened her perspective as she maintained a clear and open mind. It was so clear that when she arrived all those years ago, her first action was to disfigure herself. She had lost her prided beauty and was considered a pitiful female by many, and with her low profile, humble demeanor, and self-created rumors, she maintained a streak of quiet and peace. Every day she diligently worked in ways that a princess like her never had to, but she didn't disregard or look down on any of it. That was because it was her efforts, and every ounce of sweat she poured into her work was always her greatest pride. regardless if it was cleaning septic tanks of beasts or fetching extravagant food orders for entitled elites. Her hustle never stopped. Despite that, she understood that the reward for her efforts weren't the greatest nor easiest, and didn't lead to the path of the peak, but she was patient, diligent, and hard-working. While it might not be very rewarding now, it would serve as a foundation as she continued cultivation until she could erect a pillar that belonged solely to her in the cultivation world. This pillar would have her name etched on top and have the potential to reach that elusive peak. Others would soon have to look up to it. Her hopeful and optimistic attitude alongside her willingness to do degrading things to acquire peace, such as horrifically disfiguring herself, suppressing her innate female charms, and keeping her opinions to herself, had allowed her to see this future path. But it was all overthrown due to a single meeting. All the years she worked hadn't amounted to a single breath of this man, and he swooped in, without any ill intentions she would normally expect, and gave her an entirely new path. Now, he was no longer simply that Prince of Everlore, and the myriad monarch sect was no longer the weakest hegemonic force within the starfield. The Ascendant Emperor of Neo-Dawn they called him. This name widely circulated like an infectious virus, carving out an innate legacy that belonged solely to him. What did it mean to be a prince? It meant living in someone's shadow until he could rise to their new position, their already treaded path. She knew this far better than most. His comparison to the King of Everlore was clear, but he could no longer be regarded the same in her eyes or the eyes of the masses. When she watched him avidly on the Grand Spirit Trials observer screens, she realized he could no longer simply be compared with that of a prince of something or someone. He was not like the King of Everlore. In the eyes of the masses, he lacked an alchemic soul, he lacked neutrality, and he lacked a non-combat identity. In fact, when he toppled 3-star beasts that could be considered pinnacle-level soul idols in a short time in a domineeringly dominating fashion, they all knew. His 1-centimeter astral soul, his terrifying physical body that exceeded many gifted beastman geniuses, and his otherworldly demeanor spoke volumes about the differences between the two. He wasn't fragile, he wasn't mysteriously fleeting or isolated, and he wasn't simply a nurturer that could define an era. He was an era. For some reason, an odd sense of pride and relief emerged in her heart as Wei Wuyin won unchallenged. As for her, her own year wasn't as flamboyant or era-defying, but she had forged her path. After meeting Wei Wuyin that day, he had offered to bring her into the folds of his budding faction, the Ascendants. At the time, she was skeptical. Unlike the others within the sect, he was one of the few who knew her true appearance, of her real beauty. She had assumed that his invitation was made with ill intent and nefarious desires. It was only after he unhesitantly swore a spirit oath that he wouldn't force her to do anything, be it sexual or anything else, unless she asked specifically him to. This brought her a wave of excited relief and a sliver of disappointment. She knew at the time that the sky palace of his was located beyond the clouds, where astral essence was present and abundant. She didn't know why he wanted her specifically, but she was happy to accept such generous conditions without risk. Regardless if it was simply because he felt a sense of similar origins, it brought her an opportunity no man or woman could possibly reject. When she made her way through the sky layer, her heart suffered waves of shock, surprise, and surrealism. Witnessing a large, grandiose palace floating on a bed of clouds was an extremely mystical sight. Her horizons on what was possible in the cultivation world had broadened considerably at that moment. While there were some events that happened later, such as the freaky incident of Wei Wuyin's voice echoing throughout the entire world or the destruction of his sky palace, she was still okay. The former merely shook her slightly while when the latter happened, she wasn't even present. She was even relocated prior to the emergence of that beautiful manifestation in the sky, shocking the entire planet. It was said to be the byproduct of an 8th-grade pill concocted by the planet's vital energies, but she didn't believe that for some reason. Still, Wei Wuyin was incredibly timely with relocating or isolating her if mysterious or dangerous events were about to occur. So, during this year, she had merely cultivated diligently while basking in all the miraculous and incredible events that surrounded Wei Wuyin. She hadn't interacted with him much after her settling in, but she wasn't the needy sort that sought attention. She was given alchemic resources, an extremely well-designed environment, and status. That was more than enough. As a member of Wei Wuyin's faction, even leaving to see more of the sect or planet wouldn't bring any issues. In fact, numerous individuals, those she had once looked up to and regarded as beyond her limits for at least a few decades to centuries, had become extremely well-mannered and kind to her. They would offer support in any activity she did, trying their damnedest to establish friendly connections. Just the emblem of the fledgling organization had enough presence that the Knights of Enforcement would actively avoid her with gentle smiles. She wielded an ungodly amount of power without effort, merely because she was a part of Wei Wuyan's organization. She faintly felt that the myriad monarch sect was his. It was terrifying when she thought about it. It had been merely a few years since he had arrived. Not only was he a household name, not only had he demonstrated extreme talent, but he had also snatched incredible influence and power into his grasp. The level of intelligence and means needed for such a feat were indescribable. When the event of Qin Qiumu's scheduled execution was settled, the Ji clan, a clan that had existed for centuries, had simply vanished from this world after a single sentence of his. It was unheard of for anyone to wield such power. It was extremely alluring and attractive. But even after all this time, Wei Wuyan had merely accepted her into his faction, busying himself with other matters. While a year was an extremely short period of time for cultivators, it still made her feel strange. While her cultivation jumped by leaps and bounds, her status had undergone a change. She no longer allowed her face to remain disfigured, hiding behind a mask. She had regained her original beauty befitting a princess. Her full, soft like water, oval-shaped pink lips had regained their supple form, capable of alluring the eyes of many men. Her brown hair no longer was fashioned in a blonde layered crop with highlights, but had become slightly exceeding shoulder length, wavy like a waterfall, and well-cut bangs. Her skin was no longer artificially dampened, recovering its impeccable clarity and smooth jade-like complexion. While her innate noble air had been chiseled away, she still had a heavenly feeling about her that added to her already beautiful facial features. One day, for an inexplicable reason, she decided to visit Wei Wuyan. He had a newly rebuilt sky palace, and it was said he was making preparations for the clash of an era-defining generation with the Princess of Everlore. It was already being marketed as the Ascendant Emperor of Neodon versus the successor of the King of Everlore, the Princess of Everlore. Few were talking about if this would decide who was truly the successor any longer, because it was impossible for Wei Wuyan, who many believed lacked an alchemic soul, to ever truly obtain that title. But Qing Ye-ing, the Princess of Everlore, had taken an Everlore Ascension pill and ascended to the astral core realm with an alchemic astral soul. It was the exact path of the King of Everlore, and even the pill made it seem as if she was the rightful successor. The only possible successor. It was now a clash between the most talented alchemists in this generation, in this entire world's history if the King of Everlore was excluded. But even at their age, the King of Everlore did not have such status, such influence, or such power. When she arrived at the Sky Palace via Bouquet, an earthly general-class elder, who had been relegated to a shuttle service in some ways, she tried to announce herself. But Su Mei wasn't present and Wei Wuyan was seemingly preoccupied. She didn't know what to do after showing up unannounced, but when she tried to enter the palace as a last-ditch effort, she was allowed entry. She realized that the emblem she carried allowed her to freely enter despite the protective formations and arrays present. She quickly felt strange. There was no way any member could simply waltz in like this. Was she special? This thought spiraled her fantasies. While Wei Wuyan had sworn to not forcefully take advantage of her, she couldn't help but have her thoughts wander. How would it feel to become the wife of the Ascendant Emperor of Neodon? Even if she was a concubine, wouldn't this still be exceptional? Furthermore, he had no clear flaws. His looks were so extraordinary that even she still felt uncertain if he was real. He lacked that feminine charm that some beautiful men had, and was purely handsome. It felt surreal, like how you would expect the perfectly sculpted men by the gods to be. Whether it was talent, wealth, strength, demeanor, or influence, he lacked none of it. What made it even sweeter was his identity as an alchemist. Unlike the normal standard of riding on the dragon's lap to rise, this particular dragon could transform you into one and both of you could soar amongst the clouds freely and together for thousands of years. The more she thought about it, the redder her cheeks became. She soon found herself unknowingly before a room that was emitting a dense alchemical smell and diffused light from its normally insulated corners. She was startled that a light could be so strong that it was actually breaching such powerful restrictions. What is that? She slowly reached out, about to touch the door, when... creak! The door opened. A pleasant voice filled with excited surprise resounded from within, accompanied by an exquisite smell and radiant light. Wen Mingna. You're finally here. Come in. She hadn't known it at the time, but when she unconsciously entered that room with a smell and light so attractive that every cell in her body screamed at her to step inside, her life was on a path that would change it forever. Chapter 340, 336, Viewing Deck. Chapter 340, 336, Viewing Deck. Above the extreme origin mountain, within the 8th sky layer, Qin Rui's sky palace floated elegantly above a bed of clouds. Amongst the numerous sky palaces that existed, hers was the smallest, whitest, and exuded an aura of Yin that chilled the surroundings. This environment of hers forcefully made all her servants and subordinates, even her disciples, only females. When men arrived, they would need a special tool to prevent the chilly Yin aura from penetrating their flesh, entering their bones and blood. If it did, it's possible to undergo mutations, even become impotent. It also made it so no male characters, regardless of their status, would dare to step foot in her sky palace without permission. In fact, the only male that had ever stepped foot into the palace before today was Tua Bihan. Their relationship wasn't simple, and anyone in the sect knew this. After all, Tua Bihan had used over a decade of his life to concoct a spatial spirit pill long ago, allowing her to build a stable foundation that later contributed to her eventual rise as the Grand Imperial Sage of the Extreme Origin Mountain. At this very moment, a second male had entered the Sky Palace. It was a young man that could be considered handsome with black hair, dark eyes, and a sharp gaze. Long Chen. He was accompanied by a bevy of beauties. They included Lian Yu, Wu Baozhai, Xiao Bing, Qin Qiumu, Long Tingyu, and Na Sini. The penetrating Yin aura for them was extremely pleasant, especially for those who maintained their primal Yin. Long Chen was faintly covered in a translucent aura that warded off the Yin aura. It originated from a white bracelet that was fixed on his right wrist. After Long Chen had obtained Wei Wuyin's unexpected agreement, the resources to reconstruct Hong Ru's body had been swiftly delivered to Qin Rui. He, and the others, especially Xiao Bing, wanted to be present for the reconstruction. This was allowed by Qin Rui, who wanted to broaden their horizons. In fact, this wasn't the first time a body had been reconstructed, but it was never for a disembodied soul, but for a unique beastman with extremely strong vitality that could still survive as long as their heart and brain remained undamaged. Of course, the body formulated would lose a large portion of its innate talents, essentially, and usually, severing the path of cultivation for the saved. After all, their body contained the mysteries of their flesh and essence. When lost, it was extremely difficult to recover. At first, Qin Rui had expected Hong Ru's body to be a normal reconstruction. She would merely be given a mortal body, her path of cultivation gone, but when she was given the alchemical products, her mind froze. Her heart completely missed several beats, nearly causing her blood to flow erratically. Her face flushed, and disbelief and shock painted her expression. She was given 4 alchemical products, and only 2 were essential, the other 2 were simply to ensure the most perfect result was made, and each and every one of them was 8th grade. 8th grade. In her entire life, she had only taken in a single 8th grade alchemical product, the spatial spirit pill. It had defined her entire life thus far, yet these products were by no means inferior. While their quality was low, they were low. Not impure. Which meant they were products with 100% of their described effects. 100%. Just for a single low-quality 8th grade pill, numerous hegemonic forces and hidden geniuses had come out of the woodwork to compete. The spatial spirit pill even sold for over 3,000 astral stones. That was over 30 billion essence stones. That could directly buy a few continental flat earths and then some. She couldn't even fathom it. She had consumed an impure quality spatial spirit pill, and it allowed her to reach her current level. But this. No, how? Was Wei Wuyin already at the level of an alchemic emperor? Was his skills and talents far beyond their current understanding? When she recalled the numerous 7th grade products that were used to even bribe her, and rumored to have made their way into many people's pockets, she was thoroughly startled. Was Tua Bihan lying? Was there ever a formation used to consume the planet's vital energies? Was it truly the spatial spirit pill that caused that extraordinary phenomena? The more she thought about it, the more certain she was that Tua Bihan had lied, that Wei Wuyin had lied, and that he likely casually tossed out the spatial spirit pill as a cover. Her thoughts were engulfed for so long after she saw these 4 products that it took an hour before she could calm down. When she finally regained herself, her beautiful eyes flashed with a resolute intent of learning the truth. For now, she would keep the alchemical products themselves a secret. Her job was merely to facilitate and oversee the reconstruction of Hong Ru's body, and she wouldn't allow herself to fail. After all, this was a disciple of her extreme origin mountain, and these were extraordinary resources. She was located in a spacious room that was similar to a surgical room in design, with a lower platform where the procedure would take place and a viewing deck above. It was swiftly crafted to fit the needs of the operation extremely quickly. On the viewing deck, Long Chen and the other girls were watching closely. Xiaobing was extremely tense, her eyes flashed with worry. Hong Ru might seem like her rival, but they were actually as close as sisters, even closer. When she had watched her upper body be devoured cleanly by that wolf, she had lost a part of her soul. It was devoured alongside Hong Ru. She was empty, desolate, and uncertain. Only revenge had engulfed her mind and existence for so long. But after learning that Wei Wuyin had captured the perpetrator, saved him from death by Long Chen's hands, she became enraged, infuriated at his actions. But later, they had found out Huangfu Jinwei had suffered a fate worse than death, having been thoroughly crippled and was experiencing endless torture in the hell layer. She felt relieved. Her newfound hatred had been sated. If Huangfu Jinwei had merely been killed, there was no way that she could feel so relieved. But knowing he was being horrifically tortured felt much better. Even more, she had visited him to ensure it was the truth, and after seeing him in a pathetic state that was neither man nor human, regarded as less than a beast, and given brilliant and refined methods of torture that were continuously shifted for newer things, her body felt so much satisfaction it was indescribable. Death truly was too kind of a punishment. Her normally indifferent and wintry self had become warmer then, emulating a little of Hong Ru's personality, displaying more of her emotions. It was as if Hong Ru was now living through her. It was the profound impact that Hong Ru had on her soul. When she later found out that Hong Ru's soul was preserved and her body could be reconstructed, the sheer surprise and happiness was even greater than witnessing the greatest form of vengeance. So her worry was easily understood. Qing Qiumu, similarly a member of the Extreme Origin Mountain, gently clasped Xiaobing's hand into her own. "It'll be fine." Her words were comforting, containing a warmth that could placate children of war from holding up their arms. Xiaobing jolted a little, feeling the gentle warmth emanating from Qing Qiumu's hand into her own. She clenched tightly, feeling some reassurance, but a hint of doubt and worry remained. She asked, "How do you know?" As if seeking an unfathomable answer that would placate all her worries. Qing Qiumu was silent for a moment before a brilliant smile emerged on her face. "If it was anyone else, I wouldn't be able to know. But Wei Wuyin is someone who never fails. If he says he'll do something, he'll always be able to do it." Her words were suffused with utmost confidence and certainty. Xiaobing turned around to see that beautiful, gorgeously exquisite smile and was stunned. She recalled Wei Wuyin in her mind, remembering everything he'd done since he arrived in the sect. From immediately becoming a sky noble, ascending to the heavenly king level prior to the astral core realm, killing a second-stage astral core realm expert while at the chi condensation realm in a brutal fashion, causing the total collapse of a sky noble faction, stopping Qing Qiumu's execution, causing the world's elites to gather from his creation, and even winning the competition unchallenged. There were more feats, far more feats, but these once more allowed her to understand that Wei Wuyin had seemingly never failed or was even rumored to have. These words caused that little bit of worry to vanish for some unfathomable reason, as if the name Wei Wuyin was enough of a pillar to hold the very sky from collapsing. Long Chen was quietly watching this, and observing their conversion, his expression became slightly unsightly. Was it not him who forced Wei Wuyin to perform the act? Was it not him that allowed Hong Ru's soul to survive? Just his presence should be enough to assure you. A twisted thought emerged in his heart, causing him to forget that Wei Wuyin had chosen to do so of his own will before any of his tricks and Wu Yu had saved Hong Ru. He had merely stood there as she was eaten, useless and weak. Lian Yu felt Long Chen's chaotic emotions, walking to his side. She clenched his hand softly and smiled, revealing her water-like beauty. She transmitted from her gaze alone a reassuring meaning, "You are amazing. And no matter what, I will always understand that." The unyielding love reflected in those sapphire-like pupils calmed Long Chen down considerably. Long Tingyu pouted her lips. It was Big Brother who made this happen. Otherwise, would Wei Wu whatever even lift a finger to help? Despite her unsatisfied tone, no one argued with her. Mostly because her thought process was wrong, and she was still a child in their eyes. It was immature to think that Wei Wuyin would act for someone he didn't know. Hell, they never asked him or anyone before because they weren't even aware of Hong Ru's disembodied soul. But when they did ask, when he was aware, did he not take it upon himself to personally act? To personally ensure success? After all, they were all there that day. She was clearly simply against Wei Wuyin, biased towards Long Chen. To her, Wei Wuyin was Long Chen's rival, so she didn't like him being risen to a pedestal, especially by the female companions he had. To her, they were all her big sisters because they were Long Chen's women. Wu Baozha slightly smiled, understanding this more than anyone. Qin Rui was just about to begin. Her mind had already recalled Wei Wuyin's instructions and details to look for during the reconstruction more than 100 times. Her current state was at its peak, her astral force had been converted into pure fire force. She was ready. Just as she was about to begin, she received a transmitted message. Her eyes brightened, shocked by the swiftness of Wei Wuyin. She paused, thinking she wanted to observe this development. So she sent a message and looked towards the viewing deck. Her actions caught their attention. Long Chen asked, "Is there an issue?" Qin Rui shook her head, "Another viewer is arriving. I'll begin as soon as she arrives." They were confused. Was it Grand Sage Zen? They turned towards the entrance nearly simultaneously as they heard faint footsteps. In a few moments, a figure soon entered their view. They were all startled. Qing Qiumu's eyes brightened. Lin Ziyan. Chapter 341, 337, Reconstructing Body from Soul. Chapter 341, 337, Reconstructing Body from Soul. Exclamation point. A wave of surprised, shocked, and jubilant exclamations resounded. The expressions on the faces of these bevy of beauties, and Long Chen, were quite animated as they recognized Lin Ziyan. Long Tingyu cried out, "Big sis Lin." She was one of the few that had a close relationship with Lin Ziyan, having been with her prior to that wedding crash. At the time, she was merely a fledgling cultivator coming to her own, hiding behind her big brother's back as she quietly observed Lin Ziyan's astonishing beauty and aura. There was a point in time where she wanted to even be like her, capable of dazzling the world with her mere presence. "You're back?" Nasani asked skeptically, her words containing more than one meaning, more than one question. The Lin Ziyan before had been confined in a wheelchair or a bed, unable to properly speak or move as she wanted. Lin Ziyan even needed help to go to the bathroom or bathe, a task that Nasani had assisted her with a few times. The Lin Ziyan before was far, far too different from the one currently present. A contrast that was incredible to say the least, heaven-shattering to say the most. Especially since her change had happened in less than 2 days. Lin Ziyan had luscious, full, and flowing brunette hair, a radiant set of ocean blue eyes, a slender and curvaceous body, and blemishless skin that seemed so soft that one could squeeze water from it. She walked on her own 2 legs with incredible stability, even a little peep in her step. Long Chen was the most shocked out of everyone present, his jaws nearly dropped. It had truly been such a sharp difference in such a small amount of time. He was speechless. Lin Ziyan's current appearance and beauty nearly left him breathless. A light of elation built itself up within his dark irises, threatening to erupt with crazed happiness. Lin Ziyan. Long Chen's movements contained a little impatience as he rushed forward, embracing her. His movements were a little too fast, shocking Lin Ziyan as she was directly embraced. She had lost her cultivation, forcing her to start once more from the beginning, so she wasn't even able to react before her body was wrapped by 2 arms. She trembled. Her eyes flashed with all sorts of memories of their life, of their adventures, of their struggles, and an unknown rancorous light flashed within her eyes. Since she had assumed Long Chen was the one, she had followed him blindly, willing to accept and brave all dangers. She even forgave his pride that led to putting them in awkward or horrible situations. By doing so, by restraining herself, she was subjected to humiliation after humiliation. She was beaten. She was spat on. She was tortured so thoroughly that her mind, body, and spirit was shattered. At first, she thought it was worth it and everything was going to be okay. That everything was bound to be all right. Then she learned what she regarded as the truth was actually false. Long Chen wasn't the one she was looking for, it was another. Someone who would have never allowed her to be the subject of such humiliation, someone whose very name would cause the entire sect to tremble and kneel. All the struggles, the pain, the suffering, the reluctant acceptances and the adventures had become bitter and shameful. All of it, all of it. For nothing. When she recalled the last words Wei Wuyin had told her, how he would ensure her the sturdiest foundation, how he would help her promote her cultivation to the highest level, how he would restructure her physique and innate talents, the utter ease at which he spoke, the proxy badge he had given her to represent him, and how even with just this badge, a heavenly commander elder, someone she regarded as far beyond her limits before, was so damn respectful to her that others might mistake him as her grandson. Those thoughts added fuel as a faint dark, ominous emotion simmered within her ocean blue eyes. She didn't speak, merely tried to push Long Chen away with her arms and shoulders. But her bodily strength was far too low, having just regained her mortal state. She couldn't push away Long Chen, who didn't want to let go, seemingly wanting to melt away into her body. A wisp of anger flashed in her eyes as she grunted softly. While others saw this as an emotionally charged reunion, especially Long Tingyu, who was in tears at this very moment, Wu Baozhai saw something entirely different. She had always been astute, intelligent, and observative of details, no matter how minor. As a princess of a country that had a lot of schemes and contentions, she had to. She noted Lin Xian's dark gaze, slowly emitting a repulsing emotion. This wasn't directed at the powerful hug, but the person who hugged her. Her eyes brightened with all sorts of thoughts as she calmly said, "Careful. You're hurting her, Long Chen." These carefully selected words broke Long Chen out of his daze as he finally released Lin Xian, only now realizing her body lacked the refinement of energies and a cultivation base. She was almost completely mortal, incredibly fragile. The only difference would be her sea of consciousness was far larger than mortals, receiving a passive refinement from cultivating that couldn't easily be abolished, even if damaged. "So sorry." He rubbed his head, feeling emotional. Lin Xian saw that once lovable and foolish expression, and her heart that would have normally swooned experienced a different reaction. She was about to speak when Wu Baozhai intervened. "We can speak about everything after the operation. Grand Sage Qin is about to begin." Wu Baozhai arrived by Lin Xian's side and pulled her away to observe the procedure. Her movements were completely natural. Long Chen glanced at Xiao Bing, and he calmed his heart. Right, what was important right now was Hong Ru's rebirth. He, too, walked to a good vantage point. Qin Rui was deeply shocked after witnessing and inspecting Lin Xian's current state. She was originally so thoroughly crippled that there was nothing the best medical sages of the sect could do but alleviate the pain she might be feeling. Her meridians were shattered, losing the ability to absorb essence and leaking out her bodily refined energies until nothing was left. Her yin source was decimated into bits, causing her to lose her identity as a woman, and the energies of her primal yin was viciously extracted. Without them, not only would the body suffer an extremely high amount of health complications, but giving birth was utterly impossible. It was no different than castrating a man. Her nerves had been scrambled, making it so that even moving was like playing with inverted controls that randomized every second. Her sea of consciousness was damaged to the point that the light of intelligence was seemingly siphoned from her eyes, and even forming memory, short or long term, was extremely difficult. This didn't even include her cultivation base being abolished, losing a portion of her mind, body, and soul. From what she sensed, her yin source had been repaired, and since it was untainted by yang essence, it had restored her primal yin. The light in her eyes were extremely refined, possessing the signs of a complete and thorough control of one's body and mind. She had never seen such a complete crippling, so vicious and heartless, experience a recovery of this level. Or any level, for that matter. She was flummoxed by it all. Moreover, it was less than 2 days since she was taken away. The speed was heaven-defying. She had to regain her calm after several minutes of shock. It was only then that she resolved her mind even further to question Tua Bihan about all this. She returned to her previous focus, putting all other things aside. She waved her hand above the operation table, causing a faint yet misty fiery light to emerge, hovering quietly while releasing delicate sounds similar to a baby's breathing. Within the light was the outlined yet indistinct figure of a naked young woman. This was Hong Ru's soul. It had been preserved by Wu Yu via a unique spell, and was still being maintained to ensure her soul wouldn't drift away according to mortal laws. As a cultivator that had exceeded mortal limits, capable of creating stars and planets, preserving a soul was a minor feat. If it wasn't for his desire to allow Long Chen to suffer some setbacks, grow into his own, and become independent of his strength, Hong Ru wouldn't have died to begin with. While he might be in a spiritual form at the moment, just a fraction of his spiritual strength could have pulled Hong Ru away or frozen the wolf. Qin Rui calmed her breathing, taking out the 8th grade alchemical products. She handled them so delicately that others might mistake them as her children. Begin. Her powers started to move, following Wei Wuyan's instructions to the letter. The viewers awaited above with bated breaths. Xiao Bing didn't even breathe. Every passing second was extremely tense for her, and even Qin Qiumu's presence couldn't ease it. It was just anticipation and fear amped up far too highly to be influenced by anything or anyone. To her, this had to succeed. She needed her sister back. Chapter 342, 338, A Success. Chapter 342, 338, A Success. The entire procedure lasted 3 days and 2 nights. Qin Rui had to continuously infuse fire force throughout, holding on with her spiritual strength, and pushing her focus to its utmost limits. It was extremely strenuous, but the activity would certainly benefit her. In fact, all those present who were watching the reconstruction of a body for the first time would receive intangible benefits regarding their understanding of cultivation and the mysteries of the body. Every cell was born anew. Every organ was shaped and constructed. It was like a puzzle that was designed, created, and solved all at once, with Hong Ru's soul acting as the blueprint. The most crucial aspect, the soul. It contained vital information about one's age, cells, bloodline, and core memory. It formed the sea of consciousness which gave birth to the mind's eye, it regulated the eventual growth and decline of the body, and it connected with the world beyond. Without one, cultivation was impossible. The soul impartation of legends, those sentient and inanimate objects who gained that legendary ability to cultivate and later change their forms were all due to the formation of their souls. The soul allowed birth, growth, and decline. It was the most vital aspect of an individual's existence. If Wei Wuyan was present, he would understand this concept deeply, obtaining great benefits. Or more so, Eden would. For an uncountable amount of years, Eden had existed as a being without a soul. It was a sentient existence that couldn't be classified as a demon, couldn't be classified as truly alive. It was akin to artificial intelligence. It was taken advantage of, had the will of others imposed on it, and it couldn't ever change that fact. To it, there was no way out. Its previous incarnation wanted to hijack a willing soul, entering that person's mind's eye to become them, to become truly alive. Unfortunately and fortunately, it had met Wei Wuyan. What was originally just a wad of mental energies, an abnormal being, had transformed into an astral soul that possessed its own spirit. Now, it had a future. It tapped into immense powers that exceeded imagination, and had a family. A soul was the first and greatest blessing of everything beneath the heavens. Hong Ru's soul had been encapsulated by flesh, bone, and blood. It had entered her chest, permeating throughout her entire existence as if merging with every little cell, organ, and drop of blood. Her pale, lifeless body had been reconstructed, but not revived. She was still a corpse at this moment. There was no beating heartbeat, flow of electrical impulses through the body, or intelligence within her eyes. This was somewhat ghastly as she seemed like a ghost without an ounce of life. Qin Rui breathed a sigh of relief. The process of constructing her body based on the blueprint of her soul had been completed. It was an arduous and complicated task, one that required her to give 110% of her focus and strength. With it completed, the most complicated aspect was finished. At least, it was the most complicated aspect here. In other scenarios, the reconstruction was the easiest aspect, because it was extremely easy to follow a blueprint to the exactness. A slight change might create dissonance of body, soul, and the subsequently produced sea of consciousness, but all you needed was to place the blue where blue was indicated and red where red was indicated. It was extremely easy. But here, this was the most complicated portion of the procedure because the revival part, the ignition and connection of mind, body, and soul, was handled completely by alchemical products. She retrieved 2 remaining alchemical products, both 8th grade. They were the Mind-Body-Soul Ignition Pill and the Burning Blue Life Elixir. The former was rather on the nose with naming. Its purpose was to ignite the mind, body, and soul to formulate a renewed, perfect connection. It was usually used to repair those who were mentally crippled, or suffered a form of body-mind dissonance from an extremely powerful spiritual spell. The impact of a powerful spiritual spell could turn an entire person out of whack, causing unlimited issues. This pill solved those issues. For it to be used on a reconstruction, if this was spread outside the starfield in advanced civilizations, there would only be one word spat out in incredulity: extravagant. As for the burning blue life elixir, it contained a dense life force suitable for reanimating a corpse temporarily or ensuring someone near death will live on their last breath for a little longer. It was the most perfect product used on trauma patients on their last breath, beloved by medical sages. As for its former usage, reanimating a corpse, that was used for puppetry and other evil methods. Of course, it wasn't designed for that purpose, but good intentions sometimes allowed evil means. With these two products, restarting and reviving Hong Ru's body was extremely easy, barely an inconvenience for anyone. As for the other two products, one had been an elixir used to recreate her Een source, and the other was a large quantity of malleable and transformative paste for her physical body reconstruction. Her whole body was made from the latter, with the molding of Qin Rui's powers. Qin Rui immediately crushed the pill into powder, mixing it with the blazing blue fire elixir as instructed, and opened the freshly made mouth of Hong Ru. She poured the liquid in with the utmost carefulness, ensuring not a single drop was wasted. After, her delicate fingers rubbed her throat, causing the liquid to start to flow throughout her body, refining it via proxy. Hong Ru's lifeless corpse started to emit smoke. Then, blue flames erupted from her body in an explosive fashion. It was so powerful that Qin Rui had to shield herself from it, forcefully keeping contact with Hong Ru's throat. She kept refining as the proxy, but the immense heat had started to burn her delicate skin. Her beautiful eyes grimaced, drawing upon her entire cultivation base to resist. Fortunately for Qin Rui, the flames lasted for only a few moments, and Hong Ru's body was completely unharmed. After it dissipated, her skin had regained color, her lips and cheeks were reddened by the flow of blood, a distinct warmth emitted from her body. Thump. 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 A series of heartbeats started to resound from within her chest. First, it was weak, like a newborn baby's. But it slowly grew in strength until it was extremely powerful, rivaling an adult cultivator. Her long eyelashes fluttered softly, like the faint flaps of a newly born butterfly. It was trying to reach its fullest potential. The anticipation and worry within everyone's hearts had reached a crescendo at this point. The prayers in their hearts flew. And so did Hong Ru. Her eyes opened, revealing a set of gorgeous, lively, and fresh crimson eyes that faintly burned with the light of life. That light became radiant, revealing intelligence as she tried to gain an understanding of her surroundings. Guk, Bha. She tried to speak, but her vocal cords were new. They hadn't become accustomed to being used, coming off as strained, nearly babyish noises. Her hands softly clenched into fists, alongside the hearts of everyone. Qin Rui brightly smiled, recalling what Wei Wuyin said a successful reconstruction and revival should look like. The very fact she tried to speak meant her body, mind, and soul was in perfect alignment. Her eyes weren't like that of a child, unable to recognize anything, so her soul had certainly restored her sea of consciousness completely. And this sea of consciousness flooded her new brain with memories and instincts she had developed in life, creating a mind. With her trying to speak, it meant her mind was connected to her physical body. It was perfect. It's a success. Qin Rui proudly announced. It's a success. Xiaobing felt a wave of surrealism batter her mind. Her hand pressed heavily on the slightly slanted observer's glass, as if she was trying to touch the newly awakened Hong Ru through it. Her memories of Hong Ru coursed through her mind, from the moment they first met until the moment she had been killed. Wet hot tears flowed from her eyes like a bursting dam, something an ice cultivator like her shouldn't be able to naturally produce. She softly repeated, "It's a success." Qin Qiumu held her hand tighter. There were numerous cultivators who would lose their loved ones, never able to see them again. The very thought of their revival would be their most cherished wish, their greatest desire in this world. To experience it, it must be a feeling that could never be accurately described to anyone else. So Qin Qiumu merely held Xiaobing's hand, and when Xiaobing looked towards her as if seeking the final confirmation, she softly nodded with a warm smile. If there was anyone that could ensure this extremely difficult and seemingly magical process would succeed, then it would be Wei Wuyin. Especially the little braggart and perfectionist that he was. Thinking of him, her heart warmed to an indescribable degree unknowingly. Wei Wuyin had become a source of reliable strength to her at an unknown point. Perhaps it was after learning who he was, the boy who saved her from captivity all those years ago, or after talking to him at that restaurant on that day, or when he arrived and cancelled her execution. Who knew? After all, even she didn't. But he was someone etched into her heart in the most indescribable way, someone that she could count on no matter what. Even if the sky fell or the 3 stars in the sky exploded, if Wei Wuyin said it was going to be okay, she would believe it without hesitation. There might not even be a trace of fear or worry in her heart. I wonder what he's doing now. Her thoughts roamed, unaware of the faint changes in her mindset. Long Chen's eyes effused a radiance of happiness and excitement. To him, he had accomplished his goal of reviving Hong Ru, confirming that things weren't out of his control or limits. He had used his 3 orders without hesitation, and this was the result, a success. Furthermore, Lin Zian seemed to have made a complete recovery. He was optimistic about the gateway. There, he might finally find a way to exceed Wei Wuyin. If what Wu Yu had said to him before was true, then this was his chance. He could one day reach unimaginable heights beyond this starfield with it. But there was one person that wasn't filled with excitement, happiness, with their minds occupied. Wu Baozhai. Her limpid eyes were fixated on Lin Zian. The Lin Zian here was seemingly the same one as before, but she was skeptical. What had happened that made her feel a sense of repulsion towards Long Chen? While it was reasonable that her mentality would change after suffering such an event, it shouldn't have affected her thoughts towards Long Chen. After all, she felt that Lin Zian had an extremely senseless reliance and hope towards Long Chen for some reason before. This would have allowed her to forgive him even if he forced himself on her. It was simply that extreme. She had a bad feeling about this. A feeling that would soon manifest into a clash between 2 figures. Chapter 343, 339, Return to Us. Hong Ru's freshly created eyes were filled with curiosity and confusion. Where am I? She tried to observe the surroundings, but the lighting had made everything indistinct as her eyes tried to adjust. She could only discern a tall silhouette hovering over her body and, in the background, several silhouettes that glinted with reflective light. What happened? Where am I? What is this? She tried to move, feeling a gradually receding numb sensation within her fingers, hands, and forearms. She could feel traces of air circulating between her fingers. Slowly, she clenched her fist to get the feedback from the pressure. When she tried to speak, to ask a question, her voice came out in mumbles. She wasn't sure if she heard herself wrong or not, but it sounded like baby noises. A wisp of frustration emerged within her heart. Why was this happening? Her heartbeat started to race. She felt a headache that pounded incessantly, her mind trying to recall the last events in her memory. But she had to go through some massive exploring, recalling her most emotional memories first. Her 5th birthday. She was celebrated by her entire family. It was one of her fondest memories filled with happiness and love. When she was 15 and received word of her cousin's death. How she cried for days in grief, unable to eat for quite a while. She had given her father quite a scare. When she was 16, meeting a frigid-acting young woman in a meeting between clans. She found her interesting, curious, and incessantly asked her questions without pause. But she received indifference and a cold shoulder, which only made her more curious, and more intent on causing this wintry young girl to change her expression. When the 2 of them became official disciples of the sect, entering the astral core realm on the same day. They competed against each other, and while it ended in what was declared a draw, she felt that she had lost by a small margin. This ignited her spirit, and their rivalry continued for decades. There were so many memories, many of which included that white-haired young woman. She tried to speak again, and when she did, her words were more stable and clear. Shi Xiaobin, Ji. After saying that name, tears welled up within her eyes. She remembered. She was participating in the Grand Spirit Trials. She had met Xiaobing after noticing her distinct aura nearby, an aura she was extremely familiar with. They met another girl, and they traveled trying to subdue beasts. But they met Huangfu Jinwei. He was chasing after Long Chen, a young boy that the two girls found interesting. It felt like their rivalry had extended to him, both trying to one-up each other in protecting him. They unwittingly became close to this boy, one of the few boys they had ever decided to give their attention to. Then, her head started to hurt and her body shifted about in discomfort. She knew what happened, but she didn't want to remember. Hongru. I'm here. She heard a soft voice that carried a hint of icy essence, and it calmed her raging emotions. She discovered that she was now surrounded by silhouettes, and the closest one held her hand, revealing an expression she hadn't thought she would ever see, a smile. It was merely a smile, but it was extremely new to her. Her new eyes soon adjusted, and a gorgeous face revealed itself. Her white hair, extremely ample set of bosoms that rivaled her own, even 2 adult handfuls might not be enough for one mountain, and icy pale skin gave her both an alluring and familiar feeling. You're okay, I'm here. Xiaobing spoke again while tightly holding Hongru's hand. Hongru clenched that hand hard, her tears still falling. I died. But, I'm alive. I'm alive, I'm alive. A wave of excitement, of emotions that very few living would ever feel, surged within her heart like a storm of tsunamis. She had felt her body be eaten, her head crushed by the inner mouth of that wolf, and her last bits of consciousness fading as a burning sensation of acid touched her skin. She reached out and grabbed Xiaobing, pulling her closer, as if wanting to melt into her. Her strength was terrifying, exceeding what one would think a freshly created body could possess. This new body of hers was made with the support of a 6th-stage astral core realm expert's fire force and an 8th-grade paste. Simply the energies within her flesh, both physical or elemental, could crush any world sea phase expert. Feeling the imposing strength, Xiaobing didn't feel an ounce of pain. She merely returned the embrace. The two, one clothed and one naked, were tightly hugging each other without holding anything back. The sight of a revival and reunion was extremely emotional. Long Tingyu couldn't help but produce 2 sets of joyful rivers from her eyes. She was still a little girl, so her response was the most emotional. The others were more calm, not crying, but feeling extremely happy. Regardless of who, besides Qin Qiumu who spent most of her time in cultivation with her ancestor, and Long Tingyu who did the same, they had all been saved by these two before. It was only because of these two that many obstacles were eliminated or stopped from hindering their path. They gave them backing that dissuaded others from abusing their power of authority. They were all close to these two, especially Lin Ziyan. While she wasn't originally the most beautiful amongst the group, when Qin Qiumu and Long Tingyu left, she became the target of everyone's ill intentions. While Lian Yu and Wu Baozhai were extraordinary, they were still a few notches below her in terms of innate beauty or talent. Furthermore, she was the only one amongst the three who still had her primal yin. As for Nasini, for some reason, whenever enemies targeted them, they avoided harming her. Usually, by some unknown manner, when they investigated them, their enemies were always faintly aware of her ambiguous connection with Wei Wuyin. Thinking back on it, she felt extremely bitter. There were times where Nasini would be captured or threatened, but she never suffered a single scratch. But if it wasn't for the timely assistance of Hong Ru and Xiaobing, she might have suffered long before being captured by the Ji woman. So, how could she miss this? Lin Ziyan was genuinely happy for Hong Ru, and this fortified her understanding of Wei Wuyin's abilities. The concept of revival, of bringing a disembodied soul back to life, was far beyond her understanding. Yet Wei Wuyin had casually performed such a feat and he wasn't even present. Hong Ru finally recognized the other figures behind Xiaobing. Her eyes became extremely moist, threatening to spew out a set of raging rivers. She held out her arms, wanting to hug them also. She knew who her friends were. Several hours later, Hong Ru had fully clothed herself, regaining her scarlet-colored eyes with a fiery light. She had cried herself nearly dry alongside Xiaobing, who still held her hand, unwilling to let go. The two were like contrasting fraternal twins, one hot, one cold, but they both seemingly gained their mother's large assets and innate beauty. Even their height was the exact same. Hong Ru had just familiarized herself with her new body and learned of what happened after her death. She learned about the fate of Huangfu Jinwei, which instantly sated her desire for wicked vengeance, and Wei Wuin's victory in the Grand Spirit Trials. She found it strange that the Grand Spirit Trials were made because of Wei Wuyin, and in the end, he won it all. Moreover, he won it by being unchallenged. She learned about Long Chen revealing his status as the Grand Monarch's successor, which shook her. She also learned that using the legendary 3 orders of the Grand Prince, he had sought the sect's strength to revive her completely. When Long Chen described this, the expressions of Lin Zian, Qin Qiumu, and Wu Baozhai had changed slightly. If Qin Rue was here, even she would experience a change. While he wasn't wrong, he also wasn't right. After all, Wei Wuyin had assisted because he wanted to, not because of any order. Wei Wuyin was a heavenly king and they could be considered direct competitors to the Grand Prince, so they were immune from the orders. Hong Ru also learned that Lin Zian had fully recovered, just like her, and she felt much closer to her. After all, they both survived tragedies with untold difficulty. Thank you, Long Chen. She gave her deepest and most heartfelt thanks. Long Chen smiled brightly. No need. I did what I should. He basked in it, feeling a little embarrassed. He liked Xiao Bing and Hong Ru, and seeing these 2 well-endowed, gorgeous women together caused his heart to slightly race. If he were lucky enough to. The very thought stimulated him amidst his joy. Nasini couldn't help but fix her gaze on Lin Zian. A flush of worry flooded her thoughts. She had assumed Lin Zian would be in her crippled state for much longer. But she had poured her heart out to Lin Zian's near comatose state, and she wasn't certain if she remembered anything. If the Lin Zian she remembered did, she might run to Long Chen immediately and tell him her thoughts. If she did. If he knew. She didn't know if she should be worried or happy. This feeling brought about a complex conflict in her heart. Wu Baozhai on the other hand couldn't help but glance at Lin Zian, realizing that she hadn't made any attempts to get close to Long Chen. Before, she would always position herself the closest to Long Chen, clearly trying to state her intentions. But now, she was even ensuring a set distance between her and Long Chen remained. Did Wei Wuyin do something to her? She felt that, given Wei Wuyin's personality and actions thus far, he would find it beneath him to play hidden tricks. He wasn't bothered by Na Sini's indecision nor Qin Qiumu's close relationship with Long Chen. This showed that he wasn't the jealous type, or at least the jealous possessive type that tried to claim women as objects of his own. Those opulent young masters of various clans or leaders of factions within the sect had this type of mentality or a variation of it. The competitive environment was a breeding ground for obsessive ego and a need for control, especially towards the fairer sex. However, Wei Wuyin had always shown a distinctive respect for women and their choices. There were no rumors of him aggressively pursuing women or forcefully snatching beauties as trophies. If we eliminated the improbable, then the only thing she could think of was. Her mind instantly recalled a memory. A memory of Wei Wuyin talking to Long Chen at Qin Qiumu's execution. He had cleverly goaded Long Chen into giving up his ring, using psychological tactics. At the time, she hadn't taken it too seriously, but there was a certain exchange. Oh. It seems you already knew about her promise. She must have given it out often. Then, you should know that I cultivated it fully when I was 26. You would have been, what? 21 at the time, right? She recalled every little detail perfectly. Her countenance paled slightly. Is it possible that Wei Wuyin had told her? No, that's impossible. If he wanted to tell her this before, he could have long done it numerous times. Then, how would she have learned of this? She wasn't present that day. Her thoughts scurried about as she recalled the numerous visits everyone had given to Lin Zian on the regular, even taking turns watching over her. One of them must have mentioned it. One of them. Her light brown eyes swept those present. The bad feeling she had earlier spiraled into an exploding eruption. Just as she thought this, Lin Zian spoke words that caused her heart to plunge. Words that the Lin Zian she knew would never have spoken, never have suggested with Long Chen nearby. Sister Bing, Sister Hong, I've asked Wei Wuyin to allow you both to cultivate in his sky palace. It's the quickest way to regain your cultivation base, Hong Ru, and this would be a good opportunity for Xiao Bing. Her words caused everyone to look towards her with unexpected surprise or complex emotions. So it's true. Wu Baozhai's expression became unsightly, knowing what was to come as she witnessed Long Chen's expression contort in real time. Chapter 344, 340, A Mortal Sovereign Alchemist. Chapter 344, 340, A Mortal Sovereign Alchemist. Time flowed onwards, and the destined date of the all-alchemic clash between the Princess of Everlore and the Ascendant Emperor of Neo-Dawn neared. The entire starfield was in an uproar, filled with excitement and anticipation. To many, the King of Everlore was a figure of myth with the ability to create gods. This was even more exaggerated to lower-leveled cultivators, those who hadn't understood the limitations of cultivation. The raging and raving emotions of everyone, from the lowest-level cultivator to those at the peak of the starfield, had been riled up into a storm. This all-alchemic clash would be broadcasted to an audience even larger than the Grand Spirit Trials. It was later arranged by the Alchemist Association to have the four hegemonic forces work in conjunction to bring the event to everyone they could, expanding its range to the very edges of the starfield. Those continental flat Earths that were ignorant of all things except the King of Everlore were swiftly brought up to date and understood this near-divine level event. The successor of the King of Everlore, Qingye, descendant of the Grand Association Master of the Alchemist Association, was to face the alchemist of unimaginable talent, capable of concocting an 8th-grade pill before the age of 50, and a new generation of alchemist, Wei Wuyin. Unlike the former, Wei Wuyin had combat prowess that placed him at the very top of the starfield's youths. In fact, his 1-centimeter astral core while in the Sky Ruler phase while less than 50 years old made him practically unmatched in terms of cultivation foundation across the entire starfield. The only ones that came remotely close were the mysterious Lin Ming and Zuhai. The event was a battle of the new era of alchemist and old era of alchemist. Will Wei Wuyin prove that an alchemist that hadn't followed the standard path of an alchemic astral soul be able to exceed those who had? Were there thoughts of the King of Everlore's mythological abilities restraining their own growth? The venue had already been set. The myriad monarch sect shall have it on their main planet. Of course, with the Realm Lord Tuo Bihan present, the other three hegemonic sects were hesitant to enter such dangers, but after a well-crafted spirit oath, they were ensured that no vile efforts to harm them would occur. This only exploded the news more as it was soon stated that nearly all of the elite powerhouses of the starfield will once more gather to observe the all-alchemic clash. In fact, there would be 5 judges, including the 3 leaders of the Sacred Light Palace, Demonic Abyss Mountain, and Elemental Heaven Pavilion. The other 2 will be neutral alchemic emperors who will ensure fairness of the competition. It was gearing up to be an event of the highest grade. While a battle between elite juniors was exciting, the end result of this clash will be heaven-determining. If Qingye wins, she will truly represent herself as the future face of the alchemic world. If Wei Wuyin wins, he will cement himself as a talent that could exceed even the King of Everlore himself. Of course, there were those of differing opinions. They felt that it was unfair that Wei Wuyin was less than half Qingye's age. This gave her an advantage of practice. Furthermore, she was trained by the #1 alchemic force in the stat field. But those opinions were smoldered by the booming excitement. If Wei Wuyin had no objections to this, what right did others have to raise the matter? With less than a day left, the myriad monarch sect's main planet was filled to the brim with visitors, having a grand coliseum seemingly built overnight that could house more than 100 million observers, spanning thousands of miles. Above this coliseum was a translucent platform that was quite similar to the Grand Spirit Trials platform. It was the location where a single gigantic palace was perfectly placed, the future housing abode of the most elite figures of the starfield. There were likely very few individuals who would miss this. While the world was raring to go, 2 individuals were discussing something above the 8th sky layer. Grand Sage Tuo, I want to know the truth. A firm voice resounded. Qin Rui floated in the sky, staring daggers at a gray-bearded old man. Despite his cultivation base having reached the apex of the starfield, he wore a helpless smile before Qin Rui. He had just returned from setting up everything properly when Qin Rui had intercepted him with an inflamed passion. She wore an adamant expression beneath her veil, but he could see from her eyes that she was unwilling to drop this matter. This woman who he always took care of, who he paid special attention to, who he protected, was acting like that little girl again. It brought back many tender emotions to his heart. What do you want to know? He wasn't certain what truth she wanted, but he felt it concerned his cultivation base. After all, he'd reached the Realm Lord level despite being weaker than that Sacred Light Palace's elven genius from before. Qin Rui said, I've completed Hong Ru's bodily reconstruction and revival dash. It worked. Tuo Bihan interrupted, interested in this matter. After all, a revival was a wondrous thing. According to Wei Wuyin, he could attempt to do so in the future. This intrigued him to an extreme. Qin Rui paused for a moment, nodded, and continued. It was a total success, but when I was delivered the materials to use for her revival, they were all 8th grade products, and some were high tier. Her eyes flared with a questioning light. Tua Bihan was startled. Of course. He faintly smiled in understanding, a hint of helplessness within his eyes. Wei Wuyin wasn't the type of individual to perform a deed half-assed. It made sense that he wouldn't hold back and deliver 8th grade products. He couldn't help but sigh. Scratching his head, he said, "Yeah, that." His response invoked confusion from Qin Rui. She knew that there was something suspicious about it. Did you make them? She and everyone was aware that Tua Bihan was an emperor alchemist, and he had even supported her and Yao Zhen's rise to their current levels. Tua Bihan shook his head. Even if he wanted to create 8th grade products, he'd have to spend a few years to a decade in the attempt. It was simply not worth it at his advanced age. So Wei Wuyin made them. Her suspicions were almost confirmed, which caused her heart to be battered with waves of surprise. How was this possible? Tua Bihan looked at this little girl that he'd seen grow up into the extraordinary woman she was today. He softly asked, "What do you think of the little boss, of Wei Wuyin?" He had wanted to suggest to Wei Wuyin that Qin Rui should be the next candidate for a realm lord, but he seemed to have little intentions to do anything of the sort. Without his support, Qin Rui would never be able to surpass her current phase. He understood it a little. It was much better to invest resources into his own people, to develop them from the beginning and grow into greater subordinates than these old monsters who lived for 1,000 or so years and had their own thoughts. If it wasn't for his advanced age and knowledge of his alchemic prowess, he might have not made that choice that day. Qin Rui stilled. She immediately recalled Wei Wuin's silver eyes and handsome features. He had given her the spatial spirit pill to decide however she liked. Her expression immediately changed. What do you mean? Tua Bihan didn't feel like beating around the bush or lying to her. You should know how the little boss feels about you. If you sought him out, he wouldn't reject you. Qin Rui frowned. I'm over 20 times older than he is. Grand Sage Tua, please don't be so ridiculous. While she said those words, she did know that Wei Wuyin had intentions towards her that he never pursued. What does that have to do with anything? Tua Bihan stared directly into Qin Rui's eyes for a long while, and helplessly sighed. He decided to tell the truth. There was no spirit oath that Wei Wuyin had placed on him to prevent him from doing so, and this showed a distinct trust. Moreover, a complete lack of care if the world even knew. Since he gave Qin Rui 8th grade products without an excuse, his actions already spoke volumes. Do you remember the manifestation that had engulfed the little boss Sky Palace? Yeah, I do. That was the stellar manifestation of a mortal sovereign. The phenomenon that manifests during the creation of a 9th grade alchemical product. His eyes never left Qin Rui's. That means. Qin Rui was taken fiercely aback, her eyes widening at Tua Bihan's words. She had always wondered what that was. Even today, numerous individuals speculated on its existence. While it had been explained away by using the planet's vital energies, she had always had a scratching suspicion. Tua Bihan gravely nodded. Our ascendant emperor of Neo-Dawn is a mortal sovereign alchemist. During that time, he successfully concocted the Everlore Ascension pill. And it wasn't of impure quality, but at least low quality. Qin Rui felt her heart beat heavily with every sentence. A realization dawned on her as her mouth became agape, her eyes widened to their utmost, and her skin became pale from shock. She gulped a wad of saliva, her mouth had become instantly dry. How? Her mind tried to reject the possibility, but when she recalled that unique phenomenon in the 8th grade products, the numerous events of 6th and 7th grade being circulated throughout the sect like candy, landing in the hands of those with power, her heart knew the undeniable truth. Wei Wuyin was a mortal sovereign alchemist. Chapter 345, 341, A Rare Moment Before. Chapter 345, 341, A Rare Moment Before. The world was slowly rising in hype. The numerous guests with the ability to make their way through the starfield, arriving at the myriad monarch sect's main planet, were of the most elite status, the greatest strength, and possessed the highest prestige. Not only were numerous old monsters in the astral core realm that rivaled grand imperial sages coming, but the alchemist community were making their way here. This included numerous prestigious emperor alchemists across the entire starfield. While the alchemists' numbers were lacking in comparison to the population, especially the higher-ranked ones, that was only if one saw it from a single astral territory. If you accounted for the entire starfield, the number of Lord Alchemists, those capable of concocting 6th-grade alchemical products, would number in the tens of millions. As for King Alchemists, those capable of concocting 7th-grade alchemical products suitable for lower-phase astral core realm experts, there would be roughly 5,000. In comparison, the myriad monarch astral territory had less than 300. Of course, the majority of these alchemists resided in the Alchemist Association as a part of the neutral force, with the second most being in possession of the Golden Coin Pavilion. Since alchemists were a rarity, they were likely to attach themselves to these rich, affluent forces where they contained an abundant degree of freedom. These alchemists would definitely arrive, appearing with likely more than half. To many in the starfield, this competition was the perfect opportunity to initiate conversation and establish relations with these figures. This was especially so for those alchemists who lacked the qualification to be officially recognized as alchemic kings. These opportunists were coming with bull-like ferocity with high hopes and greedy hearts. The limited number of king alchemists was one of the primary reasons of Wei Wuyan's immense importance the moment he entered the sect, directly becoming a sky noble and then a heavenly king soon after. Exiting from his alchemy room, Wei Wuyan was surrounded by a multicolored aura that emanated a particular smell. This smell was extremely attractive to cultivators, stimulating their senses. When he left, he immediately noticed Sume. She was wearing a set of tight-fitting and valiant black battle armor that accentuated her figure. He couldn't help but think that she was a little overly prepared. This was merely an all-alchemic clash, not a war. Sume slightly bowed her head. Lord Wei, the competition begins in an hour. Wei Wuyan revealed a warm smile. She clearly didn't wish for him to be late. But he still grinned in the end, even if I'm late. By a week, they'll still patiently wait. This was spoken with imposing arrogance, containing an innate prestige. Wei Wuyan wasn't one to act arrogant for the sake of it, but after indulging in concocting 9th-grade products, he felt a sense of superiority emerge within his heart. It was exceedingly strange. With each successful attempt, he felt more and more far-sighted. The starfield and its inhabitants started to feel small and insignificant to him. Not counting those he deemed important, of course. This must be how Star-Lords felt. His thoughts honed in those who were once deemed at the peak of the mortal tier of power, those at the 9th stage of the astral core realm, star core phase. According to Wu Yu, they possessed the fabled strength of a solar star, and even large-sized planets could crumble beneath their might. Sume was momentarily shocked, but quickly recollected herself. If anyone had the right to say this, it would be Wei Wuyan. Therefore, she quietly awaited his orders. Wei Wuyan realized his tone and words truly carried a hint of supremacy within, making a mental note to reflect. He didn't want to be unreasonable because of his alchemical skills, but because of his power. That was the only force that ensured his actions carried no consequences. After all, there were existences that could kill you with a thought even if you were a mortal sovereign alchemist of the highest level. "Let's go," he said. With a quick change, he donned his black-colored heavenly king attire with his white alchemist cloak above it. It gave him a sense of unity and balance, as if he embodied both martial might and alchemic might. Exiting the entrance of his sky palace, Sume a step behind, he observed the world with his spiritual sense. He could feel the abundant spatial ripples that were endlessly erupting, the sign that there were numerous void gates active, being used every passing second. There must be at least 1 billion in number that's arriving for this. There's unlikely to be a single individual that lacked status and connections here. He bitterly smiled, thinking about his first all-alchemic clash on the Blood-Forge continent. There were an unhealthy number in the audience as well. Furthermore, that was merely a competition at the mid-tier level of a Lord Alchemist level. He couldn't help but smile. I hope this princess of Everlore is of a high level. I really want to put my abilities against someone, to truly be tested. Even if I lose, I'll have no regrets. Wei Wuyan had been unrivaled in alchemy for quite a while, and a feeling of wanting a challenge emerged in his heart. Even before he stepped foot in the Myriad Monarch sect, he was already amongst the top 5,000 alchemists of the world. Then, he entered into the illustrious Emperor Alchemist level in a few years, and the Mortal Sovereign Alchemist even sooner. It was such a tremendous leap that the legacy left behind by the king of Everlore wasn't posing much difficulty. He wondered if it was due to his celestial eyes, his 4 astral souls, Eden, or his alchemic talent. Thinking of alchemic talent, he recalled Qingye Yun's question that day. Whatever the Alchemist Association wanted him for had to do with alchemic talent. He just didn't understand why it was important. After that event, he tried to learn more about the degree of alchemic talent and what it meant. But when he tried to delve further into it, he could only get the gist of it. There was no elaborate explanation detailing it or its levels. In fact, current information was incredibly simple. Either one had low-level talent, mid-level talent, or high-level talent, and that related to the efficiency one could cultivate with an alchemic conversion method. He wondered what Qingye Yun wanted. Regardless, I guess I'll find out soon. Whether he won or lost, Qingye Yun had said he'd inform him of its importance. It had truly whet his curiosity. Wei Wuyin placed it aside, standing at the edge of the cloud foundation that his sky palace firmly sat upon. He looked over. Seeing the sky layers beneath and numerous clouds, including the faint outline of the land below. With a step, he directly fell over. Sumei followed without hesitation. They began their free fall down to the earth, the speed producing wind currents that wildly fluttered against their clothing and hair. Wei Wuyin spun around, turning to see Sumei, who was following with a concentrated expression. He gave a faint smile, and she looked at him, returning his smile. The feeling of free falling from such a height had a unique form of freedom within. He twisted around, feeling the air and clouds between his fingers, brushing against his skin, and observing the world beneath slowly gain clarity and closeness. Poosh! He and Sumei penetrated the 8th sky layer like stones, becoming drenched in astral essence and moisture. They continued to descend down, doing the same to the 7th sky layer, and then seeing the extreme creation mountain. With a twist, they both seamlessly regained control of their bodies and started to fly. Wei Wuyin exclaimed, feeling the rush of the world's mana heeding his call. There were numerous times where cultivators forgot themselves, their time being powerless being too short. But just a decade ago, Wei Wuyin couldn't fly on his own. He was marveling at Wu Jiao's ability to stand mid-air above the masses like a god. He couldn't even penetrate a sky layer without help, but now, with just his body, with just a thought, he could achieve these things with ease. A feeling of exhilaration and appreciation of his power flowed within him. There was a time in his life where he could only stare at birds, or merely dream of owning a palace within the sky, or to have the power to flip an ocean or topple a mountain, but now, he could destroy an entire continent. He had a genuine palace that sat on clouds, and he could fly. Cultivation is marvelous. Wei Wuyin shouted at Sumei, increasing his flight speed. Boom. He easily broke the sound barrier, blazing through the sky at incredible speeds. Sumei looked at Wei Wuyin's speeding figure, her heart racing. This was the Wei Wuyin that she remembered when he wasn't embroiled in worries. He's the type of person to act truly free. With a soft chuckle, she sped up also. Wei Wuyin could see Sumei gaining on him, and he grinned as he looked back. First to arrive wins. Sumei's eyebrows jumped. A light of competitive spirit flashed within her pure black eyes. Okay. With that, she tapped into her astral soul, grabbing control of the ambient mana with the strictest and most powerful means. She exploded with speed, accelerating enough to surpass Wei Wuyin instantly. Wei Wuyin joyfully chuckled as Sumei passed him, confident, It seems this girl had forgotten who was the boss. It was time to remind her. His astral souls thrummed, and with that, the two traveled like shooting stars. Chapter 346, 342, Challenge. Chapter 346, 342, Challenge. This is outrageous. A powerful voice resounded, filled with displeasure. The voice permeated throughout the entire venue, creating cascading waves of sound that reached the ears of hundreds of millions. No. This is his right. Another voice resounded, not lacking volume or power. The faces of those observing were mixed, but most were intrigued, curious, and even faintly excited. The owners of those two voices were two grand imperial sages of the Myriad Monarch sect, and the location of their exchange was the center of the Colosseum that seated hundreds of millions, nearly a billion. The Alchemic Era Grand Colosseum, it was aptly named. The owner of the first voice was a figure of wizened stature, with a leaning posture and a turtle shell. It was Zen, the Grand Imperial Sage of the Extreme Imperial Mountain. The owner of the second voice surprisingly belonged to Ji Changkong, the Grand Imperial Sage of the Extreme War Mountain. They were currently standing a few dozen feet above the Colosseum's core platform, floating imposingly while their surging auras radiated out endlessly. The sheer sound of their clashing auras were like thunder, explosive and loud. Zen's eyes were inflamed with rage, pointing at Ji Changkong with a trembling finger. While wrinkled, that finger contained immense power. The tip emanated an aquamarine light. Ji Changkong was surrounded by sword and saber intent, gorgeously sharp light circulated around him like fairies. He had his hands firmly clashed on the hilt of his sheathed sword and saber, one of each at the sides of his hip. Beneath them was a young handsome man with black hair and dark eyes, in a unique swordsman robe colored in white, red, and gold. He emanated an imperial aura befitting a noble prince, and there weren't many who recognized him, but those who did knew he wasn't merely emitting that aura, he was a prince. A grand prince. His expression was dark and heavy, containing a wisp of gloominess within. Long Chen stared at Zen with those eyes, displaying not a hint of respect. Above the Colosseum, in a specific area that was between the Colosseum platform and the translucent platform above, there were 5 throne-like seats with figures quietly sitting in them. They watched the ongoing events like judges of the world. They were 5 of the most prestigious figures of the entire starfield, including the demonic Abyss Mountain's Mountain Lord Gao Zi, Sacred Light Palace's Palace Master Jiang Feilan, and Elemental Heaven Pavilion's Pavilion Master Lin Rian. Accompanying these 3 absolute leaders of their astral territories were 2 alchemic emperors. The first were dressed in all white, with a hardy black beard that stretched to the floor and seemingly moved with the movements of the natural world. He was a black-haired middle-aged elf with graying at the sides of his temples that accentuated his looks. He was officially recognized as the World Swirling Pill Emperor, with the name Yi Yun. He was renowned for his invention of the swirling transformation pill method. The other was dressed rather casually, not in any official alchemist robe or possessing any flair. He was merely an old human man with beady eyes, a skinny body, and average looks. He wore normal blue robes that were very reminiscent of Tuo Bihan's own comfort wear. He was known as the Imbibing Stars Elixir Emperor, or Li Che. He originated from a legacy of alchemic emperors who mastered the assimilating star elixir method, being the 5th in line for the lineage, and the 3rd alchemic emperor born from it. These 2 figures both belonged to their own forces away from the hegemonic forces, with Ian belonging to the Golden Coin Pavilion, and Li Che being an independent alchemist. Amongst the 5 selected judges, none of them belonged to the Alchemist Association or the Myriad Monarch sect to promote the utmost fairness. They were observing the situation below with keen eyes. Without much explanation, a young man took to the stage without announcement. This wasn't their venue, so they merely watched, and then Zen arrived, clearly sending spiritual fluctuations to him in a patient and collected manner. But without warning, she grew angry and irritated. Then, the young man shouted to the world 4 words, "I will challenge him." And Zen went berserk. She galvanized her immense strength and tried to forcefully remove the young man, but another Grand Imperial Sage arrived in his timely defense. Thus, the current situation was born. Zen was exasperated to the limit. "Do you understand what you're doing? Where we are? What today is?" Her voice throbbed with anger, staring at Ji Changkong with fierce rebuke. She glanced around, trying to indicate this wasn't the time nor place. But Ji Changkong, who had always been a stubborn individual, merely nodded his head with eyes filled with resolute understanding. "I do. Regardless of what, I won't allow you to stop this." Zen's breathing became heavy, turning her gaze onto Long Chen. The resolve he showed was unprecedented, shocking even her a little. She wanted to ask why, but no words came out. Looking into his eyes, she knew he wouldn't back down today no matter what. With clenched fists, she said, "Grand Sage Tuo won't let this happen." Those words finally caused Ji Changkong's expression to change a little, recalling the only realm lord in the Myriad Monarch sect. If he acted, they could only be stifled. Despite this, he gripped his 2 hilts tighter. "This is his right. I won't allow it to be taken from him," he firmly stated. Zen clenched her toothless jaws, a byproduct of her turtle lineage, in helplessness. She could only turn to Long Chen. "Do you understand what this challenge means? What would happen if you were to lose? Do you understand? Do you truly understand?" Long Chen had thought this through, so he was filled with certainty. Heavenly kings were the competitors of the Grand Prince, and if the Grand Prince proved themselves unable to be beyond their generation, to be unrivaled within the sect, they were no longer qualified for their position. He would lose his right to be Grand Prince, stripped of his title forever. But despite knowing this, he nodded with certainty. He took a step forward, swept his gaze across the hundreds of millions of people, the vast number of elites, of those with prominent status, and even the 5 judges, and valiantly declared, "I, Long Chen, Grand Prince of the Myriad Monarch Sect, challenge Wei Wuyin, Heavenly King of the Myriad Monarch Sect, to imperial combat." Part 8 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.